Chapter 1. The Primordial Era. Mount Buzhou. Gazing upon the magnificent figure before him, a woman of striking beauty with a human upper body and a serpent's tail, Su Mu could not help but ponder. Is this the revered Nuwa? Have I truly traversed time and space to arrive in the primordial world? Just a moment ago, he had marveled at Nuwa, who was the first among the 6 saints to attain sanctity. It seemed that with proper development, she could rival the 3 pure ones. Yet here she stood, reduced to a mere shadow of her potential. Now, he found himself reborn as a creation of Nuwa, a member of the human race. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Had Nuwa tended to humanity with care and thwarted the annihilation wrought by the demon race, perhaps she would not have lost the faith of her creations, nor would humanity's fortunes have waned, leaving her powerless and isolated, eventually fading from the annals of the primordial world. Who speaks of my impending loss of humanity's fortune? Originally, Nuwa was the foremost sage, second only to the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Yet, her indifference towards humanity, allowing them to fend for themselves, amounted to a severance of her own foundation. Nuwa regarded Su Mu, observing his silence, and pondered inwardly, could it be that I am hearing his innermost thoughts? Does he possess knowledge beyond the ordinary? He must be a reincarnation of a great being. Su Mu, do you wish to take me as your master? Nuwa inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Noticing his momentary daze, Sui Ren hurriedly nudged Su Mu. Coming back to his senses, Su Mu bowed deeply, declaring, "Disciple, Su Mu greets the master. Very well, you and Sui Ren, along with the others, shall first settle humanity. I will now return to my Taoist sanctuary at Fengxi Mountain. Should you require me, seek me there," Nuwa instructed. Disciple obeys, Su Mu replied. "Master, may I lead humanity to reside at Shouyang Mountain?" Why Shouyang Mountain? Is not Buzhou Mountain the ancestral vein of the primordial world? Nuwa questioned, perplexed. Su Mu mused that the impending calamity of the Wu and Yao would disrupt Buzhou Mountain. But he articulated, "Master, Buzhou Mountain is the territory of the Wu clan. It would be inconvenient for humanity to reside there. Shouyang Mountain is far more suitable." What? Buzhou Mountain may be severed? Is the calamity of the Wu and Yao truly that perilous? Buzhou Mountain is the transformed spine of the great Pangu. Nuwa was taken aback, yet her expression remained composed. "Very well, if humanity is to migrate to Shouyang Mountain, I shall establish a sanctuary there as well." Thus, Sui Ren and the others began to hastily arrange the migration of humanity. After 5 centuries, humanity finally arrived at Shouyang Mountain, where they began to thrive and gradually develop their clans. At last, I have attained the status of an earth immortal, thus stepping onto the path of the celestial, Su Mu thought as he observed his kin feasting on raw flesh at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. His brow furrowed. Has Brother Sui Ren not yet created the fire for humanity? In that moment, Su Mu resembled a flickering ember in the darkness, his heart brimming with concern for his people and hope for the future. To Su Mu, the actions of his kin were akin to children groping in the dark. They required a guiding light to lead them along the correct path. That beacon of hope was the fire for humanity. Silently, Su Mu prayed that Brother Sui Ren would soon create the fire, liberating his kin from their savage way of life. He believed that once the fire was ignited, humanity would embark on the journey towards civilization and enlightenment. "It seems I must lend a hand to Brother Sui Ren," Su Mu resolved. With a serious demeanor, he approached Sui Ren, his eyes reflecting profound worry and determination. He stepped forward with steady strides, halting before Sui Ren, and spoke slowly, "Brother, I have a pressing matter to discuss with you." His voice was deep and resolute, imbued with a sense of responsibility. Sui Ren looked up at Su Mu, a flicker of confusion crossing his features, but quickly turned to focus intently on him, awaiting his words. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu continued with a steady tone, "Currently, when our kin capture prey, they consume it raw. This practice not only complicates digestion, but also hinders nutrient absorption, posing a significant threat to our health and survival." His words were laden with concern, as if he could foresee the potential ramifications. Sui Ren furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He recognized the validity of Su Mu's concerns and the potential impact on their people's lives. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Indeed, this is a matter worthy of attention. We must seek better methods to prepare our food, enhancing its nutritional value and digestibility." Sumu nodded, proceeding, "I propose we devise a means to cook our food, making it easier for our bodies to digest and absorb. This would bolster the strength and resilience of our kin, enabling them to better confront the challenges ahead." His voice carried a note of anticipation and hope, as if he believed this solution could transform their fate. Sui Ren subtly nodded, indicating his commitment to finding a remedy for their plight. On that day, thunder rumbled and lightning struck a withered tree, igniting it instantly. At that moment, a bird flew past the scorched trunk, only to be incinerated and dropped to the ground, exuding a rich aroma. The kin, drawn by the scent, approached and could not resist tearing off a piece to taste, finding it exceptionally delicious. It appeared that fire could indeed cook food, though such occurrences were not an everyday affair. Suiren took a stick and began to rotate it against the dead wood, hoping to generate fire. After the 99th rotation, a small flame flickered to life, and after the 999th rotation, the dead wood finally ignited. At that moment, a radiant golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Sui Ren and elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of Earth Immortal, then ascending through the realms until he paused at the early stage of Golden Immortal. A portion of this divine energy infused the flame he had created, transforming it into a treasure of innate merit, while another portion entered Su Mu, fortifying his body and enhancing the fortune of humanity. At that instant, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of increased human fortune, activating the strongest human system, binding host. Binding successful. Finally, the golden finger has arrived. I, Su Mu, am now one of the chosen, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. System, what functions do you possess? And what is this strongest human system? This system will issue tasks at irregular intervals. Completing tasks will yield rewards, all pertaining to the welfare of humanity. System, do you have a beginner's gift package? Host, a beginner's gift package is available. Would you like to open it? System, open the beginner's gift package. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 9 transformations divine art. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate treasure, the Hunyuan axe. Congratulations, host, for receiving the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal pure world white lotus. Remarkably, the 9 transformations divine art. Cultivating it to the 9 transformation would make me a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, and an innate treasure. How generous you are, system. I should focus on cultivating the 9 transformations divine art to enhance my cultivation. Su Mu, eager and impatient, swiftly returned to his cave abode. The 9 transformations divine art would lead to the realm of Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. The first transformation being Earth Immortal, the second, Celestial Immortal, the third, True Immortal, the fourth, Mysterious Immortal, the fifth, Golden Immortal, the sixth, Tight Golden Immortal, the seventh, Deluo Golden Immortal, the eighth, Quasi-Saint Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and the ninth, Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. As Su Mu was currently an Earth Immortal, it was relatively easy for him to reach the first transformation, and he continued to cultivate, circulating the art until he reached the 4th transformation. I have attained the mysterious immortal stage. Truly, this method cultivated by the great Pangu is extraordinary, Su Mu rejoiced. Next, he contemplated building a dwelling, seeking to accrue further merits. On another rainy day, Su Mu sought out Yu Chao. Brother, look at this torrential rain. Our kin are scouring the mountains for caves to shelter from the storm. Yet, how many caves can accommodate them? If only there were a means for our kin to evade the rain. Su Mu, I will endeavor to create something to protect our kin from the elements, Yu Chao replied, earnestly before departing with a serious expression. With that, Su Mu leisurely practiced his cultivation while awaiting news of Yu Chao's success. Time passed swiftly. Days turned into months, and before long, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. During this period, Su Mu felt fulfilled and at ease. By day, he would seek a tranquil spot to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, while by night he lay in bed, meditating to enhance his cultivation. Occasionally, he would delve into ancient formations or magical treasures, hoping to derive inspiration and insight. Beyond his own cultivation, Sumu occasionally checked on Yu Chaos progress. Though he held unwavering confidence in Yu Chao, the matter at hand was pivotal for the entire human race's development, which inevitably led to some concern. Fortunately, each time he visited Yu Chao, he observed significant advancements, which alleviated his worries as the days passed one after another. The life of Sumu, though unremarkable, is imbued with joy. He relishes the feeling of freedom and unrestrained existence, while also eagerly anticipating the success of Yu Chao, which he hopes will bring him further surprises and challenges. On this particular day, the long-awaited good news from Yu Chao finally arrived. Sumu hurried to the site, where he beheld a rudimentary abode constructed from timber and thatch. Despite the rain, the interior remained dry and sheltered. This dwelling resembled a colossal bird's nest, steadfastly rising from the earth, providing refuge from the wind and rain for its inhabitants. In the sky above, a vast expanse of golden clouds of merit appeared, resembling a shimmering ocean. 60% of the merit flowed into Yu Chao like a golden torrent, elevating him to the pinnacle of earthly immortals, transitioning through celestial and true immortals, finally stabilizing at the initial stage of golden immortality. 20% of the merit, akin to gentle golden rain, entered the newly constructed house, which became enveloped in a radiant glow, transforming into a treasured artifact of postnatal merit. 1% flowed into Sumu, while another percent coursed through the entirety of humanity, significantly enhancing their collective fortune. Reflecting on this, Sumu pondered, how shall I utilize such abundant merit? It cannot be used to elevate my cultivation. Perhaps I should seek a spiritual treasure to store this merit. At that moment, Z approached and said, Brother Sumu, recently our kin have inexplicably contracted a chill, resulting in a decline in their vitality. What should we do? Sumu thought to himself, I had yet to seek out Z, yet she has come to me unbidden. The three ancestors truly care for our people. He replied, Sister Z, most of our kin are still relying on leaves for warmth. If we could procure clothing, it would help them stave off the cold. Could we perhaps use animal hides to craft garments? They are durable and readily available, Z inquired with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Sister Z, you should proceed with the crafting. I eagerly await your results, Sumu responded, playfully winking. Once Z completed her creations, she eagerly invited Sumu to witness the outcome. With delight, Z informed Sumu, since our kin began donning garments made from animal hides, the number of those afflicted by the chill has gradually diminished. As soon as Z finished speaking, a vast golden cloud of merit appeared in the sky once more, with 60% flowing into her, elevating her cultivation to the initial stage of golden immortality. 20% entered the animal hide garments she wore, transforming them into a treasured artifact of postnatal merit. 1% flowed into Sumu, while the final percent entered the entirety of humanity, further enhancing their collective fortune. The emergence of such abundant merit among humanity was a rare occurrence, swiftly reaching the ears of various tribes and powerful beings across the primordial world, all marveling at humanity's extraordinary fortune, the likes of which had not been seen since the time when the saint Nwa created humankind. Even Nwa, who was cultivating in the Shoyang Palace, was stirred. As the matron of humanity, her own fortune increased alongside that of her people. She sensed a subtle but unmistakable rise in her long-stagnant cultivation. My disciple truly is a harbinger of good fortune. His involvement has coincided with all three instances of increased fortune. Sumu was contemplating the creation of a merit-based spiritual treasure. Should I embed it within the 12-petal pure world, white lotus, or the primordial axe? Sumu, come to the Shoyang Palace and see me. Upon hearing Nuwa's call, he promptly replied, Yes, master. Sumu quickly condensed the merit into a golden wheel and hurriedly ascended towards the summit of Shoyang Palace. Upon arriving, Sumu beheld Ndu seated at the head, with Fushi positioned slightly lower. Disciple pays respects to teacher and master uncle, he said, bowing deeply. Disciple, you have now attained the realm of Xianxian, and I, your master, take great solace in this. When you first became my disciple, I did not present you with a gift of initiation. Thus, I bestow upon you this supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The creation tower, as a token of my regard, Nuwa proclaimed. Somo, this is the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Koan Fan, a gift from me to you as a token of our meeting, Fushi added. Somu promptly bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, Disciple is deeply thankful to both master and great uncle. After the gifts were exchanged, Nuwa turned to Fushi and inquired, Brother, do you truly intend to join the demon clan? Fushi replied, Sister, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai have extended repeated invitations to me, and their hospitality is difficult to refuse. Moreover, the demon clan is formidable. I am certain I will achieve great things among them. Besides, I have already given them my word. Since you have become the holy mother of the human race, residing at Shouyang Mountain, I shall not urge you to join the demon clan, nor should you persuade me otherwise. Alas, great uncle has indeed chosen to join the demon clan, which brings calamity. Calamity? What calamity? Why would joining the demon clan be a disaster? Nuwa pondered, only to hear Fushi continue, Sister, if I assist the demon clan in unifying the wilderness, then should Emperor Jun and Tai attain the path of sanctity, perhaps I too could leverage the demon clan to achieve enlightenment. How could one possibly attain enlightenment? The heavenly positions have already been determined, allocated to our teacher, the three pure ones, and there are simply no remaining positions for sanctity. It is a pity that the great pure one established the human teaching only to ultimately claim mere fortune, leading to the near annihilation of the human race by the demon clan. The 6 saints of the heavenly path, the great pure one has indeed established the human teaching, and if I could establish a teaching, surely my merit and cultivation would soar to new heights. Nuwa rejoiced. Elder brother, I, as a humble sister, seek to establish a great teaching for the betterment of the human race that I shall now report to the heavenly path. Nuwa ascended above Shouyang Mountain and proclaimed, Heavenly path, I, Nuwa, wish to establish the human teaching to enlighten the human race. Let the heavenly path bear witness. After her declaration, she awaited a response from the heavenly path. After a while, there was still no reply. In the chaos at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jundezu opened his eyes and remarked, This Nuwa dares to attempt to establish the human teaching. It is sheer folly. The human teaching belongs to the great pure one. How could the heavenly path allow it? He then closed his eyes once more to Tishang Mountain. Nuwa fumed. How outrageous that the heavenly path refuses to respond. Glaring at the unperturbed sky, she declared, Humph, if the heavenly path is unyielding, then I shall turn to the great Tao. Great Tao, I, the holy mother of the human race Nuwa, hereby establish the human teaching to enlighten the human race. Utilizing the innate supreme treasure, the 7 heavenly radiance divine sword, and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, to suppress the fortunes of the human teaching, let the great Tao bear witness. With a resounding rumble, a vast expanse of golden clouds of merit appeared in the heavens, as the great Tao, embodying fairness, responded to Nuwa's petition. The sky suddenly filled with enormous golden clouds, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The clouds shimmered with mysterious light, seemingly imbued with boundless power. The great Tao, embodying justice, acknowledged Nuwa's request, and these clouds served as validation. Endless merit from the great Tao flowed into Nuwa's being, enhancing her cultivation to the level of saint, propelling her to the 4th layer of sainthood. With the influx of merit, her cultivation surged threefold, reaching the 7th layer of sainthood. Nuwa quickly returned to Shouyang Palace and joyfully proclaimed, Congratulations, dear sister. Your cultivation has improved once more. Fushi expressed his delight for Nuwa. Disciple congratulates the master on successfully advancing, Somu remarked, though he felt profoundly bewildered within. The master has established the human teaching. This cannot be right, that the wilderness about to undergo a transformation. It is truly perplexing. Indeed, it is the change brought forth by you, my obedient disciple. Nuwa mused. a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, the Great Pure One, who imparted the golden elixir Tao to the human race, seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Nuwa, you have audaciously usurped my opportunity." Upon uttering these words, he coughed up blood, for a mighty being at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood had been so enraged that he bled, clearly indicating the severity of his fury. This was a grudge against the path of enlightenment. "Umph! How dare the Great Pure One address me by name?" Upon hearing her name, Nuwa felt a surge of power emanating towards the Great Pure One at the moment he had just spat blood. He suddenly felt a tremendous pressure descend upon him, causing him to kneel. Great Pure One was greatly alarmed and hurriedly bowed towards Shoyang Palace, pleading for the saint's forgiveness. As he spoke, the oppressive force gradually dissipated. After the pressure from Nuwa, now a saint, reseated, the Great Pure One coughed up another mouthful of blood, causing his quasi-saint pinnacle status to plummet to the late quasi-saint stage, just as he was about to curse. He stifled himself. Nuwa was a saint, and as long as her name was spoken, she would sense it. Yet this was my opportunity for enlightenment, he lamented, retreating to the chaos, seeking Hongjun Daozu in hopes of assistance in attaining sanctity. At the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun Daozu reflected, "The heavenly path does not permit this, yet Nuwa has directly appealed to the great Tao, which has granted her request that there a shift occurring in the wilderness?" Hongjun Daozu then began to deduce the implications and, after a lengthy period, found nothing conclusive. During the calamity, the secrets of the heavens remained obscured, making it impossible to predict. However, the calamity of the witch and demon clans would still require the intervention of saints. Observing the Great Pure One approaching the Purple Cloud Palace, he transmitted a message, saying, "There is no need for you to come to the Purple Cloud Palace. I am already aware of your intentions. The human teaching has been established. You may now establish the Tao teaching." Upon receiving the transmission, the Great Pure One was startled but quickly recognized it as his master's voice. He ceased his flight and bowed towards the Purple Cloud Palace, saying, "Disciple is grateful to the master for clarifying my doubts. I shall return to prepare for the establishment of the teaching." With that, the Great Pure One hurriedly flew back into the wilderness. He soon arrived at the domain of the human race, seeking out a person named Xuandu. "Xuandu, you have nearly comprehended the techniques I imparted. Today, I shall take you as my disciple," the Great Pure One announced. Xuandu rejoiced, promptly kneeling and proclaiming, "Disciple Xuandu pays respects to the master." After accepting him as a disciple, the Great Pure One turned to the heavens and prayed, "Heavenly path, I, the Great Pure One, hereby establish the Tao teaching, disseminating the teachings to all beings, using the Taiji diagram to suppress the fortunes of the Tao teaching. Let the heavenly path bear witness." With a resounding thunder, a vast expanse of golden clouds of merit appeared in the sky. Flowing into the Great Pure One's being, the merit merged with the primordial purple energy. It triggered the Great Pure One's heavenly merit, enabling him to break free from his shackles and become a saint. Achieving the fourth layer of sainthood, the Great Pure One was elated, temporarily suppressing the anger he felt towards Nuwa for seizing the opportunity to establish the human teaching. Nevertheless, resentment lingered in his heart over the lost opportunity and the damage inflicted by Nuwa's pressure. "I, the Great Pure One, shall surely seek an opportunity for revenge against Nuwa Kunlun Mountain." In the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun observed the Great Pure One attaining sanctity and thought, "Elder brother has finally become a saint. Now it is my turn." Yuan Shi Tianzun exited the Yushu Palace and proclaimed, "Heavenly path, I, Yuan Shi Tianzun, establish the Chan teaching, elucidating the heavenly path, aligning with the heavenly path, using the Pangu sail to suppress the fortunes of the Chan teaching. Let the heavenly path bear witness." The heavenly path responded, sending down a vast expanse of golden clouds of merit, which merged with Yuan Shi Tianzun's being, igniting the heavenly merit within his consciousness, allowing him to smoothly attain the status of saint, reaching the third layer of sainthood. Tong Tian emerged from the Bio Palace and likewise proclaimed, "Heavenly path, I, Tong Tian, establish the Jia teaching, offering a glimmer of hope to all beings, using the four swords of extermination to suppress the fortunes of the Jia teaching. Let the heavenly path bear witness. The heavenly path continued to respond, showering him with merit, which also triggered his heavenly merit, allowing him to attain the third layer of sainthood. In the western Shumi mountain, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti were filled with excitement as they proclaimed, "Finally, it is our turn. Heavenly path. We, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti, establish the Western teaching, aiming for the prosperity of the West, using the 12-petal golden lotus of merit to suppress the fortunes of the Western teaching. Let the heavenly path bear witness." The heavenly path responded with a shower of merit. However, this cloud of merit was significantly smaller than that of the three pure ones, and the merits entered both Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti, gradually enhancing their cultivation. Soon they realized that the merit was only sufficient for one to attain sanctity. "Senior brother, since two are insufficient, I shall bestow all the merit upon you. You should attain sanctity," Zhuan-Ti suggested to Jia-in. "No, if only one can become a saint, then it should be you." "My junior brother," Jia-in insisted, "what then shall we do? One of us must attain sanctity. Without it, how can we elevate the West?" Zhuan-Ti lamented. Jia-in responded, "Junior brother, perhaps we should make a grand vow to borrow merit from the heavenly path." Zhuan-Ti frowned and replied, "Senior brother, it seems we have no choice. Let us make a grand vow. The first vow: if I attain supreme enlightenment and become fully awakened, my dwelling, the Buddha's realm, shall be imbued with immeasurable and unfathomable merit. The second vow: when I become a Buddha, all beings in the worlds of the 10 directions, born in my realm, shall possess bodies of true gold. The third vow: when I become a Buddha, all beings born in my realm shall know the fate of their countless lifetimes and the good and evil they have committed. The fourth and fifth vows, along with the 47th vow: when I become a Buddha, may all beings across the 10 directions hear my name, rejoice with faith, pay homage, and dedicate themselves with pure hearts to the practice of the Bodhisattva path. May all heavenly beings and mortals show their utmost respect. The 48th vow: when I become a Buddha, may all beings across the 10 directions hear my name, generate the Bodhisattva mind, cultivate various virtues, practice the 6 Paramathas, remain steadfast and unyielding, and dedicate their good roots with the aspiration to be reborn in my pure land." After completing all 48 grand vows, a magnificent cloud of merit manifested in the sky, allowing the receiving and guiding of Zhuan-Ti to attain sainthood. However, the merits gained by the receiving and guiding were greater than those of Zhuan-Ti. The receiving and guiding belonged to the 3rd level of saints, while Zhuan-Ti was only at the 2nd level. "Brother, we have finally attained sainthood," Zhuan-Ti exclaimed. "Indeed, brother, our journey has not been easy, and we had to borrow merits, but the outcome is favorable." The receiving and guiding responded joyfully. Taiching Laozu witnessed that Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian had both established their teachings and attained sainthood, and immediately conveyed to them, "Second brother, third brother, follow me to Shoyang Mountain to seek vengeance against Nuwa." Yuanshi, Tianzuan promptly replied, "Eldest brother, I shall accompany you at once," and soared toward Shoyang Mountain. Tongtian followed, closely behind. As the 3 pure ones convened at Shoyang Mountain, the divine consciousness of the mighty beings from the primordial age immediately focused on Shoyang Mountain. Curious about the intentions of the 3 pure ones, Taiching Laozu spoke, "Sister Nuwa, come forth. What brings you to Shoyang Mountain?" "Taiching, brother," Nuwa inquired, "before I attained sainthood, you wounded me with your saintly power, causing me to lose face. Now that I have become a saint, let us see what you dare to do, and whether you will still lay hands upon me, that if you wish to make a move." "Then try," Nuwa replied nonchalantly. "Then let us see whose strength prevails," Taiching Laozu declared. Brandishing his panlong, came toward Nuwa. Nuwa countered by throwing her red embroidered ball directly at Taiching Laozu as panlong came. With a single strike, the panlong cane was sent back into Taiching Laozu's hands. Taiching Laozu was taken aback, saying to the 7th level, "You are indeed at the 7th level. Second brother, third brother, let us act together," he commanded, drawing forth the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. Yuanshi, Tianzuan also produced the Panga banner, while Tongtian stood still, refraining from action. "Third brother, why do you not take action?" Yuanshi, Tianzuan urged. Without uttering a word, Nuwa brandished the 7 heavenly sharp divine blades, and charged forward. As a saint, Inwa's cultivation surpassed that of Taiching Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan. She pressed the three pure ones in combat with overwhelming force. Third brother, deploy the extermination sword formation, Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted. Second brother, it is dishonorable to strike against a female cultivator, especially when Inwa is our sister. Must we really resort to the extermination formation? Tong Tian maintained his principles. Given the circumstances, what honor remains? To be defeated by Inwa would be far more disgraceful. We must quickly set the formation, Taiching Laozu insisted, urgency in his tone. Reluctantly, Tong Tian complied, preparing to summon the extermination four swords and the formation diagram. Inwa, however, would not allow Tong Tian to establish the extermination sword formation, for it required four beings of equal rank to break the formation. She directly summoned the map of mountains, rivers, and the nation, ensnaring Tong Tian within it. Following this, Inwa launched a relentless assault against Taiching Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan, rendering them utterly defenseless. The seven heavenly sharp divine blades whipped through the air, causing the sacred blood of Taiching Laozu and Yuanshi Tianzuan to spray. The two exchanged glances, recognizing Inwa's formidable power, and decided to retreat. Still hoping to escape, Inwa proclaimed, "Today, you two shall remain here." With that, her seventh-level saintly cultivation erupted, directly suppressing the Tude. The seven heavenly sharp divine blades then aimed at Taiching Laozu. Faced with the impending strike, Taiching Laozu found himself devoid of any power to resist. Closing his eyes in resignation, I could see that moment, a purple aura descended from the sky, interposing itself between the seven heavenly sharp divine blades and Taiching Laozu. With a resounding crash, the seven heavenly sharp divine blades were sent hurtling back into Inwa's grasp. Frowning, Inwa questioned, "Master, what is the meaning of this? Taiching Laozu seeks to trouble me. Why do you assist him? Saints must uphold the order of the primordial age and refrain from recklessly engaging in conflict." Hongjun Daozu's voice resonated. Inwa, release Tong Tian. "Master, am I to endure humiliation at the hands of Taiching Laozu and his ilk?" Inwa retorted angrily. With that, she aimed the seven heavenly sharp divine blades once more at Taiching Laozu. Humph! Came a cold snort from Hongjun Daozu, causing the seven heavenly sharp divine blades to return to Inwa's hands. Her aura instantly suppressed. "Inwa, do you wish to defy my command?" Hongjun Daozu inquired at Inwa. Feeling helpless, replied, "Disciple does not dare." She then released Tong Tian from the map of mountains, rivers, and the nation. Subsequently, Taiching Laozu and his companions departed Shoyang Mountain, harboring even deeper resentment towards Inwa. Inwa, too, was filled with indignation, realizing that it was the three pure ones who sought her out, yet Hongjun Daozu chose to side with them. She vowed silently to break away from Hongjun and grow even stronger. Powerful enough that even Hongjun Daozu could not suppress her. She turned and returned to the Shoyang Palace to cultivate. Meanwhile, Su Mu observed the battle between Inwa and the three pure ones. Feeling both joy and concern, he rejoiced at Inwa's ability to confront three saints alone, yet worried that she had irreparably offended the three pure ones and drawn the attention of Hongjun Daozu. Hongjun Daozu would not allow Inwa to continue growing in power. Ding detected that the ancestral witch Hutu is heading to the blood sea of the netherworld, initiating a quest. Assist Hutu in breaking free from the control of the heavenly Tao, allowing her to stand on equal footing with the heavenly Tao and draw her into the human realm. Reward: 3 ginseng fruits, 3 huangzhong plums. Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Mu made his way toward the blood sea of the netherworld. At that moment, the ancestral witch Hutu walked alone across the blood-red expanse. She gazed quietly at the scene before her, a profound sadness swelling within her heart. Countless vengeful spirits surged into the blood sea of the netherworld. Their forms twisted and distorted, emitting anguished wails that echoed throughout the space. These spirits, burdened with endless resentment and suffering, seemed poised to tear the very fabric of the world apart. Hutu's eyes brimmed with compassion and sorrow as she silently observed these tormented souls. Su Mu arrived at the blood sea of the netherworld and saw Hutu. "I pay my respects to Lady Hutu." Who are you? Hutu inquired at him. My name is Su Mu, the eldest disciple of the human teaching under Saint Nuwa. What brings you to the blood sea of the netherworld? Are you also saddened by the plight of these vengeful souls? These spirits perished due to the war between the witch tribe and the demon tribe. And upon death, they have nowhere to go, drawn to this blood sea of the netherworld. If there were a place for them to reincarnate, their resentment could be alleviated, Su Mu explained. Reincarnation, reincarnation. Huta murmured that I wish to transform into the cycle of reincarnation, allowing the beings of the primordial age to be reborn after death. Hutu addressed Su Mu. Your compassion is truly boundless. If there were a supreme treasure to substitute for your transformation, it would be even more fitting. If only there were a supreme treasure to take my place. But what kind of treasure could serve for reincarnation? Hutu pondered. It seems there is indeed one. The Pangahal. Hutu immediately conveyed to Emperor Jiang, elder brother. I wish to use the Pangahal. May I? Emperor Jiang replied via sound transmission. If little sister wishes to use the Pangahal, I must discuss it with our brothers and sisters. At Mount Buzhou, in the Pangahal, all 11 ancestral witches were present. Zhu Rong asked, Elder brother, why have you called us here? I still need to train my subordinates. Emperor Jiang spoke, brothers and sisters. Little sister wishes to use the Pangahal. I am here to discuss it with you. Zhu Rong said, Elder brother, since it is little sister's request, let her have it. Gong Gong immediately replied, Indeed, if little sister needs it. There must be a reason. Elder brother, grant her request. Then let us send it to little sister. Emperor Jiang concluded, waving his hand, causing the Pangahal to shrink and rest in his palm, utilizing the laws of space. He opened a passage connecting to the blood sea of the netherworld. Entering the passage first, the other 10 ancestral witches followed suit. Upon emerging from the passage, Emperor Jiang presented the Pangahal to Hutu. Little sister, it is yours now. Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters, Hutu expressed to the 11 ancestral witches. Cradling the Pangahal, Hutu declared, with the great Tao above, initially intending to invoke the heavenly Tao. Her words transformed as she spoke that I, Hutu, descendant of Pangu, feeling the suffering of all beings, wish to use the Pangahal to create the 6 paths of reincarnation, ensuring that the souls of the world find their rightful place in death and their source in life. In the realm of countless souls and spirits, a sanctuary exists for repose. All living beings are ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation, seeking to escape the torments of their past lives and to continue their journey into the next. The Great Way bears witness to this. Upon the conclusion of her words, the realm of Hutu transformed into a colossal wheel of reincarnation. Above, 3 portals emerged, the path of heaven, the path of humanity, and the path of Azuras. Below, 3 additional portals manifested, the path of hungry ghosts, the path of beasts, and the path of hell. Thus, the 6 paths of reincarnation were established, and the merits of the Great Way descended. Merging within the essence of Hutu, Hutu absorbed these merits. Her cultivation advanced steadily, transcending the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood to attain the 1st and 2nd levels of sainthood, ultimately reaching the 9th heaven of saints. Before she paused at in the chaotic purple sky palace, Hongjun Daozu's eyes widened in fury. How could this transpire? Hutu was supposed to establish the heavenly oath, merging with the cycle of reincarnation to vanish between heaven and earth. This would suppress the earthly path and diminish the power of the witch clan at a twist of fate. Yet another twist. The Great Way had granted permission, and even if I wished to intervene, I would be powerless to do so. No. I must find a remedy. Hutu's true form must not emerge from the netherworld. In the blood sea of the netherworld, Hutu became a saint of the Great Way. And the cycle of reincarnation succeeded, with the underworld also evolving. The 6 paths of reincarnation began to take shape within a segment of the blood sea, commencing with the Ghost Gate, followed by the 800 miles of Yellow Springs. Then the River of Oblivion, where stood the bridge of no return, leading to the platform of longing. On this platform, one could glimpse the myriad experiences of their past life, with the passage of time and the collective efforts of many. Significant regions, such as the Court of Judgment and the Hall of Yinluo, gradually took form and were refined. The Court of Judgment is a solemn and enigmatic place, its architectural style unique, imbued with a sense of majesty and power. Here, the judges preside over various transgressions to ensure that fairness and justice prevail. The Hall of Yenluo stands as a formidable entity, symbolizing the cycle of life and death, as well as the principle of karma. Those who enter must confront the sins committed in their past lives and accept corresponding rewards or punishments. The emergence of these regions not only adds an air of mystery to the netherworld, but also deepens the understanding of the notion of retribution for good and evil among the populace. They serve as a warning, reminding individuals to remain virtuous and upright, lest they fall into endless suffering. The netherworld continued to evolve. Its spectral officials were established in a hauntingly eerie locale, suffused with dense energy and resentment. A grand palace, known as the Palace of the Great Emperor Fengdu, serves as the core of the netherworld. The palace is arranged with solemnity, its walls adorned with various mysterious runes and patterns, imparting a profound sense of oppression. Deep within the netherworld lies a vast wheel of reincarnation, ceaselessly revolving, as if narrating the mysteries of life and death. At the center of the wheel, a flickering mysterious light seems to connect to another realm. The officials of the netherworld each fulfill their roles, maintaining order. The ox-headed and horse-faced beings escort souls to the Court of Judgment, while the black and white impermanents are tasked with collecting souls. The judges sit within the court, determining the fates of souls based on their actions in life. In addition to these fundamental facilities, the netherworld has established special areas. For example, hell serves as a place of punishment for malevolent spirits, filled with various tortures. Over time, the scale of the netherworld gradually approached perfection. At this moment, Hongjun Daozu suddenly appeared above the netherworld. The ancestral which Hutu's establishment of reincarnation and the construction of a netherworld have been indispensable. By decree of the heavenly way, Hutu is to be sealed as the Empress of Serenity, governing the netherworld, and her true form must not leave the netherworld to suppress its fate. Upon finishing his words, Hongjun immediately invoked the powers and authority of the heavenly way to seal the netherworld. Although Hutu had attained the 9th level of sainthood, comparable to the Tao ancestor, Hongjun was a being of the harmonious Tao, and the newly born earthly path was insufficient to oppose the heavenly way. Despite her anger, she had no choice but to comply. Observing Hutu, Hongjun realized that even though he had sealed her in the netherworld, once all the inhabitants returned to their positions, the power of the heavenly way would likely diminish gradually until it vanished completely, thus losing control. Hongjun Daozu then transmitted a message to the 6 saints of the primordial chaos, urging them to seize the authority of the netherworld and partition its fate before his figure slowly faded from view. After Hongjun's disappearance, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the duo of Jin and Junti subsequently manifested. They first congratulated Hutu. The Taiji Laozi remarked, "Congratulations, Dao friend Pingxin, on attaining sainthood. Your compassion ensures that the beings of the primordial chaos, upon death, may reincarnate rather than remain as wandering spirits." The Yuanshi Tianzun added, "Dao friend Pingxin, this is indeed a noble act." Upon hearing this, Tongtian Jiazhu could not help but echo, "Indeed, Dao friend cares for the primordial chaos and should serve as a model for our kind, deserving of admiration from all beings." His face bore an expression of profound respect. Jane also attested, "Dao friend Pingxin is truly a paragon of great compassion." Junti hurriedly agreed, "Yes, indeed, Dao friend is selfless." Nuwa smiled at Hutu, saying, "Congratulations, Sister Hutu, on attaining sainthood. Your kind heart makes you truly deserving of being the supreme being of the earthly path." "Thank you, dear friends." Although Hutu was furious at being sealed by Hongjun in the netherworld, she refrained from expressing hostility toward those who offered congratulations. She addressed the 3 pure ones and the duo of Jin and Juni, and then turned to Nuwa, saying, "Thank you, Sister Nuwa." Hutu wished to say more to Nuwa when she heard Juni say, "Dao friend Pingxin, as the netherworld is newly established, it surely requires assistance. Our Western sect is dedicated to aiding others and is willing to help you manage the netherworld, that we request 2 positions as the 5 ghost emperors." Upon hearing Juni's words, Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed his brow and replied, Zhuanti, the positions of the 5 ghost emperors are of great significance. How can you request 2 so readily? His tone conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction and skepticism. His gaze piercingly fixed upon Juni. Juni smiled slightly, explaining, Yuanshi Tianzuan, although our Western sect is situated in a remote region, we have always strived for the benefit of all living beings. Our request for 2 ghost emperor positions is to better manage the netherworld and maintain the order of reincarnation. After a moment of silence, Yuanshi Tianzuan replied, The affairs of the netherworld concern the reincarnation of sentient beings and must not be taken lightly. The positions of the 5 ghost emperors require careful consideration. They cannot be granted so easily. Zhuanti, feeling somewhat displeased by Yuanshi Tianzuan's response, nonetheless endeavored to remain calm, stating, Yuanshi Tianzuan, our Western sect has always engaged in communication and cooperation with the Eastern Taoism. This request arises from our commitment to our mutual relationship, that we hope you can appreciate our sincerity and extend your support. After pondering for a while, Yuanshi Tianzuan remarked, This matter requires further discussion. Taiji Laozi added, Zhuanti, do not be too greedy. At most, you may have won up very well. One it shall be. We shall request additional positions as Yen Luo. Jane hastily concurred. Hutu frowned, feeling indignant at being restricted by Hong Jun. While these heavenly saints sought positions within the netherworld, as if it were theirs to claim, Hutu interjected, Dear friends, the netherworld does not lack personnel, that if you desire positions, I can grant 5 Yen Luo positions. Yuanshi Tianzuan expressed his discontent. Dao friend, you are being rather arbitrary. While you have established the netherworld, it belongs to the primordial chaos, not solely to you, Pingxin. The master has entrusted you with its management. As soon as Yuanshi Tianzuan finished speaking, he felt a powerful force suppressing him, rendering him utterly incapable of resisting. He exclaimed in shock, Pingxin, how dare you? Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Yuanshi Tianzuan found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice arose. Dao friend Hutu, my second brother was merely impulsive and spoke without thought. Please forgive him and release him. The speaker was none other than Taiji Laozi. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan suppressed by Hutu, he felt an urgent need to intervene, but did not dare to act rashly. Aware of Hutu's tremendous strength, he realized that any hasty action could provoke a far greater conflict. Thus, he could only attempt to placate her with words. Hoping to persuade Hutu to release Yuanshi Tianzuan at this juncture, Taiji Laozi had shed any previous arrogance, even altering his address to her, no longer calling her Dao friend Pingxin, but rather Dao friend Hutu. He recognized that he was no match for her and had to lower himself to admit his fault. Hutu, upon hearing Taiji Laozi's words, did not respond immediately. She regarded him coldly, her eyes glinting with frost. It seemed she had no intention of readily forgiving Yuanshi Tianzuan, for his earlier conduct was simply inexcusable. Seeing Hutu's silence, Taiji Laozi grew even more anxious. He hastily clarified, Dao friend Hutu, my second brother spoke those offensive words only out of momentary impulse. He meant no harm. I implore you to show magnanimity and not hold his words against him. As Taiji Laozi spoke, he keenly observed the reaction of Hutu. He noted that Hutu's expression remained indifferent, seemingly untouched by his words. Internally, he lamented his predicament, uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment, Hutu declared, You two may depart. The positions in the underworld are no longer available to you, with no other choice. Taiji Laozi resignedly took his leave alongside Yuanshi Tianzuan. Upon noticing that Tongtian Jiaozhu had not departed, Yuanshi Tianzuan inquired, Third brother, why do you not leave? Yuanshi Tianzuan was quite concerned about his reputation. Having been ruthlessly suppressed by Hutu, he knew the powerful beings of the wilderness had likely witnessed this humiliation. He had not only failed to secure a position in the underworld, but also lost face. And he felt considerable dissatisfaction at his younger brother's continued presence. Nevertheless, Tongtian replied, Elder brother, you and the eldest may return. I still wish to seek a position for my disciples. Third brother, Yuanshi Tianzuan fumed. You are enraged, and Taiji Laozi is displeased with Tongtian as well. Yet ultimately, he refrained from voicing his grievances and departed with Yuanshi Tianzuan. After Taiching Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzun left, Zhuni Daoist hastily implored. Hutu, my friend, the West is suffering. I beg you to grant us an opportunity. I can allow one person from the West to enter the underworld. Hutu replied, but they cannot occupy an existing position. It must be a new addition. This, Jane was about to interject, but was interrupted by Zhuni. Very well, I shall heed your words. Zhuni transmitted a message to Jane. Brother, refrain from speaking too much. Yuanshi Tianzun has been driven away. Having even one is a blessing. Zhunti then addressed those behind him. Dizong, you shall remain in the underworld to assist Hutu. After speaking, he led Jane away. Tong Tian Jiaozhu approached Hutu and inquired, my friend, may I request the position of the Northern Ghost Emperor? The position of Northern Ghost Emperor can be granted to you, Hutu replied. Thank you, my friend, Tong Tian said, turning to those behind him. Gongming, this Northern Ghost Emperor position is yours. Zhao Gongming was overjoyed, exclaiming, at last, fortune has smiled upon me. He hurriedly bowed, saying, thank you, master. I shall fulfill my duties diligently. Then I shall take my leave, Hutu concluded. Agreed. After Tong Tian departed, only Nuwa remained. Hutu remarked, the position of Eastern Ghost Emperor shall be bestowed upon my sister. Nuwa smiled, replying, thank you, dear sister. She then addressed Samuk. Samuk, the position of Eastern Ghost Emperor is yours. Samuk clasped his hands together, expressing, thank you, master. Sister Hutu, you handle the affairs of the underworld. I shall take my leave, she said, leading Samuk back to Shoyang Mountain. Once the various sages had departed, Hutu allocated the positions of the 10 Yama kings and Ming Pu to her elder siblings. The Southern Ghost Emperor was given to Xing Tian, the Western Ghost Emperor to Xiang Lu, and the Central Ghost Emperor to Jiu Feng, T. Shoyang Mountain. Samuk hurried back to his cave dwelling, for the system rewards had just arrived. He placed 3 Huang Zhong Li and 3 ginseng fruits upon the stone table. He first consumed a Huang Zhong Li, silently circulating the 9 turns divine art, his cultivation steadily rising. Mid-stage Xianxian, late-stage Xianxian, peak Xianxian. He then ate another Huang Zhong Li, yet it was still insufficient. After consuming the final Huang Zhong Li, he successfully broke through to the golden immortal realm. 300 years later, after consuming the 3 ginseng fruits, his cultivation finally surpassed the Tai golden immortal realm. His 9 turns divine art had also reached the 6th turn. It was time to emerge from seclusion. Upon exiting his cave, he arrived at the gates of Shoyang Palace. Just as the doors opened to reveal a stunningly beautiful woman, Dada, it is Sister Jinfeng. Where are you headed? Samuk inquired. Jinfeng, originally of the Phoenix clan, sought to eliminate the clan's karma by searching for a method. When Nuwa achieved sainthood, she had wished to accompany her as a steed. However, Nuwa declined, instead taking her as a handmaiden. Samuk, the goddess knows you have arrived. She sent me to welcome you, Jinfeng said with a smile. Initially, Samuk was the eldest disciple of Nuwa, and Jinfeng wished to address him as eldest brother. However, as Nuwa had taken Jinfeng first, and Jinfeng was older than Samuk, he continued to call her sister Jinfeng, a title she graciously accepted. Upon entering Shoyang Palace, Samuk greeted Nuwa. I pay my respects to my master. Indeed, I wish to guide your cultivation, Nuwa said, observing him with approval. You have actually reached the Tai golden immortal realm. Yes, master, through my diligent practice, I have attained this level, he replied cheerfully. Your innate talent is indeed remarkable. I have not misjudged you, Nuwa expressed with delight, affirming her choice. Master, what has transpired with the witch and monster clans? Samuk inquired, having not followed their affairs during his 300 years of cultivation. Although Hutu had attained sainthood, the underworld remained thoroughly sealed by the heavenly Tao. Nuwa sighed. The only means to leave the underworld is at the great Luo golden immortal level. In desperation, I had to offer a drop of ancestral witch blood to Chiyu, allowing him to break through to the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, barely forming the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. The 2 clans remained evenly matched in strength. In that case, the monster clan must forge the slaughtering witch sword. Must our human race endure the calamity of extermination? Samuk questioned. Will our kind face slaughter at the hands of the monsters? I will surely protect the human race, Nuwa silently vowed. Master, I shall return to my cave now, Samuk stated. Upon returning, he found it difficult to concentrate on his cultivation and thus ventured outside, heading toward the wilderness. Along the way, he encountered the corpses of the witch and monster clans, in some areas piled high, the air thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. The ground was pockmarked, littered with remnants of battle. Once fertile lands were now stained a dark crimson that in the distance. A fierce battle raged between the witch and monster clans. Both sides, consumed by rage, disregarded their own safety, intent only on annihilating each other. Some witch warriors swung massive battle axes at their foes' heads, while others from the monster clan unleashed dazzling spells. The battlefield blazed with flames and billowed smoke. Resembling an apocalyptic scene that in this brutal conflict, life had become exceedingly fragile. Every moment saw countless warriors from both clans fall, yet their comrades pressed forward without hesitation, fighting for the glory and survival of their kin. This sight evoked a sense of sorrow. The hatred between the witch and monster clans ran so deep that they were willing to pay such a heavy price to determine a victor. They were consumed by hatred, their eyes filled only with the desire for slaughter. Compassion flickered in Samuk's eyes, yet he felt powerless. With his current golden immortal status, he could do nothing as he walked. He suddenly heard a cry for help. "Save me! Is anyone there to rescue me?" The voice belonged to a young woman, sweet and melodious, akin to a celestial melody that entranced the listener. "You cannot escape. Surrender now." A massive figure emerged behind the woman, an enormous tiger of golden immortal caliber, radiating immense power, causing the ground to tremble with each step. The tiger bared its blood-stained maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Although the woman was also at the golden immortal level, her strength was no match for the tiger demon. Initially, she had thought to fight it, but soon realized her error, being defeated within 3 exchanges and forced to flee, thus crossing paths with Samuk. Upon seeing Samuk, the woman believed she had finally encountered a savior, her face lighting up with joy and hope, rushing towards him without hesitation. Her gaze was filled with anticipation, as if placing all her trust in him. The tiger demon, however, was alarmed by her approach towards Samuk, realizing that if she reached him, his plans would be thwarted. Therefore, he decided to take a risk, gathering all his strength for a powerful strike to impede her advance. That a dark, malevolent aura erupted from the tiger's mouth, coalescing in the air into a massive tiger head that lunged toward the woman. The attack was formidable, as if it could tear apart the very fabric of space itself. Yet, as it neared Samuk, the tiger demon despaired upon seeing that Samuk was merely at the golden immortal level. Closing his eyes in resignation, after a moment of waiting, when no attack came, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to be met with disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? He effortlessly countered my full force strike. This cannot be a dream." The tiger demon, taken aback by Samuk's ability to withstand its attack, quickly regained its composure and smugly remarked, "Human brat, you managed to take a hit from your tiger lord. You have some merit. However, are you not aware that within the same realm, the demon race is far more formidable than other races?" "Oh, is that so?" Sumu teased. "Are you so confident that you can defeat me?" Hee. The young man, daring to look down upon me, raised his palm. The tiger demon struck towards Sumu with a powerful blow. Yet, Sumu met it with a single punch, astonishingly slaying the tiger demon. "Humph, with such meager cultivation, you dare to challenge me?" Sumu scoffed. He practiced the 9 revolutions divine art, and if he couldn't even defeat this tiger demon, it would be a disgrace to the teachings of the great Pengu. Casually, Sumu drew forth a sword forged from innate spiritual treasure, dismembering the tiger demon with ease. He then set up a roasting rack and began to grill the meat, which soon filled the air with an enticing aroma, causing the nearby woman to drool. Sumu, generous in spirit, tore off a large piece of meat and offered it to her. She, unreserved, took the meat and devoured it hungrily, consuming nearly half a portion. After finishing, she wiped her mouth and said, "I am called Zhou Tianzunv. What is your name?" "Zhu Tianzunv. Is she not a disciple of the Queen Mother of the West? Could it be that we are near the western Kunlun Mountains?" Sumu pondered. Along the journey, having only witnessed the battle between shaman and demon, He found himself in close proximity to the western Kunlun Mountains. He replied, "I am Su Mu, the foremost disciple of the goddess Nuwa of the human sect." "Ah, so you are a disciple of a sage. No wonder your strength is so formidable." Zhu Qianzhen expressed with envy. "To attain great power, one must exert oneself. If you do not diligently cultivate, will your cultivation grow on its own?" Su Mu remarked with a hint of resignation. What he said was indeed correct. If one neglects their training and wanders during a calamity, they may very well meet their demise at that moment. A woman clad in a plain Taoist robe appeared in the void. Upon seeing her, Zhu Qianzhen quickly acted coy. "Master, what brings you here?" Su Mu bowed in respect. "I pay my respects to the Queen Mother of the West." "You actually know my name?" The Queen Mother replied, astonished. "Oh no. After the death of the Eastern Prince, the Queen Mother has lived in seclusion, making it unlikely for the human race to know of her existence." How should I respond? Su Mu thought, then quickly devised a clever retort. "It was my master who told me. She mentioned that the Queen Mother of the West is one of the few heroines of the primordial chaos, who, to protect her female disciples, resolutely declined the advances of the demon Emperor Dejuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai, choosing to hide in the Western Kunlun, and why a esteemed master would hold me in such regard." "I am truly flattered," said the Queen Mother, producing a leaf from an innate water peach tree. "If you encounter any trouble, hold this peach leaf, and I shall assist you." "Thank you, Queen Mother," Su Mu said gratefully as he accepted the leaf. Bowing respectfully, "Zunf, come with me back to the Western Kunlun," the Queen Mother announced before departing with Zhu Qianzhen. This journey yielded great rewards. Not only did he befriend Zhu Qianzhen, but he also became acquainted with the Queen Mother of the West, making it a fruitful return. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Su Mu resumed his cultivation, fully aware that in this ruthless and perilous primordial world, only by becoming stronger could he protect himself and those around him, especially the innocent and kind-hearted humans. With each breath, he felt the spiritual energy flowing within him. As if resonating in harmony with the heavens and the earth, he closed his eyes, immersing himself in the depths of his training. Sensing the spiritual energy from the surroundings continuously pouring into his body, as time passed, Su Mu's aura grew more stable, and the spiritual light surrounding him became increasingly vibrant. His mind gradually settled, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. Throughout this extensive journey of self-improvement, Su Mu consistently maintained unwavering faith and determination. He understood that to establish a foothold in the primordial world, he must continually enhance his strength. With each passing day of diligent practice, Su Mu's realm steadily ascended, and his power grew ever more formidable. Yet he remained unsatisfied, striving diligently to explore higher realms, for he knew that countless unknown challenges awaited him across the vast expanse of the primordial continent. In the days to come, Su Mu would persist in forging ahead, relentlessly pursuing greater heights. Using his strength to safeguard all that he cherished, he believed that as long as he remained steadfast, he would inevitably become a formidable force in this primordial land, enabling the human race to live in peace and prosperity. Through his cultivation, Su Mu stabilized his Tai golden immortal realm, reaching the mid-stage. Although his cultivation had only advanced slightly, his combat prowess had reached the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal, possessing even the strength to contend with early-stage Deluo golden immortals. Just as he continued to solidify his realm, he received a message from Nuwa. "Su Mu, Teacher Hongjun has summoned the 6 saints of the primordial world to the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. You should focus on your cultivation." Su Mu noticed Nuwa departing from Shoyang Mountain, his brow furrowing. At this time, the teacher is leaving Shoyang Mountain. Could it be that the demon race intends to forge the slaughter witch sword? Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed, ding, detection of impending calamity for the human race. Please seek refuge for the human race, preserving the flame of humanity. Task reward: seeds of the 5 grains, rice, millet, broomcorn, wheat, and beans. Fortunately, having previously saved Zhu Qianzhen, he had secured a karmic debt from the Queen Mother of the West, which could offer protection to a portion of the human race, while another segment would likely be safeguarded by the Grand Master of Genuine. That Su Mu promptly sought out the 3 ancestral figures of the human race. Upon seeing Su Mu's arrival, Swearin inquired, Su Mu, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Elder brother Swearin, we must swiftly lead our people away from Shoyang Mountain, Su Mu asserted gravely. Why such sudden urgency to evacuate, when the human race has resided here for so long? Furthermore, this is the sacred ground of the Holy Mother. Our people may be reluctant to leave, Yu Chao expressed with surprise, questioning why they should abandon their home. Zi looked at the two brothers and said, Brothers, we should trust Su Mu. He is always composed and measures his actions carefully. Very well, we shall immediately prepare for the relocation of our people. But where shall we go? Swearin asked Su Mu. Elder brother Swearin, you and brother Yu Chao shall take this innate water peach leaf and head to the western Kunlun to seek the Queen Mother of the West as protection for our people. Su Mu then turned to Zi and said, Sister Zi, you and I shall lead a portion of our people to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple and request protection from the Grand Master of Jinyuan. The three ancestors promptly notified the countless human race of the relocation, and most of the humans greatly trusted the three ancestors and Su Mu, promptly taking action. However, a portion of the human race remained unwilling to leave their homeland. Believing that Shoyang Mountain, being the sacred ground of the Holy Mother, was invulnerable to harm, as the relocation commenced, the human race gradually made their way towards the western Kunlun Mountains and Wanshou Mountain. Those still in Shoyang Mountain watched as their kin moved and began to voice their thoughts. Is there anywhere safer than the Holy Mother's sacred ground? The Holy Mother once repelled the three purities. In the chaos purple cloud palace, Hongjun Daozu sat upon a cloud bed, observing the 6 saints below. Today, I shall impart teachings to you once more. You must calm your minds and cast aside distractions. Although the 6 saints were perplexed, they began to listen earnestly. Unbeknownst to the saints, as Hongjun Daozu began his lecture, he also sealed the purple cloud palace with the power of the heavenly Tao, rendering them oblivious to the happenings in the primordial realm that in the 33 heavens. The demon court was abuzz with discussions regarding the forging of the slaughter witch sword. Outside the hall, a minor demon reported. The human race has departed Shoyang Mountain, heading towards the western Kunlun and Wanshou Mountain. Brother, we must act swiftly. Both Jinyuan and the Queen Mother are peak quasi-saints that if they truly reach their destinations, we may lose the chance to forge the slaughter witch sword, Dijuan warned his brother Tai. Very well, I shall assemble the forces to hunt the humans. This time, let us not inform Fushi. He may intervene if he learns we are hunting the race created by his sister. Tai suggested. Agreed. Gather the 10 great demon saints, and we shall lead the 12 of us, Dijuan replied, wary of any potential interference from Fushi. Dijuan and Tai, along with the 10 great demon saints and the demon army, set forth in pursuit of the human race. Sumu, we are nearing the territory of Wanshou Mountain. Do we need to take a moment to rest? Z inquired. Though we have cultivation, most of our kin are ordinary folks who have yet to attain the immortal path. No, we can only rest once we reach Wanshou Mountain and meet the Grand Master of Jinyuan. Sumu solemnly addressed the Ze clan. Witnessing Su Mu's grave demeanor, Ze felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, for he seldom exhibited such seriousness. Before she could articulate her concerns, the sky behind them suddenly darkened. Sister, quickly lead our kin into Mount Wanshou, Su Mu declared, transforming into a stream of light as he soared toward the demon clan in the heavens. As he gazed after Su Mu's retreating figure, a sense of worry enveloped her. Nevertheless, she urged her clansmen, everyone, hasten, enter Mount Wanshou at once. The multitude of human clansfolk, witnessing the ominous gathering of demons above, were gripped by fear and instinctively quickened their pace. Meanwhile, Su Mu had already engaged in battle with the demon forces. Although the demons were numerous, the absence of formidable warriors like Dijun allowed him to momentarily hold them at bay. In the West Kunlun, being closer than Mount Wanshou, they arrived swiftly to the foot of the mountain. Sui Run bowed toward the summit, proclaiming, the human clan Sui Ren seeks an audience with the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother, seated in her divine realm, opened her eyes and instructed, Xian Nu, go see what he desires. Yes, master, replied the 9 heavens Xian Nu, who descended to the foot of the mountain. What brings the esteemed ancestor of the human clan to West Kunlun? She inquired that it is my brother, Sumu, who sent us to seek the Queen Mother as protection for our kin, Suiren explained, producing a leaf from the primordial rainwater peach tree. Xian Nu, holding the leaf, looked towards the Queen Mother. Master, she said, let them enter the mountain. The Queen Mother's voice resonated. Sumu is a direct disciple of the Saint Nuwa. Moreover, he has rendered kindness to you. Xian Nu, as a teacher, one must repay such favors. Sui Run bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Queen Mother. He then organized the humans to enter West Kunlun. Just as they stepped inside, the demon army descended upon them. Dijun personally led the charge, addressing the Queen Mother. Queen Mother, you must safeguard the human clan. Without uttering a word, the Queen Mother summoned the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, utilizing the peach tree as the formation's core, and established the primordial Ren Water Great Formation. The pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, the Queen Mother's formation was formidable indeed. Yet, Dijun and 3 demon saints commenced their assault on the array. As time progressed, the Queen Mother found herself increasingly strained, and the female immortals of her divine realm joined the fray, barely managing to fend off the demon onslaught. The Wanshou Mountains Wuzhuang Temple. The Patriarch of Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, observed the stream of humans entering Mount Wanshou amidst the ominous presence of demons overhead. He waved his hand to assist the humans and summoned the Earth Book. Establishing a protective array as Sumu approached Mount Wanshou, he began to communicate telepathically with Zhen Yuanzi. Esteemed Zhen Yuanzi, I am Sumu of the human clan, and I humbly request your protection for our people. Should you extend your hand, I am willing to offer the exquisite primordial spirit treasure, the 12-grade pure world white lotus, in exchange that I hope this meets your satisfaction. Thus, Zhen Yuanzi took action. However, Dong Huang Tai arrived and struck Su Mu with the Eastern Sovereign Bell. Although Su Mu promptly summoned the exquisite primordial treasure, the Tower of Creation, he was still knocked from the sky. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand, drawing Su Mu into the Earth Book's formation. Both sides had their protectors, yet tragically, the human clan at Shouyang Mountain suffered merciless slaughter. As time passed, more and more humans fell to the demons' blades, their blood collected, and their souls forcibly imprisoned. Their bodies became mere sustenance for the demons, consumed without mercy. Each fallen human was filled with boundless pain and resentment, which gradually converged into a formidable force. The resentment permeated the air, resembling a thick, oppressive cloud enveloping the world. It accumulated until it obscured the sun, plunging the land into darkness. People looked up, witnessing the suffocating atmosphere of resentment, which weighed heavily upon their hearts. This resentment was not merely an emotional outpouring. It was a silent protest against the atrocities committed. Nuwa gazed up at the 33 heavens, her fury reaching its zenith, and she resolved to annihilate the demon race in their celestial court. Yet, she was suppressed by an overwhelming force, and the voice of Hong Jun Dozu resonated in her ears. A saint must not interfere recklessly in the affairs of the primordial chaos. Although Nuwa was incensed, any thought of venturing to the demon realm resulted in her power being quelled. Thus, she could only return to Shouyang Mountain with Sumu and the human race, observing the once beautiful and harmonious Shouyang Mountain now marred and desolate. A scene of devastation that stirred profound sorrow within her heart. Memories of the human beings harmed by the demon race flooded her mind, filling her with anger and self-reproach. Suiren, you should lead the Chao and Zi clans to settle the human race. Nuwa instructed before entering the Shouyang Palace with Sumu. She sat there, her countenance heavy with grief. The demon race's slaughtering sword had been forged, and the conflict between the witch and demon clans threatened mutual destruction. The Buzhou Mountain was on the verge of collapse. Repairing the heavens would bring great merit, and she hoped to acquire it all. The heavenly pillar Buzhou Mountain is about to break. I must hasten to find the materials to mend the heavens. Nuwa pondered. Rising, she addressed Sumu. You should return to your cultivation. I must be away for a time. Yes, master, Sumu replied, clasping his hands, and as he watched Nuwa depart, he headed to the underworld as the Eastern Ghost Emperor. Sumu traversed the underworld with ease, arriving directly at the entrance of the Pingxin Hall, where he proclaimed, Sumu pays his respects to Empress Hutu. Come in, Hutu beckoned as she regarded Sumu. Why have you come to the underworld instead of settling the human race? Empress Hutu, I have ensured the safety of my human brethren and sisters. I have come to the underworld to discuss an urgent matter. What matter requires your personal attention? Hutu inquired with interest. The demon race is hunting the human race to forge a secret treasure against the witch clan, and Bujo Mountain may fracture. I hope the Empress will prepare accordingly. Understood, Hutu replied, albeit perplexed. Sumu returned to his cave on Shoyang Mountain, cultivating while awaiting the war between the witch and demon clans. Time swiftly passed, and hundreds of years flew by. During this period, Sumu remained in seclusion, diligently honing his skills, while outside, the tensions between the witch and demon clans escalated, pushing them toward inevitable warfare. Occasionally, Sumu ventured out to gather information, but more often he focused on his cultivation, aware that the impending conflict would be cataclysmic, and only through sufficient strength could he hope to stand his ground. At last, one fateful day, the flames of war ignited between the witch and demon clans, sparked by the death of Kwa Fu at the hands of the 10 golden crows, and Ho Yi's slaying of 9 young golden crows. A brutal battle erupted, engulfing the entire primordial world. Upon hearing this news, Sumo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, recognizing that this war would not only affect the witch and demon clans, but could also have far-reaching consequences for other beings. When the war commenced, Nuwa returned to Shoyang Palace, having located the Chaos Divine Stone, and began to forge the 5-colored Divine Stone. Once completed, she sent a message to Sumu. Sumu, come to Shoyang Palace. Sumu opened his eyes, realizing his master had returned. He rose and left the underworld, soaring toward the summit of Shoyang Mountain. Entering the palace, he greeted Nuwa with a bow. Master, you have returned. Sumu, I wish to borrow 2 treasures from you. Nuwa stated that of course, Master, Sumu replied, producing the supreme innate treasure, the Tower of Creation, and the supreme innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Fan. Outside Shoyang Mountain, the war between the witch and demon clans had reached its climax. Zhu Gonggong, witnessing the witch clan's decimation, charged at Bujo Mountain in a fit of rage. The mountain broke apart with a resounding crack, and Hutu swiftly intervened, causing it to plunge into the underworld. The fracture in Bujo Mountain resulted in a massive rift appearing in the sky, splitting the world in two. That within this chasm flowed an endless torrent of the celestial river's waters and chaotic energies, cascading downward in torrents. The fracture tilted the heavens and earth, with the sky inclining towards the northwest and the earth sinking to the southeast, creating a trend toward closure. The celestial river poured into the mortal realm, unleashing chaos upon the natural order, as the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water ran rampant, turning everything to naught, fading into a state of chaos. Mountains collapsed, the ground fissured, and the earth was swiftly engulfed by the sea. Countless stars fell, crashing onto the primordial continent, with the main star, the sun star, radiating intense light and heat, scorching all, evaporating vast amounts of seawater and causing the land to crack. Conversely, the moon star exuded extreme cold, freezing all in its path, only to be evaporated by the heat from the sun, creating a vicious cycle. The primordial continent suffered unimaginable casualties, echoing with cries of despair. Nuwa and Sumu immediately appeared before the rift. She summoned the map of mountains and rivers to seal the heavenly fissure, using the Qian Kuan Fan to stabilize the earth, fire, and water, the 7 celestial blades to support the heavens and earth, the red embroidered ball to anchor the mountains, rivers, and seas, and the Tower of Creation to stabilize the myriad stars. Subsequently, she dragged the Qian Kuan cauldron to the rift, removing the map of mountains and rivers and blocking the heavenly fissure with 36,501 5-color divine stones, leaving behind one solitary stone, which she casually tossed onto a nearby celestial mountain. The earth, fire, wind, water, mountains, rivers, and endless stars had all returned to their rightful places, yet there was still no support for the heavens. Thus, she transmitted a thought to Sumo. What exists in the primordial realm that can serve as a support for the heavens? Sumo, bewildered by Nuwa's actions, wondered if she had taken full responsibility for mending the heavens. Upon receiving her message, Sumu promptly replied, Master, I have heard that there is a divine turtle in the northern sea. whose limbs could serve as support for the heavens, I kindly ask that you do not make it difficult for the Xian turtle and allow it to reincarnate." After hearing this, Nuwa wasted no time and hastened to the Northern Sea. The Northern Sea, one of the four seas, was vast beyond compare from a high vantage point. It appeared as an endless expanse of blue ocean. Tumultuous and majestic, Nuwa anxiously searched for the Xian turtle when she noticed a massive island rising from the sea. Oh, her astonishment! The enormous head of a turtle emerged, revealing that the entire island was, in fact, the Northern Sea Xian turtle. The Xian turtle spoke. "Have you come claim my limbs? What is destined to come will eventually arrive." Nuwa replied, "Indeed, I have come claim your limbs. With the fracture of Buzhou Mountain, your limbs are the most suitable supports for the heavens. I am Nuwa, the saintess. Do you wish to take me as your master?" The Xian turtle, filled with joy, exclaimed, "I am willing. I, Bei Xian, pay my respects to my teacher." I then swore an oath to the heavenly Tao. "By the heavenly Tao, I, Bei Xian, am willing to offer my limbs to support the heavens of the primordial realm." With that, it severed its own limbs, yet its true spirit remained intact under Nuwa's protection. Its shell gained merit, transforming into a post-heaven treasure of great virtue. The limbs of the Xian turtle became the four extremes of the primordial realm. Once the mending of the heavens was complete, a vast cloud of merit descended from the heavenly Tao. The three pure ones, witnessing the merit cloud, were filled with envy and jealousy, lamenting their missed opportunity for merit. The realization struck Ta Ching Laozi. How did Nuwa come to know of this? Observing the cloud of merit descending, Nuwa summoned the red embroidered ball to collect all the merit within it. The red embroidered ball then metamorphosed into a supreme innate treasure of merit, surpassing even the heavenly Tao's earth, sky, and yellow Linglong Tower. Nuwa emerged victorious this time, her satisfaction with Sumu evident as she handed him the Tower of Creation and Xian Kuan Fan, along with the true spirit of the Xian turtle and its post-heaven treasure shell, declaring, "Sumo, this is the true spirit of the Xian turtle and its shell that I have taken it as my disciple. You shall arrange for its reincarnation into the human race." "Yes, master." Sumu turned around and re-entered the underworld, after delivering the true spirit of the North Sea's Xian turtle to the underworld. He returned to the cave dwelling of Shouyang Mountain to continue his cultivation. Sumu understood that following the era of the witch demons, the human race would emerge as the principal force on Earth. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several centuries had passed. During this period, Sumu diligently practiced the 9 transformations divine art, aspiring to break through to a higher realm. Through prolonged effort and perseverance, he ultimately succeeded in mastering the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations divine art to its zenith, reaching the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm this moment. Sumu's strength had grown to an astonishing degree, rendering him virtually invincible among his peers. His physique had become increasingly robust, and his aura deepened and became more restrained. Each breath he took seemed to resonate with the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge. However, Sumu did not rest on his laurels. He recognized the necessity of continually enhancing his power. A breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal would lead him to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, a state transcending the river of time, eternal and unyielding in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Practitioners must delve deeply into the understanding and mastery of various laws to enhance their strength and break through their limits. Among these laws is the law of space. Mastering the mysteries of space allows one to achieve teleportation, traverse the void, and even create one's own miniature world. The law of time. The ability to manipulate time enables practitioners to traverse eras, reverse causality, and alter past or future events. The law of the 5 elements. Encompassing the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, practitioners can enhance their offensive and defensive capabilities through the utilization of these elemental forces. The law of fate. Understanding the trajectory of fate allows one to predict and alter the destinies of others, thereby influencing the course of the entire world. The Sword Dao law. Focusing on the path of the sword. Practitioners can elevate their swordsmanship to the pinnacle, becoming invincible sword immortals. One of the 3 pure ones, Shanqing Tong Tian, mastered the sword Dao. Different practitioners may choose one or more of these laws as their primary focus. Yet, to truly become a great Luo golden immortal, a profound understanding and mastery of multiple laws is often required. Moreover, continuous refinement of one's state of mind and overcoming inner demons is essential to progress further on the path of cultivation. When discussing the power of laws, one must mention the law of strength cultivated by the Panga deity. This is an immensely powerful and enigmatic force. Among the myriad laws, the law of strength stands out with its unique allure and boundless potential. It bestows upon its user unparalleled power, allowing them to effortlessly tear through space and obliterate all obstacles. This power not only astonishes, but also renders other laws pale in comparison. As the practitioner of the law of strength, Pangu undoubtedly maximized its potential. With this formidable power, he forged the heavens and the earth, creating all things in existence. It can be said that Pangu's status as a legendary figure in mythological tales is intricately linked to the law of strength he cultivated. In his hands, the law of strength became an invincible force, evoking deep reverence. Furthermore, the law of strength embodies a synthesis of all laws: the power of time, the power of space, and the power of chaos. To cultivate the law of strength, one must possess unparalleled talent and insight. Mu was acutely aware of the challenges involved, yet he was undeterred and resolved to confront this supreme law. He entered seclusion, dedicating himself entirely to the comprehension of the law of strength, while the 9 transformations divine art operated at its utmost. Time passed like a shuttle, and after several centuries, Su Mu's body gradually acclimated to the immense energy of the law of strength. One day, during his cultivation, he experienced a sudden epiphany. Grasping the essence of the law of strength, his fist contained the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. With a mere flick, ripples spread through space. Su Mu opened his eyes, a glimmer of ecstasy flashing within them. He had taken a crucial step forward, initially mastering the law of strength. His cultivation naturally ascended to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, filling him with immense joy. For only a great Luo golden immortal could safeguard themselves in the primordial chaos. At that moment, peculiar changes began to manifest above Su Mu's head. 3 flower buds gradually emerged, each displaying a different hue, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries. The first flower, named Tianhua, was pure white as snow, emanating a gentle radiance. Tianhua represented the cultivator's comprehension of the natural world, revealing itself only when the practitioner's state of mind reached a certain level. The second flower, named Dihua, presented a profound shade of blue, reminiscent of the vast night sky. Dihua symbolized the cultivator's mastery and application of the earth's power, representing their strength and foundation. The third flower was Renhua, vibrant as blood, brimming with vitality. Renhua embodied the practitioner's life force and spiritual energy, blooming only when the cultivator's body and mind underwent comprehensive enhancement. The quality of the 3 flowers determined the cultivator's future achievements. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa each possessed flowers of the 9th grade, while Jane and Juni had flowers of the 8th grade. In contrast, Hongjun Laozu possessed flowers of the 10th grade. Ding, detecting that the host is currently condensing the 3 flowers of the Great Luo, a task is now issued. Elevate the quality of the 3 flowers to the highest possible level. As the host is currently the highest cultivator among the human race, your potential and aptitude will determine the future limits of humanity. Task rewards: Chaos Supreme Treasure, Chaos Pearl, 3 drops of Pangu's divine blood, and 4 ginseng fruits. It was unexpected that this task would carry such significance, even leading to the appearance of the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Moreover, the inclusion of Pangu's divine blood, a treasure immensely beneficial for cultivation, was a delightful surprise. The Chaos Supreme Treasure, born from the primordial chaos, possesses an infinite array of mysterious powers and capabilities. That it harbors the primordial chaotic energy of the universe, enabling the holder to transcend boundaries and enhance their strength. Pangu's divine blood is exceedingly precious, containing the essence of Pangu's bloodline, granting practitioners formidable power and supernatural abilities. For those pursuing higher realms, Pangu's divine blood is undoubtedly a coveted treasure, even without the task rewards. One should strive to elevate the quality of the three flowers. After all, this endeavor would yield immense benefits for oneself, especially with the added incentive of task rewards. Mu placed greater emphasis on this. And as he continuously operated his cultivation, the three flowers above his head gradually blossomed. The first to flourish was Tianhua, progressing from the first grade to the second, third, and eventually reaching the seventh grade, before slowing down. During this process, Su Mu closed his eyes, his mind serene and undisturbed by any distractions, that he focused intently on the operation of his cultivation method, exerting all his efforts to facilitate its flow. Each breath harmonized with the workings of the technique, his aura becoming steady and profound, as if merging with the surrounding environment. As time passed, Su Mu sensed a warm energy coursing through his body. This force gradually converged into his Tianhua, resulting in an additional flower bud, the 8th grade Tianhua. He felt that Tianhua was nearing its limit, yet he did not succumb to fear or anxiety. On the contrary, he maintained his composure and resolve, continuing to diligently operate his technique in hopes of further enhancing the quality of Tianhua. Throughout this process, Su Mu's body underwent subtle changes. His skin flushed slightly, and a sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Nevertheless, he remained fully immersed in the cultivation of his technique, understanding that this journey relied solely on himself. Only through relentless effort and persistence could he push Tianhua to its utmost potential. Finally, another flower bud emerged, the 9th grade. The 9 petals spun gracefully, exuding an ethereal beauty. Each petal shimmered with resplendent light, as if sculpted from the purest gems. The petals intertwined, forming a perfect circle that radiated boundless vitality and energy. Yet, Su Mu was not content with this achievement, that he was acutely aware that this was merely the starting point of his quest for higher realms. He yearned to transcend himself, challenge his limits, and explore broader horizons. He believed that only by continually surpassing himself could he attain greater strength, and to achieve that, the quality of his 3 flowers must also reach its zenith. Not yet at the limit. He could continue. Within the Shouyang Palace, Nuwa gazed with brightened eyes. 9th grade Tianhua. The future is promising. Nuwa was thoroughly pleased. She had not anticipated Su Mu achieving the 9th grade Tianhua. After all, the 3 pure ones in herself had only reached the 9 grade flowers. Observing Su Mu still condensing Tianhua in the cave, she furrowed her brow. Why does Su Mu continue? Is he not satisfied with the 9th grade? He continued to condense another flower. Nuwa was greatly alarmed and swiftly waved her hand to obscure the heavenly secrets. Observing Hongjun Daozu's demeanor and actions, she feared that the 10-tiered celestial flower might provoke his resentment and suppression. However, Su Mu remained unaware that Nuwa had concealed the heavenly secrets for him. He was solely focused on diligently channeling his energy into the celestial flower, elevating it to the 11th tier, when the flower blossomed into 11 petals. The primordial world trembled, prompting the 3 pure ones, along with Jin and Junti, to open their eyes in unison. The Grand Supreme Laozi, perplexed, pondered what could cause such a disturbance in the primordial realm, yet failed to deduce anything through his calculations. With no other recourse, he closed his eyes and embarked on a spiritual journey beyond, while the other 4 saints remained unconcerned, knowing the vastness of the primordial world held myriad wonders. And a mere tremor was hardly noteworthy at that moment. Nuwa was genuinely astonished and hastily summoned the innate supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan Cauldron, along with the 7 celestial radiance divine swords. After all, innate treasures possess the ability to obscure heavenly secrets. Feeling it was still insufficiently secure, she decided to harness the entire fortune of a human race, enveloping Shouyang Mountain in its protective embrace, which finally put her at ease. Meanwhile, Su Mu sensed he had reached his limits and resolved to make one final push, gathering all his remaining strength, causing his meridians and blood vessels to swell as they surged towards the celestial flower. The last petal revealed itself, shimmering brilliantly with 12 petals. As the celestial flower coalesced, the earthly and human flowers naturally followed suit, all 3 flowers attaining the 12th tier. It is said that even the Pangu great deity only blossomed at the 11th tier, making Sumu's achievement unprecedented, showcasing potential surpassing even that of Pangyud 8T this juncture. The primordial realm quaked violently, and the will of the heavenly Tao became agitated, causing the celestial forces to churn tumultuously. Hongjun Daozu exclaimed in astonishment. Has a remarkable figure emerged? Why does the heavenly Tao exhibit such anger and unrest? The five saints also opened their eyes once more, questioning what event could have stirred the heavenly Tao itself. The cultivators of the primordial realm were filled with trepidation, fearing that this situation might mirror the cataclysmic rupture of Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, Sumu awakened from his meditation, achieving the status of a great Luo golden immortal. His flower blooming at the 12th tier, surpassing even the qualifications of Pangu. Sumu was genuinely elated. Ding, task completed, rewards have been placed in the system space. Sumu retrieved the pitch-black chaos pearl, exhilarated, for it was the only complete innate treasure of chaos. Just as Sumu reveled in his joy, a powerful force from the heavenly Tao abruptly shattered the human fortune surrounding Shouyang Mountain. Sumu hastily exited his cave abode and arrived at the plaza before the Shouyang Palace, where Nuwa awaited him. Master, could it be Hongjun Daozu? Sumu clasped his hands in greeting. Indeed, Sumu, Hongjun Daozu has surely come regarding your 12th tier bloom. Hold on to this red embroidery ball, if he truly intends to act against you. I shall risk my life to protect you. Nuwa replied gravely. A warm current surged within Sumu's heart, touched by Nuwa's unwavering support and willingness to confront Hongjun Daozu for his sake. Thank you, Master. Rest assured, Hongjun Daozu will undoubtedly remain unaware of my 12th tier bloom. Sumu assured her, deeply moved. Really? Are you certain Hongjun Daozu is unaware? Nuwa inquired, her gaze fixed upon Sumu. Yes, Master. I am confident that Hongjun Daozu cannot discern this. Sumu responded earnestly. Very well. Nuwa trusted Sumu and awaited Hongjun Daozu's arrival at Shouyang Mountain. Upon dispersing the human fortune, Hongjun Daozu manifested above Shouyang Mountain, gazing intently at Nuwa. That I pay my respects. Master, may I inquire what brings you here? Nuwa bowed respectfully. Hongjun Daozu scrutinized Nuwa for a long moment, gleaning nothing amiss, and directly queried Nuwa, why have you cloaked Shouyang Mountain in the human fortune? What are you up to? Nuwa replied, Master, I am refining the Qiankuan cauldron. Hence the use of a human fortune to shield Shouyang Mountain. The Qiankuan cauldron was lent to you by me for the purpose of mending the heavens, not bequeathed as your own. Do you intend to surreptitiously refine it and claim it as your treasure? Yet, how could refining the Qiankuan cauldron incite such tremors in the primordial realm? Hongjun Daozu mused, is this truly the case? He asked, fixing his gaze upon Nuwa. Indeed, Master, Nuwa affirmed with a bow. Very well then, present the Qiankuan cauldron, Hongjun Daozu commanded. Reluctantly, Nuwa produced the cauldron and handed it to Hongjun Daozu, who then departed with it. Following this incident, Sumu entered seclusion, for the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was imminent. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal or beyond would he qualify to partake. Before entering his retreat, Sumu entrusted 3 ginseng fruits to the 3 Sui Ren. Sumu commenced his seclusion. He possessed 3 drops of Pangu's essence blood, which he intended to utilize wisely, striving to ascend to the mixed element golden immortal realm before the arrival of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. During Sumu's period of seclusion, the entire primordial realm seemed to be shrouded in an invisible force. The sky darkened, thick clouds gathered, and occasional lightning streaked across the heavens. The beings of the earth sensed a pervasive atmosphere of oppression and unease, the source of which lay in the increasingly dense calamity aura of the primordial realm. As time progressed, the calamity aura thickened, resembling a heavy black fog enveloping the world. Many mighty beings of the primordial realm retreated into seclusion to evade the impending tribulation. Within the chaos purple cloud palace, Hongjun Daozu observed the ever-mounting calamity aura and transmitted a message to the primordial realm. The 6 saints are to convene in the purple cloud palace. Upon hearing Hongjun Daozu's summons, Nuwa could not help but express her joy. Brother, you can finally be reincarnated. Stepping forth, she entered the chaos. Upon arriving at the Purple Cloud Palace, Nuwa found the three pure ones already waiting. As the palace remained closed, the four saints awaited the arrival of Jane and Juni. Juni, smiling, remarked, "Apologies, everyone. The journey from the west was lengthy, causing our delay." With the six saints gathered, the Purple Cloud Palace opened, revealing two exquisitely carved young boys and girls, who were none other than Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Hao Yin and Yao Qi bowed to the six saints, greeting, "We pay our respects to our esteemed brothers and sisters." The three pure ones, Jin and Junti, did not even glance at the two, proceeding directly into the Purple Cloud Palace, leaving the two in an awkward silence. Nuwa, however, took the initiative to approach them, presenting two innate pan tao, which he had received from the Queen Mother of the West. "Hao Qian, Yao Qi, here are two pan tao for you. They should satisfy your cravings," Nuwa said with a smile. The two were overjoyed and promptly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Nuwa." Nuwa entered the Purple Cloud Palace, recalling Sumu's words. "Master, when entering the Purple Cloud Palace, it would be good to treat Hao Yin and Yao Qi well." Thus, she revealed kindness towards them. The six saints approached Hongjun Daozu and spoke in unison. "We pay our respects, Master." The Grand Supreme Laozi inquired, "Master, what is the reason for summoning us?" Hongjun Daozu addressed the assembly of saints. "The demon race has withdrawn from the primordial realm, yet the heaven cannot remain without a ruler for even a day. It is essential to re-establish the heavenly court and discuss the selection of the heavenly emperor." Upon hearing this, the faces of the saints shifted, for they understood the implications. This signified not merely a transition of power, but the establishment of a new order. The Grand Supreme Laozi spoke first. "Master, my disciple Xuandu could serve as the new heavenly emperor." Yuan Shi Tianzun also chimed in. "Master, my disciple Guang Chengzi may assume the role of the new ruler of the heavenly court." Tong Tian added, "Master, my disciple Duo Bao can also take up the position of heavenly emperor." Yet Yuan Shi Tianzun countered, "Third brother, your disciples are merely creatures of fur and horn. What merit do they possess to assume the role of heavenly emperor?" "Second brother, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by creatures of fur and horn?" Jane and Juni concurred. "Indeed, Tong Tian, Yuan Shi speaks rightly that my disciple Mi Lu is qualified to succeed the position of heavenly emperor." The five saints engaged in heated debate, with only Nuwa refraining from the contention, as she recalled Sumu's earlier assertion that the position of heavenly emperor was reserved for Hongjun Daozu's own disciple. Jane and Juni, recognizing their inability to prevail against the three pure ones, turned to Nuwa and asked, "Sister Nuwa, who do you believe should assume the position of heavenly emperor?" Upon hearing Jane and Juni's inquiry, the three pure ones also turned their gaze towards Nuwa. Such a significant matter should surely be decided by the Master. "The heavenly emperor's position should be designated by the Master," Nuwa stated. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, the five saints suddenly enlightened, all looking towards Hongjun. "Please enlighten us, Daozu." Hongjun Daozu declared, "The position of heavenly emperor shall be held by Hao Yin, with Yao Qi serving as the Queen Mother." The five saints expressed their discontent. How could two mere children assume the role of heavenly emperor? However, with the Daozu having spoken, the saints dared not oppose. Hongjun summoned the two and conveyed this decision to them, bestowing upon Hao Yin the supreme innate treasure, the Hao Yin mirror, and upon Yao Qi the supreme innate treasure, the gathering immortals flag. Hao Yin and Yao Qi were overjoyed, hastily bowing and expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Master. You may proceed." As Hongjun waved his hand, he addressed the six saints, saying, "The witches and the demons shall withdraw from the primordial chaos, and the human race will emerge as the new protagonists of this realm. It is destined that the three sovereigns and the five emperors shall manifest, and only those favored by heaven, endowed with extraordinary wisdom and virtue, may ascend to the ranks of the three sovereigns and five emperors. They will guide humanity towards prosperity and harmony, heralding the dawn of a new era. The three sovereigns and five emperors will be conferred by the Kongtong Seal, which is a manifestation of the power of humanity. Only those recognized by the Kongtong Seal may truly be regarded as the three sovereigns and five emperors. The three sovereigns and five emperors must have mentors to instruct them. Therefore, you must first seek the Kongtong Seal. Once the Kongtong Seal is revealed, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shall officially commence. After Hongjun Daozu concluded his words, he permitted the 6 saints to depart from the Purple Cloud's palace. Upon leaving the Purple Cloud's palace, each of the saints dispatched their disciples to diligently search for the whereabouts of the Kongtong Seal. In the Su Mu cave of Mount Shoyang, Su Mu sat cross-legged at the center. Before him floated 3 drops of crystal-clear Pangu essence blood, exuding an ancient aura. These 3 drops of essence blood seemed to embody boundless vitality and power, suffusing the cave with an atmosphere that was both ancient and solemn. Su Mu took a deep breath, fully immersing his mind within, and began to absorb and refine the Pangu essence blood. He practiced the 9 transformation divine art. The 3 droplets gradually transformed into 3 torrents, coursing through his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian. During this process, Su Mu felt an immense power surging within him. He carefully guided this force, merging it with his own, continuously enhancing his cultivation. As time passed, when the last trace of Pangu essence blood was refined, Su Mu opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them. That moment, his aura became more profound and restrained, as if harboring limitless potential. In the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, the Pangu essence blood indeed proved to be invaluable, and coupled with the 9 transformation divine art, the enhancement of his cultivation was remarkably swift. Unbeknownst to Su Mu, the 9 transformation divine art was originally created by the Pangu deity, inherently suited for him. With the addition of Pangu's essence blood, their synergy facilitated his rapid advancement. Little did he expect that this retreat for a breakthrough would consume a millennium of time. Surely the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had already arrived. It was time to seek out his mentor for further information. Upon exiting the cave, Su Mu noticed a young human standing outside. He inquired, "Who are you?" The youth, upon seeing Su Mu emerge, displayed a glimmer of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. He promptly stood, respectfully bowing to Su Mu. "Greetings, senior brother Su Mu. I am Beixian, a newly accepted disciple of our master." Beixian's tone was imbued with reverence, clearly holding Su Mu in high esteem. His gaze was fixed intently on Su Mu, as if seeking greater insights and guidance from him. Su Mu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Just then, the 3 from the Sui Run clan approached. "Su Mu, you have finally emerged from your retreat. Brother Sui Run, you have all reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm." Su Mu noted, observing their cultivation levels. "Indeed, Su Mu, it is thanks to your ginseng fruit that we have been able to break through to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal," clan members said with joy. "Brothers, is there something you wish to discuss?" Su Mu inquired of the Sui Run clan. "Su Mu, we found something at Mount Shoyang and intend to present it to you," Sui Run replied. "What is it that you wish to give me?" Su Mu approached Sui that moment. Sui Run suddenly produced an object from his bosom. The item appeared remarkably peculiar, taking on a regular square shape that conveyed an air of rigor and mystery. Curiously, Su Mu gazed at the object, eager to discern its true nature. When he finally recognized it, he was taken aback. This was the legendary Kongtong Seal. It was a supreme treasure of the human race, capable of establishing or deposing a human emperor. After receiving the Kongtong Seal, Su Mu accepted it gratefully and bowed to Sui Run, Yu Chao, and expressing, "Thank you, my esteemed brothers. This Kongtong Seal is of immense significance to me personally, and it is also a treasure of great importance for all of humanity. Since it is of such great utility to you, it is yours to keep. We hope you will use it wisely," Sui Ren replied. Once the 3 ancestors departed, Su Mu took out a ginseng fruit and said to Beixian, "Junior brother, take this ginseng fruit and devote yourself to cultivation. Only by enhancing your prowess can you effectively engage in matters ahead." Beixian clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother. I shall commence my cultivation at once." Watching Beixian depart, Su Mu made his way towards the mountain peak. Upon reaching the entrance of the Shoyang Palace, he bowed. "Master, Su Mu requests an audience." Nuwa opened her eyes and murmured, "My dear disciple has finally emerged from his retreat." She waved her hand to open the palace doors and communicated to Su Mu. Come I in. As Su Mu entered the Shoyang Palace and approached Nuwa, he said, I pay my respects to my master. Has Hao Ian assumed the position of the new heavenly emperor? Indeed, Su Mu, your predictions were astute. Hong Jun Daozu has indeed appointed Hao Ian as the heavenly emperor, Nuwa replied with a smile. Master, with Hao Ian now presiding over the heavenly court, he will undoubtedly require personnel that we should send some humans to the heavenly court. Su Mu proposed to Nuwa. This way, they can assume various roles in the heavenly court and accrue merits, which would benefit the development of the human race. You speak wisely, Su Mu. Serving in the heavenly court does yield merits. Nuwa affirmed. She then addressed Jin Feng. Jin Feng, select some humans who have attained the path of immortality to accompany you to the heavenly court. Inform Hao Ian that the heavenly court is newly established and will require personnel. And ensure that these humans heed Hao Ian's summons to assist in establishing the heavenly court. Yes, your majesty, Jin Feng replied and proceeded to select humans for the heavenly court. After Jin Feng departed, Su Mu produced the Kongtong Seal and said to Nuwa, Master, I have obtained the Kongtong Seal. We can now discuss the matters concerning the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Nuwa's expression brightened with joy as she beheld the Kongtong Seal, exclaiming, My precious disciple, you truly are a blessing to me. With a wave of her hand, a creation lotus seat appeared before Su Mu. He sat down and said, Master, regarding the reincarnation of my great-uncle Fushi, it is imperative that you personally seek out Empress Hudu. Very well. Once I finalize matters with the 5 saints, I shall proceed to the underworld, Nuwa responded. Disciple, you are the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor Fushi. Thus, the heavenly emperor's mentor must have passed on, Nuwa added. Master, let us choose the earth emperor as our candidate for the mentor. Why so? Master, the human emperor must unify the human race, which will inevitably lead to warfare, risking entanglement in karmic retribution. Emperor, you delineated the territories and established the 9 provinces, accruing immeasurable merits. He is a suitable choice. However, the saints wish to obtain the titles of the human emperor, the 3 sovereigns, and the 5 emperors mentors, and they must pay a price, Su Mu articulated. What you say holds merit. I shall defer to your counsel, Nuwa considered before replying. Then I shall commence discussions with the 5 saints. After Nuwa spoke, she departed. As Hong Jun Daozu had not summoned the 6 saints, they gathered in the Yushu Palace to deliberate. Sister Nuwa, has the Kongtong Seal been found? Is that why we are convening? Zhuanti inquired, puzzled. Nuwa nodded and stated, My eldest disciple has located the Kongtong Seal. We can now discuss the selection of mentors for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Our teachings require the Earth Emperor's mentor and Emperor Yu's mentor. The rest can be discussed, but they will not come freely. Exchanges are necessary. Nuwa continued, As for the Heavenly Emperor's mentor, our Taoist sect shall claim it. Xuandu can serve as the Heavenly Emperor's mentor. Lao Jun interjected, As for the Human Emperor's mentor, our Chan sect shall acquire it. Guang Qingzi can serve as the Human Emperor's mentor. Yuan Shi Tianzuan followed suit. Since my elder brothers have each claimed 2 of the 3 sovereigns, I shall take 3 positions of mentorship, Tong Tian lamented. Zhuanti and Jin hurriedly protested, Brother Tong Tian, we cannot allow you to monopolize the mentorship positions. Our Western sect also requires 2 positions, my 2 younger brothers. It is not that I wish to withhold from you, but do you possess anything to exchange? After all, your Western lands are rather barren. Tong Tian responded to Jin and Zhuanti. Well, Jin and Zhuanti found themselves at a loss for words. Lao Jun then asked, Sister Nuwa, what do you desire? Hearing Laozi's inquiry, Nuwa looked at the 5 saints and declared, I seek the alchemical arts of Taixing, the artifact refinement techniques of Yuqing, the formation arts of Shanqing, as well as 30 Bodhi seeds and 30 golden lotus seeds of merit. What? Upon hearing Nuwa's demands, the 3 purities had yet to respond, but Jin and Zhuanti could not contain themselves. Sister Nuwa, why not simply take it by force? Zhuanti exclaimed in exasperation that if you do not wish to pursue the positions of mentorship, you may abstain. Nuwa coldly addressed Zhuanti. With a sense of resignation, Zhuanti agreed. Still yearning for the title of Emperor Teacher, the 2 exchanged 30 Bodhi seeds and 30 golden lotus seeds, their expressions pained. The 3 pure ones each presented their respective arts. Taiji alchemy, Yuqing artifact crafting, and Shanqing formation techniques. After Nuwa secured these items, she turned and departed from the Yushu Palace in the Shouyang Palace. Nuwa sat at the seat of honor and spoke to Sumu, saying, Sumu, I no longer wish to be controlled by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Dao's sage of the heavenly Tao. I find myself perpetually under the influence of Hongjun Daozu. Sumu inquired, do you intend to sever your Tao fruit and pursue the path of Hunyuan? Indeed. Only a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian can prevent Hongjun Daozu from exerting his will at will. Hongjun Daozu initially favored the three pure ones and later aided the demon race in slaughtering humanity, which pains my heart, Nuwa expressed with concern. Thus, I wish to sever my Tao fruit after the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Once humanity has firmly established itself as the main protagonist of the heavenly realm, Nuwa's resolve was unwavering. Teacher, if you truly wish to tread the path of Hunyuan, it would be prudent to sever your Tao fruit at the onset of this calamity. Sumu advised. Why so? There are 2 reasons. First, during the calamity, the celestial mechanism is obscured. If you sever your Tao fruit, Hongjun Daozu's state of harmony will become unstable, causing him to detach from the state of harmony. Second, when the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors concludes, humanity's fortune will reach its zenith, aiding your strength to ascend further, Sumu analyzed. Nuwa pondered deeply for a long while, then said, Very well, I shall heed your words. Once my elder brother Fushi is reincarnated, I will sever my Tao fruit. She then addressed those below. Jin Feng, Bei Xian, Ling Zhuzi, upon my retreat, all matters shall be overseen by your elder brother. Yes, teacher, goddess, the crowd replied. As humanity progressed over the millennia, the population flourished, and the tribes began to expand outward from Shouyang Mountain in search of greater living space and resources by the Eastern Sea. There existed a small human tribe, tranquil and serene. Sunlight streamed through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows that imparted a sense of warmth to that moment. A lively and adorable girl joyfully darted through the woods, her curiosity leading her to explore every nook and cranny. This girl was Huashu, the daughter of the tribe's leader. Adorned in simple animal skins, Huashu's inherent beauty and vivacity could not be concealed. Her eyes sparkled like stars, radiating an infinite curiosity about the world. Her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, evoking affection in those who beheld this moment. She was intently observing a vividly colored butterfly, seemingly oblivious to everything around her. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered far into the laze territory. As she walked, she stumbled upon a gigantic footprint ahead. Filled with curiosity, Huashu stepped into the enormous print to investigate. She prodded and examined, brimming with wonder. Time passed, and as her excitement waned, fatigue overwhelmed her. She lay down within the footprint and fell asleep. Upon awakening, she found the sky had darkened, prompting her to exit the footprint and make her way back to the Huashu tribe. The tribe went about their lives as usual, but 3 months swiftly passed, and Huashu's belly had begun to swell, indicating her pregnancy. Her condition did not escape the notice of the tribe, who knew she had neither married nor engaged in relations. The notion of her bearing a child without having consummated a union led them to believe she was carrying a monster. The tribespeople sought to expel Huashu, and her father, feeling helpless, arranged for her to move away from the tribe to a secluded mountain, where he built her a thatched hut, allowing her to fend for herself. Huashu lived on the mountain, subsisting on wild fruits. As her belly grew larger, her mobility became restricted, preventing her from foraging for food. She found herself weeping by a stream beside her thatched hut, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the unborn child within her. That moment, the great disciple of Taoism, Master Xuandu, arrived at the mountain where Huashu resided. Observing her plight, Xuandu instructed the Pixiu to deliver a peach of immortality to Huashu daily. One day, as Huashu sat by the stream, a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard appeared before her. Startled, Huashu froze as the creature placed a peach upon the ground, nodded at her, and departed. It was only after the creature had gone that she regained her composure. That a dragon? Huashu wondered aloud. After contemplating for a moment, she took the peach and placed it in her mouth, where it melted instantly, the wave of fullness washed over her. Elated, she bowed in the direction the Pishio had departed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Dragon God." 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. While human women typically carried their pregnancies for 10 months, Huashu had endured for a full 7 years. Fear gripped her heart, worried that she might truly be bearing a monster. Over the years, Huashu had yearned to inquire about her situation with the Pishio, but had never mustered the courage to do so, until now, driven by the need to understand for the sake of her unborn child. Upon hearing her question, the Pishio replied, "I am the son of the ancestor dragon. I have been sent by the immortal on a mission, but I cannot ascertain your condition. However, the immortal has foretold that the child within you is destined to be a great sage of humanity." Huashu wished to know the identity of the immortal, but the Pishio replied, "The immortal has instructed me not to reveal his name, yet your child shares a teacher-student bond with him. Once your child is born, he will appear to take on the role of a disciple." 3 years later, the Huashu tribe learned of Huashu's decade-long pregnancy without childbirth, the dragon god delivering food to her, and the immortal proclaiming her unborn child to be a great sage. They welcomed Huashu back into the tribe, and the Pishio continued to present her with a peach daily. The tribe's people, witnessing the true presence of the dragon god, grew increasingly reverent towards the immortal. Another 2 years passed, and Huashu began to feel intense labor pains. Unable to suppress her cries, the midwife, who had been waiting nearby, recognized the signs of impending birth and hurriedly summoned others to prepare a birthing chamber. Before long, the entire tribe was aware that Huashu was about to give birth, and the tribal leader, along with several elders, gathered at the door of her room to await the moment. After an indeterminate amount of time, a resounding cry echoed from within the room. "Wah!" The tribespeople outside erupted in joy. Huashu had finally given birth. The instant the infant emerged, a celestial phenomenon unfolded. The sky radiated with purple chi stretching for 30,000 miles. The saints proclaimed in unison, "The heavenly sovereign has descended." Xuandu arrived at the door of Huashu's room and addressed the tribal leader, "I am Xuandu, the great master. This child shares a teacher-student bond with me, and I have come to take him as my disciple." After accepting the child as a disciple, Xuandu named him Fu 11. In Shuyang Palace, Nuwa, upon witnessing Fushi's successful birth, felt a profound sense of relief. She summoned the 7 innate treasures known as the Heavenly Mang, divine swords, and retrieved the innate treasure, the Hunyuan axe, left to her by Su Mu, both of which concealed the heavenly mechanisms. As the calamity period obscured the heavenly mechanisms entirely, Nuwa used the 7 heavenly Mang divine swords to sever her own Dao fruit of the heavenly Dao sage. In an instant, Nuwa's cultivation plummeted from the 7th layer of the sage realm to the 6th layer, finally descending to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Nuwa sought to attain the Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian state. Her cultivation directly dropped to the pinnacle of the de Luo Jinxian realm. Although Nuwa was left exceedingly weak, the fortune of humanity flowed into her, compensating for her frailty. After severing her Dao fruit, Nuwa commenced her contemplation and cultivation of the laws of creation. Su Mu sensed Nuwa's severance of her sage Dao fruit and utilized the Chaos Pearl to help conceal the heavenly mechanisms of Shouyang Mountain. In the Chaos Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu suddenly fell from the state of harmony, astonished and eager to calculate the event. However, during this calamity period, he found it impossible to deduce the heavenly mechanisms, and the heavenly Dao also eluded his calculations, leaving him no choice but to wait until after the calamity. By the Eastern Sea, Fushi, upon his birth, spoke at the tender age of 1, astonishing all with his linguistic talent. By the age of 3, he exhibited wisdom and insight beyond that of ordinary children, filled with curiosity about the world, constantly observing his surroundings, and posing profound questions. His intelligence left the people in awe, and they believed this child would undoubtedly achieve extraordinary feats in the future. By the age of 5, Fushi had already begun to learn writing, mathematics, and other knowledge. His pace of learning was remarkably swift. He quickly mastered the knowledge at hand. Simultaneously, he relished listening to the elders recount ancient legends and tales, drawing wisdom and inspiration from them. By the age of 10, the chieftain of the Huashu tribe took him under his wing. And through constant exposure, Fushi became adept at addressing some of the tribe's simpler issues. As time passed, following the chieftain's decline, Fushi assumed leadership, guiding the tribe towards development. Observing that his people caught fish by hand in the river, a laborious and time-consuming endeavor, he was inspired by the sight of a spider capturing its prey. Consequently, he fashioned a rudimentary fishing net from vines. When he placed the net into the water and retrieved it, it was filled to the brim with fish. After this successful experiment, Fushi instructed the men of the tribe to gather more vines while directing the women to weave them into nets. Once completed, the men brought the nets to the riverbank. One curious man inquired, "Chieftain, what is the purpose of this contraption?" Fushi replied, "This net is designed for fishing." The man, still puzzled, remarked, "Will this vine net truly catch fish?" "We manage to catch quite a few with our hands every day." Nevertheless, he cast the net into the river. Upon pulling it up, the sight of the net brimming with fish elicited exclamations of astonishment from the onlookers. "So many fish! This is far more efficient than our hand-catching method. This net saves us so much time and effort." Fushi instructed the men, "You are to disseminate the technique of net weaving throughout the tribe, so that everyone may learn to craft and utilize them." At that moment, a young man rushed towards Fushi, exclaiming, "Chieftain, there is trouble. A tribesman has been injured by a wild boar while hunting in the mountains." Upon returning to the tribe, Fushi found a middle-aged man lying on the ground, his calf covered in blood, while his wife tended to his wounds. After assessing the situation, Fushi turned to the nearby tribesmen and said, "For the time being, let us refrain from hunting in the mountains." "Chieftain," they responded, "if we do not hunt, we will have nothing to eat. That do not worry. I will resolve this issue," Fushi reassured them before departing the tribe. Once he entered the mountains, he encountered numerous animals. Observing and documenting their behaviors, he discovered that some creatures were quite docile, and if domesticated, would eliminate the need for perilous hunts. Elated, he descended the mountain to rally strong men, leading them back into the wilderness. Together, they captured a multitude of wild chickens, ducks, rabbits, wild goats, buffalo, and smaller wild boars. Upon returning, Fushi instructed them to enclose an area with branches to house these animals, clipping the wings of those that could fly. After a period of domestication, the tribesmen reported to Fushi that the previously captured animals had multiplied significantly. Henceforth, they would only need to care for them, sparing themselves the dangers of mountain hunting. Fushi designated the chickens and ducks as poultry, while the goats, cattle, and pigs were classified as livestock. Under Fushi's stewardship, the Huashu tribe began to expand steadily. Once a modest community with a limited population, it soon attracted neighboring tribes eager to settle within its bounds. These newcomers brought diverse skills and cultures, further propelling the development of the Huashu tribe. Due to its advantageous geographical position, more and more tribes integrated into the Huashu tribe. Fushi's reputation spread far and wide, reaching the ears of many tribal leaders who recognized his vast knowledge and significant contributions to humanity's advancement. After prolonged deliberation, the tribal leaders unanimously agreed to elevate Fushi as the paramount leader of all tribes, entrusting him with this pivotal role. This decision signified Fushi's ascendancy as the leader of the entire tribal confederation, endowing him with greater authority and responsibility. During the deliberation to appoint Fushi as the Grand Chieftain, each tribe expressed their intentions and demonstrated immense trust and support for him. They believed Fushi possessed exceptional leadership qualities, wisdom, and courage, capable of guiding them toward a prosperous future. Simultaneously, Fushi felt the weight of this responsibility and pledged to exert his utmost effort to meet their expectations. Observing that many individuals had a considerable amount of idle time, he crafted instruments such as the Chin and Se, inspired by his companion spirit, the Fushi Chin, to provide entertainment and cultivate their spirits. With these instruments, the lives of the people blossomed into a vibrant tapestry of culture and joy. They began to explore various methods of playing and reveling in the pleasures of music. Gathering together, they collectively appreciated the enchanting melodies, experiencing the delight and emotional resonance that music brought forth. Some chose to play traditional instruments like the guqin and guzheng, expressing their innermost thoughts through melodious notes. Others preferred wind instruments like flutes and shaos, allowing their clear sounds to reverberate through the air, while some excelled in percussion, drumming and striking gongs to unleash vitality and passion through vigorous rhythms. In this musical realm, people unleash their creativity and imagination, composing beautiful melodies that echoed through the streets, becoming a shared memory and cultural heritage. As time passed, the craftsmanship of instrument making evolved and advanced, leading to the invention of a wider variety of instruments, enriching the expressive potential of music. From simple bamboo flutes to complex orchestras, each instrument showcased the brilliance of human ingenuity. Music seamlessly integrated into daily life. During festive gatherings, people would sing and dance together. During celebrations, joyful tunes uplifted spirits, banishing worries and discontent. One day, while Fushi was surveying the various tribes, he arrived at one where the inhabitants were troubled over irrigating their fields. They relied on rainfall to nourish their crops, but recent droughts had led to withered harvests. After a moment of contemplation, Fushi devised a solution. He taught the people to dig ditches to channel river water for irrigation. They eagerly responded, actively participating in the construction of this water management project. Soon, clear ditches crisscrossed the fields, continuously nourishing the parched earth. The crops revived, igniting a sense of hope for bountiful harvests among the populace. Fushi's wisdom and leadership were once again exemplified. He not only attended to the material well-being of his people, but also emphasized agricultural development and the prudent use of resources. This initiative significantly increased the grain yield across the tribes, deepening the respect and gratitude the people held for Fushi. However, this success left Fushi in deep reflection. He pondered the possibility of having a method to foresee future weather conditions that if such a means existed, people could arrange their lives and labor according to the weather's whims. With knowledge of sunny days, they could confidently venture out to work. Conversely, on cloudy or rainy days, they could prepare for inclement weather to avoid unnecessary losses. This notion took root in Fushi's mind, compelling him to seek a way to predict the weather. Thus, he began to meticulously observe the natural phenomena around him. Hoping to uncover clues, he contemplated the principles of yin and yang, yet found himself at an impasse, unable to progress further. Xiandu, aware of his struggle, returned to the 8th Scenic Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Master, Fushi is currently preparing to create the Bagua, but he lacks the Hichu and Luoshu, thus making no headway. Xiandu reported to the Ta-Ching Laozi. Xiandu, you may return. I shall personally visit the North Sea. The Ta-Ching Laozi replied before departing for the North Sea. Upon arriving, the Kuanping in the Yaoshi Palace sensed his presence. The Kuanping immediately manifested before the Ta-Ching Laozi, bowing respectfully. I greet you, Ta-Ching sage. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive my oversight. Kuanping, my friend, I've come to borrow an item from you, the Ta-Ching Laozi stated directly. Though reluctant to decline, Kuanping felt dwarfed by the sage's stature and replied, what does the sage wish to borrow? The Hichu and Luoshu, the Ta-Ching Laozi replied. Reluctantly, Kuanping produced the Hichu and Luoshu, asking, for how long does the sage intend to borrow these? They shall be returned within a century. The venerable Ta-Ching Laozi, having concluded his discourse, departed with haste. Upon acquiring the Hichu and Luoshu, he entrusted them to the esteemed Xiandu, the Grand Master of the mystical path. Xiandu then procured a spiritual turtle, placing the Hichu and Luoshu upon its back, subsequently releasing the turtle into the river, granting it the freedom to roam. In deep contemplation, Fushi unwittingly strolled to the riverbank, where he beheld the Hichu and Luoshu resting upon the turtle's shell. He gazed at the diagrams, pondering the profound mysteries they contained. As time flowed, Fushi finally grasped the enigmatic principles within the Hichu and Luoshu, drawing upon the duality of yin and yang, and harmonizing with the cosmic rhythms of the universe. He conceived the pre-heavenly 8 trigrams: Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li Jin, Dui. The emergence of the 8 trigrams left the populace in awe, for it encapsulated boundless wisdom and power, capable of forecasting the weather and guiding the lives of humankind. Furthermore, Fushi established the 24 solar terms to aid humanity in better predicting climatic changes. Henceforth, Fushi's renown grew ever more illustrious, his sagacity resonating across the vast expanse of the human realm. The people held him in reverence, and under his guidance, the Huashu tribe flourished in strength. From that moment on, Fuxi was no longer referred to as the great leader, but as the sovereign. Observing Fuxi's accomplishments, the second emperor of humanity, the earthly sovereign Shinnong, was destined to descend. Drawing upon his previous life's memories, Sumu arrived ahead of Shinnong's birth at a tribe steeped in mystery and antiquity, known as the Lianshan tribe. This name exuded strength and majesty, hinting at the tribe's glorious and illustrious history. The Lianshan tribe inhabited a vast expanse of land, living in harmony with nature, subsisting through hunting and agriculture. Among them lived a beautiful and kind-hearted maiden named Indang. One fateful night, as darkness enveloped the land and stars twinkled overhead, Indang succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she found herself in a serene valley, surrounded by dense woods and crystal-clear streams. She meandered through the valley, relishing the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks, her heart filled with unparalleled joy. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a magnificent spiritual mushroom, emanating an enchanting glow. Towering and robust, it stood like a small mountain, its cap a brilliant red adorned with exquisite patterns, radiating a mystical aura. Captivated by the sight, Indang approached the mushroom for closer inspection. She felt the warm energy it exuded, enveloping her in a profound sense of comfort. As she reached out to gently touch its surface, the soft texture entranced her. Upon her touch, the mushroom transformed into a stream of light, entering Indang's being. Upon awakening, Indang shared her dream with her father, the leader of the Lianshan tribe. However, her father dismissed it as a mere fantasy. Months passed, and unexpectedly, Indang found herself with child. Yet, this time, the tribe remained silent, for Fuxi's mother had experienced a similar phenomenon. The tribe cared for Indang with great attentiveness, firmly believing that the child she carried within her was destined to be a great sage of humankind. When 11 years had passed since Indang's pregnancy, Sumu appeared before the leader of the Lianshan tribe. He proclaimed, "I, Sumu, have a connection with the child within your daughter. I come to take him as my disciple." Upon hearing Sumu's name, the crowd hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respect to the immortal Sumu." It was common knowledge among the people that Sumu was the foremost disciple of the Holy Mother Nuwa of the human religion. The notion of him taking a disciple was indeed a momentous occasion. Yet the leader of the Lianshan tribe inquired, "But my daughter has already been pregnant for 11 years. Must the child not, like sovereign Fuxi, remain for 12? Now," Sumu replied. "Pardon me, immortal. What do you mean?" the leader asked, but at that moment, Indang was seized by sudden labor pains. The midwife, recognizing the urgency, swiftly led her back to her chamber. Everything was prepared, requiring no further arrangements. With a resounding cry, a new life emerged into the world. The baby's wail was loud and clear, as if announcing its arrival to the universe. The onlookers gathered around, their faces aglow with joy and anticipation. This infant was none other than Shinnong. From birth, he exhibited an extraordinary presence, his diminutive form radiating an innate authority and wisdom. His eyes sparkled with clarity, reflecting a keen curiosity and desire to explore the world around him. That moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Auspicious purple vapors spread across 30,000 miles. The leader of the Lianshan tribe cradled the newborn and beseeched Sumu. "Please, immortal, grant him a name." Sumu replied, "Let it be called Shinnong." Shinnong, even at the tender age of 1, was able to speak. By 3, he could run, and by 5, he had mastered a wealth of knowledge, closely following Sumu for guidance. From an early age, Shinnong displayed a profound interest in herbalism, demonstrating a remarkable talent for it. He reveled in observing the natural world, particularly delving into the growth habits, morphological characteristics, and medicinal properties of various plants. Gifted with exceptional intelligence and courage, by the age of 16, he showcased extraordinary leadership abilities and valor, successfully assuming the role of leader of the Lianshan tribe. This decision was not made lightly, but through unwavering conviction, remarkable wisdom, and a deep sense of responsibility towards his people, he garnered the trust and support of all that in the ancestral realm. Fuxi learned of Shinnong's accomplishments and sought to assess his worthiness. Upon passing the tests, Fuxi prepared to bestow the position of sovereign upon Shinnong atop Mount Tai. Beneath the clear skies and gentle winds, Shinnong ascended the summit of Mount Tai, accompanied by Sumo. Fushi had awaited this moment with great anticipation, his gaze imbued with warmth and hope. Having served as the sovereign of humankind for a millennium, he had finally discovered a worthy successor. Fushi presented Shinnong with the emblem of sovereign authority, solemnly declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be the sovereign of humankind. May you lead our people towards prosperity and thriving." Taking the emblem, Shinnong felt the weight of responsibility it bore. He faced the mountains and vowed, "I, Shinnong, hereby pledge to honor the trust placed in me by my predecessor, Fushi, and to strive diligently for the welfare of humankind." As Shinnong's vow resonated, brilliant rays of light adorned the sky, and auspicious clouds filled the air. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the emergence of their new sovereign. Sumu stepped forward, holding the Kongtong Seal, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Fushi's virtues have greatly benefited the world. He tamed monsters, established rituals and music, comprehended the 8 trigrams, and united the tribes of humanity, earning the public's acclaim as the first sovereign. Such achievements are deserving of admiration. He shall be revered as the celestial emperor of humankind." Gazing at the assembly with unwavering determination, he continued, "Today, we bear witness to this moment. May heaven and earth bear witness." With that, he raised the Kongtong Seal and, with a forceful gesture, directed it towards the heavens. Instantly, a radiant beam of light shot forth from the seal, soaring into the sky. Thunder rumbled as a vast cloud of merit materialized above, dividing into 4 portions. 60% entered Fushi's being, instantly elevating him through the realms of Deluo, Golden Immortal. From initial to peak stages, and then to the mixed Yuan, Golden Immortal, ultimately reaching the level of quasi-saint. 20% entered the body of the Grandmaster Xiandu, enabling him to break through to the initial stage of quasi-saint. Xiandu was elated, having attained quasi-saint strength. 1 portion of merit entered Fushi's accompanying spiritual treasure, the Fushi Qin, transforming it into a supreme innate merit treasure. The final portion unexpectedly soared to the Northern Sea's Demon Master Palace, merging with the He Tu and Luo Shu, elevating them to supreme innate merit treasures. The Kunpeng rejoiced, exclaiming, "What a windfall!" Just then, the voice of Taiching Laozi resonated. "The karmic ties are resolved." Kunpeng lamented silently, yet still remarked, "Acquiring merit without effort is quite favorable." Upon returning to the capital, Shinnong commenced his official duties as sovereign. One day, his subordinates reported that the survival rate of the crops sown by the people was low, with many areas yielding no harvest. Lacking a solution, Shinnong turned to Sumo, asking, "Master, what should we do?" Sumo smiled gently and produced 5 varieties of grain seeds, realizing that the system's rewards were to be utilized at this moment. Sumo addressed Shinnong. "These are the 5 grains: rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans. Give these a try." Shinnong departed with the seeds of the 5 grains, and after distributing them, he conducted experiments that yielded a remarkably high survival rate, leading to the widespread cultivation of these grains among humanity. With the issue of food resolved, Shinnong soon encountered other challenges. At that moment, one of his subordinates brought forth a member of their tribe. "Your Excellency, this individual has suffered poisoning from mistakenly consuming a certain plant. There are numerous unknown plants surrounding various tribes, and cases of accidental ingestion are quite common. Some are harmless, while others are toxic," reported the subordinate. Shinnong instructed his subordinate to take the poisoned tribesman for treatment. Shinnong approached his mentor, Sumu, saying, "Master, I intend to identify all the plants for our people, so they may recognize which are poisonous and which are not." Sumu replied, "Go forth. I look forward to your findings." As Shinnong departed, Sumu infused a source of wood essence into Shinnong to protect him from potential poisoning during his journey. After Shinnong left, Sumu contemplated creating a new martial art specifically for humanity. Without hesitation, he began to formulate this technique based on his own experiences. Meanwhile, as Sumu developed the martial art, Shinnong was busy tasting various herbs. Each time he encountered a different plant, he meticulously recorded his observations and sampled them to discern their effects. On numerous occasions, he fainted after consuming toxic plants, but fortunately, Sumu's infusion of wood essence prevented him from succumbing to the poison. Sumu's martial art gradually reached completion, divided into the realms of mortal and martial. The mortal realm included techniques such as body tempering, bone forging, muscle rejuvenation, and meridian nurturing. The martial realm consisted of the martial disciple stage, earth immortal, martial master stage, heavenly immortal, martial general stage, true immortal, martial king stage, mystical immortal, martial emperor stage, golden immortal, martial sovereign stage, Tai, golden immortal, martial god stage, great Luo, golden immortal, and martial saint stage, quasi-saint mixed yuan, golden immortal. Sumu named it the true martial canon. Upon Shinnong's return from his herb-tasting expedition, Sumu encouraged him to promote the true martial canon throughout humanity. As everyone practiced this technique, they experienced a substantial transformation in their abilities, as it was exceptionally well suited for the human race. Observing the widespread adoption of the true martial canon, Sumu proclaimed, "I, Sumu of humanity, am aware of the arduous path our people traverse. Cultivation is arduous. Thus, I have created the true martial canon and promoted it among humanity. Establishing our martial path, humanity must strive tirelessly, as the great Tao bears witness." The great Tao responded, manifesting trials in the form of divine lightning. Sumu, seeing the divine bolts descend, boldly welcomed the strikes, cultivating the 9 revolutions divine art. His physical and spiritual forms merged into the mixed Yuan golden immortal, rendering him unafraid of the divine lightning. Sumu withstood 9 strikes of the great Tao's divine thunder, and in return, the Tao acquiesced to his request. An immense stream of merit from the great Tao surged forth, illuminating the entire primordial sky. From this merit emerged 9 stone tablets, initially resembling mountains, gradually shrinking to about 30 feet in size as they approached Sumu. Upon encircling him, they emanated the aura of supreme, innate spiritual treasures, with all the merit entering the martial tablets. Those whose names are inscribed upon the martial tablets shall enjoy the fortune of martial prowess. May their martial fortunes flourish. Read the inscription on the sole golden tablet among the 9, that as the great Tao receded, Sumu collected the 9 martial tablets. Establishing the martial path for humanity, the people expressed their gratitude by honoring him as the martial ancestor. Shinnong, in turn, compiled his life's learnings into a tome entitled the Shinnong Benshao Jing, laying a solid foundation for the future development of medicine. Having fulfilled his mission, Shinnong awaited the discovery of a suitable successor to pass on the position of sovereign. At this moment, Nuwa, who had been in seclusion atop Shuyang Mountain, had comprehended the principles of creation anew. Nuwa had already utilized these principles to create humanity and had grasped 50% of their power. After a millennium of focused contemplation, she had comprehended 80% of the principles. Only 20% remained for her to fully master the principles of creation and attain the status of mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. At that moment, she stood at the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, fully devoted to her insights, while Fushi achieved enlightenment, and a profound aura surged toward Nuwa, with Sumu establishing the martial path. The martial fortune also flowed toward her as the Holy Mother of humanity and the leader of the human teachings. Nuwa could command all the fortunes of humanity, while Sumu, as her disciple, shared in the martial fortunes. Witnessing such a significant elevation in the fortunes of humanity, Nuwa mused, could it be that my elder brother has attained enlightenment? How splendid! I shall seize this moment of abundant fortune to further comprehend the principles of creation. With a thunderous crash, Nuwa harnessed the power of fortune to grasp the final 20% of the principles, successfully breaking through her bottleneck and advancing to the realm of mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. She gently clenched her fist, feeling the immense power coursing through. This is the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. It surpasses even the strength of the heavenly Tao Saint. Nuwa realized that at her current level, she could easily overpower the primordial heavenly sovereign of the heavenly Tao Saint realm. Nuwa sent a voice transmission to Sumu. Disciple, I have successfully broken through to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. What should I do next? Aware that her ascension was largely due to Sumu's influence, she felt profound trust and reliance on him. often consulting him about various matters. Hearing Inwa's voice brought Sumu great joy. Her liberation from the control of the heavenly Tao implied his own freedom as well, allowing him to plan his own endeavors. Sumu responded to Inwa, "Master, there is no need for you to appear in the primordial world just yet. I suspect that when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attain enlightenment, the forces of the heavenly Tao may act against humanity. Although Shinnong has yet to find a suitable candidate for the position of sovereign, he has completed his mission. Consequently, Fushi and Sumu decided to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony atop Mount Tai to showcase Shinnong's achievements and report his accomplishments to the heavens and the beings of the primordial world. This ceremony was not only a celebration, but also a means of recognizing and rewarding Shinnong. Through this grand event, the people could more vividly appreciate Shinnong's monumental contributions while expressing their respect and gratitude. The scale of the sacrificial ceremony was unprecedented, drawing numerous humans and primordial beings to attend. During the ceremony, Shinnong presented his achievements to the heavens and the beings of the primordial world. Sumu, holding the Kongtong Seal, proclaimed with a loud voice, "Shinnong has tasted 100 herbs, authored the medical canon, and promoted the 5 grains, ensuring that our tribes are well fed. His merits are immeasurable. He shall be honored as the earth's sovereign of humanity. Let heaven and earth bear witness." As Sumu concluded his statement, a golden light burst forth from the Kongtong Seal, shooting skyward. When the light faded, a vast expanse of merit-laden golden clouds appeared in the sky. 60% of this merit entered Shinnong's body, causing his cultivation to surge instantaneously to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, progressing through the stages of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, initial, middle, late, and peak, until halting at the level of the sub-saint. 10% of the merit flowed into the red whip, which Shinnong used to whip plants, allowing him to discern their properties. This whip, known as the Zhe whip, transformed into a postnatal treasure of merit, gaining the extraordinary ability to dispel diseases and eliminate malevolence. Meanwhile, 30% of the merit soared towards Sumu, who absorbed it into the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Tower of Creation. The Tower of Creation evolved into a supreme, innate treasure of merit, into which Sumu integrated the merit acquired during the era of the 3 ancestors. With a resounding boom, the Tower of Creation radiated brilliant golden light, its internal merit liquefying and flowing forth. Although it had not yet reached the level of a supreme treasure, it could now fully withstand attacks from innate supreme treasures. The 5 saints gazed enviously at the Tower of Creation, particularly Juni, who felt an overwhelming desire to seize it from Sumu. As he reached out, he was halted by Jane's urgent cry, "Junior brother, do not act rashly. Have you forgotten Inwa's formidable power? One individual could easily overpower the 3 pure ones. Moreover, Sumu possesses immense merit. We cannot take action against him." With a sigh of resignation, Junti withdrew his hand, lamenting, "Brother, why are we not blessed with such fortune? Our western region is indeed suffering. Countless mighty beings in the primordial world could only shake their heads in agreement, echoing, 'We too suffer.' We have no such fortune." Atop Mount Tai, Shinnong turned to Sumu and said, "Master, I have yet to find a suitable candidate to succeed the position of sovereign, and I must return to the capital to attend to some matters." Sumu replied, "I have some ideas that require discussion with Emperor Fushi and the 3 ancestors. Come with me to Shoyang Mountain." "Very well," Shinnong agreed, following Sumu to Shoyang Mountain. Along the way, Sumu had already sent a message to Fushi and the 3 ancestors. Upon receiving Sumu's message, Fushi and the 3 ancestors awaited them at the entrance of Shoyang Palace. Upon arrival, Sumu bowed to Fushi, stating, "I pay my respect to my esteemed uncle and greet the 3 brothers and sisters." Shinnong also bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to the heavenly sovereign and the 3 ancestors." Fushi remarked, "We are both sovereigns of humanity. Henceforth, you may refer to me as elder brother." The 3 ancestors of the Swearing clan nodded in agreement. "Shinnong, you need no longer address me as teacher. Simply call me martial ancestor, for you are now indeed the sovereign of the human race," Sumu said to Shinnong, just as Shinnong was about to respond. Fushi interjected, "That is acceptable. You may henceforth refer to Sumu as martial ancestor." Very well, Shinnong replied helplessly. Tea that moment. The gates of Shoyang Palace swung open, and the golden phoenix emerged to inform Fushi. My lord, the empress requests your presence for a council. Upon entering Shoyang Palace, they beheld a grand hall illuminated with brilliant lights, adorned with golden splendor and intricate carvings. A sight to behold. Fushi's gaze was immediately drawn to Nuwa, who sat regally at the highest seat of the hall, stirring within him a familiar yet unfamiliar sensation. Nuwa's aura seemed markedly different, exuding a far greater power than before. Sister, what has transpired? Fushi asked in astonishment. Nuwa rose and distributed 6 cushions to the assembly, and once everyone was seated, she returned to her cushion and spoke. Brother, I have severed my ties with the path of the heavenly saints and re-established my connection with the primordial. I am now a primordial great immortal. Excellent, 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 Fushi exclaimed thrice that he continued. Now that you have attained the status of a primordial great immortal, you need not endure the ire of Hongjun Daozu any longer. You may not know, but when the Sanqing came to confront us, I was enraged by Hongjun Daozu's favoritism towards them. Alas, my strength was insufficient to assist you. Fushi's face was filled with indignation. Brother, do not be angered. First, have some spiritual tea to calm your temper. Nuwa chuckled. After taking a hearty sip of the tea, Fushi inquired, what is your current cultivation level? I am now at the first level of primordial great immortal, but I can easily overpower Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others at the 3rd level, Nuwa replied. What about Ta Ching Laozi? After all, you have a conflict with him, Fushi hastily asked. I can barely withstand him for a while. But do not worry, brother. Once my strength increases again, Ta Ching Laozi will certainly no longer be my match, Nuwa assured him. Fushi felt a wave of relief wash over him and turned to Sumu, asking, Sumu, did you summon us for a particular purpose? Teacher, great uncle, I wish to designate a location for the human race as a sacred ground, where all those who achieve success in cultivation may enter. Serving as the foundation for our people, Sumu explained to the assembly. The attendees fell into contemplation, while Fushi stated, Sumu, I believe this plan is feasible. Swearing Clan replied, Sumu, where do you envision this sacred ground? And what specific plans do you have? The Z Clan echoed, Indeed, Sumu, what are your plans? Please share them with us. We shall surely support you. Very well, Sumu began. I propose to designate a region near the Yellow River, establishing a protective grand formation within, where we shall erect the Ancestral Hall, the 3 Sovereigns Hall, and the 5 Emperors Hall, along with a square for clan members to cultivate, with residences built on either side of the square. Agreed. You may proceed with this endeavor. The matter of my severing ties with the path is still unknown to Hongjun Daozu and the 5 saints, as well as the myriad beings of the wilderness. Nuwa instructed the assembly. By the way, my disciple, I return your primordial axe to you. The fortunes of the human race can now fully conceal the heavenly secrets of Shoyang Mountain. Thank you, Sumu said, receiving the primordial axe and storing it within his being for nurturing. The 3 ancestors then declared, Let us go and select a site. They bowed to Nuwa before departing. Fushi proposed, Let us discuss the type of formation we wish to establish. Shinnong pondered, The formation must possess formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to discern the hearts of men, to prevent those with ill intentions from entering the sacred ground. Disciple, do you have any suggestions? Nuwa inquired. We could model the formation after 5 divine beasts, Sumu suggested. Fushi asked which 5 divine beasts, the dragon, the phoenix, the qilin, the white tiger, and the xuanwu. Sumu replied, The white tiger embodies the metal element, the dragon the wood element, the xuanwu the water element, the phoenix the fire element, and the qilin the earth element. Remarkable. All 5 elements are represented, Fushi exclaimed with enthusiasm. That moment, Jin Feng, standing beside Nuwa, interjected, Sumu, the fire element phoenix is no longer present, but the Zhuke clan represents the fire element. That will suffice, Sumu responded. Sumu then contemplated in his heart whether he could seek out the 4 divine beasts, allowing the 4 extremes sacred beasts to return to their rightful places, an excellent opportunity for merit. Nuwa, having overheard Sumu's thoughts, mused, Truly, he is my capable disciple. Shinnong then suggested, Could we not substitute the xuanwu with xuanwu? as the fusion of the turtle and the snake also possesses ice attributes. Nuwa remarked, the dragon clan only has the Qinglong representing the wood element. Let be the Qinglong. Yes, this is quite agreeable. Su Mu nodded, considering how everyone had aligned their thoughts with the matter at hand. What shall we name this formation? Fushi inquired of the assembly. Nuwa smirked, since we have already made enemies with the Sanqing. And those two rascals, Jin and Juani, are no good either. Let us call this formation the Five Saint Suppression Formation. Her tone was resolute and fierce, as if brimming with confidence for the battles to come. The four began to deliberate on how to arrange the formation, while the three ancestors of the swearing clan had already arrived by the banks of the Yellow River. Why two brothers? Why is there so much wild grass along the banks of the Yellow River? The Z clan expressed their dissatisfaction. With the nourishment of the Yellow River's waters, it is strange for there not to be an abundance of plants. The swearing clan replied that not worry. I will use the human race's flame to clear away this wild grass. However, there is no need to fear that I will burn these plants to death. I will leave behind seeds for them. Even after burning them to ash, once the winds blow, their seeds will sprout again. After all, wildfires cannot consume everything. The spring wind brings new life. Once the area was cleared, the nesting clan stepped forward, utilizing their spiritual treasure to construct the ancestral hall, the Three Sovereigns Hall, the Five Emperors Hall, the training grounds, and various residences according to Su Mu's plans, and then notified Su Mu and the others. Just as Su Mu and his companions had finished arranging the formation, they received a message from the three ancestors. As Su Mu looked at Nuwa. Teacher, go ahead, Nuwa replied. The three of them exited Shuyang Palace and made their way to the location of the three ancestors by the Yellow River. As they gazed upon the vast complex of sacred ground architecture before them, they were filled with astonishment. Wonderful! I did not expect my brothers and sisters to be so swift, Su Mu exclaimed. Indeed, it is time for us to contribute our efforts, Fushi declared, and with that, he, Shinnong, and Su Mu began to arrange the formation. After a day's labor, they finally completed the layout, using Su Mu's 9 martial tablets as the formation's core. Once the formation was established, the 6 of them entered the sacred ground. From this day forth, the 3 members of the swearing clan took residence there, while Shinnong returned to the human capital to attend to affairs of state. He selected individuals who met the criteria to enter the sacred ground, though only 100 had just broken through to the martial emperor realm, golden immortal. This was quite commendable, and many more would undoubtedly enter the sacred ground in the future. In the East Sea, the long-slumbering elder ancestor of the dragon clan, Zhulong, opened his eyes for the first time, immediately noticing the flowing merits emanating from Su Mu's creation tower, causing him to drool. Ancestor, rein it in. If it continues, the water levels of the East Sea will rise. That may not matter, but do not inundate the human race living along the shores of the East Sea. After all, there are 2 sub-saints and 1 primordial golden immortal martial ancestor among them, lamented the dragon kings of the 4 seas. The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guan cried, Ancestor, the 3 ancestors of the human race are also Tai golden immortals. Just like us, the dragon clan cannot provoke them. Humph, how dare you forspeak so? After living for so long, have your cultivations been reduced to that of dogs? Zhu Long retorted angrily. Meanwhile, Su Mu was in the human hall, contemplating subsequent matters when he sensed a tremor from the authority of the Eastern Ghost Emperor in his mind. Followed by a voice. Su Mu, come to the underworld. I have matters to discuss with you. That the voice of Hutunyang. Su Mu thought, what matter could warrant a personal summons from Hutu? He rose and made his way to the underworld. As he entered the underworld, all the ghost soldiers along the way greeted him. We greet you, Ghost Emperor. Su Mu nodded in response to each of them. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pingxin Hall, he was about to bow in greeting when he heard Hutu's voice. There is no need for formalities. Simply come in. Gently, Su Mu pushed open the heavy door and stepped into the Pingxin Hall. Inside the hall, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, and the soft light fell gracefully upon the floor, imparting an aura of tranquility and serenity. Su Mu arrived at the center of the hall and addressed Hutu. Hutunyang, what matters require my assistance? His voice was calm and resolute, imbued with a reassuring strength. The Earth Mother smiled gently, her gaze revealing admiration and trust towards Su Mu. After a soft sigh, she slowly spoke. Su Mu, it is as follows. Our Wu clan has resided in the underworld since withdrawing from the primordial chaos. However, this underworld, a realm for spirits, proves detrimental rather than beneficial for our clan. Upon hearing this, Su Mu furrowed his brow. Although he was unaware of the reasons why the Wu clan and the underworld could not coexist harmoniously, he could discern from the Earth Mother's tone that this was likely not a positive situation. The Earth Mother continued. The underworld is permeated with heavy yin energy, while our Wu clan possesses abundant yang energy. The collision of these two forces would severely damage our bodies, that if this continues, our clan will grow increasingly frail, potentially leading to death. Hearing this, Su Mu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He could not help but inquire, "Then why do you not leave the underworld?" The Earth Mother smiled bitterly and replied, "Though we desire to depart from the underworld and return to the primordial chaos, there is no longer a place for the Wu clan there." Upon this revelation, a sense of sorrow surged within Su Mu. Indeed, the calamity between the Wu and the Yao had utterly stripped both clans of their right to exist in the primordial chaos. Whatever thoughts the Earth Mother harbored, Su Mu was determined to assist her if he could. "Earth Mother, I wish to allow a portion of the Wu clan to reincarnate as humans." The Earth Mother gazed at Su Mu with hopeful anticipation. "That is indeed possible. With human identities, they can return to the primordial chaos," Su Mu affirmed. "Moreover, I foresee that the human emperor will soon require warriors for battle. Would it be permissible for Chi-Yu to contend for the position of human emperor?" The Earth Mother inquired further. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu replied, "Earth Mother, Chi-Yu can indeed vie for the position of human emperor. However, victory and defeat are common in warfare. Should he fail, he must fully commit himself to the human race. Most importantly, the reincarnated Wu clan members must not harm the human race, as that is a bottom line. Otherwise, our ancestral land will take action." "Very well. I promise you that the reincarnated Wu clan member shall be considered part of the human race and will not engage in any harm against them. After this matter, the underworld shall owe you a karmic debt." The Earth Mother solemnly pledged to Su Mu. Su Mu nodded, knowing that the Earth Mother would uphold her promise. Subsequently, they began discussing the specifics of implementation. They decided to select a number of outstanding Wu clan descendants and use the 6 paths of reincarnation to transform them into humans. "Su Mu, since the war of Wu and Yao, only the great witches remain. Xing Tian, Xiang Lu, Jiu Feng, Chi-Yu, and Feng Bo Yushur," the Earth Mother stated. "What are the 11 ancestral witches? How has their strength recovered?" Su Mu inquired. "My brothers and sister Xian Ming all self-destructed, perishing alongside some of the demon sovereigns like Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, because I previously appointed them as the 10 Yama Kings in Meng Pa. Their true spirits were preserved. Although their physical forms have been reconstructed using the merits of the underworld, they currently possess only the cultivation of golden immortals," the Earth Mother said with a sorrowful expression. Su Mu furrowed his brow, then relaxed as he addressed the Earth Mother. "Earth Mother, you should rejoice that the 11 ancestral witches survived the calamity. After all, as long as they live, there is hope. Their cultivation can be improved, and they're still your brothers and sisters." Su Mu, "You are right. I was overly attached. I should be grateful that my siblings are still with me." Once everything was prepared, waves of Wu clan descendants embarked on the path of reincarnation, beginning new journeys as humans. Meanwhile, Chi-Yu, bearing the hopes of the Wu clan, plunged into the battle for the title of human emperor. His formidable strength and determination were sure to stir the waters of this contest. In the East Sea, within the Crystal Palace, Zhu Long sat at the head seat, staring blankly ahead as if he were a statue. His eyes were hollow and profound, as though he could see through everything before him, gazing into the distant past or future. Perhaps he was reminiscing about past glories or contemplating the path ahead. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings stood respectfully by, their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation. They understood that Zhu Long was their leader, their spiritual pillar. They hoped he would lead them toward a more splendid future, bringing them greater glory and fortune. "O Guang, I have devised a plan for the future of the Dragon Clan," Zhu Long addressed the 4 dragons. Old ancestor, what is your plan? We, the descendants, shall heed your command. The dragons replied. Zhu Long declared, I intend for the entire dragon clan to join the human race. What? Ao Guang, Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun exclaimed in astonishment. Ao Guang cautioned. Old ancestor, think carefully. Our dragon clan was once one of the dominant races in the primordial chaos. Ao Qin added hastily. Indeed, old ancestor. Although our dragon clan has declined, as the saying goes, a thin camel is still larger than a horse. Not to mention, our dragon clan's foundation is as deep as the boundless ocean. Why must we yield to another race? Ao Run interjected. Old ancestor, as one of the former overlords, if we join another race, would we not become the jest of all beings in the primordial chaos? Ao Shun followed suit. Old ancestor, consider other options. Enough said. I have made my decision, Zhu Long replied slowly. You four will accompany me to the human ancestral land to visit the martial ancestor. Should we join the human race and obtain their fortune, the dragon clan's karma will be dissolved. Human race's fortune, the 4 dragons murmured. If we can truly acquire the fortune of a human race, it would relieve our dragon clan of its karma. They all responded in unison. We shall obey the old ancestor's command. Once the decision was made, Zhu Long led the 4 sea dragon kings to the human ancestral land. Outside the great formation of the human ancestral land, Zhu Long addressed the human guards. I am Zhu Long of the dragon clan, accompanied by the 4 sea dragon kings, seeking an audience with the martial ancestor. Upon hearing that the visitor was the dragon clan's old ancestor and the 4 sea dragon kings, the guards hurried to report to the human ancestral hall. Su Mu was quite surprised upon hearing that Zhu Long had arrived. Zhu Long. What brings him here? Though puzzled, he instructed them to allow the visitors Zhu Long entered the ancestral land with the attendants. The 5 dragons gazed at the dense fortune and martial energy of the human race. Their excitement palpable. The 4 sea dragon kings thought to themselves, indeed, the old ancestor possesses foresight. Upon seeing Zhu Long and the 4 sea dragon kings enter the hall, Su Mu rose to greet them, saying, Zhu Long, your visit to our human race truly honors us. I have long wished to pay my respects to the martial ancestor, but the dragon clan had matters requiring my attention, which caused the delay. Zhu Long replied, I asked their particular reason for your visit, old ancestor? Su Mu inquired. Martial ancestor, to speak candidly, we have come to seek membership in the human race, Zhu Long stated directly. Su Mu was taken aback. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was his first encounter with the dragon clan desiring to join the human race. The pride of the dragon clan was well known, and now they sought to join the humans. After a considerable pause, Su Mu remained silent, which left Zhu Long and the 4 sea dragon kings anxious. Ao Guang whispered to Zhu Long, Old ancestor, what does it mean that the martial ancestor remains silent? Could it be that he is opposed to our request? Zhu Long felt uneasy as well, fearing that Su Mu might refuse. Ao Qin urged. Old ancestor, quickly asked the martial ancestor. Zhu Long cautiously asked. Martial ancestor, is it permissible for my dragon clan to join the human race? How could Su Mu decline? He was elated and replied to Zhu Long. Of course, it is permissible. The dragon clans joining the human race is most welcome. I shall inform the human emperor and the 3 ancestors at once. Please wait a moment. Su Mu found Fushi and the 3 ancestors to convey the dragon clan's desire to join the human race. Fushi remarked, Su Mu, although the dragon clan is burdened with karma, they still possess fortune. Though it may be slight, their joining will strengthen our human race's fortune. This is feasible, but how shall we arrange their roles? The dragon clan could serve as guardians of the human race, Su Mu suggested. Very well, let us proceed to the martial field and announce this matter. Fushi agreed. Su Mu dispatched someone to invite Zhu Long and the others to the martial field. Looking at the crowd gathered there, Su Mu took out the Kongtong Seal and proclaimed, I, Su Mu, martial ancestor of the human race, hereby appoint the dragon clan as the guardian beasts of the human race. Let heaven and earth bear witness. Upon the completion of Su Mu's words, the primordial world resonated, bestowing merits upon the dragon tribe of the 4 seas. From the depths of the oceans soared 9 ethereal golden dragons. entering the Kongtong Seal and imprinting their essence upon it. The human race and the primordial realm acknowledged the dragon tribe as their sacred guardians. The fortune of humanity began to flow towards the dragon tribe, and as this abundant fortune enveloped them, the karma afflicting the dragons gradually dissipated. With the descent of merits, the dragon tribe's karma vanished almost entirely. The dragons erupted with elation, taking flight across the skies of the primordial world. Finally liberated from the torment of their past burdens, they could resume their cultivation and continue their growth. How could they not be exhilarated? They bowed deeply towards the ancestral lands of humanity. Expressing their profound gratitude, the candle dragon, feeling the alleviation of its karma, wept tears of joy and solemnly addressed Su-mu, saying, "Thank you, martial ancestor. Thank you to all the friends of the human race. The great kindness of humanity shall never be forgotten by my dragon tribe, and we shall protect humanity for generations to come." A.S., one of the ancient ancestors of the dragon tribe and a direct participant in the calamity of the dragon Han. The candle dragon still bore remnants of karma, a consequence of the heavenly Tao's punishment upon the dragons. Yet, joy filled its heart. For now, it could continue its cultivation and pursue the elusive path of the primordial golden immortal. There were also many among the human race who could not cultivate. Thus they placed their faith in the dragon tribe, transforming them into their totem for protection. This circumstance led later generations to refer to themselves as the descendants of dragons. With the inclusion of the dragon tribe, the fortune of humanity ascended to new heights. The contemporary human race could be said to have seized the advantage of time, place, and harmony. Not only did they possess formidable foundations and strength, but countless heroes and legends also emerged, their fortunes so profound that it was unparalleled in the primordial realm, with none able to rival them. The present human race had become one of the mightiest races on the primordial continent, their fortune shaking the very fabric of the world that in both fortune and martial prowess. Humanity exhibited incomparable advantages, becoming the object of envy and resentment among other races in the chaos purple sky palace. Hong Jun Daozu gazed upon the ancestral lands of humanity and the sacred Shoyang Mountain, enveloped in the rich fortune of the human race, and a wave of despair surged within him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this scene, muttering to himself, "Such a dense fortune of humanity. It seems the path of humanity is on the verge of revival." His brow furrowed deeply, revealing profound concern. What did the revival of humanity signify for him? He understood all too well that this would have a monumental impact on the entire primordial world, an influence that might far exceed his control. In that moment, Hong Jun Daozu felt as though he were engulfed in darkness. Unable to see a path forward, he realized that if humanity truly revived, the intricate web he had painstakingly woven over many years would face unprecedented challenges. He could not remain idle. He must devise a strategy to confront this potential threat. Thus, Hong Jun Daozu began to ponder deeply, racking his brain in search of a method to curb the revival of humanity. He contemplated various possibilities, weighing the pros and cons, yet he could not find a perfect solution. However, he did not give up, for he knew time was of the essence, and he must make a decision swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. In this atmosphere of silence, Hong Jun Daozu stood resolutely, gazing into the distance at the ancestral lands of humanity and Shoyang Mountain, his heart brimming with conflict and struggle. Faced with the impending revival of humanity, he felt utterly powerless. Nevertheless, he would not easily concede. He would continue to strive, seeking a resolution to ensure his position and interests remained unshaken. The only plan he could conceive was to wait for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to return to their rightful places, then to seal them away within the ancestral lands of humanity, as long as they were unable to intervene in the affairs of the primordial realm or connect with the outside world. The path of humanity could not awaken to that time. He would use the primordial purple energy to control Nuwa, imprisoning her cultivation, and have the 5 saints join forces to seal the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, completely severing the chance for humanity's awakening. Meanwhile, Su-mu, observing the burgeoning fortune of humanity, fell into contemplation. With such rapid growth in the fortune of humanity, the path of humanity is likely on the verge of revival. Hong Jun Daozu will surely take major actions. We must hasten to discuss countermeasures, for the road to revival is fraught with obstacles. Mu addressed the Candle Dragon, saying, Elder Candle Dragon, you may select some gifted descendants of the Dragon Tribe to come to the ancestral lands, where the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi will assess them. Those who pass the trials shall be permitted to cultivate the true martial scripture and have their names inscribed upon the martial monument, sharing in the martial fortune. Thank you, martial ancestor, the Candle Dragon exclaimed with delight. After speaking, the Candle Dragon departed with the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas to the East Sea to select worthy dragons. En route, the Candle Dragon remarked to the Four Seas Dragon Kings, this opportunity is rare. We must quickly select talented descendants to send to the ancestral lands of humanity. Remember, they must possess noble character. Understood, the 4 dragons responded, speeding towards the East Sea. After bidding farewell to the Candle Dragon and his companions, Su Mu made his way to Shouyang Mountain to meet Nuwa. Teacher, Su Mu bowed. What brings you here? Su Mu? Nuwa inquired. Just as Su Mu was about to respond, he noticed that only Nuwa was present in the Shouyang Palace. Teacher, where is Sister Jean Feng? Su Mu asked. Nuwa smiled and explained the Feng clan had matters to attend to and sent for her return. Su Mu nodded in understanding and then broached the main topic. Teacher, have you sensed the current fortune of humanity? Su Mu questioned. Indeed, it is incredibly powerful, Nuwa replied. Once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors fully assume their positions, the fortune of humanity will reach its zenith, and the path of humanity is likely to revive. Indeed, with such formidable fortune, it would be difficult for humanity not to awaken, Nuwa remarked with a smile in her eyes. Teacher, Hong Jun Daozu will not allow the revival of humanity, Su Mu expressed with concern. Hong Jun Daozu, Nuwa said, her teeth clenched in frustration, indeed poses a significant issue. Teacher, I have promised to allow Qiyu to participate in the calamity and the contest for the position of human emperor. The Earth Mother has agreed to owe me a karmic debt. Su Mu slowly explained, at that time, we will have the Earth Mother exert all her strength to break through the heavenly Tao's blockade of the underworld. Hong Jun Daozu will undoubtedly unite with the heavenly Tao to suppress the Earth and the Earth Mother. This way, the troublesome Hong Jun Daozu will be resolved. Nuwan nodded in agreement, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. She recognized that while this plan appeared straightforward, it required immense courage and wisdom. Su Mu's ability to devise such a strategy showcased his exceptional talent. At that moment, Nuwa's gaze became resolute. She understood that the battles ahead would be extraordinarily challenging. Yet she was prepared. Su Mu, I am confident in my ability to confront the 5 great saints. But the sword array of the extermination of immortals can only be broken by 4 individuals of equal rank. Nuwa lamented. The extermination of immortals' sword array, the foremost killing formation of antiquity, was composed of 4 sacred swords. The extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword. Each sword possessed unparalleled power, capable of effortlessly slaying immortals. The extermination of immortals' sword array maximized the might of these 4 swords, and only 4 individuals of equal caliber could dismantle it. Yet, Nuwa remained confident in her ability to contend with the 5 great saints, a testament to her strength and bravery. However, even she felt the pressure when faced with the extermination of immortals' sword array. Teacher, do not be so pessimistic. Once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors return, your cultivation will naturally rise, Su Mu reassured. Nuwa considered this. If she could elevate her cultivation by several levels, she would not fear the 5 saints. Yet the extermination of immortals' sword array continued to trouble her, remaining an unsolvable dilemma. Teacher, I have a plan for you to consider, Su Mu proposed. What plan? Nuwa inquired, intrigued. Teacher, you could petition the Tao to establish the path of humanity before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors return. While Hong Jun Daozu and the 5 saints are absent, Su Mu suggested. Nuwa's beautiful eyes brightened. Indeed, by establishing the path of humanity in advance and becoming its spokesperson, my strength would be sufficient to contend with Hong Jun Daozu. As the representative of humanity, I could directly overpower the 5 saints, rendering the extermination of immortals' sword array inconsequential. Nuwa then entered seclusion, engaging in cultivation while preparing to establish the path of humanity. Meanwhile, the skies above the Xiong and Juli tribes were filled with radiant light, with purple energy emanating from the east, as if auspicious signs were manifesting. Witnessing such phenomena, the entire human race erupted with excitement, fervently discussing, "What is happening? Are we about to witness the emergence of two great sages?" An air of anticipation and exhilaration filled everyone's hearts. Some exclaimed, "This is nothing short of unprecedented." The sudden emergence of two great sages is indeed a momentous occasion for our human race. Another individual expressed their excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, if two great sages truly arise, our human race shall flourish even more in the future." People engaged in animated discussions about this exhilarating news, their faces radiant with joy and pride. Among the crowd, some elders were particularly moved, reflecting, "I never imagined I would witness such a miracle. This is a divine blessing upon our human race." Their eyes glistened with tears, seemingly envisioning the hopeful future of humanity. Meanwhile, the members of the Yoxiong and Juli tribes felt immense pride and honor. They believed that their tribes were on the verge of producing remarkable figures who would guide humanity toward a path of prosperity and greatness. As time passed, Xianyuan of the Yoxiong tribe and Qiyu of the Juli tribe gradually grew up, showcasing astonishing talents and leadership abilities, emerging as the elite of their respective tribes in the capital of humanity. Shinnong, upon hearing of Xianyuan and Qiyu's deeds, resolved to put them to the test. Shinnong first visited the Juli tribe, where the people did not receive him well. Upon meeting Qiyu, the latter was genuinely excited, believing that Shinnong intended to pass the position of co-lord to him. Shinnong inquired how Qiyu would lead humanity if he were to become co-lord. Qiyu replied, "Of course, I would lead humanity to conquer the wilderness." Upon understanding Qiyu's mindset, Shinnong departed from the Juli tribe, dissatisfied with Qiyu's response, "As a co-lord, one must not only possess decisiveness in battle, but also a compassionate heart." Shinnong then proceeded to the Yoxiong tribe, where he was warmly received by Xianyuan. Xianyuan expressed profound respect and admiration for Shinnong, acknowledging his selfless dedication to seeking medicinal herbs for the salvation of the populace, even at the risk of his own life. This spirit of altruistic sacrifice and fearless devotion deeply moved Xianyuan, fostering a sense of reverence for Shinnong. Xianyuan welcomed Shinnong to the Yoxiong tribe, stating, "It is a privilege for us that you have graced us with your presence." Shinnong replied, "I have heard of your wisdom and strategies in governing the tribe with such order, and am here to witness it for myself, that I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities." Xianyuan responded affirmatively. "Indeed, one must fulfill their duties while in position." "Very well." Shinnong then asked, "What do you believe the principles of a co-lord should be?" "Principles?" Xuanyuan's lips curved slightly, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes as he spoke slowly. "I believe a co-lord should prioritize the well-being of all living beings, caring for the populace, and adhering to the principles of fairness, justice, and benevolence, leading all tribes towards mutual development and shared brilliance." He paused before continuing. "The co-lord must uphold an impartial and selfless heart, treating all tribes equally, allowing them to perceive the power of fairness and justice. Furthermore, attention must be given to the livelihood of the people, striving to improve their living conditions and enhance their sense of happiness and fulfillment. Additionally, the co-lord should possess a compassionate heart, concerned with the sufferings of the tribes and actively assisting them in overcoming difficulties, fostering harmonious coexistence among all tribes. Only in this way can we truly achieve a grand unity and create a prosperous new era." Xianyuan gazed steadfastly into the distance, as though he could already envision that splendid future. Shinnong regarded Xianyuan with admiration, his eyes sparkling with respect and approval that he nodded slightly, a smile of gratification gracing his lips. "Well done. I hope you will steadfastly adhere to your principles." After Shinnong departed from the Yoxiong tribe, Qiyu of the Juli tribe believed that Shinnong's visit was an indication of his impending succession to the position of co-lord. Thus, Qiyu hastened his military endeavors, first developing agriculture within the Juli tribe by encouraging some tribesmen to cultivate crops and store provisions. To enhance the yield and quality of the crops, Qiyu guided his tribesmen in selecting suitable varieties for the local climate and soil conditions, employing reasonable farming techniques, irrigation methods, and fertilization practices. Furthermore, he encouraged the exchange of experiences among tribesmen, collectively exploring superior agricultural practices. Through these efforts, agriculture flourished within the Juli tribe, drastically increasing food production and providing a solid material foundation for the tribe's prosperity. Simultaneously, Qiyu recognized the vital importance of military strength in protecting the tribe and expanding its territory. Thus, he commenced the establishment of an army and the crafting of weapons that he selected strong and brave tribesmen as warriors and subjected them to rigorous training. In terms of weaponry, Qiyu invented copper weapons, such as copper axes, copper spears, and armor, which proved sharper and sturdier than stone and wooden weapons, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of his forces. He also created 5 types of weaponry: the G, spear, halberd, chieftain spear, and barbarian spear. As time progressed, Qiyu's army gradually grew in strength, evolving into a formidable fighting force capable of defending the Juli tribe from external threats and waging wars to expand its influence. Under Qiyu's leadership, the Juli tribe steadily rose to prominence, becoming a powerful and prosperous tribal alliance. He progressively sought to expand the tribe, incorporating willing tribes while directly conquering those resistant to join, which incited considerable resentment among many tribes of humanity. As time passed, Qiyu's Juli tribe absorbed numerous other tribes of humanity. Xianyuan of the Yoxiong tribe sat solemnly upon a tiger-skin chair, attentively listening to the reports from his subordinates. His gaze was sharp and resolute, exuding an air of authority. Chief, Qiyu has already dispatched forces to conquer multiple tribes, and their power is increasingly formidable, a young warrior reported anxiously. Xianyuan furrowed his brow slightly. Contemplating before speaking, Qiyu's ambition to dominate the world poses a significant threat to our Yoxiong tribe. Rising to his feet, his towering figure emanated an undeniable aura. However, I believe that as long as we unite, we can withstand Qiyu's aggression. Xianyuan surveyed the crowd, his voice low yet powerful. Immediately summon all warriors and prepare for battle. We must defend our homeland and protect our land and people. The assembly responded in unison. Their spirits high. They understood that in the face of Qiyu's threat, only through unity and courageous resistance could they safeguard their loved ones and the peace of their tribe. Xianyuan was acutely aware that this war would be a grueling test. Yet he firmly believed that justice would ultimately triumph over evil, that he resolved to lead the warriors of the Yoxiong tribe in a thrilling confrontation against Qiyu, defending peace and dignity. The armies of Qiyu and Xianyuan soon clashed in the midst of a deer hunt, engaging in battle. Although Qiyu's forces were not as numerous as Xianyuan's, their weaponry was exceptionally refined and remarkably resilient. Gradually, Xianyuan's army began to falter. Sensing the dire situation, Xianyuan ordered a retreat. In desperation, he summoned his mentor, Guang Chengzi, who soon arrived at Xianyuan's camp. Xianyuan rose to greet him, saying, "Teacher, you have come." "Xianyuan, what has transpired? Your forces should outnumber Qiyu's. How could you have been defeated?" Guang Chengzi reproached. "Teacher, Qiyu's weapons are far superior, more durable than ours, and we cannot withstand them. Furthermore, their armor is impervious to our weapons. In that case, you must engage him directly. If you cannot prevail, I shall intervene personally," Guang Chengzi stated darkly. "Very well." Xianyuan immediately issued orders to confront Qiyu in battle. On the battlefield, Qiyu, mounted on a ferocious beast, taunted Xianyuan, saying, "Xianyuan, you were defeated in your first encounter. Are you still unconvinced?" "Qiyu, this time I shall face you myself," Xianyuan declared. "Good." Qiyu dismounted his beast, brandishing a tiger's fang as he charged at Xianyuan, and the two soon engaged in fierce combat. Although Qiyu had reincarnated as a member of humanity, due to the influence of Hutu, he had regained his memories and the formidable powers of the great shaman, thus overpowering Xianyuan in the battle. Observing Xianyuan's struggle, Guang Chengzi stepped in personally, summoning the FNTI New York Inn to strike at Qiyu. After the rupture of Mount Buzhou, the original materials had been taken by Hutu, prompting Yuanshi Tianzuan to forge the FNTI New York Inn from other materials. The FNTI New York Inn struck Qiyu, yet it appeared to have no effect. Qi Yu brushed off non-existent dust, laughing. Guang Chengzi, are you merely tickling me? Ha ha! Guang Chengzi was astounded. Qi Yu, have you regained the powers of the great shaman? The witch clan is inherently robust in physique. Guang Chengzi and Qi Yu are both at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, rendering Qi Yu no match for Guang Chengzi. Without hesitation, Guang Chengzi turned and fled, urging Xian Yuan, withdraw the troops swiftly. Xian Yuan complied with reluctance, pondering, if my master cannot defeat him, why engage in battle? Only to suffer another loss? In the Xian Yuan camp, a furrowed brow marked Xian Yuan's face as he addressed Guang Chengzi. Master, what shall we do now? Fear not, for I shall journey to Kunlun Mountain to seek assistance from my fellow disciples. Guang Chengzi replied. Upon his return to Kunlun, he gathered the other 11 golden immortals and detailed the dire situation. The 11 were elated, as aiding Guang Chengzi would allow them to share in his merits. Initially disgruntled that the opportunity for merit had been unjustly bestowed upon Guang Chengzi by the Yuan Shi Tianzun, even Nanji Xianwang, the eldest brother, had been overlooked, with the 12 golden immortals gathered at the Xian Yuan camp. Guang Chengzi felt a sense of assurance and declared, Xian Yuan, challenge them. Seeing the 12 golden immortals assembled, Xian Yuan once more issued a challenge. This time, it was the 12 golden immortals, rather than Xian Yuan, who took up arms. Among them were Guang Chengzi, Yu Dingzhen Run, and Ci Hang Dao Run, all at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Qi Yu found himself overwhelmed as he faced 3 great Luo golden immortals alongside several Tai golden immortals and golden immortals. Yet, Qi Yu remained unfazed, calling out, Brothers, lend me your strength. Suddenly, from Qi Yu's ranks surged 81 enormous beasts, each a grotesque amalgamation of various forms. Some bore the heads of dragons with human bodies, others possessed the bodies of tigers with human faces, and still others featured avian forms with serpentine tails. Armed with an array of weapons, including swords, spears, and halberds, they exuded a formidable aura that instilled dread. Their emergence quickly subdued the remaining 9 golden immortals. Guang Chengzi contemplated fleeing but found no opportunity. The other golden immortals were also unable to withstand the onslaught, urgently conveying to Guang Chengzi, Senior brother, what should we do now? Anxious, Guang Chengzi steeled himself, relaying through thought, Junior brothers, let us attack the human forces below. Their numbers are already scant. If we force them to divert their attention to rescue their kin, we can seize the chance to escape. United, they unleash their arcane might upon the unsuspecting human populace below, conjuring gales, boulders, flames, and ice spikes. The human soldiers of Qi Yu suffered devastating casualties, igniting the wrath of Qi Yu and his 81 brethren, who swiftly descended to the ground to shield their troops from the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Guang Chengzi and his companions retreated, leaving Xian Yuan despondent. Another defeat in the Xian Yuan camp. The atmosphere was one of despondency. As everyone sat in silence, uncertain of their next steps, Xian Yuan furrowed his brow, suggesting, perhaps I should beseech the ancestral ground. If this continues, the human race will only slay one another, leading to a rapid depletion of our forces, ultimately harming our own kind. His voice was laden with worry and anxiety, as he envisioned the tragic consequences that might ensue. He understood well the repercussions of war and recognized that without decisive action, the human race would plunge into a deeper crisis. Reluctantly, Xian Yuan made his way to the ancestral ground of the human race. After some correspondence, he was granted an audience with a martial ancestor. Sumu, martial ancestor, the war has dragged on for far too long. The human race is embroiled in infighting. If this persists, it will yield nothing but harm, Sumu stated. Very well, you may return for now. I shall find a suitable individual to assist you, he added. With a heavy heart, Xian Yuan returned to the hunting grounds, while the news of the hunting god of the deer spread throughout the primordial world. Proclaiming his repeated defeats, after much contemplation, Sumu finally identified Bei Xian, intending for him to mentor Ud, and now was the opportune moment for him to prepare Xian Yuan. Sumu transmitted a message to Bei Xian, summoning him to the martial ancestors' hall, which was located within the human ancestors' domain, alongside the halls of Sui Run, Niao. Upon arriving before Su Mu, Bei Xian performed his respects. I pay my respects to my senior brother. Long time no see. You have reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. It seems you have been diligent in your cultivation, Su Mu remarked with delight, grateful for the praise. Bei Xian expressed, thank you, senior brother, for your kind words. Bei Xian, there have been complications with Guang Chengzi aiding Xian Yuan, as they have been unable to overcome Qi Yu's forces. You shall assist Xian Yuan. And in doing so, you too shall earn merit. Thank you, senior brother, for this opportunity. I will do my utmost to aid Xian Yuan. However, I have heard that the 12 golden immortals from Kunlun have also failed. How can I, a mere Tai golden immortal, contend with Qi Yu? Bei Xian questioned. Su Mu smiled gently and replied, Junior brother, I've devised a strategy. You may seek out the 9 heavens Xian Nu in western Kunlun. Well-versed in military tactics and warfare, she was already a Tai golden immortal upon our first meeting, and it is likely she has ascended to great Luo now. With your collaboration, you will surely triumph over Qi Yu's army. After a brief pause, Su Mu added, I shall also request the Zhulong to send a dragon to assist Xian Yuan. Very well. I shall immediately journey to western Kunlun to find the 9 heavens Xian Nu. Bei Xian declared, setting off without delay. Once Bei Xian departed, Su Mu exited the martial ancestors' hall and made his way to the training grounds, locating a dragon from the dragon clan to relay a message to Zhulong, requesting a dragon to assist Xian Yuan. The dragon, upon hearing Su Mu's instructions, promptly headed towards the eastern sea. Upon reaching the foot of western Kunlun, Bei Xian called out, I, Bei Xian of the human race, request an audience with the 9 heavens Xian Nu. After a brief moment, the 9 heavens Xian Nu appeared, transformed from her previous self. Having witnessed Su Mu's formidable prowess, she felt a surge of envy and silently vowed to commit to her training, forsaking her previous indulgences. Thus, upon returning to western Kunlun after parting ways with Su Mu, she entered a frenzied training mode. The Western Queen Mother was pleased to witness such dedication in the 9 heavens Xian Nu, consequently directing all resources in western Kunlun towards her. Through a combination of abundant resources and her own diligence, her cultivation advanced rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Had Bei Xian not sought her out, she would have remained in seclusion, continuing her rigorous training. What brings you to find me? The 9 heavens Xian Nu inquired. Sister Xian Nu, I am here at the behest of senior brother Su Mu. Bei Xian replied that Su Mu sent you. Who might you be? The 9 heavens Xian Nu asked that I am the second disciple under the guidance of Nuwa Yang Yang. Bei Xian answered, very well. What did Su Mu wish to convey? The 9 heavens Xian Nu questioned further. Bei Xian then relayed the events to her. I see now. This is Su Mu presenting me with an opportunity, she said with a smile. Let us go. And together we shall confront Qi Yu. With a single step, they found themselves outside the Xian Yuan camp, where Xian Yuan awaited anxiously for news from the ancestral ground. During his wait, Qi Yu had persistently issued challenges. Yet Xian Yuan had kept a banner of peace raised high. A soldier rushed in, breathless with excitement. Leader, a dragon. There's a colossal dragon outside. A dragon. Let us go and see, Xian Yuan exclaimed, exhilaration evident in his voice. As the dragon had long been a guardian spirit and totem of the human race even before his birth, the gathered crowd emerged from the tent, with Xian Yuan gazing in awe at the magnificent dragon before him. The creature was immense, and, as he beheld its massive wings tucked beneath its arms, Xian Yuan was rendered speechless. This truly a dragon. It appears nothing like the descriptions I have read. Xian Yuan was enveloped in confusion and inquired among the crowd. Bei Xian elucidated, saying, Leader Xian Yuan, this indeed is a dragon, albeit a branch of the dragon lineage known as the Yinglong. Upon hearing Bei Xian's explanation, Xian Yuan was suddenly enlightened. His heart brimming with curiosity, he was aware of the existence of dragons, but was utterly ignorant of the Yinglong clan. Xian Yuan then asked, what precisely is the Yinglong? Bei Xian continued, the Yinglong clan is the elite among the dragon lineage, possessing unique talents and abilities. These Yinglong typically reside atop lofty mountains or in the depths of the sea. seldom interacting with the outside world. What brings the Yinglong here? Xian Yuan queried, perplexed. Bei Xian smiled as he replied, the Yinglong is also a helper sought for you by the elder brother. Excellent. To gain allies is to have assistance, while to lose allies is to face adversity. Let us see how Qi Yu turns the tide this time, Xian Yuan exclaimed with delight. Upon returning to the main camp, the group engaged in fervent discussions and deliberations. They gathered within the tent, the atmosphere tense and grave, each person offering their opinions and suggestions in an effort to devise a flawless plan. We must gain a detailed understanding of the enemy situation, including their troop strength, weaponry, and strategic layout, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu stated. Simultaneously, we must consider the terrain and select appropriate battlefields and tactics. Xian Yuan added, moreover, we must not neglect logistical support, ensuring the army has ample supplies, Bei Xian reminded. The group nodded in agreement, then continued to delve into various intricate details. After a prolonged discussion, they finally established a comprehensive combat strategy. Very well, let us execute this plan. May we emerge victorious, Xian Yuan declared decisively. The assembly echoed in unison. May we achieve a triumphant opening. Thus, the various armies commenced preparations for the impending battle. The Nine Heavens Xian Nu crafted drums from the hides of the Eastern Sea Kuang Neo and hammers from the bones of thunder beasts. She also fashioned horns from animal horns for use in battle. With everything in readiness, Xian Yuan commenced the offensive once more. They first deployed the Yinglong to leverage its formidable strength, launching an aerial assault that disrupted the advance of Qi Yu's troops, while also utilizing the Dragon Clan's water-controlling abilities to disarray Qi Yu's formations. At this moment, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu commanded a row of soldiers to sound the war horns. She also brought forth a line of drums, arranged in a row, and began to strike them in a rhythmic display of encouragement. All forces, advance, she commanded. The army of Xian Yuan swiftly unleashed a fierce assault. Qi Yu's forces promptly adjusted to confront Xian Yuan's onslaught. However, the momentum of Xian Yuan's army was overwhelming, shattering Qi Yu's ranks and causing them to retreat in disarray. Qi Yu, with no recourse, was compelled to withdraw. Within Qi Yu's camp, one of his 81 brothers remarked, "Leader, Xian Yuan's army comes with great ferocity. They seem to be employing strategy." Qi Yu replied, "That woman at the forefront is extraordinary. She appears to be well-versed in military tactics. I must seek reinforcements." Having spoken, Qi Yu departed for the underworld. Meanwhile, news of Xian Yuan's victory over Qi Yu's forces spread rapidly throughout the primordial realm. What? Xian Yuan actually triumphed this time. Isn't Guang Chengzi the god of hunting? How could he have one? My friend, you are unaware. This victory is not attributed to Guang Chengzi, but rather to the Nine Heavens Xian Nu. Is the Nine Heavens Xian Nu the disciple of the West Queen Mother? The West Queen Mother is truly formidable, having trained such an exceptional disciple. The Nine Heavens Xian Nu wields military prowess like a deity. I wish to deem her the goddess of war. Countless mighty beings within the primordial realm exchanged thoughts through divine consciousness, reveling in the discourse. Upon hearing the exchanges of the mighty, the West Queen Mother felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as this inadvertently elevated her standing in the eyes of the powerful in the underworld. Within the Hall of Tranquility, Qi Yu stood before Ho Tu with a pained expression, his voice filled with sorrow. Your Highness, his rugged visage bore the marks of helplessness and grievance, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Ho Tu replied, Qi Yu, I am aware of your intentions. The human ancestors have taken action, which is to be expected. This battle has dragged on for far too long. The human race can bear it no longer, and I shall send the wind and rain masters to assist you. And you and Xian Yuan shall engage in a decisive battle at Zhulu. Very well, Qi Yu responded, departing the underworld accompanied by the wind and rain masters. Upon reaching Zhulu, the rain master employed sorcery, and in an instant, torrential rain poured down upon the battlefield. The deluge overwhelmed Xian Yuan's forces, destroying their camp and inflicting significant losses. The Yinglong intervened, barely managing to lessen the intensity of the rain. Although the Yinglong possessed the ability to control wind and rain, its strength paled in comparison to that of the Rain Master. In such dire circumstances, Bei Xian personally ventured north of Qishui to summon the goddess Nuwa to assist in the battle. Upon her arrival, the heat radiating from her form diminished the rain's ferocity as she wielded her divine power to evaporate the surrounding water into vapor. As she moved, the temperature around her began to rise, and the ground, once drenched, gradually dried. With the torrential rain abated, Xian Yuan's forces prepared to launch another assault against Qi Yu's army. Sensing the dire turn of events, the wind and rain masters combined their powers, enveloping Zhu Lu in a dense fog. All lost their sense of direction, forcing Xian Yuan's forces to halt their advance. Faced with the sudden fog, Xian Yuan, feeling helpless, ordered the army to re-establish their camp, temporarily ceasing hostilities. After all, if his army could not discern their direction, neither could Qi Yu's troops. Anxious, Xian Yuan suddenly looked up and spotted the Big Dipper in the sky. The handle turned while the head remained stationary, prompting him to devise the compass cart based on this principle. The compass cart resembled a two-wheeled vehicle with a wooden figure atop, its arm outstretched to indicate south. Once the cart began to move, the wooden figure's arm consistently pointed southward, regardless of the cart's direction due to the mechanics of the gears. Subsequently, the Yellow Emperor commanded the craftsmen to produce numerous compass carts. Thereafter, Xian Yuan led his army, following the compass carts, charging into the fray against Qi Yu's forces on the battlefield. Glimmers of swords and flashes of blades intertwined, with cries of battle rising and falling. Both sides of soldiers exerted their utmost, refusing to yield. The Nine Heavens Xian Nu continued to urge the soldiers to beat the drums, bolstering the morale of Xian Yuan's troops, which instantaneously enhanced their combat effectiveness. Under the valiant efforts of Xian Yuan and his companions, Qi Yu's army gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. However, Qi Yu himself, with formidable strength, continued to resist fiercely. Xian Yuan found himself unable to vanquish Qi Yu. Within Xian Yuan's camp, he addressed the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, what shall we do now? We are but a step away from ending this war, yet we find ourselves at an impasse against Qi Yu." The compassionate Taoist, being a person of subtle thought, immediately recalled Qi Yu's identity as a member of the Wu clan that he softly suggested, "Brother Guang Qingzi, if only we could possess the Slaughter Wu sword, that would be splendid." As soon as the words left Ci Hang's lips, the 11 golden immortals present and the Nine Heavens Xian Nu exhibited no particular reaction, yet Xian Yuan and Bei Xian's expressions abruptly darkened. Their countenances turned grave and somber, as if struck by a heavy burden. In that moment, a deep-seated hatred buried within the very essence of the human race was ignited. This animosity did not stem from personal grievances, but rather emerged from the age-old blood feud between the human race and the demon race. In the primordial realm, the enmity between humans and demons had persisted for countless years, with the demon race harboring profound historical wounds and resentment towards humanity. Now, faced with the need to combat the formidable Wu beings, the Slaughter Wu sword invoked the latent hatred within Xian Yuan and Bei Xian. Although they had not personally witnessed the massacre of their kind by the demon race, the blood feud was indelible. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu addressed Guang Qingzi. "Brother Guang Qingzi, I entrust the matter of the Slaughter Wu sword to you." Guang Qingzi, having also witnessed the demon race's slaughter of humanity, replied, "Very well. I shall venture to the demon realm to procure the Slaughter Wu sword." Upon the vast and boundless expanse of the earth, the sky looms dark and oppressive, casting a heavy pall over the landscape. At the edge of this land lies a sprawling marsh, thick with miasma and toxins. These noxious gases intertwine in the air, forming poisonous mists that render the surrounding atmosphere murky and foul. Within this shrouded realm, various venomous creatures, such as serpents and insects, struggle to survive in the harsh environment. Yet, despite the grim conditions, a resilient species persists here. The demon clan, this moment, a figure darts from the distance, revealing itself to be Guang Qingzi. That he surveys the desolate terrain before him, a frown creasing his brow. Is this truly the northernmost reaches of the primordial wilderness? What a desolate place it is. Guang Qingzi continues his flight, and after traversing a mountain range, he finally glimpses the dwelling of the demon clan. Although the miasma has dissipated, the spiritual energy here is alarmingly thin, a stark contrast to other regions. Guang Qingzi shakes his head, sighing, The demon clan has indeed fallen from grace. Once, they were a dominant force in the world. Now, they are relegated to this wretched existence, which is truly lamentable. The current members of the demon clan, on high alert, perceive the unfamiliar presence and promptly reveal themselves. Blocking Guang Chengzi's path point, one of the smaller demons inquires, "Who are you, and why have you come to our domain?" Guang Chengzi, with an air of arrogance, declares, "I am Guang Chengzi, the foremost of the 12 golden immortals under the esteemed Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Chan sect. Summon your leader at once." Upon hearing that a disciple of the sage has arrived, the small demon is taken aback but cannot directly approach the demon sage, so he hastily seeks out their king. The king, upon learning of the sage's disciple, promptly goes to find the demon god, as only at this level can one meet the demon sage. The demon sage, Baizhe, is preoccupied with administrative matters. Overwhelmed by the state of disrepair in the northern wilderness, Baizhe laments, "This northernmost expanse is utterly dilapidated, devoid of spiritual energy, rendering the demon clan incapable of cultivation. Their plight is dire." At that moment, the great Luo demon god enters to report, "My lord Baizhe, a disciple of a sage has arrived." "What?" Baizhe exclaims in surprise. "Where is he?" "At the foot of the mountain," comes the reply. Baizhe, upon hearing this, swiftly departs, pondering, "I cannot allow a sage's disciple to wait. The current state of the demon clan cannot afford such a slight." Outside the mountain, Guang Chengzi grows increasingly impatient as he awaits the appearance of the demon sage. The demon clan exhibits such a lack of decorum. Truly, as my master has said, mere beasts clad in skins. Born of dampness and decay, Guang Chengzi thinks to himself. Upon Baizhe's arrival, he sees Guang Chengzi casting a dark look toward the demon territory and hastily calls out from a distance, "I was unaware of the esteemed sage's disciple's visit. I apologize for my inadequate reception." Looking displeased, Guang Chengzi retorts, "The demon sage certainly maintains a grand demeanor, making me wait for such an extended period." Baizhe, with a forced smile, responds, "I hope you will overlook this, my friend. The environment here is indeed exceedingly harsh, and the distance from my dwelling is quite considerable." He continues to bow repeatedly in apology, explaining, "The small demon who reported was of low strength and slow speed, hence the delayed. I sincerely apologize." After which, he bows deeply once more to express his contrition. This humbleness is not due to Baizhe's desire to be subservient, but rather a reflection of the demon clan's diminished stature, for neglecting a disciple of a sage is akin to offending the sage himself. "Please, my friend, do enter," Baizhe invites Guang Chengzi. "No need. I have come for the slaughter witch sword," Guang Chengzi states directly. The slaughter witch sword, Baizhe muses for a moment. The demon clan has forged this weapon through the slaying of numerous human beings, thus incurring a great deal of bloodshed that has fostered enmity with humanity. The position of celestial masters was established specifically to vanquish demons. Baizhe retrieves the slaughter witch sword and hands it to Guang Chengzi, adding, "Since you require it, take it out. I understand that your intent in seeking the sword is to aid Xinyuan in dealing with Qiyu, returning it to humanity, which might alleviate some of the demon clan's sins." Guang Chengzi accepts the slaughter witch sword and departs the northern wilderness on a cloud, returning to the realm of hunting deer. Within the Xinyuan camp, a stillness prevails, interrupted only by the sound of the wind howling past. Xinyuan and Beixian stand silently, their gazes fixed upon the slaughter witch sword, as if attempting to peer through its blade into the annals of time. They remain silent for a long while. No words exchanged, only a torrent of thoughts swirling within it last. The 9 heavens Xin Nu breaks the silence. "Now that the slaughter witch sword is returned to our possession, let us commence this final battle." Her voice is resolute and powerful, imbued with a sense of unwavering determination. Xinyuan nods slightly, a glint of resolve in his eyes. "Very well. Let us wield this slaughter witch sword to defeat Qiyu." He grasps the hilt of the sword tightly, feeling its cold touch, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Beixian approaches solemnly, his expression serious as he regards Xinyuan. "May we overcome all obstacles and fulfill our mission. I also hope that, from this point onward, the spirits of humanity's heroes may rest in peace." He understands that this battle will determine not only Xuanyuan's fate, but that of humanity as well. And they must give their all. With the command of the nine heavens Xian Nu, the soldiers of the Xianyuan camp spring into action, preparing for the impending decisive battle. They are ready to face the forthcoming conflict, willing to pay any price for the future of humanity and their own convictions. The armies of Xianyuan and Qiyu engage in a fierce battle, resulting in a devastating defeat for Qiyu's forces. Though his army has been vanquished, Qiyu remains undeterred. Riding his iron-eating beast and wielding the tiger soul blade, he confronts Xianyuan. Xianyuan, let us duel. If you are victorious, you shall be the sovereign of humanity. Very well, Xianyuan replies, brandishing the slaughter-witch sword, mounting the Yinglong, and charging into battle against Qiyu. Initially, Qiyu, with his formidable physique, forces Xianyuan to retreat steadily. However, once Xianyuan seizes an opportunity to strike Qiyu with the slaughter-witch sword, Qiyu's strength diminishes dramatically. Startled, Qiyu exclaims, "This is the slaughter-witch sword." Xianyuan delivers another blow, causing Qiyu to tumble from his iron-eating beast, lying on the ground with the slaughter-witch sword poised at his throat. "Xianyuan, I have lost. You may kill me," Qiyu admits, utterly resigned. Xianyuan possesses the advantage of time, geography, and the people's support. It would be no easy feat to lose. This is fate. Xianyuan withdraws the slaughter-witch sword from Qiyu's neck. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, he softly declares, "I shall not slay you. In truth, I hold great admiration for you. You possess extraordinary courage and wisdom, qualities that are rare indeed. If you are willing, we can collaborate to create a better world together." Upon hearing this, a flood of complex emotions surges within Qiyu. He had anticipated execution at Xuanyuan's hands, yet now he is met with an unexpected offer. However, his pride and self-respect prevent him from easily accepting such a proposal. He coldly regards Xianyuan and firmly states, "I require no pity from you, nor will I collaborate. I trust solely in my own strength. Only through battle can I prove my worth." Xianyuan smiles faintly, as if he had foreseen Qiyu's response. He gently shakes his head, a hint of regret in his gaze. "Qiyu, you are too stubborn. War will only bring further destruction and suffering. While cooperation can lead us to achieve greater aims, do you not wish to witness a world of peace and prosperity?" Xianyuan queries softly, his tone tinged with helplessness. Qiyu falls silent for a moment, his gaze fixed determinately on Xianyuan as he slowly replies, "I understand your perspective, but our stances diverge. There are too many contradictions and conflicts between us, which cannot be easily resolved." Xianyuan sighs, "Qiyu, I know we have our differences. However, this does not mean we cannot uncover common ground. If we are willing to set aside our prejudices and work together, we can surely find a way to resolve our issues." Qiyu furrows his brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Perhaps you are right, but achieving that is no simple task. Our clans have accumulated far too much hatred and resentment, which cannot be dissolved in a day." Xianyuan nods, acknowledging Qiyu's concerns. Yet he remains steadfast in his belief that, as long as both parties are sincere, they can break the deadlock and coexist peacefully. Qiyu again lapses into silence, his mind turning over Xuanyuan's proposal. Although doubts linger, he cannot deny that peace is indeed more beneficial for the development of their respective clans. After considerable inner turmoil, Qiyu ultimately nods and states, "Very well, I accept your proposal. The Zhuli tribe shall submit to China." Xianyuan revealed a smile of satisfaction and remarked, "Very well, Qiyu, I hope we can work together to create a splendid future for our people." The two exchanged glances as if they beheld the dawn of peace. Despite the rugged path ahead, they both believed that as long as they persevered, the dream of harmonious coexistence would one day be realized. The protracted war had finally come to an end, and Xianyuan had fulfilled his mission at Mount Tai. Shenong held a grand ceremony, bestowing the position upon Xianyuan, handing him the token of joint sovereignty as Mu stepped forward once more, holding the Kongtong Seal aloft, and declared loudly, "Xianyuan has united the tribes of humanity and quelled the Zhuli. His merits are boundless. He shall be the emperor of humanity, as witnessed by heaven and earth." Upon finishing his words, the Kongtong Seal emitted a beam of golden light that shot into the heavens. and the sky was adorned with a vast expanse of merit clouds. 0.6 parts of merit entered Xian Yuan's body, elevating him to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, and halting at the threshold of the quasi-saint level. 0.2 parts of merit infused the witch-slaying sword in Xian Yuan's grasp, with 1 part merging into the spirits of the wronged souls contained within the sword. Countless vengeful spirits of humanity emerged from the witch-slaying sword. They had previously suffered at the hands of the demon race. Now, under the baptism of merit, they were finally liberated. These souls bore expressions of gratitude, bowing deeply to Xian Yuan, conveying their respect and thanks. Subsequently, they turned and embarked on the path to reincarnation in the underworld. Carrying the release from their past sufferings, these spirits gradually faded at the entrance to the underworld. They would be reborn, commencing a new journey of life. Xian Yuan remained in place, silently observing this scene. His heart brimming with emotion and solace, he understood that all he had done was worthwhile, for he had saved countless innocent souls, granting them liberation and rebirth. The 1 part of merit transformed the witch-slaying sword into a treasure of postnatal merit. And Xian Yuan proclaimed, "From this day forth, this sword shall be named Xian Yuan's sword." The final 2 parts of merit flew towards the 9 heavens, Xian En and Bei Xian, entering their bodies and elevating both of them by a small realm. The 9 heavens, Xian En, reached the initial stage of quasi-saint, while Bei Xian ascended to the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal, both filled with joy. The 12 golden immortals gazed in astonishment as the golden sea of merit was entirely consumed. Their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what had transpired before them. "How could this be?" murmured Manjushri, his voice tinged with disbelief. Hu Xian, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Why have all the merits been distributed to those individuals? What about our share?" The 12 golden immortals exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with perplexity and discontent. They had assumed that as disciples of Yuan Shirtanzun, they would be entitled to a substantial portion of merit. Yet it appeared they had been excluded at that moment. Tai Yizhenren turned to Guang Chengzi, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Senior brother Guang Chengzi, what is the meaning of this? Have we truly received no merit?" Guang Chengzi, equally bewildered, shook his head, indicating he too was unaware of the situation. Just as the crowd remained engulfed in shock, Su Mu's voice resonated once more. "Chiyu has forged weapons and refined the 5 armies, making tremendous contributions to the development of humanity. He shall be named the Lord of Arms for humanity, as witnessed by heaven and earth." Once again, the sky unveiled a realm of merit clouds, albeit smaller than Xian Yuan's, yet still awe-inspiring. Guang Chengzi and the others felt a surge of excitement. There was still merit to be had. Chiyu, upon hearing Su Mu's words, wore an expression of disbelief and began to speak. "Martial ancestor, you." Before Chiyu could finish, the merit cloud surged directly into his body, instantly elevating his cultivation to the early, mid, late, and pinnacle stages of the great Luo golden immortal. Chiyu, having attained the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, the realm of the ancestral shaman, immediately knelt on one knee and pledged to Su Mu, "Martial ancestor, I, Chiyu, shall henceforth dedicate myself to the development and protection of humanity." Simu nodded. "Good, I believe in you." Guang Chengzi and the others were left utterly dumbfounded, questioning what had transpired, why they had not received merit. They speculated that perhaps their performance during the Fengshan War had been inadequate, or there were other reasons for their exclusion from merit. Regardless, this outcome left them feeling profoundly disheartened. Just as they were lost in conjecture, the sky over the wilderness suddenly darkened, tinged with a shade of red. The crowd gasped in unison, "Heavenly Tao karmic forces." Before they could react, those terrifying karmic forces surged into the bodies of the 12 golden immortals like a raging tide. In an instant, they felt their cultivation being forcibly suppressed by an unseen hand. The once mighty power and realm swiftly ebbed away like receding tides. "No." Someone cried out in terror, but it was too late to halt the unfolding chaos. Within mere seconds, the aura of the 12 golden immortals plummeted, their previously ethereal and transcendent images now appearing rather disheveled. They stared in disbelief at their own bodies, their hearts overwhelmed with despair and resentment. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned into silence. Far away on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shirtian Zun suddenly rose and exclaimed, "What is happening? Not only have they received no merit, but they are now burdened with karmic forces." And he calculated with his fingers and quickly understood that they had incurred karmic forces by killing members of humanity in their efforts to assist Xian Yuan. Alas, Yuan Shirtian Zun sighed, awaiting Guang Qingzi's return to help him dispel the karmic forces. The humanity witnessing the ceremony atop Mount Tai felt no sympathy, while the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun had aimed to assist Xian Yuan. They had also slain their fellow human beings. Although Qi Yu aspired to unify humanity, he had not indiscriminately harmed them. The 12 golden immortals returned to Kunlun Mountain in a dejected state and presented themselves before Yuan Shirtianzu. "Master, we have failed in our duties. Please punish us," they all implored in unison. "Very well, let this serve as a lesson," Yuan Shirtianzu replied. "Guang Qingzi, take this 9-turn golden elixir. It will help alleviate your karmic forces." Guang Qingzi rejoiced and bowed. "Thank you, Master." Upon consuming the 9-turn golden elixir, the karmic forces vanished in an instant. Yuan Shirtian Zun instructed, "You may return to your cultivation." The other golden immortals yearned for the 9-turn golden elixir, but dared not voice their desires. After much hesitation, Zihong Daoren finally spoke. "Master, may I request a 9-turn golden elixir to help alleviate my karmic forces?" Yuan Shirtian Zun replied, "You cannot always rely on me. You must also strive to cultivate and accumulate merit diligently. Now depart." Tong Daoren and the other golden immortals thought to themselves, "Master seems to favor senior brother Guang Changzi excessively at Tishyang Mountain, within Shoyang Palace, as the emperor returned to his rightful place." A rich golden light of merit cascaded down from the heavens, directly entering Nuwa's body. With the infusion of this radiant energy, Nuwa felt a powerful force surging within her, instantly breaking through to the second heaven of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Simultaneously, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth began to flood into her body, strengthening her aura and solidifying her realm. Nuwa opened her eyes, which sparkled with golden light. She felt that her strength had undergone a tremendous enhancement. As Xian Yuan assumed the role of the supreme leader, Shennong retreated to the ancestral land, and the fortunes of the human race flourished. Not only did Shoyang Mountain benefit, but the ancestral grounds of the human race also became suffused with abundant, auspicious energy. The human cultivators training in the martial arts arena, bolstered by this potent fortune, continuously advanced in their cultivation. Immersed in the rich spiritual essence, these practitioners experienced the boundless mysteries and power of the universe. Each breath nourished their bodies, and every cycle of inhalation and exhalation fortified their vital energy. As time passed, their realms unknowingly transcended to higher levels. The once insurmountable barriers were now effortlessly breached, eliciting exuberance among the human cultivators. They understood that all of this was due to the land they inhabited and the powerful fortunes that lay behind them, in the martial arts arena. Human cultivators engaged in mutual sparring and exchange, collectively exploring the path of cultivation. They discovered that the disparities among them were gradually narrowing, with each individual experiencing astonishing growth. This atmosphere ignited their inner drive, compelling them to strive harder for greater realms. Meanwhile, the enigmatic techniques and secrets of the Zhenwu Sutra were also uncovered. These invaluable legacies greatly benefited the human cultivators, who eagerly absorbed knowledge, integrating it into their practice. Through this process, they not only enhanced their own strength, but also comprehended many profound mysteries that previous generations had never touched upon. Thus, the human cultivators spent countless seasons in the martial arts arena, their realms continuously elevating from novice disciples to top-tier masters. All of this was inextricably linked to the fortune they possessed and the wondrous land they inhabited. Once the matters of the ancestral land were settled, Su Mu made the necessary arrangements and then set off for Shoyang Mountain. Upon entering Shoyang Palace, Su Mu respectfully greeted, "Disciple pays respect to the teacher. Su Mu, you have arrived." Nuwa spoke slowly. "I was just contemplating a matter with you." "Su Mu, I feel that there is no need to wait until the 5 emperors take their positions. The fortunes of the human race are so robust now that we can establish the human way. Teacher, if you establish the human way now, Hongjun Daozu could easily suppress you. Sumu replied somberly, yes, that's so. Perhaps I am too anxious, Nuwa mused. Spotting Jinfeng's return, Sumu exclaimed, Sister Jinfeng, you are back. Have you resolved the matters of the Feng clan? Sumu turned to the person beside Jinfeng. Noting his handsomeness, who might this be? Jinfeng introduced, Sumu, allow me to present to you the current leader of the Feng clan. Kongxian, Sumu murmured. Kongxian, has he emerged into the world now? Kongxian's arrival at Shouyang Mountain was due to the Dragon clan joining the human race, allowing them to partake in its fortunes. Moreover, the karmic burdens from the Dragon clan's calamity during the Longhan era were gradually dissipating under the influence of human auspices. Although Zhu Long's karmic debts remained, they would no longer be affected by them. Furthermore, the Dragon clan could cultivate normally without being hindered by karmic burdens or the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos. Kongxian was intrigued. He perceived this as an opportunity, one that could liberate the Feng clan from their predicament. Should they obtain the fortunes of the human race, it might cleanse them of their karmic burdens and restore the Feng clan to its former glory, for the entire Feng clan residing in the immortal volcano. This revelation caused quite a stir. They had long borne the weight of heavy karmic debts, unable to soar freely through the realms. Now, hearing of a solution to their plight, they felt an overwhelming excitement. The human race possesses such miraculous power. Could it also assist our Feng clan? One phoenix exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, if we could truly obtain the fortunes of the human race, it would be an immense boon for us. Another phoenix concurred. It seems we must seriously consider our relationship with the human race. The entire Feng clan reflected. The human race is our lucky star. They began to re-evaluate their ties with the human race, pondering how to acquire its fortunes to alter their own destiny. However, acquiring the fortunes of the human race was no simple task. After all, the human race was a powerful ethnicity that would not easily relinquish its fortunes. Moreover, other factions were also coveting the human race's fortunes, and the Feng clan sought to find a suitable method. Nevertheless, Kongxian had already resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. He would devise every possible plan to contend for the human race's fortunes. He was determined to cleanse his karmic burdens and restore the Feng clan's former glory. Thus, he considered Jinfeng, who was by Nuwa's side and surely had the means to communicate, and called Jinfeng back to the Feng clan. Kongxian directly expressed his intentions to Jinfeng, who pondered for a long while before responding. It is feasible for the Feng clan to join the human race. However, if you were to join the human teaching, you could also gain its fortunes, which would further enhance your cultivation. Human teaching? Kongxian inquired. Is it not exclusive to the human race? Jinfeng chuckled. Naturally, it is only for humans. One could simply choose not to be a disciple. Not being a disciple, does that mean becoming a guardian beast of the teaching? Kongxian hesitated. Precisely, Leader Kongxian. Would you be willing? Jinfeng asked earnestly. Very well, Kongxian agreed, following Jinfeng to Shouyang Mountain to seek out Nuwa. Stepping forward, Kongxian clasped his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to you, Master Sumu. Why do you address me as Master? Sumu asked, puzzled. Nuwa clarified, I have taken Kongxian as a guardian beast of the teaching. Guardian beasts must not be limited to two. Kongxian's brother, the golden-winged Great Peng, is also exceptionally gifted, inherently possessing the dual energies of yin and yang. It is a pity he has strayed from the right path. Kongxian, as my junior brother, we shall jointly safeguard and promote the human teaching, Sumu said to Kongxian. Agreed, Master Sumu. We will protect and develop the human teaching together, Kongxian replied. Nuwa mused, the golden-winged Great Peng, endowed with yin and yang energies. She then spoke to Kongxian. Do you have another brother? Replying to your majesty, I do have another brother, but he has a poor disposition. After a quarrel with me, he vanished without a trace, Kongxian responded. After some divination, Nuwa informed Kongxian, the golden-winged Great Peng is currently in the Western Sea, planning to secretly capture some dragons for a meal. You should bring him here. Let him also become a guardian beast of the teaching. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Kongxian's eyes sparkled. Thank you, your majesty. I shall immediately go fetch my brother. Yes, your majesty. I shall seek the golden-winged Great Peng right away. After bowing to Nuwa and Su Mu, Kongxian departed from Shouyang Palace. Teacher, I shall go facilitate the Feng clan's joining of the human race, Su Mu declared. Very well. Off you go. Nuwa nodded in approval. In the ancestral land of the human race, Su Mu brought along the remaining 6 main leaders of the Feng clan and 2 branch leaders. Kongxian was the son of the original phoenix, and now the leader of the Feng clan. The Peacock clan also became one of the main clans. As Kongxian had not arrived, there were only 8 leaders present. Jin Feng was the leader of the Jin Feng clan, along with the leaders of the Bai Feng clan. Bing Feng clan, Kai Feng clan, Shun Feng clan, Qing Wan clan, and the Yuzhua clan. Since the leader of the Yuan Feng clan was from the Hua Feng clan and had perished alongside the clan during the Longhan calamity, the Nirvana Feng clan emerged as one of the new main clans. Holding the Kongtong Seal, Su Mu proclaimed, I, Su Mu, the martial ancestor of the human race, hereby confer the Feng clan as the guardian beasts of the human race. Let the heavens bear witness. Upon the conclusion of Su Mu's words, a cascade of merit descended upon the Phoenix clan, that a portion permeated the bodies of the 8 sovereigns of the primary clans. Another segment entered the South's immortal volcano where the Phoenix tribe resided, and a wisp of merit drifted towards Kongxian. The ordinary members of the Phoenix tribe experienced an instantaneous cleansing of their karmic burdens. Similarly, the 8 sovereigns of the Phoenix clan witnessed a partial alleviation of their own karmic weight. The sovereign of the Nirvana tribe, newly appointed and untouched by the tribulations of the 3-clan war, found their karmic debt completely eradicated. The remaining 7 sovereigns, with the Golden Phoenix perpetually at Nuwa's side, had already shed their karmic ties. The sovereigns of the White Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, Colorful Phoenix, Divine Phoenix, Green Wan, and Yujiao tribes retained some remnants of karmic burden. However, with the prolonged blessings of the human race's fortune, their karmic weights would surely dissipate in due course. The entire Phoenix clan erupted in jubilant exclamations. Soaring forth from the immortal volcano, spiraling through the primordial skies, having endured countless epochs, at last liberated to soar freely once more, they expressed profound gratitude to the human race and equally to Kongxian, whose pivotal decisions as the Phoenix clan's leader were of utmost significance. Meanwhile, Kongxian, while searching for the golden-winged Great Peng in the Western Sea, felt the merit enveloping him, causing his own karmic burdens to vanish. Stunned by the delightful taste of the golden-winged Great Peng, he marveled at the sudden comfort within his body, sensing a newfound fluidity in his magical essence. Indeed, his karmic weight had vanished. The golden-winged Great Peng was astonished. Pondering, karmic burdens do not simply vanish. Could something significant have transpired within the Phoenix clan? Though of modest power, merely at the level of Xianxian, he had little desire to cultivate, yet he remained concerned for the Phoenix clan, especially for his elder brother, Kongxian. Setting aside his snacks, he resolved to return to the Phoenix clan, only to turn and find Kongxian before him. Elder brother, why are you here instead of presiding over the Phoenix clan? The golden-winged Great Peng inquired, perplexed. Great Peng, you must have felt your karmic burdens lift, for I have led the entire Phoenix clan to join the human race, allowing the fortune of humanity to cleanse their karmic ties. Now, Lady Nuwa has summoned me to Mount Shouyang, and you shall accompany me, Kongxian replied. What? Lady Nuwa wishes to see me. Is it because I dined on the Dragon Clan's offerings in the Western Sea? The golden-winged Great Peng asked in a state of trepidation. Kongxian chuckled. Fear not. This is our opportunity. Opportunity? The golden-winged Great Peng, electrified by the word, eagerly pressed. Elder brother, what opportunity is this? Lady Nuwa has appointed us as the sacred beasts of the human teaching. Kongxian declared, so, we shall be part of the human teaching. The golden-winged Great Peng exclaimed with delight. Not only the human teaching, but we are also joining the human race, Kongxian revealed, dropping another bombshell. Is it truly so? Splendid. Shall we, like the Dragon Clan, also receive the fortune of humanity? Indeed, and we have already begun to receive it. You must have sensed it by now. Your karmic burdens should have vanished. Kongxian affirmed. Yes, elder brother, my karmic weight is gone. Let us hasten to meet Lady Nuwa. The golden-winged Great Peng exclaimed with impatience. Very well. With that, Kongxian led the golden-winged Great Peng towards Mount Shouyang in the eastern wilderness. At the ancestral lands of the human race, 8 ethereal phoenix figures emerged from the sovereigns of the 8 primary phoenix clans. Entering the Kongtong Seal, a peacock specter flew forth from Kongxian, who was en route to Mount Shouyang, joining the other 8 phoenix imprints upon the Kongtong Seal. In an instant, 9 golden dragon figures spiraled forth from the seal, radiating golden light, each appearing vividly alive. Simultaneously, the 9 phoenixes also emerged from the Kongtong Seal, exuding beauty and mystery, their wings creating an endless aura of auspiciousness. These golden dragons and phoenixes danced gracefully in the skies above the human ancestral lands, crafting a breathtaking spectacle. Their emergence left the human populace in awe, stirring within them a profound sense of hope and confidence for the future. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming power, one that seemed destined to protect humanity, ensuring they would no longer walk the path ahead in solitude. The dance of dragons and phoenixes dramatically amplified the fortunes of the human race, nearly rendering them liquid in their intensity. This extraordinary scene caught the attention of the 5 saints and the mighty beings of the primordial world, all eyes turning towards the 9 pairs of dragons and phoenixes in the sky. Dragons and phoenixes heralding prosperity, someone marveled. This phrase resonated deeply among the powerful beings, who were enraptured by the magnificent sight. The imagery of dragons and phoenixes symbolized auspiciousness, good fortune, and blissful fulfillment in that moment. All beings in the primordial realm forgot their worries and anxieties, their hearts filled solely with anticipation for a brighter future. They believed that the auspicious appearance of dragons and phoenixes would usher in fortune and blessings for the primordial world. At Mount Shouyang, Lady Nuwa sat gracefully upon the throne of the Shouyang Palace, absorbing the rich fortune of the human race. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes traversing the boundless void towards the distant and enigmatic Zixiao Palace. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes, as if she were reminiscing about something. She whispered softly, "Hong Jun Daozu, have you ever pondered the profound fortune that the human race has amassed? The revival of humanity is accelerating. Do you feel a sense of trepidation?" With her words, a hearty laugh resonated throughout the Shouyang Palace. This laughter brimmed with confidence and ambition, as if filled with anticipation and hope for the future. In that laughter, one could sense the deep-seated joy and contentment within her heart. She firmly believed that the resurgence of humanity would herald monumental change, and she would play a pivotal role in this transformation. As the laughter gradually subsided, it left behind a steadfast conviction and resolve. She understood that the road ahead might not be smooth, yet she was prepared to embrace every challenge and opportunity that lay ahead. In the 8 Views Palace, Taiji Laozu lamented his past choices, expressing regret. "Had I established the human teaching sooner, all that Nuwa possesses now should rightfully belong to me." Taiji Laozu. In the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan exclaimed in astonishment. "How has the fortune of the human race surged so dramatically? According to the heavenly mandate, they should not possess such abundant fortune." In the Bo Palace, Tong Tianjiao Master also marveled. "The human race truly deserves to be the protagonists of the heavenly realm. Their fortune is indeed profound." In the western Shumi Mountain, Zhuanti remarked to Jiejing, "Senior brother, this is truly delightful. If only this fortune were ours in the west, shall we not seek to acquire some fortune from the human race?" Zhuanti began to speak. However, he was interrupted by Jiejing. "Junior brother, tread carefully. Have you forgotten how the 3 purities were brutally beaten by Nuwa?" His voice carried a note of warning and tension. Hearing this, Zhuanti wore a resigned expression, silently muttering, "Of course, I remember, but if we do not take such actions, how can our Western teaching flourish?" Jiejing, noticing the expression on Zhuanti's face, understood his thoughts but insisted, "We cannot take such risks. Nuwa is the holy mother of the human race. Her affection for them runs deep. If we dare to exploit their fortune, she will undoubtedly seek retribution." Zhuanti frowned, somewhat displeased. "Then, what shall we do? We cannot simply sit idle." After a moment of contemplation, Jiejing replied, "We can explore alternative methods to enhance the fortune of our Western teaching. For instance, we might consider collaborating with other factions." Upon hearing this, Juni found it reasonable and nodded. Very well, senior brother is right. We must proceed with caution. However, we cannot abandon any potential opportunities. Jiejing nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, we must remain vigilant, seizing every opportunity that presents itself while also being careful to avoid inciting the wrath of powerful beings like Nuwa. Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng soon arrived at Mount in the Shouyang Palace. The golden-winged Great Peng respectfully bowed deeply to Lady Nuwa, proclaiming, Disciple Dapeng pays his respects to the Holy Mother Nuwa. Lady Nuwa gazed at the golden-winged Great Peng with a slight frown, pondering. As a child of the primordial phoenix, how can there be such a disparity? One a quasi-saint, the other merely in Xianxian. Alas, there remains some latent potential. She addressed the golden-winged Great Peng, saying, From this day forth, you shall serve as the second protector of the human teaching. Thank you, Holy Mother. Dapeng shall earnestly protect the human teaching. The golden-winged Great Peng promptly assured. Meanwhile, in the capital of the human race, Xianyuan discovered the first heir. Zhuanshu began to govern the human race, leading them towards development. Ding detected that the current method of recording among the human race no longer meets the present situation. Please assist in creating written language for humanity. Reward: a drop of Pangu's essence, 5 ginseng fruits. Has the time come for Cangjie to create characters? Su Mu murmured to himself. Rising to his feet, Su Mu made his way to a small tribe near the capital. Though modest in size, this tribe boasted a rich cultural atmosphere. There, he encountered the legendary Cangjie, who was intently focused on crafting characters, his eyes revealing an insatiable thirst for knowledge and pursuit of understanding. However, as Su Mu approached, he noticed Cangjie appeared to be grappling with some difficulties, a perplexed and distressed expression etched upon his face. Cangjie, what troubles you? Su Mu inquired with genuine concern. Cangjie looked up, recognizing Su Mu, and bowed respectfully. Martial ancestor, he then sighed and replied, I have encountered a bottleneck in my endeavor to create characters. There are certain symbols I cannot express, and others whose meanings elude me. That a thought struck Su Mu, and he recalled a splendid idea. Kunpeng had once devised the demon script. If only he could consult the demon clan's golden list. Cangjie, follow me. Su Mu beckoned, leading Cangjie to the northern sea. Above the northern sea, the winds howled and the waves surged. That Su Mu stepped in a void, his gaze piercing the surface of the sea, and called out coldly, Demon Master, I beseech your presence. His voice rumbled like thunder, reverberating across the expanse of the northern sea. The fierce winds raged and the tumultuous waves crashed, yet Su Mu stood firm as a mountain. Exuding a formidable aura, he understood that had Kunpeng been involved in the slaughter of the human race, his current strength and mindset would not have permitted such courtesy towards him. However, it was precisely because of this that he sought Kunpeng personally, hoping to glean critical information. Upon hearing the call, Kunpeng opened his eyes and gazed into the void, pondering, This is the martial ancestor Su Mu. What brings him to seek me? He holds a high status and possesses considerable power. It would be unwise to offend him. Kunpeng dispatched a minor demon to escort the two to the Demon Master's palace, where they took their seats. Demon Master Kunpeng, he inquired, what brings the martial ancestor to my presence? Su Mu spoke directly. I wish to borrow the Demon Clan's golden list of demon script. Kunpeng hesitated. Su Mu continued, My intention in borrowing the demon script is to create characters for mankind. Should I succeed, the Demon Master shall also share in the merit. Indeed? Kunpeng's eyes brightened at the mention of merit, his earlier discontent dissipating significantly as a smile spread across his face. Is what you say true, Sir Su? If so, that would be splendid. Su Mu nodded affirmatively, prompting Kunpeng to express his delight and without hesitation retrieve the golden list of demon script from his bosom, presenting it to Su Mu. Martial ancestor, please accept this golden list. That Su Mu graciously accepted the list and handed it to Cangjie, instructing Cangjie, I entrust this demon clan's golden list to you. I hope you can utilize it to create characters that belong to mankind. Cangjie received the golden list with reverence, his eyes shimmering with determination as he solemnly nodded. Thank you, martial ancestor. I shall not fail your trust and will fulfill this heavy responsibility. Turning to Kongtong, Su Mu expressed his gratitude. Demon Master, I appreciate your generous assistance. However, we may need to impose upon you for a few more days, so Sangye could devote himself to the study and creation of characters. Kongtong eagerly nodded, laughing heartily. Martial Ancestor, you needn't stand on ceremony. Please feel free to reside here at your leisure. I eagerly await the day Sangye creates characters for mankind, as it shall undoubtedly be a great achievement in human history. With that, he warmly prepared a cave for Su Mu and Sangye to rest in the days that followed. Sangye immersed himself in the study of the golden list of demon script. He meticulously observed the characters already crafted by Demon Master Kongtong. Contemplating the meaning and expression of each, as time elapsed, Sangye made significant strides in his character creation. He began to experiment with various symbols and shapes to represent a multitude of concepts and ideas, gradually forming a comprehensive writing system. These characters not only captured the language and thoughts of the people, but also conveyed deeper messages and emotions. Throughout this process, Su Mu also gained profound insights into the nature of writing and language. He realized that writing is not merely a tool, but a vital component of human civilization. Through writing, individuals can better understand one another, pass down knowledge and experience, and propel societal development and progress. Ultimately, Sangye succeeded in creating an entirely new writing system, one that would later find widespread application across various domains, becoming a cornerstone of human civilization. Su Mu and Sangye bid farewell to Demon Master Kongtong and returned to the ancestral land of the human race. Sangye, you are now able to articulate the profound truths of the primordial universe, Su Mu remarked. Indeed, Sangye affirmed that I, Sangye of the human race, deeply feel the inadequacies of nodding to record events and the flaws of the demon script, which cannot fully encapsulate history and knowledge, that I am willing to establish the path of writing for mankind and all beings of the primordial world, to elucidate the mysteries of heaven and earth, and to pass on wisdom, with the great Tao as my witness. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, as if the very cosmos was responding to his vow. Following this, mysterious heavenly tribulation descended, illuminating the space where Sangye stood. This heavenly tribulation bore immense pressure and power. Striking towards Sangye, he stood resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the tempestuous heavenly tribulation. With a mere thought, he began to wield his hands in the void, inscribing characters stroke by stroke. Each character shimmered with a mysterious radiance, as if imbued with boundless strength. As time passed, an increasing number of characters manifested in the sky, arranged meticulously to form a grand tapestry. These characters encompassed all aspects of the universe, including literature, martial arts, heaven, earth, mystery, yellow, cosmos, and the primordial void, among others. Each character was a culmination of Sangye's dedication, brimming with infinite wisdom and power. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation sensed a challenge and furiously bombarded the 3,000 characters in the sky. Yet these characters were not obliterated. Rather, they grew even more resplendent under the tribulation's onslaught. Each character radiated dazzling brilliance, standing firm against the heavenly tribulation. After enduring 9 strikes of heavenly tribulation, the 3,000 characters remained unyielding, exuding a formidable aura that seemingly declared their existence to the world. As the 9 strikes passed, the heavenly Tao recognized Sangye's monumental achievement, showering him with boundless heavenly merit. One portion of this merit soared towards the Demon Master's palace in the Northern Sea, settling within the golden list of demon script. Upon witnessing the heavenly merit, Demon Master Kongtong was elated, exclaiming, "Heavenly merit indeed!" In the ancestral land of the human race, the remaining merit flowed over Sangye like a gentle stream, filling him with immeasurable comfort. Su Mu had advised Sangye not to use the merit to enhance his cultivation. Thus Sangye encapsulated all the merit within the first character, when literature, in that moment. Sangye finally grasped the true power of writing, that he understood that writing is not merely a means of recording information. It is a force capable of communicating with the cosmos and wielding destiny. Through writing, he could create worlds, alter history, and influence all beings. While Demon Master Kongtong had crafted characters for the demon clan, Sangjia's writing transcended to serve all beings of the primordial world. Therefore, both humanity and the myriad beings of the primordial realm revered Sangjia as the ancestor of writing. At Shouyang Mountain, within Shouyang Palace, Nuwa observed Sangjia's creation of characters and the establishment of the human race's path of one. She noted Su Mu's initiative in assisting Sangjia, and that Sangjia had established a significant path as well. It seemed Sangjia was indeed favored by fortune. Perhaps it was best to include him in the teachings of humanity. Nuwa communicated telepathically with Su Mu. Su Mu, bring Sangjia to see me. Upon receiving Nuwa's message, Su Mu pondered, what does the teacher wish to see Sangjia for? Yes, teacher, Su Mu responded, then turned to Sangjia. The teacher wishes to see you at Shouyang Palace. Sangjia exclaimed with delight. Really? Indeed. Let us go, Su Mu affirmed, leading Sangjia towards Shouyang Mountain at Shouyang Palace. Su Mu and Sangjia performed their salutations. We pay our respects to the teacher, Holy Mother. Nuwa gestured for them to rise. Then turned her gaze upon Sangjia, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in her eyes as she smiled, and said, Sangjia, you have done exceptionally well. Though this statement may appear simple, the affirmation and praise it conveys are undeniably apparent. I am deeply grateful for the commendation from the Holy Mother. It is merely my duty, and I am exceedingly pleased to be able to contribute to the human race. Nuwa then spoke again. Sangjia, would you be willing to take me as your master? This declaration struck Sangjia like a thunderclap, leaving him wide-eyed and incredulous. The fact that the goddess Nuwa wished to take him as her disciple was an honor and opportunity beyond measure. Trembling with excitement, Sangjia knelt and respectfully bowed his head 3 times, exclaiming, Disciple pays respects to the master. His voice resonated with joy and gratitude. To become a disciple of the goddess Nuwa is a dream cherished by any practitioner. Now, this dream had astonishingly come to fruition. Nuwa smiled and nodded, clearly satisfied with Sangjia's demeanor. She believed that he would undoubtedly become an exceptional disciple and significantly contribute to the development of humanity. Sumo, please find a cave dwelling for Sangjia. Nuwa instructed Sumo. Yes, master, replied Sumo, and after exchanging bows, the two exited the Shouyang Palace. Nuwa also informed Beixian of Sangjia's acceptance as a disciple, and Beixian awaited them at the entrance of the cave. Upon seeing Sumu and Sangjia arrive, Beixian greeted, Elder brother, you have come. Sumu introduced Sangjia. This is your second senior brother, Beixian. Beixian, this is Sangjia. From now on, we shall assist each other. Sangjia bowed and said, Sangjia pays respect to second senior brother. Beixian nodded and added, Sangjia, among us brothers, there is no need for formalities. Indeed, Sangjia, in the future, you may simply refer to us as elder brother and second brother. Furthermore, this is my cave dwelling, and the one beside it belongs to your second brother Beixian. You shall reside next to him. I will create a new cave dwelling for you here. With that, Sumu pointed, and a brand new cave dwelling materialized next to Beixian's. Sumu presented a ginseng fruit to Sangjia, saying, You are cultivating the true martial sutra that I created correct. Your cultivation at the level of the martial emperor, golden immortal, is commendable. Here, take this ginseng fruit and consume it. Sangjia accepted the ginseng fruit and replied, Thank you, elder brother. I shall now proceed to cultivate. After Sangjia entered his cave, Beixian approached Sumu with a beaming expression, rubbing his hands together and saying, Elder brother, may I have a ginseng fruit to taste as well? You and your requests. Sumu shook his head helplessly, as if I would forget you. Thank you, elder brother. Beixian joyfully retreated to his cave to cultivate. Sumu also entered his own cave and retrieved another system reward, the blood essence of Pangu. Sumo began to absorb and refine the Pangu blood essence. He continuously refined it. A radiant light emanated from his body. He felt his strength surging at an astonishing pace, as if he were on the verge of breaking through the heavens. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound of shattering, followed by a powerful aura erupting from within him. Sumu opened his eyes, gleaming with astonishment. He had reached the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. At this moment, Sumu's strength had significantly increased, and he felt an unprecedented sense of confidence and power. He recognized that all of this was due to the miraculous effects of the Pango blood essence. Meanwhile, Zhuangxiu, with the assistance of Dao Bao Daoren, had governed the human race for 900 years, achieving a perfect merit in conducting a grand ceremony at Mount Tai. Holding the Kongtong Seal, Zhuangxiu advocated benevolent governance, emphasized the welfare of the people, alleviated burdens, and maintained social order. Thereby earning the title of the Great Emperor of Humanity, the cloud of merit descended from the heavens. Though substantial, it paled in comparison to the merits of the three sovereigns. The cloud of merit swiftly merged into Zhuangxiu's being, and he immediately exuded a powerful aura, breaking through from the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. After receiving the merit, Dao Bao Daoren successfully severed his first corpse. A brilliant light flashed from Dao Bao Daoren, and a figure identical to him emerged from within. This was his good corpse. With the aid of this merit, Dao Bao Daoren successfully severed his first corpse, greatly enhancing his power as he leaped from the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the early stage of the Quasi-Saint. Meanwhile, Emperor Ku, as the next successor, took on this significant responsibility and mission that he would continue to lead the development of human society and guide the people toward a brighter future, fully aware of the heavy burden he bore. Emperor Ku was determined not to disappoint the hopes of his predecessors and to diligently promote the progress of civilization at Tbo Palace. The Tontian teacher observed Zhuangxiu's merit, noting it was considerably less than that of the three sovereigns. He mused, "It seems that only those at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, after prolonged immersion, can utilize this merit to sever a corpse. Otherwise, the merit is insufficient." The Tontian teacher addressed his disciples below. "Jinling, Holy Mother, heed my command." No sooner had he spoken than an elegant and graceful woman emerged, clad in a resplendent Dao robe, adorned with a golden hairpin, and wielding a sword at her waist. She exuded a spirited demeanor. The Tontian teacher spoke solemnly. "Jinling, Holy Mother, I command you to descend to the mortal realm to assist Emperor Ku in achieving great deeds." Jinling, Holy Mother, respectfully replied. "As you command, teacher. I shall not disgrace my mission and will fully support Emperor Ku." The Tontian teacher nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Jinling, Holy Mother, to depart, after she bowed to him and turned to leave. The Tontian teacher gazed at her retreating figure, reflecting inwardly. Jinling, Holy Mother, was the eldest disciple of the Jie sect, at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and merely a step away from severing a corpse. By sending her to assist Emperor Ku, he hoped she could leverage the merit to achieve that goal. Moreover, should the Jie sect gain another quasi-saint, it would enhance their fortune as well. Jinling, Holy Mother, set forth on her journey to the mortal realm. Carrying the expectations of the Tontian teacher, she understood the significance of this mission, which not only pertained to her own future, but also influenced the fortune of the Jie sect. Thus, she resolved to give her utmost effort, ensuring she did not betray the trust placed in her to Tishuang Palace. Nuwa gazed at the merit Zhuangxiu had accrued post-enlightenment, her brow slightly furrowed. Observing this, Jin Feng inquired, "What troubles you, Your Highness?" Nuwa sighed and replied, "Seeing Zhuangxiu's merit is so scant, I am somewhat worried it may affect the future development of humanity." Taken aback by Nuwa's words, Jin Feng too was puzzled, uncertain of the reason. After pondering for a moment, she suggested, "Perhaps we should consult Sumo. He might possess the answers." Nuwa nodded in agreement, and together they set off to seek Sumo. Outside Sumo's cave, Jin Feng called out, "Sumo, the Holy Mother has arrived." Inside the cave, Sumo paused his cultivation, wondering why his teacher had come. He rose to greet them. After welcoming Nuwa and Jin Feng into the cave and settling them, Sumu presented 2 ginseng fruits from his system rewards. "Teacher, Sister Jin Feng, please enjoy these ginseng fruits." Sumu then asked, "What brings you here to seek your disciple?" Nuwa expressed her concerns to Sumu. Upon understanding, Sumu reassured her, "There is no need for concern, teacher. It is normal for the merits of the 5 emperors to be less than those of the 3 sovereigns." "Why is that?" Nuwa queried, perplexed. Jin Feng, equally bewildered, asked, "Shouldn't the merits increase over time? How could they diminish?" Unable to suppress a smile at Jin Feng's question, Sumu patiently explained, The three sovereigns were able to attain abundant merits because they established an entirely new era, creating an unprecedented flourishing age. In contrast, the five emperors merely governed this prosperous period based on the foundation laid by the three sovereigns. Although they made certain contributions, the merits naturally decreased in comparison. Upon hearing Sumu's clarification, Jin Feng nodded in realization, her understanding of the three sovereigns and five emperors deepening. She couldn't help but exclaim, "I see now. It appears the amount of merit is closely related to the originality of the deeds accomplished." Sumo smiled at Jin Feng and continued, "Indeed, it was the groundbreaking efforts of the three sovereigns that allowed human society to flourish. The five emperors, in turn, further refined and managed this foundation. Though their merits may be relatively fewer, they are nonetheless an indispensable part of the whole." Jin Feng sighed and said, "I understand now. It is only through continuous innovation and exploration that we can accumulate greater merits." Sumo nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we must persistently strive and boldly venture into the unknown, making significant contributions to the advancement of humanity." Nuwa listened to Sumu's discourse while savoring the ginseng fruit. She finished her treat and remarked, "Very well. As long as it does not affect the human race, you may continue your cultivation. I shall take my leave." Nuwa slowly rose and turned to depart. Jin Feng engaged in conversation with Sumo, yet she remained motionless before the plate of ginseng fruit. She cast a glance at Nuwa, then shifted her gaze towards the ginseng fruit, ultimately fixing her eyes on Sumo. With a smile, Sumu said, "Sister Jin Feng, this was prepared specifically for you." Upon hearing this, Jin Feng reached out to take the ginseng fruit and quickly pursued Nuwa. Meanwhile, Emperor Ku, under the guidance of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, governed the human race for 900 years, successfully accumulating merits and ultimately performed the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai. Holding the Kongtong Seal, Sumu proclaimed, "Emperor Ku is deeply concerned for the suffering of the people and is committed to improving their living conditions, governing the realm with integrity and benevolence. He should be recognized as the great emperor of humanity, as heaven and earth bear witness." As soon as Sumu's words fell, a cloud of merit materialized in the sky. With the continuous influx of merit power, Emperor Ku's aura surged, ultimately breaking through a certain threshold and attaining the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. This breakthrough represented a qualitative leap in his strength. However, despite receiving such immense merit, Emperor Ku's cultivation advancement was not particularly remarkable, rising only from the peak of the martial sovereign realm, Tai, Golden Immortal, to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Yet for the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, this merit was the opportunity she had longed for. Utilizing this merit power, she successfully severed the ties with her virtuous body, advancing her cultivation further and finally becoming a quasi-saint powerhouse. Yao, as the next leader of the human race, commenced governance over humanity. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Sumu found Jin Feng waiting there. "Sister Jin Feng, what brings you here?" Sumu inquired. "It's not me seeking you. Rather, Songjia has matters to discuss. And the lady sent me to find you," Jin Feng replied. "Very well, let us proceed." Sumu and Jin Feng made their way to Shouyang Palace. Inside the grand hall, Nuwa, Beixian, and Songjia were already awaiting their arrival. Once Sumu took his seat, Nuwa signaled for Songjia to speak. With keen eyes, Songjia declared, "Ever since I consumed that wondrous ginseng fruit, my cultivation has significantly improved, reaching the early stage of the martial sovereign realm, Tai, Golden Immortal. However, in the days that followed, I have been contemplating how to better develop humanity and lead them towards a more prosperous future. Yet a lingering unease remains within me, as I feel I have yet to discover the true answer. Thus, I have resolved to set aside my cultivation, calm my mind, and delve deeper into this issue. After a prolonged period of contemplation and insight, an exquisite idea emerged in my mind: to establish an academy. This academy will become the cradle of wisdom for humanity, nurturing more exceptional talents and propelling the development and progress of our race." Upon Songjia's conclusion, the others pondered and nodded in agreement. Deeming the proposition feasible, Beixian asked, "What shall the academy be named? Have you decided?" "Indeed, the academy shall be called Yuxian," Songjia replied. He envisioned this name as a gathering of the world's talents, allowing them to exchange, learn, and grow here. This was also his aspiration for the future academy, hoping it would become a hub of wisdom and strength. Jushian, a splendid name. What do you think, Sumo? Nuwa turned to Sumu, asking with a smile. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, seemingly eager for Sumu's opinion. After a moment of silence, Sumu slowly responded, This name is excellent. The essence of gathering talents aligns with the academy's purpose. I firmly believe that within such an academy, we shall cultivate more virtuous individuals who will contribute to the well-being of all. His voice was calm and resolute, revealing a profound conviction. Nuwa nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction passing through her eyes. She understood that Sumu valued the academy as much as she did, and his knowledge and wisdom were indeed commendable. With his support, the establishment of the academy would proceed more smoothly. Songjia, where do you wish to establish the academy? Sumo inquired. I believe the ancestral land of humanity would be quite suitable, Songjia responded. Eldest brother, I share the same sentiment regarding the ancestral land, Songjia affirmed. When building the academy, you may seek the assistance of the Yuchao clan. They possess extensive experience in constructing dwellings, Sumu added. Very well, I shall immediately seek out the Yuchao clan, Songjia said, bowing to Nuwa before departing for the ancestral land of humanity. Upon hearing Songjia's request, the Yuchao clan readily agreed and pledged their full support for his plan. Following the establishment of the ancestral land, the Yuchao clan's reputation swiftly spread far and wide. Many came to seek their wisdom and creativity. And soon, the Yuchao clan assembled their own team, including skilled craftsmen adept in constructing houses and palaces. The Yuchao clan promptly gathered the artisans and laborers from the ancestral land to begin preparations for the academy's construction. They chose a picturesque and tranquil location, shaded by lush trees and blessed with fresh air, making it an ideal setting for learning and contemplation. After a period of diligent effort, the academy was finally completed. This grand structure boasted ample facilities, including spacious and bright classrooms, a richly stocked library, and comfortable accommodation areas. The entrance bore the inscription Jushin Academy in bold characters. Songjia was exceedingly pleased with the academy, believing it would become a cradle for nurturing talent and make significant contributions to the development of Chinese civilization. Standing before the entrance of Jushin Academy, Songjia solemnly announced to the crowd, My fellow clansmen, I hereby declare, any of our human race who seeks knowledge and yearns to master cultural wisdom may come to Jushin Academy to study. His voice was loud and resolute, echoing throughout the entire human tribe. This announcement swept through the hearts of the people like a spring breeze, invigorating and exciting them. The clan members exchanged whispers, their discussions rising and falling. They were filled with curiosity and anticipation for this newly established academy, many with glimmers of eagerness for knowledge in their eyes. Observing the enthusiastic crowd below, Songjia felt a surge of ambition swell within him. He understood the importance of cultural education for a nation. Thus, he resolved to impart all he had learned, aiding more of his kin in unlocking the doors of wisdom. As Songjia's words resonated, a wave of fervent applause erupted. The tribe members expressed their deepest respect and gratitude towards Songjia in the most sincere manner. They recognized Songjia not only as the cultural ancestor who pioneered the literary path for humanity, but also as a selfless and dedicated teacher. From that moment forth, humanity would usher in a new era, an era that valued cultural heritage and development. In the future, more and more of the clan would walk into Jushin Academy, absorbing the nourishment of knowledge and contributing to the prosperity of the entire human race. That a multitude of human members eagerly signed up for the academy, hoping to learn and grow within its walls. This rendered Songjia exceptionally busy as he had to process numerous applications. As one of the key figures responsible for the academy, Songjia bore the important task of selecting outstanding talents. He meticulously reviewed each application, ensuring that only those with genuine potential and qualifications would gain entry to the academy. With the number of applicants continuously rising, Songjia found himself facing towering piles of documents and various matters daily. Yet, he maintained unwavering focus and enthusiasm, fully aware of the eagerness and anticipation these students held for knowledge. Thus, he diligently endeavored to ensure that everyone was afforded equitable opportunities and access to quality education. In this process, Sangjie gradually became aware of the immense responsibility he bore. He was tasked not only with imparting knowledge, but also with nurturing the character and values of his students, guiding them to become responsible and accountable members of humanity. To this end, he actively engaged in communication with the students, seeking to understand their needs and confusions, providing them with guidance and encouragement. Although the work was demanding and busy, Sangjie felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. He perceived the hope for the future of humanity and felt that all his efforts were indeed worthwhile. He believed that through the cultivation provided by the Academy, these students would emerge as the pillars of humanity, contributing to its development. At TBO Palace, Kongtian's heart was troubled. Among his 4 esteemed disciples, Dao Bao and Jinling had successfully ascended to the quasi-saint realm due to their accumulation of substantial merit. However, Wudong Holy Mother and Gue Ling Holy Mother remained in the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. This predicament caused Kongtian considerable distress, as he was uncertain how to choose. Among the outer disciples, Zhao Gongming was also at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while Yun Xiao had reached the pinnacle. If Yun Xiao were to assist Emperor Yao, she would have the opportunity to successfully sever her corpse. Yet, would the direct disciples harbor dissatisfaction? After all, they had always been Kongtian's favorite students, and they held certain expectations regarding their status and treatment. The eldest disciple, Dao Bao Daoist, having followed Kongtian for a considerable time, discerned his teacher's thoughts upon observing Kongtian's expression. He spoke up, saying, "Master, why not have junior sister Yun Xiao take on the role of the next teacher to Emperor Yao?" Hearing her senior brother's words, Wudong Holy Mother also chimed in, "Indeed, Master, junior sister Yun Xiao is merely a step away from severing her corpse. Let her proceed." Gue Ling Holy Mother added, "Master, both my senior sister and I are in the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Far from severing our corpses, let junior sister Yun Xiao take the lead." Upon hearing his disciples' suggestions, Kongtian felt immense satisfaction. It seemed that the cohesion of his sect remained strong. "Very well, let this task of teaching Emperor Yao be entrusted to you," Kongtian declared. Yun Xiao bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters." Thus, Yun Xiao went to assist Yao in governing humanity. Emperor Yao had already ruled over humanity for 500 years, diligently managing its affairs and striving to improve the lives of the people. However, at that moment, a sudden calamity struck. The once clear sky darkened abruptly, as if shrouded by a heavy layer of ominous clouds. Soon after, torrential rain poured down incessantly. This deluge triggered floods, with river waters rising swiftly and submerging vast expanses of land and villages. The populace was engulfed in panic, and martial practitioners of humanity sprang into action, helping their kin ascend to higher ground to evade the deluge. Yao was consumed with urgency, fully aware of the immense threat this flood posed to humanity. He promptly summoned the leaders and sages of various clans to discuss countermeasures. They unanimously recommended Gun to manage the flood, as he was among the first graduates of the Academy of Talented Scholars. Thus, Gun led the group to begin constructing dikes in an attempt to halt the flood's advance. They toiled day and night, unrelenting in their efforts, yet the flood's ferocity remained unabated, and the dikes were repeatedly breached. Faced with such adversity, Gun did not succumb to despair. Instead, he encouraged everyone to persevere. The Dragon Clan, adept in water manipulation, could only exert a minimal influence. This was a natural disaster, a test imposed by the heavenly Tao upon humanity, and a means to obstruct the revival of humanity. Therefore, the Dragon Clan could only mitigate the rainfall. In this trying moment, many individuals exhibited indomitable spirit and courage. They united their efforts to combat the flood, striving to salvage the fate of humanity. The Academy of Talented Scholars had been operational for 500 years, gradually entering a stable phase and establishing branches in the capital and various regions of humanity. Su Mu was engrossed in his cultivation when he received a summons from Nuwa. "Su Mu, come to Shouyang Palace." Su Mu rose from his cave abode and made his way to Shouyang Palace, where Nuwa had called only her 3 most esteemed disciples. "Teacher, Su Mu greeted Nuwa and nodded in acknowledgement to Bei Xian and Sangja. Once she saw that the three were settled, Nuwa spoke. Sangja, the Academy of Talented Scholars has cultivated a multitude of talents for humanity over the past 500 years. You have done remarkably well. Thank you for your praise. Teacher, I shall continue to strive tirelessly, Sangjia replied with pride. Nuwa nodded and waved her hand, causing 3 streams of light to descend before the trio. The light shimmered with a mysterious radiance. Dazzling like the stars, the surge of anticipation and curiosity welled up within them as they extended their hands to catch the 3 streams of light. Upon realizing what they held, their eyes widened in astonishment, their faces aglow with delight. It turned out that these 3 streams of light contained the supreme clarity alchemy technique, the jade clarity artifact refining technique, and the upper clarity array formation technique. These were the unparalleled methods of the 3 pure ones, imbued with boundless mysteries and formidable power. The 3 were overwhelmed with excitement, rising to their feet and bowing deeply to Nuwa, tearfully expressing, "Thank you, teacher, for bestowing these teachings upon us. We shall cherish this opportunity, diligently practice, and live up to your expectations. Sangjia, you must wholeheartedly comprehend the upper clarity array formation technique before the 5 emperors take their positions. You must successfully develop a powerful formation. This is a matter concerning the battle between humanity and the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao will undoubtedly resist the strengthening of humanity, and they will surely intervene. Thus, this confrontation is unavoidable," Nuwa earnestly advised Sangjia. "Yes, teacher, I shall exert my utmost efforts," Sangjia resolutely affirmed. "Sangjia, you may collaborate with the 3 ancestors, the 3 sovereigns, and 2 emperors, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, to study the Wanlong array and the Phoenix Nirvana array," Su Mu suggested. "Very well, I shall now seek them out to research the formation," Sangjia replied. Nuwa then manifested a light orb, instructing Sangjia, "This is an incarnation of mine. You shall deliver it to Chi-Yu and have him present it to Hutu." "Understood, teacher. I shall depart at once," Sangjia responded before heading to the ancestral land of humanity. Su Mu and Bei Xian also took their leave. And after exiting Shouyang Palace, Bei Xian remarked to Su Mu, "Senior brother, I must return to my cave to continue my cultivation." With that, he turned and departed. Su Mu watched Bei Xuan's retreating figure, feeling a pang of sentiment. He understood that the path of immortality was long and arduous, requiring relentless effort and practice to achieve success. Yet at this moment, he had his own matters to attend to. He recalled the 3 Immortals Island, a mysterious place that had yet to be revealed, and he yearned to explore it. Hence, he resolved to fly towards the East Sea. Along the way, Su Mu was in high spirits, soaring swiftly through the skies. He traversed clouds and mountains, finally arriving above the East Sea. Gazing at the vast, boundless ocean, a surge of ambition welled up within him, and he believed that within these waters lay countless secrets and treasures awaiting his exploration. Taking a deep breath, he continued his flight toward the east, where he hoped to find the location of the 3 Immortals Island. After flying for some time, he finally beheld a peculiar island. From a distance, the island appeared as a radiant pearl embedded in the vast sea, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura. The island was shrouded in mist, adorned with verdant trees and vibrant flora. Seemingly a realm of immortals, as Su Mu approached the island, he noticed a gentle mist enveloping the surroundings, instilling a profound sense of tranquility and serenity. Upon closer inspection, he discerned flickering beams of light across the island, indicating the presence of powerful formations. This formation not only defended against external invasions, but also maintained a unique ecological environment for the entire island. This island possessed such a formidable innate formation. It could only be the legendary 3 Immortals Island. Su Mu marveled. He was acutely aware that such an innate grand formation could only be possessed by a select few formidable spiritual treasures. And as one of the legendary Immortal Islands, Sanxian Island was no exception. With this thought, a surge of anticipation welled up within him, igniting his desire to uncover the secrets hidden behind this enigmatic island. Taking a deep breath, he was poised to begin dismantling the formation when he suddenly sensed a peculiar movement from the Chaos Pearl within him. A spark of realization struck him. Could the Chaos Pearl actually respond? Was it capable of disregarding the innate grand formation? This thought excited Su Mu immensely that he immediately activated the Chaos Pearl, channeling his magical energy into it. When he reached out once more to touch the formation, a miracle occurred. His fingers effortlessly penetrated the barriers of the formation. Indeed, Su Mu exclaimed with unrestrained joy, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that the Chaos Pearl could so easily dismantle the innate grand formation before him. Without hesitation, he stepped boldly into the formation, venturing deeper into Sancian Island. With each stride, the surrounding formation seemed to lose its efficacy, and the once overwhelming oppressive force vanished without a trace. Su Mu traversed through effortlessly, soon arriving at the heart of Sancian Island. Before him lay a landscape that sparkled with expectation and curiosity in his eyes. What secrets and treasures could this mysterious place possibly conceal? He was eager to delve into the depths of discovery. The first island he entered was Penglai Island, where he beheld a plethora of rare treasures and numerous exotic beasts darting about. At the center of the island stood a golden spiritual root, adorned with 9 fruits, each inscribed with the words Huang Zhong. Su Mu thought to himself, this Huang Zhong Li was an exceptional innate spiritual root, blooming every 30,000 years, bearing fruit every 30,000 years, and maturing only after another 30,000 years. Just a whiff could enhance one's cultivation by 10,000 years, and consuming a single fruit could elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. What fortune! Su Mu was truly ecstatic that he carefully stored the Huang Zhong Li within the space of the Chaos Pearl, continuing his exploration and collecting every spiritual herb and elixir he encountered. After thoroughly investigating Penglai Island, he proceeded to Yingzhou Island, where he discovered a pool at its center, shimmering with golden, white, and purple hues. Could this be the 3 lights divine water? Su Mu pondered aloud. The golden sunlight water could refine bones and flesh. The white moonlight water could corrode the primordial spirit. The purple starlight water could dissolve true essence obsessions. Yet combined, they formed the premier healing elixir of the primordial world. The very presence of such a pool was astounding. Su Mu retrieved an innate spiritual treasure gourd, collecting the entire pool of 3 lights divine water. While surveying his surroundings, he suddenly noticed a large tree nearby, radiating a faint glow. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed an innate spiritual root. Its trunk was robust, with lush branches and leaves adorned with translucent foliage. Approaching the tree, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him, leaving him feeling invigorated. Su Mu couldn't help but think, could this be the fabled enlightenment tea tree? It was said that this rare tree could only thrive in specific locations, and its quantity was exceedingly scarce. Its leaves possessed miraculous properties, aiding practitioners in comprehending the Tao. Standing beneath the tree, he felt a profound clarity wash over him, as if all his confusions had been effortlessly resolved. Su Mu waved his hand, collecting it in the Chaos Pearl, and after a thorough search, he found no other treasures, prompting him to move on to the next island. Upon entering Fangzhong Island, he immediately spotted 5 small flags fluttering in the wind, planted atop a stone. The innate 5 directions flags. Su Mu gasped in astonishment, a wave of indescribable excitement surging within him. His eyes widened in disbelief at his extraordinary fortune in discovering such a precious artifact in this place. The innate 5 directions flags were among the most powerful treasures in existence, imbued with immense power and mysterious forces, comprising 5 flags that represented the east, south, west, north, and center. Each flag contained unique laws and strengths, capable of manipulating the elemental forces, providing both offense and defense in an inexhaustible array of transformations. The central Wuji apricot yellow flag, a myriad of golden lotuses. Nothing can pierce through, all evils retreat, and all laws are unassailable. The eastern green lotus treasure color flag, radiance of the relic. Calm the heart and mind, all evils retreat, and all laws are unassailable. The southernly D flame light flag, chaotic yin and yang, reversing the 5 elements, all evils retreat, and all laws are unassailable. The Western Plain Cloud Realm Flag. Marvelous phenomena swirl, illuminating heaven and earth, all evils retreat, and all laws are unassailable. The Northern True Martial Black Sculpture Flag. Misty chaos, obscuring heaven and blocking sunlight. All evils retreat, and all laws are unassailable. It was said that mastering the innate 5 directions flags would grant control over the elemental forces of the universe. Now, Su Mu had found them here. A miracle indeed. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Though his excitement was uncontainable, he knew this would be a pivotal opportunity in his life. If he could refine the innate 5 directions flags, his strength would see monumental enhancement, potentially even leading him to comprehend the laws of the 5 elements. After securing the innate 5 directions flags, he examined the stone upon which they had been planted. It must be extraordinary if it could hold such treasures. Continuing on, he soon beheld 24 floating beads, the sea-calming divine pearls, he thought, accustomed to their presence, and effortlessly collected all 24, these sea-calming divine pearls. With 12 being top-tier innate spiritual treasures, constituted rare innate treasures themselves. I possess the Chaos Pearl now. I shall gift the sea-calming pearls to Bei Xian, who still lacks an adequate weapon, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the island's center. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a pedestal, atop which lay a ruler-like spiritual treasure. This ruler glimmered a resplendent gold and exuded an aura that sent shivers down his spine. A closer inspection revealed that the surface of the ruler flowed with merit, as if it were forged from an endless accumulation of virtue. This was the postnatal treasure, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, truly a remarkable item. Renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities and ability to break through all laws while causing no karmic retribution, Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle in delight. After descending from Sanxian Island, he gazed upon the vast, ethereal isle before him, exclaiming, "Sanxian Island is indeed a paradise." He mused internally about the prospect of possessing such a place. Thus, he devised a plan to attempt to seize the island with the Chaos Pearl. Without hesitation, Su Mu began channeling his internal power, continuously infusing it into the Chaos Pearl. However, to his dismay, no matter how hard he tried, the Chaos Pearl remained unable to budge Sanxian Island. Faced with this outcome, Su Mu felt a sense of frustration. He was convinced that his notion was sound. Perhaps only the method was flawed. Determined, Su Mu resolved to exert every effort to secure Sanxian Island within the Chaos Pearl. Closing his eyes, he focused intently. Striving to forge a closer connection with the Chaos Pearl, he regulated his breathing, gathering all his spiritual energy to his fingertips, then gently touched the Chaos Pearl. Suddenly, it emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the entirety of Sanxian Island. Su Mu opened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing the Chaos Pearl gradually consuming the island. As the pearl's radiance intensified, Sanxian Island began to tremble. Massive rocks crumbled, trees toppled, as if the entire island were resisting its fate of being devoured. Clenching his teeth, Su Mu exerted all his will to control the Chaos Pearl, aware that this was a critical moment. Any misstep could lead to failure. At last, through Su Mu's persistence, the Chaos Pearl successfully absorbed Sanxian Island. Gazing at the now tranquil Chaos Pearl in his hand, Su Mu wore a satisfied smile, that he understood that this pearl would become a formidable ally in his future endeavors. Just as he prepared to turn away, a thought flickered through his mind. Am I not currently in the Eastern Sea, where the legendary Tang Valley is said to be located in the eastern reaches of the primordial world? If so, it would be worthwhile to investigate. Perhaps I might uncover some unexpected treasures. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation and curiosity sparkled in Su Mu's eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. He had long harbored a yearning and admiration for the place known as Tang Valley. According to the whispers of legend, Tang Valley is the place where the sun rises. Now that I find myself in this very location, how could I possibly miss such a rare opportunity? Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Su Mu altered his original itinerary and set forth towards Tang Valley. Along the way, he meticulously avoided various dangers, relying on his keen perception and formidable strength to traverse numerous obstacles. At long last, after an arduous journey, Su Mu arrived before a dense forest. This woodland appeared lush and vibrant, teeming with life. Yet it was permeated by an aura that was both mysterious and ancient. Taking a deep breath, Mu stepped into the forest. As he ventured deeper, the surroundings gradually fell silent, with only the occasional melodious chirp of birds, enhancing the tranquility and serenity of the entire forest. However, Mu was not deceived by the beauty before him. He remained ever vigilant, attentive to any potential dangers lurking nearby. After all, this was the primordial continent, where peril and opportunity coexisted in every corner. The further he walked, the deeper his confusion grew, for he noticed that the number of living beings around him dwindled and the environment became eerily quiet, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Moreover, a subtle heat enveloped the air, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead and back. This sensation thrilled Mu. Could it be a sign that he was nearing his destination? With this thought, he quickened his pace, filled with anticipation and trepidation. Eventually, after traversing the dense forest, a breathtaking sight unfolded before him. A tranquil valley emerged into view. At the heart of this valley stood a colossal red tree, its presence serving as a magnificent landmark that captivated Mu's gaze. This giant tree soared to great heights, its trunk immensely thick, and its crown expansive like an umbrella, casting shade over the land. Its bark bore a vibrant red hue, reminiscent of blood, imparting a sense of mystery and majesty. Most strikingly, 10 robust branches extended from the tree, each entwined with flames that danced like serpents of fire, illuminating the entire valley. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, Mu felt a surge of awe. He speculated, could this be the legendary supreme, innate spiritual root, the Fusang tree? To his knowledge, the Fusang tree is one of the most precious treasures of the fire element in existence, brimming with boundless spiritual energy and miraculous power. Gazing at the magnificent Fusang divine tree before him, Mu was filled with excitement. He leaped onto the first branch, carefully surveying his surroundings. Yet aside from the traces left by the golden crow, he found nothing else. Undeterred, Mu continued to ascend along the trunk. After searching through 7 branches, each time filled with hope, he was met with disappointment. Just as he was about to give up, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of light flickering from the 8th branch. Instantly invigorated, Mu climbed onto the 8th branch. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that the light emanated from a primordial firestone. This stone radiated immense heat and energy, clearly not an ordinary object. Even more exhilarating was the discovery of an ancient technique, the golden crow transformation, on the 9th branch. This technique was renowned as one of the top speed cultivation methods in the primordial era, granting unparalleled velocity and agility. Mu recognized the rarity of this technique and silently rejoiced in his perseverance. Finally, he reached the highest branch. Here, the temperature soared to extreme levels, as if it could melt anything in its vicinity. Yet, Mu remained undaunted, resolutely stepping onto this branch. As he approached, he realized that the source of the golden crow's primal power lay hidden here. This potent energy left him utterly astounded, and he understood that he had indeed reaped substantial rewards. Filled with exhilaration, Mu's heart brimmed with joy that he knew that this adventure would bestow upon him immense benefits. Not only had he acquired a primordial firestone, but he had also obtained the unparalleled technique of golden crow transformation. These would serve as crucial aids on his path of cultivation, empowering him to grow even stronger. After gathering his treasures, Mu departed from Tang Valley, not because he wished to leave the Fusang tree behind, but because this tree was merely a manifestation of its true essence, which resided atop the Sun Star. Contemplating this, Mu resolved to journey once more to the Sun Star. After all, he was about to embark on the cultivation of the Tai Ching alchemy technique, which demanded a high affinity for flames. After careful consideration, he deemed the true fire of the sun to be the most fitting for himself, as its might surpassed even the 3 mystical fires of the Tai Ching Laozi and the 6 Ding divine fire. Possessing unparalleled strength, Mu unleashed his divine abilities, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the Sun Star. After a lengthy flight, he finally arrived. The temperature here was alarmingly high, unbearable for an ordinary person. However, Su Mu, endowed with a robust physique and spirit, could withstand such heat. He sought the traces of the true fire of the sun, and after considerable effort, he finally discovered a massive ball of true fire. Cautiously, he approached it, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Taking a deep breath, he began to activate the Golden Crow transformation technique, opening every pore in his body to emit a searing aura. As he channeled the technique, the energy of the true fire of the sun flowed into him, coursing through his meridians and ultimately converging in his dantian. Su Mu felt his strength steadily amplifying, and a wave of exhilaration surged within him. However, the power of the true fire of the sun exceeded his expectations, and he soon felt overwhelmed. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his garments. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. With the aid of Golden Crow transformation, Su Mu gradually familiarized himself with the characteristics and patterns of the true fire of the sun, gaining a deeper understanding of its nature. He discovered that the true fire was not infallible. With the right approach, he could better absorb and utilize its energy. Having acquainted himself with the true fire of the sun, Su Mu resolved to attempt its refinement. This was an exceedingly perilous process. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, Su Mu remained undaunted, firmly believing that only through continuous challenges could he transcend his limits and become a true powerhouse. He concentrated his mind, mobilizing all his strength to guide the true fire of the sun into his palm. The fire danced in his hand like a resplendent gem, clenching his fist tightly. He felt the temperature and power of the true fire before gradually releasing a wisp of its energy. At last, he succeeded in refining it. Su Mu exclaimed with excitement. This strand of the true fire of the sun ignited in his palm, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Su Mu's gaze hardened as he stared at this radiant light, a surge of ambition swelling within him that he mused. With this true fire of the sun, I shall surely achieve a higher success rate in concocting the 9 transformation golden pill than even Tai-Ching Laozi's renowned techniques. This confidence was not unfounded. It stemmed from a comprehensive understanding of his own capabilities and resources that he believed that, if wielded correctly, the true fire would become an invaluable ally in his alchemical endeavors, enabling him to concoct even more precious and powerful elixirs. At that moment, Su Mu's heart brimmed with anticipation and resolve. He could hardly wait to put his skills to the test, proving his abilities through action. He understood that this path might be fraught with challenges. Yet he was undeterred, for he firmly believed that only through relentless effort could he achieve his goals and become a truly great alchemist. This time, Su Mu set aside treasure hunting and directly soared out of the Sun Star, heading towards Shouyang Mountain. Utilizing the Golden Crow transformation technique, he darted towards Shouyang Mountain like a bolt of golden lightning. As he passed through a mountain pass, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the surrounding space. Intrigued, Su Mu felt something was amiss and swiftly turned back. Hovering in the air, he murmured to himself, "There is a disturbance in the space." Could there be treasures? Driven by curiosity and anticipation, Su Mu gently descended to the ground, cautiously extending his spiritual awareness to scrutinize the movements around him. Soon, he detected the source of the anomaly. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his hands and forcefully tore apart the space before him, unveiling a concealed spatial passage. Su Mu stepped into it without a second thought, only to discover a crimson gourd within. Gently lifting the gourd, he felt a mysterious and potent aura emanating from it. A surge of excitement welled up within Su Mu as he eagerly uncorked the gourd to peer inside. To his astonishment, he found a faint remnant of a soul hidden within. Could this gourd soul be the legendary Jiujiu San Pered gourd? If so, did this remnant not belong to the esteemed Hongyun Laozu? Su Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the gourd in his hands, that he recalled the historical events of the Wu Yao era, when Di Juntai had besieged Hongyun Laozu, leading to the latter's ultimate self-destruction. To think that a remnant of Hongyun Laozu's soul still lingered here was truly astonishing. It appeared that, in addition to Hongyun Laozu reincarnating as Yun Zhongzi, another remnant soul was preserved here. Su Mu was profoundly moved, filled with an overwhelming sense of shock at this unexpected discovery. After stowing the gourd away, he departed from the location and returned to Shouyang Mountain. He made his way directly to Shouyang Palace, where he encountered Nuwa. Bowing respectfully, he addressed her, "Teacher." Nuwa regarded Su Mu with a hint of curiosity and inquired, "Su Mu, what brings you here?" Su Mu replied, "Teacher, I have a matter that requires the assistance of Sister Jinfeng." Both Nuwa and Jinfeng were taken aback, with Nuwa asking, "You seek Jinfeng?" Jinfeng, equally puzzled, questioned, "Su Mu, you call for me. What is it that you need?" Su Mu spoke earnestly, "Teacher, I wish to request Sister Jinfeng to wield the Kongtong Seal and take charge of the remaining 3 emperors in fiefment, that I plan to enter seclusion to cultivate and enhance my strength in preparation for the impending conflict." Nuwa turned her gaze toward Jinfeng, her eyes reflecting a blend of anticipation and trust. Sensing Nuwa's look, Jinfeng immediately rose, resolutely stating, "Your Highness, I am willing to go." Her voice brimmed with determination and confidence. Evoking a sense of admiration, Su Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him at Jinfeng's prompt agreement, accompanied by a surge of gratitude. He swiftly retrieved the Kongtong Seal from his robes and, cradling it in both hands, presented it to Jinfeng with sincerity in his eyes, saying, "Thank you, Sister Jinfeng." Jinfeng smiled as she accepted the Kongtong Seal, feeling the immense power contained within. She looked up at Su Mu and softly said, "Su Mu, no need for thanks. I shall head to the ancestral land of the human race, cultivating while awaiting the opportune moment for the enfeoffment of the 3 emperors." Her tone conveyed an eagerness, as if she could already envision a glorious future. Nuwa quietly observed the two, a smile of satisfaction gracing her features. She understood that Jinfeng possessed the capability to fulfill this task, and their close bond would enable them to accomplish their mission. However, witnessing Su Mu's relentless efforts to elevate himself stirred a sense of urgency within her. As Jinfeng's figure gradually receded from view, Nuwa silently vowed to strengthen herself further. She recognized that only by continuously enhancing her cultivation could she better protect the human race and safeguard their beautiful homeland. In that moment, a fervent flame ignited within Nuwa's heart, embodying her dedication to cultivation and her aspirations for the future. After exiting Shouyang Palace, Su Mu and Jinfeng parted ways. Jinfeng headed towards the ancestral land of the human race, while Su Mu made his way to the cave of Beixian. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Mu halted and softly called out, "Junior brother." That moment, Beixian, who was meditating within the cave, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Su Mu's voice and quickly emerged. Seeing Su Mu standing outside, Beixian's face lit up with a delighted smile as he warmly welcomed, "Elder brother, what brings you here? Please come in." Su Mu entered the cave with a smile and sat down alongside Beixian. No sooner had they settled than Beixian eagerly inquired, "Elder brother, did you come to seek my assistance with something?" Su Mu regarded Beixian with a gentle smile before casually waving his hand, revealing 24 shimmering sea calming pearls. He placed them on the table and smiled at Beixian, saying, "Behold." Beixian's expression transformed into one of shock and disbelief upon seeing the 24 sea calming pearls. His eyes widened and his voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, are these innate treasures? My heavens, congratulations on acquiring such a precious treasure." Beixian's gaze sparkled with excitement, as if he had laid eyes on a rare gem. Yet, despite the envy bubbling within him, his face bore no trace of jealousy or discontent. Instead, he genuinely rejoiced for Su Mu, their brotherly bond deep and unwavering. Su Mu smiled at Beixian, softly asking, "So, do you like them?" Beixian, exhilarated as he gazed at the treasure in his hands, nodded emphatically, "Of course, these are treasures. Who wouldn't like them?" His eyes shimmered with affection and longing for the precious items. Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction crossed Su Mu's face, and he suddenly declared, "If you like them, then they are yours." Beixian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "You give them to me? Well, all right." But he quickly regained his senses, staring at Su Mu in disbelief and asking, "Elder brother, what did you say?" "Oh, you give them to me." His expression turned incredulous, as if struggling to comprehend the words he had just heard. Beixian understood the immense value of such treasures. They were indeed innate treasures. How could one so readily part with something so precious? His heart was filled with confusion and astonishment, his gaze fixed on Su Mu as he sought answers in his expression. Yes, they are yours. Su Mu affirmed with a nod. Beixian rose to his feet, solemnly bowing to Su Mu, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, elder brother." And no need for formality. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively, adding, "I shall return to my cultivation. You should hasten to refine those 24C calming pearls." With that, he turned to leave. Beixian watched as Su Mu's figure receded, silently resolving within himself. Elder brother has treated me with such kindness. I must continue to support and trust him. Regardless of the challenges and trials that lie ahead, I will face them alongside elder brother that I, in the capital of the human race, Yao, as the leader, diligently governed with the assistance of Yin Xiao that he cared for the people's welfare, enacted policies to promote economic development, and valued education to cultivate talent, leading to the flourishing of the human race. Yao's achievements garnered widespread recognition, and his prestige grew ever higher. Having completed his virtuous deeds, Emperor Ku announced a grand ceremony of Fengshan at Mount Tai to express gratitude for heavenly blessings and to pray for a brighter future for the human race. At the summit of Mount Tai, Yao, clad in resplendent ceremonial robes, ascended the altar with a solemn demeanor. Surrounding him were numerous ministers and representatives from various clans, all filled with anticipation for the ceremony. Just then, a melodious bird's song echoed from the sky that a magnificent golden phoenix descended from the clouds, transforming into an innate Tao body, radiating light as it held the Kongtong Seal. The golden phoenix landed before Yao and smiled, saying, "Wuzu, Su Mu has other matters to attend to and cannot come in person, but I shall represent him to confer upon the human race's great emperor." Yao nodded gratefully, accepting her words. The golden phoenix then proclaimed, "Yao, you have selected talents, promoted education, actively governed against floods, and shown compassion for the people's sentiments. Your governance is for the people, and you shall be the great emperor of the human race, as witnessed by heaven and earth." As the golden phoenix's voice faded, a dazzling cloud of merit descended from the heavens, showering golden raindrops upon Yao and Yin Xiao. Immersed in the golden glow, Yao felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. His cultivation broke through its limits, reaching the initial stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Similarly, Yin Xiao reaped immense benefits, successfully severing the good corpse and becoming a formidable being at the early stage of quasi-saint. Those present were awestruck by the spectacle, kneeling in reverence to express their respect and blessings for Yao. With the conclusion of the Fengshan ceremony, the human race welcomed a new chapter. Shun, as the next heir, began to govern the human race. In the western Shumi Mountain, Zhuanti exclaimed with excitement, "Ah, the West has finally turned its fortunes around. Ha ha." On the face of Jean, a grimace more unsightly than tears emerged. Zhuanti remarked, "Methria, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to assisting Shun, striving to procure merits for our Western teachings." Methria, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Thank you. Esteemed teachers, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the tasks assigned by you. Very well. Go forth," Zhuanti said with a sense of satisfaction. Methria then set off to aid the human race under Shun's governance at Tishong Mountain. Su Mu sat poised in his cave dwelling, prepared to commence alchemy. With meticulous care, he arranged the ethereal materials upon the table, his gaze focused and resolute. He took a deep breath and summoned the true fire of the sun, flames roaring to life, illuminating the entirety of his cave. In his mind, he quietly recalled each step and detail of the Tai Ching alchemical technique, knowledge deeply imprinted in his consciousness. Despite his profound understanding of alchemy, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was his inaugural attempt at concocting such a precious elixir. Yet he recognized that retreat was not an option, for it was only through practice that one could truly grasp the essence of alchemy. Thus, he concentrated, dedicating himself entirely to the alchemical process. Though Su Mu lacked a physical alchemy furnace, he remained undeterred. Instead, he harnessed his formidable celestial power to manifest an illusory furnace. While this furnace was not tangible, it encapsulated his boundless celestial energy and conviction that he placed the ethereal materials into the alchemy furnace, using the true fire of the sun to refine the medicinal properties gradually. After 9 cycles of transformation, he could distinctly perceive the potency of the elixir intensifying, akin to a resplendent pearl on the verge of radiating brilliance. His spirits soared with each passing moment, eagerly anticipating the final outcome. After a considerable time, the alchemy furnace erupted in a spectacular glow, and a rich fragrance wafted from within, permeating the surrounding air. Upon opening the furnace, he beheld 9 golden elixirs, each exuding a lustrous golden hue and perfectly round. Reminiscent of pearls, their surfaces shimmered faintly with celestial light, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the swirling spiritual energy within. This was the legendary 9 transformation golden elixir, a supreme-grade elixir. It possessed miraculous effects such as resurrection, metamorphosis, enhancement of cultivation, and prolongation of life, so coveted that even sages would yearn for it. He marveled, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment, and Mu could not help but think, Old Master Ta Ching will surely be infuriated upon learning that I have successfully concocted the 9 transformation golden elixir of such remarkable quality. With utmost care, Su Mu picked up one of the 9 transformation golden elixirs. Examining its surface that radiated a soft glow, he gently inhaled its faint fragrance before unhesitatingly placing the precious elixir in his mouth. As it entered, it transformed into a refreshing medicinal liquid. Swiftly flowing down his throat, the liquid dispersed within his body, creating a wondrous sensation. Mu felt his physique absorbing this potent energy, each cell pulsating with joy. As time passed, the elixir's effects began to manifest, propelling Su Mu's cultivation at an astonishing pace. Previously at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, he instantaneously broke through to the late stage. A surge of excitement and elation welled within him. He had not anticipated the 9 transformation golden elixir to be so effective, allowing him to leap over a minor realm. However, he understood that such occurrences were not perpetual, for the most pronounced effects typically accompany the first consumption. Thus, he resolved to cherish every opportunity for enhancement. Mu collected the remaining 8-9 transformation golden elixirs. Recognizing them as rare treasures requiring careful preservation, he decided to place them within the Jujo Sampo Red Gourd, a supreme innate spiritual treasure perfectly suited to safeguard these precious elixirs. As he uncorked the gourd, he suddenly recalled the lingering remnant of the Red Cloud ancestor within. This caused him some hesitation, but he quickly devised a plan. I can first utilize my celestial power to nurture the remnant of the Red Cloud ancestor, protecting it and aiding in its restoration. Once I have completed the refinement of the 9 transformation golden elixirs, I shall present the remnant to the great immortal Zenyuanzi, given the deep bond one share with the Red Cloud ancestor. With this thought, Su Mu felt a clear sense of purpose. He began to cautiously channel his celestial energy into the Jujo Sampo Red Gourd, hoping to impart warmth and vitality to the remnant of the Red Cloud ancestor. Simultaneously, he looked forward to successfully completing the refinement of the 9 transformation golden elixirs, laying a solid foundation for his future cultivation. Having scavenged numerous heavenly materials from the Chaos 3 Immortal Island, Su Mu lacked resources and thus resumed his alchemical endeavors with the 9 transformation golden elixirs. Meanwhile, in the human tribes, Shun had been governing for 500 years. Despite the calamity of floods, other matters were managed quite well. Shun continued to assign Gun to address the water disasters, while he attended to other human affairs. Gun's contributions in managing the floods were remarkable, leading to an increasing prestige that seemingly threatened to eclipse Shun's own. Mithya had approached Shun numerous times, but Shun remained indifferent as long as efforts were made for the advancement of the human race. However, Mithya grew concerned that Gun's rising stature could surpass Shun's, potentially usurping his throne. Thus, when a dam was breached by a deluge, Mithya, acting without authorization, commanded Gun to be exiled to Yushan. Mithya found Gun and said, "Gun, your methods of flood control are severely flawed, which has greatly displeased the sovereign Shun. The sovereign has decided to exile you to Yushan. You must depart at once." Gun, fully aware of the shortcomings in his flood management, believed they did not warrant exile. Therefore, he responded, "Mithya, While my methods may require refinement, they still hold promise for improvement. Please convey to the sovereign that I am willing to continue seeking solutions to the flood problem." Yet, Mithya coldly retorted, "Gun, there is no need for further discussion. The sovereign's decision is final." Feeling helpless, Gun could only take his wife and journey to Yushan. After residing in Yushan for a time, Gun's wife, the Shur clan's daughter, became pregnant. Time flowed swiftly, and centuries passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this lengthy period, Su Mu remained dedicated to the path of alchemy. Through relentless effort, he successfully refined over 100 precious 9 transformation golden elixirs. Each of these elixirs exuded a rich spiritual energy, brimming with boundless vitality. One day, Su Mu retrieved several 9 transformation golden elixirs from the alchemical furnace, carefully placing the remaining ones within a small formation to ensure their safety. Subsequently, he left the cave, preparing to attend to matters outside. Upon exiting, he encountered Bei Xian, who was also emerging from his own cave. Curiously, Su Mu inquired, "Junior brother, where are you headed?" With a smile, Bei Xian replied, "Senior brother, I am about to instruct why you Su Mu's heart stirred at this. And, after calculating with his fingers, he said, Yu is about to be born, isn't he?" Bei Xian nodded, smiling. "Indeed, senior brother, Yu's birth is imminent, and I must make preparations in advance." Hearing this, Su Mu produced a 9 transformation golden elixir and a Huang Zhongli from his robe, presenting them to Bei Xian, saying, "Junior brother, take these." Bei Xian accepted the 9 transformation golden elixir and Huang Zhongli, examining the golden elixir in his hand with a look of delight, exclaiming, "Senior brother, this elixir is a 9 transformation golden elixir. You truly succeeded in your refinement." Without hesitation, Bei Xian swallowed the 9 transformation golden elixir, and in an instant, he broke through a realm, entering the mid-stage of the Deluo golden immortal realm. Feeling the surge of power within him, Bei Xian beamed with excitement, saying to Su Mu, "Senior brother, this 9 transformation golden elixir is incredible. Surely, you have more. Will you grant me another to sample?" Su Mu chuckled helplessly, retrieving another 9 transformation golden elixir from his robe to hand to Bei Xian while reminding him, though the 9 transformation golden elixir is exceptional, it should not be consumed indiscriminately like candy. Moreover, subsequent doses may not yield effects as pronounced as this one. After Bei Xian ingested it, he indeed found the effects less remarkable, but remained undeterred, stating, "No worries. I will continue to cultivate diligently. Senior brother, I must take my leave." "Very well." After Su Mu and Bei Xian departed, he first visited the ancestral land of the human race in the Hall of Ancestors. Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi were engrossed in the formation they had been researching alongside the 3 sovereigns, a formation under their control. Upon noticing Su Mu's entrance, Zi rose and greeted him with a smile. "Su Mu, what brings you here? I thought you were in seclusion." "Indeed, brother and sister, I was in seclusion refining pills. After my success, I came to find you." "Refining pills?" Sui Ren inquired. "You have mastered the art of alchemy?" "Yes, take a look at," Su Mu replied, presenting 3 9-turn golden pills and 3 Huang Zhongli to the trio. "Such precious items. Are you truly giving these to us?" Yu Chao exclaimed in astonishment. He, however, accepted the pills and said, "Su Mu, if you offer them, we shall gladly accept." "Indeed, after my success, you are the first ones I wish to share with," Su Mu affirmed. Upon hearing these words, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi were overwhelmed with emotion. They understood the immense value of the 9-turn golden pills and Huang Zhongli and recognized that these gifts embodied Su Mu's deep affection for them. Without hesitation, they accepted the pills and consumed them on the spot. As the medicinal properties coursed through their bodies, it felt as though a refreshing spring flowed through their meridians. They sensed their cultivation levels surging at an astonishing rate, the once impassable bottleneck shattering instantly. Within mere moments, their cultivation had ascended directly to the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Joy radiated from their faces, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They had previously thought their cultivation could not advance further. Yet they had unexpectedly broken through the barrier, filling them with elation. That moment, Su Mu chose to take his leave and proceeded directly to Wanshou Mountain. Wanshou Mountain was a place of mystery, abundant in spiritual energy and inhabited by celestial birds and exotic beasts. It served as a sacred ground for immortals' cultivation and was also Su Mu's destination this time, as Su Mu stepped into the realm of Wanshou Mountain. Zhan Yuanzi, who was in seclusion within Wuzhuang Temple, sensed his arrival. He opened his eyes with a smile, murmuring to himself, "He has finally arrived." He then summoned 2 disciples, instructing them, "Qing Feng, Mingyu, we have a distinguished guest today. Go and welcome him." Qing Feng replied respectfully, "Yes, master." However, Mingyu curiously asked, "Master, who is this esteemed guest?" Zhan Yuanzi smiled gently and responded, "It is the martial ancestor of the human race." Upon hearing this name, both Qing Feng and Mingyu could not help but display expressions of awe. They were well aware of the martial ancestor's reputation and status in the Hongwang, and promptly replied in unison, "Yes, we shall go to welcome him at once." With that, the 2 hurriedly departed for the mountain gate to greet Su Mu. Arriving at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple, Su Mu stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon the couplets adorning the door. The upper line read, "The abode of immortals, where one achieves eternal life," and the lower line stated, "A household that shares longevity with the heavens," with a horizontal inscription proclaiming longevity of heaven and earth. Each character emanated an air of ancient mystery, as if narrating the history and lineage of this Taoist temple. Soon, he spotted 2 figures swiftly descending from the mountain. Landing before him, "We pay our respects to the martial ancestor." Qing Feng and Mingyu bowed deeply, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. "There is no need for such formalities." Su Mu waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the 2 Zhan Yuanzi present. As he spoke, he produced 2 Huangzhong Li and handed them to the disciples. "Thank you, martial ancestor. Our master is waiting inside." They replied joyfully. "Please follow us." Su Mu nodded and followed Qing Feng and Mingyu into Wuzhuang Temple. Along the way, he observed the surroundings, secretly marveling at the enchanting scenery. The temple was suffused with celestial energy, and rare flowers and herbs flourished abundantly, clearly a splendid place for cultivation. Before long, they arrived at a grand hall. Qing Feng and Mingyu halted and bowed, saying, "Martial ancestor, please enter. Our master awaits you inside." With steady steps, Su Mu entered the hall. Inside, Zhan Yuanzi sat cross-legged upon a mat, and upon seeing Su Mu, he rose with a smile to welcome him. Su Mu was no longer the young cultivator he once was. He had become the martial ancestor of the human race. A powerful aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of reverence. Seeing Zhan Yuanzi, Su Mu quickly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I pay my respects to the esteemed Zhan Yuanzi." Zhan Yuanzi nodded with a smile and replied, "Martial ancestor, please take a seat." That he then turned to the 2 disciples, instructing Qing Feng, "Mingyu, go fetch a ginseng fruit to entertain the martial ancestor." "Yes," they responded, then turned to leave in search of the ginseng fruit. After they departed, Zhan Yuanzi looked at Su Mu and inquired, "Might I ask what brings the martial ancestor to seek out this humble Taoist?" Su Mu smiled slightly and said, "I happen upon an item that I wish to present to the esteemed one." Zhan Yuanzi, maintaining a composed demeanor, asked, "What item might that be?" At this level of cultivation, ordinary items seldom stirred his interest. However, when Su Mu produced the item, Zhan Yuanzi was taken aback, rising in astonishment. His eyes sparkled with disbelief and surprise. As if he had laid eyes upon the most precious treasure in the world, he focused intently on the item in Su Mu's hand, his gaze glimmering with excitement. "Martial ancestor, this is the 99 soul-separating red gourd belonging to Brother Hong Yun." "Indeed," Su Mu affirmed. Zhan Yuanzi, holding the gourd with delight, turned to Su Mu and asked, "Martial ancestor, how did you come by this gourd?" Su Mu recounted the tale of acquiring the gourd, and as Zhan Yuanzi prepared to store it away, Su Mu hastily interjected, "Esteemed one, should we not take a look inside?" He inwardly mused, wondering if this fellow intended to hoard the treasure for himself. Upon hearing this, Zhan Yuanzi snapped back to attention, realizing, I have yet to see what lies within. There might still be items belonging to Brother Hong Yun. Thus, he quickly retrieved the gourd, removed the stopper, and peered inside. When he finally discerned the contents, he was rendered speechless. his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a considerable time. After some moments, he regained his composure and exclaimed, "Brother Hong Yun." To his astonishment, the gourd contained the residual soul of Hong Yun. At that moment, Hong Yun's residual soul, nourished by Su Mu's celestial energy, had regained consciousness. He floated weakly within the gourd, his gaze bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. "Brother Jin Yuan, what has happened to me? I recall perishing in an explosion." Hong Yun's residual soul spoke weakly, his words punctuated by confusion and disbelief. Seeing his old friend in such a state, Jin Yuanzi felt a profound sorrow. Yet he steeled himself and offered comfort. "Do not panic, Brother Hong Yun. Stabilize your soul first. You are now but a residual soul and must be cautious in your recovery." Saying this, Jin Yuanzi promptly channeled his immense magical power to nourish Hong Yun's residual soul. Under Jin Yuanzi's diligent efforts, Hong Yun's residual soul gradually stabilized, no longer swaying precariously as before. Seeing the situation improve, Jin Yuanzi felt a sense of relief and continued to infuse his magical energy into Hong Yun's residual soul. Hoping to aid in his swift recovery, as time passed, Hong Yun's residual soul was finally able to leave the 99 soul-separating red gourd. Floating beside Jin Yuanzi, he gazed around at the familiar yet strange environment. Confusion etched upon his face as he asked, "Dao brother, what is this martial ancestor? Who is the martial ancestor? What is my current situation?" Faced with Hong Yun's barrage of questions, Jin Yuanzi felt no annoyance. Instead, he patiently explained, "Brother, this is the martial ancestor. After your self-detonation, we all believed you had perished. It is truly a pleasant surprise that the martial ancestor has brought you back today." Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's explanation, Hong Yun's residual soul seemed to awaken from a dream, immediately bowing in gratitude to Su Mu. "Thank you, dear friend. Had it not been for your timely intervention, it is likely that I and Dao brother would never have met again." Su Mu replied, "I merely stumbled upon your residual soul by chance. Moreover, Senior Hong Yun, you are a virtuous person of the Hong Huang, a model of integrity for us all." Su Mu then produced 2 9-turn golden pills, presenting them to Jin Yuanzi and the venerable Hong Yun, saying, "Esteemed Jin Yuanzi, Senior Hong Yun, these are the 9-turn golden pills I have refined. I hope they will be of assistance to you." Jin Yuanzi took the elixir without hesitation and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy surged within him, restoring the magical power that had been depleted while nurturing the remnants of Hong Yun's soul. Even rendering it stronger than before, he felt the flow of his magical energy swell like a torrential river, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This 9-turn golden pill is indeed miraculous. It has restored my magical power so swiftly and abundantly." Meanwhile, Hong Yun Laozu hesitated for a moment, but under Jin Yuanzi's encouragement, he also consumed the elixir. Moments later, he sensed that his residual soul had become more refined and stable, as if imbued with the vigor of rebirth. Gratefully, he gazed at Samuk, tears glistening in his eyes. "Thank you, young friend. This elixir has not only aided in the restoration of my soul, but has also illuminated the hope of rebirth that I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." The excitement of Hong Yun's residual soul caused his ethereal form to grow increasingly clear, as if he were about to step out of the void at any moment. Observing the elated Hong Yun, Samuk was also filled with emotions. He took a deep breath to steady himself and then bowed respectfully to Hong Yun's residual soul, saying, "Esteemed Hong Yun, I have a humble request, and I hope you might grant it." Upon hearing Samuk's words, Hong Yun's residual soul paused for a moment, but swiftly regained his composure as he glanced at Jin Yuanzi beside him and, smiling, addressed Samuk, "I wonder what the martial ancestor wishes of me, as long as it is within my capabilities. I shall certainly do my utmost." Jin Yuanzi nodded in agreement, indicating support for Hong Yun's decision. Observing this, gratitude washed over Samuk's face. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, "Esteemed Hong Yun, I hope you could entrust me with a 9-9 scattering soul red gourd. I lack a suitable vessel for storing elixirs, and the 9-9 scattering soul red gourd is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, perfectly capable of preserving the properties of the elixirs." Hong Yun's residual soul fell silent for a moment upon hearing Samuk's request. He understood the precious nature of the 9-9 scattering soul red gourd and recognized Samuk's intentions. However, he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he turned to Zenuansi as if seeking his opinion. After a moment of reflection, Zenuansi nodded in affirmation that he recognized that Samuk's request was not unreasonable and that the 9-9 scattering soul red gourd indeed held tremendous allure and significance for Samuk. Thus, he softly advised Hongyun's residual soul. Hongyun, esteemed brother, since the martial ancestor values the 9-9 scattering soul red gourd so highly, let us entrust it to him. That Hongyun's residual soul nodded slightly in agreement. Turning to Samuk, he smiled and said, "In that case, I shall hand you the 9-9 scattering soul red gourd." With that, he waved his hand, and a beam of red light shot forth from him, soaring towards Samuk. Witnessing this, Samuk's heart swelled with joy. He promptly extended his hands to catch the incoming 9-9 scattering soul red gourd. Bowing deeply to Hongyun's residual soul, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Hongyun, for your generosity." Hongyun's residual soul smiled faintly and gestured for Samuk to not be so formal. Zenuansi then spoke to Samuk, martial ancestor. Your discovery of Hongyun's residual soul has granted him a glimmer of hope for survival, and thus, I, Zenuansi, owe you a great debt of gratitude. Should you require my assistance in any matter, know that I will do everything in my power to aid you. With that, Samuk bid farewell to the two and departed from Wuzhuangguan, returning to Shouyang Mountain. Upon returning to his cave, Samuk refined the 9-9 scattering soul red gourd anew with Sun True Fire, enhancing its functionalities. The gourd retained its original ability to emit red sand, which could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. The red sand absorbed the will of living beings, capable of ensnaring celestial beings, destroying their forms, and extinguishing their souls. Its second function was that of storage, allowing for the seamless accommodation of various items, whether precious treasures or everyday necessities, as if the space were boundless. With a mere thought, the desired items would materialize in his hands, rendering it exceedingly convenient. Additionally, this storage space possessed the ability to automatically organize items, enabling swift access to what was needed, thereby saving considerable time. Its third and most unique function was the ability to contain living beings. Furthermore, those captured within the space could still move freely without restraint. However, should a red sand talisman be employed, it could unleash an attack upon the living beings contained within. After successfully refining the 9-9 scattering soul red gourd, Samuk placed over 100 9-turn golden pills inside. He continued to produce more 9-turn golden pills to bolster the strength of the human race, as they bore no side effects and would only yield benefits. The human ruler, Shun, learned of Gun's situation and wished to bring him back to continue managing the floods. However, Gun refused, desiring to teach his son and have him handle the floods. Left with no choice, Shun continued to govern the human race, ensuring its stable development, while leaving flood management to those specifically tasked with it. Once Shun's merits were fulfilled, he ascended to the peak of Mount Tai to perform the Fengshan ceremony. Holding the Kongtong Seal, the Golden Phoenix solemnly announced to the crowd, during Shun's reign, he diligently governed and cared for the people, actively assisting Gun in flood control, thus bringing peace and prosperity to the populace. His achievements are indelible, and he should be revered as the great emperor of humanity, with heaven and earth as witnesses. As the Golden Phoenix's voice fell, a cloud of merit gold appeared in the sky, descending upon Shun. His cultivation level surged instantly, reaching the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. This merit cloud symbolized heaven's recognition and blessing of Shun, allowing all present to feel his greatness and sanctity. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shun understood that his accomplishments were rooted in the support and trust of the people, especially Gun. Thus, he resolved to pass on his position to Gun's son, Yu, as a testament to his faith in Gun's flood management. Meanwhile, the Golden Phoenix continued to guard the Kongtong Seal, witnessing the rise and fall of the human race. Gun not only imparted his insights and experiences in flood management to Yu, but also taught him how to observe the flow of water, geographical features, and other natural phenomena, as well as how to employ various tools and techniques to address flooding issues. Under his father's careful guidance, Yu gradually grasped the essence of Gun's flood management strategies while continuously exploring new methods and techniques. When you turned 18, Xian decided to personally lead him on a journey across the land to investigate the flooding situations firsthand. They traveled south along the Yellow River Basin, passing through many severely affected areas. At each location, you meticulously observed the direction and speed of the water flow, studied the undulations of the terrain, and sought the optimal solutions for flood control. One day, upon arriving at the banks of the Huai River, you was astonished to find that there was not a soul in sight within 100 miles. It turned out that due to the Huai River's flooding, a great demon had taken residence there, exploiting the calamity to wreak havoc, causing the people to flee in search of safer havens. Standing at the river's edge, gazing at the surging waters, you felt a profound sense of mission welling up within him. The Huai River surged relentlessly, its waves crashing like a ferocious beast, poised to devour everything in its path. Why you understood that to manage the Huai River effectively, he must first comprehend its conditions, and the great demon posed a necessary challenge to resolve. Thus, he resolved to travel downstream along the Huai River to investigate its conditions and terrain. Along the way, he witnessed numerous submerged villages and fields, with the populace displaced and enduring immense hardship. These sights deeply pained you, further solidifying his resolve to address the flooding as he journeyed downstream. Upon reaching the center of the Huai River, he suddenly heard a voice. You have finally arrived. I hear you are managing the floods. Once they are resolved, how shall I enjoy my leisure? Without Jiqi transformed into a towering giant, he stirred the waters of the Huai River, conjuring several water spouts that blocked Yu's path. Why you regarded Wu Jiqi with unwavering determination, unflinching in the face of fear. You vile demon, I have come today to subdue you. As he spoke, you drew forth his treasure artifact, and, accompanied by 4 martial masters, Tai golden immortals, hurled it towards Wu Jiqi. Seeing this, Wu Jiqi summoned a black iron rod, engaging in battle with Yu and his companions, creating earth-shattering sounds in an instant. The skies darkened, and the Huai River roared with monstrous waves. After a prolonged struggle, the 5 remained unable to defeat Wu Jiqi. Why Yu thought to himself, this vile demon possesses such formidable strength. Despite our 5 being of the same realm, we are still unable to prevail. Supreme Master, this great demon possesses overwhelming strength. We should retreat for now and seek the assistance of Master Xian. One subordinate remarked to you. Very well, go and summon the master for aid. You responded, leading his 4 subordinates away from the center of the Huai River in search of Xian. Observing Yu's retreat, Wu Jiqi remained unfazed, contemplating. You must control the waters, and inevitably, you will have to descend the Huai River to return. Even if you do not come back, I shall compel you to Wu Jiqi, then invoked his divine powers, summoning forth a deluge of torrential waters. The flood surged forth like a ferocious beast, crashing into the human tribes, demolishing numerous homes and sending people fleeing in panic, while others cried out in pain. Some valiant souls attempted to resist the flood, yet their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming force. As the waters rose higher, they gradually engulfed the entire tribe. Amidst the deluge, innocent elders and children were swept away, their cries for help echoing in the air, a heart-wrenching symphony of despair. Upon learning of this calamity, Yu was consumed with rage. His anger boiling over, he inwardly lamented. All of this is my fault. If only I hadn't been so presumptuous in believing I could shoulder the burden of controlling the waters and allowed the master to return to her cultivation. Had I kept her by my side for assistance, this tragedy could have been averted. Fully aware of the urgency of the situation, you resolved to hasten his actions, determined to locate the master and beseech her assistance in combating Wu Jiqi. To eradicate the threat and alleviate the peril facing humanity, you turned back towards Yangshan. Amidst the ravaged human tribe, a figure was diligently at work, striving to tend to every wounded kin. Her movements were gentle yet practiced, as if she was born to save lives. The figure was a young girl, appearing to be in her late teens, with a delicate visage and eyes that radiated both determination and compassion. She meticulously examined each wound, applying herbal remedies, and then binding them tightly with hemp rope. Tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she did not cease her efforts, for she understood the urgency of the moment. Each second could mean the difference between life and death. Child, you must leave this place, do not remain here. The demon may yet go into a frenzy and unleash another flood. An elderly man lay on the ground, feebly imploring the girl, his voice laden with concern and sorrow. Indeed, child, you should go. This place is too perilous. Another elderly woman, enduring her own pain, managed to say, her face brimming with love and care. However, the young girl did not heed their words. She lifted her head, her eyes shining with resolute light. Grandfather, grandmother, I cannot abandon you, that I am a healer. How can I stand by and watch you suffer? With that, she resumed her focus on treating the injured. Yet, her limited supply of herbs and medical resources left her powerless against the more grievous injuries, filling her heart with profound sorrow and a sense of helplessness. She chastised herself, thinking, if only she were stronger. If only she had more herbs and better tools, perhaps she could save more lives. Yet reality remained harsh. She could only do her utmost, falling short of perfection. This helplessness weighed heavily upon her spirit. At that moment, a voice pierced through her thoughts. Are you truly prepared to give up? The tone bore a hint of reproach, yet was laced with encouragement. She looked up to see a towering, authoritative figure before her, his gaze imbued with resolve and courage. It was Sumu, who had been silently observing her efforts, admiring her dedication and sacrifice. Sumu approached her, taking in her weary countenance and sorrowful expression. Do not surrender so easily. We still have many opportunities to save those in need. If we persevere, we shall surely find a way to resolve this predicament. His words were infused with strength and confidence, revitalizing her spirit. Although Sumu had initially not intended to be here, having many elixirs to concoct, he decided to come after receiving a system notification that a few days prior, while he was diligently refining pills in his cave. The system's voice had suddenly resonated in his ears. Ding! Detecting significant casualties among the human race. The medical path of humanity is budding. Please assist in establishing the medical path to enhance the chances of revival. Rewards. Innate Treasure Hongmeng Ding. Innate Treasure Chaos Bell, 5 drops of Panga's essence, and 1 experience card for Sage-level cultivation. Upon hearing this, Sumo furrowed his brow. He was utterly ignorant of the so-called medical path and had no idea how to establish it. In this world where no healers existed, what was he to do? Lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the human settlements. Upon seeing the devastation, Sumu's anger ignited, and he stood abruptly, exclaiming, "This demon monkey dares to harm humanity." He resolved to eliminate the vile creature at once. However, his attention was drawn to the young girl, fervently tending to the wounded. She was healing the sick. She was a healer. A wave of delight surged within Sumo. After a prolonged contemplation, he rose and made his way to Shouyang Palace. Within the grand hall of Shouyang Palace, he bowed respectfully. "Master, Sumu, what brings you here?" Nuwa inquired. Sumu pointed towards the girl and the afflicted human tribe, his tone resolute. "Master, please look." Nuwa followed his, her gaze traversing the void until it rested upon the girl, her brow furrowed in irritation as she spoke sternly. "This little demon monkey dares to harm humanity." Sumu eliminated at once. Yet, Sumu remained still, prompting Nuwa to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Noticing his inaction, she prepared to deal with the demon monkey herself. "Master, please wait," Sumu interjected. "I did not intend for you to focus on the demon monkey, but rather on the young girl." Nuwa lowered her hand, looking once more at the girl. That a flicker of surprise crossed her features. "I see. She's tending to the injured. Master, her cultivation is far too shallow. She lacks the ability to heal so many." Sumu explained, "To save more lives, one requires formidable creative power. Only with such strength can this be achieved." Nuwa nodded slightly, a glimmer of light emerging from her brow, accompanied by 13 exquisitely fine needles materializing in her hand. The light shimmered with mysterious radiance, akin to a brilliant star, while the needles exuded a faint yet potent aura, as if imbued with boundless vitality. Nuwa regarded Sumu with a look of expectation and trust. "Sumu, this is the creative art of our lineage, containing immeasurable creative power capable of healing all ailments. Each of these needles has been infused with creative energy, enabling them to assist the wounded in regaining their vitality and health. I now wish for you to present these treasures to her and to take her as my disciple. Once she has healed all the injured, she is to visit Shoyang Palace to formally become my student. Sumu respectfully accepted the radiant light and the 13 needles, feeling the immense power they contained as a surge of reverence welled within him. He understood that these precious treasures were not mere objects. Their significance was profound. They represented Nuwa's deep trust in the girl, and more importantly, the hopes that lay behind these treasures for her to rescue humanity from its dire straits. Upon encountering the girl, he found her diligently caring for the injured villagers, burdened by the inability to save some and shedding tears of regret. Hearing Sumu's words, she cried out, "But those who are gravely injured, I truly cannot help." Sumu stepped forward, explaining his purpose and presenting Nuwa's gifts to her. The girl took the radiant light and the 13 needles, astonished and grateful at the power they held. Facing the direction of Shoyang Mountain, she knelt slowly, her forehead touching the ground, performing a deep bow. Her voice was low yet resolute. "Disciple Xiaoyao humbly thanks Lady Nuwa. I fully comprehend the importance of this task and shall devote myself entirely to healing the wounded. Upon completing this mission, I will personally journey to Shoyang Mountain to pay my respects to my master." Upon concluding her words, she once again bowed deeply, expressing her profound reverence and gratitude towards the goddess Nuwa. After Sumu departed, the young woman began to employ the transformative techniques and the 13 needles bestowed by Nuwa to heal the injured villagers. A.S. Xiaoyao practiced the transformative technique while tending her kin. The miraculous effects of the technique and the needles enabled many who were grievously wounded to gradually recover and regain their vitality. Meanwhile, Sumu journeyed to the ancestral land of the human race, where he sought out Shinnong and requested the classic text, Shinnong's Herbal. This tome was widely circulated throughout the human realms, yet the version in Shinnong's possession was the original manuscript, having been kept close to Shinnong for an extended period. This edition possessed unique capabilities. Through the study of this ancient text, individuals could enhance their understanding and comprehension of herbal knowledge. Sumu presented the Shinnong's Herbal to Xiaoyao, encouraging her to study it as a reference. As she received the text, her hands trembled slightly, clearly aware of the significance of this gift. She gently turned the pages, the dense script and illustrations within dazzling her senses, observing Xiaoyao's focused demeanor. Sumu felt a swell of satisfaction within him, that he understood that this Shinnong's Herbal would provide her with boundless assistance and inspiration. That it not only encompassed a wealth of herbal knowledge, but also embodied Shinnong's wisdom and experience. "I hope this book proves beneficial to you," Sumu said softly. Xiaoyao lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. She nodded and replied, "Thank you, senior brother. I will cherish this book dearly." Sumu smiled, confident that Xiaoyao would make excellent use of the Shinnong's Herbal to become an outstanding healer. As for himself, he would continue to strive, delving into the deeper mysteries of alchemy. With the passage of time, Xiaoyao successfully treated all the injured, and through her efforts, her medical skills flourished, deepening her understanding of the art of healing. Her cultivation ascended from the realm of a martial general, true immortal, to that of a martial emperor, golden immortal. Witnessing Xiaoyao in a state of enlightenment filled Sumu with joy, prompting him to personally safeguard her. As he observed the aura of Tao enveloping Xiaoyao, his excitement grew even further. While Xiaoyao continued to cultivate and heal the human race, Sumu remained steadfastly by her side. Protecting her, it seemed certain that Xiaoyao would establish her own path in the way of healing. Sumu remarked with increasing brightness in his eyes. "Meanwhile, you arrived at Shoyang Mountain and encountered Beixian." Standing before Beixian, he lowered his head in shame and sincerely stated, "Master, it was my hubris that led me to believe I could manage the flooding alone, that I could not defeat the great demon. And I humbly ask for your punishment, that Wai Yu was acutely aware of his limited abilities and felt overwhelmed by such a formidable task. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he bravely acknowledged his mistakes and sought his master's guidance and assistance. This spirit of taking responsibility and facing difficulties head-on would undoubtedly foster his growth along his path." Beixian comforted him, saying, "There is no need for self-reproach, although this demon, monkey, shares your realm. Its years of cultivation are extensive, and its strength far surpasses that of an ordinary opponent. Furthermore, the demon race possesses an inherent physical prowess, granting them considerable advantages. Your defeat is not a fault but rather understandable. His tone was calm and gentle, seemingly unconcerned about the setback. Master, how should we confront it? You inquired. Beishian produced a sea-stabilizing pearl and handed it to you, saying, "This pearl will diminish the water manipulation abilities of that demon monkey and suppress its strength, allowing you to subdue it." "Thank you, Master." You expressed his gratitude before departing Shuyang Mountain with the sea-stabilizing pearl, heading towards the Huai River. The Huai River. Waziki rampaged like a frenzied beast, unleashing its powers and leaving chaos in its wake. Observing the tumultuous scene before him, a flicker of inexplicable exhilaration surged within him. However, at that moment, a woman suddenly appeared, diligently tending to the injured. Witnessing her efforts, Waziki was filled with a surge of irritation at her audacity to save them all. Just as Waziki prepared to unleash his powers once more to obliterate several tribes, he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Startled, he followed the gaze and saw Sumu seated a short distance away, his expression cold and indifferent. The intensity of that gaze felt as though it could pierce through all, sending a tremor through Waziki's heart. He inwardly muttered, "How could the martial ancestor of the human race appear here? Is he seeking vengeance against me?" The thought sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to turn and leap into the Huai River without hesitation. He swam desperately to the riverbed, trembling as he crouched there, repeating to himself, "It's over, it's over. The martial ancestor of the human race has arrived, and I am doomed." Waziki anxiously kept his eyes on the water's surface, fearing Sumu would pursue him. Yet, after a significant passage of time, the surface remained undisturbed, devoid of any signs of movement. Waziki let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "It seems the martial ancestor of the human race does not intend to hunt me down." After waiting a while longer, and confirming that Sumu truly was not in pursuit, he finally felt at ease. He poked his head out of the water, glanced around, and then muttered to himself, "He didn't come to seek revenge. I was truly terrified just now that I can now frolic joyfully once more." With that, Waziki resumed his previous antics. Meanwhile, Yu and his 4 companions hurried to the Huai River. Upon arrival, Yu called out loudly, "Demon monkey, submit at once. I have come to subdue you." Hearing the voice, Waziki raised his head from the water, disdainfully retorting, "If a defeated opponent dares to seek me out." Before he could finish speaking, Waziki unleashed his formidable water-based abilities, launching an assault on Yu and his companions. Instantly, the Huai River surged with towering waves, forming a colossal vortex that seemed intent on swallowing everything whole. That why Yu and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure. Their bodies nearly toppled by the onslaught of water. Faced with such dire circumstances, Yu hastily retrieved the sea-stabilizing pearl, which upon being produced, radiated a dazzling light. The raging waves of the Huai River instantly calmed, transforming the surface into a tranquil mirror. Waziki found himself constrained, his eyes widening in terror as he exclaimed, "What is this? Why can I not unleash my power?" He sensed a formidable force binding his body, rendering him immobile. Desperately, he struggled. Yet it was futile. Meanwhile, Yu and the 4 other human martial practitioners seized the opportunity, unleashing their ultimate techniques against Wazhaichi. Yu wielded a massive blade, swinging it with all his might. A brilliant light slicing through the sky and striking down upon Waziki. The other 4, not to be outdone, employed their respective abilities, intertwining flames, lightning, and frost in a dazzling display of attack. Though Waziki was powerful, he could not withstand such a fierce onslaught and ultimately collapsed to the ground. In the end, Yu produced an icy chain, binding Waziki tightly before plunging him to the depths of the Huai River. Thereafter, the Huai River returned to tranquility, and the people resumed their peaceful lives. Yu continued to survey the geological terrain along his path, meticulously studying every feature of the landscape and rock formations. Seeking potential resources and hazards, he scanned the surrounding environment with keen eyes, attempting to understand the mysteries of the land. Simultaneously, he engaged with the local inhabitants, gleaning insights into their utilization and experience with the land to acquire further information. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao devoted herself wholeheartedly to the healing of the human race. Through her encounters with a myriad of cases and ailments, she continuously amassed practical experience, delving deeply into the essence and principles of medicine. As time progressed, her comprehension of the healing arts deepened, enabling her to diagnose ailments more accurately, formulate treatment plans, and utilize her medical skills to save more lives. Sumu quietly accompanied Xiaoyao, his gaze filled with admiration and curiosity. He silently observed as Xiaoyao tended to each wounded member of the human race, an indescribable sense of emotion swelling within him. As time passed, Sumu noticed the aura of Tao surrounding Xiaoyao growing increasingly profound, as if a veil of mysterious light enveloped her. This aura imparted a sense of sanctity and solemnity to her presence, evoking a feeling of reverence in those who beheld her. Sister Xiaoyao, it seems your understanding of healing is deepening, he remarked as Mu gazed at Xiaoyao and remarked, Indeed, senior brother Su, the way of medicine is intrinsically linked to the way of benevolence that a healer must not only possess exceptional medical skills, but also embody a heart filled with compassion and kindness. Xiaoyao replied with a smile that Mu nodded thoughtfully and said, I understand now. The essence of the medical path lies in rescuing those in peril and granting them a new lease on life. But how can I enhance my medical expertise? After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyao responded, One should delve deeply into pathology to comprehend the root causes of ailments. Continual practice is essential to accumulate experience. Moreover, it is paramount to foster an innovative spirit and dare to explore new therapies. Inspired by her words, Mu resolved to work diligently alongside Xiaoyao to master the art of healing. In the days that followed, they treated numerous wounded individuals, and Mu's medical prowess steadily advanced. Utilizing 13 silver needles, Xiaoyao devised a remarkable medical technique known as the 13 Needles of Creation. One day, after treating her final patient, Xiaoyao felt a powerful urge rising within her. She gently closed her eyes, as if communicating with the cosmos. Moments later, she reopened her eyes, which sparkled with unwavering determination. Facing the infinite void, she earnestly proclaimed, Great Tao above, I, Xiaoyao of the human race, am moved by the fragility of our vitality and the weakness of our constitution. Today I establish a path named medicine. May this path spread throughout the world and bless countless beings. As her words resonated, an enigmatic force seemed to surge in the ether. She continued, Medicine encompasses both the healer's way and the art of healing. A healer must possess a benevolent heart that seeks to alleviate suffering, along with a cautious and responsible nature and a lifelong dedication to research. Her voice brimmed with passion and a sense of duty, stirring the hearts of those who heard her. She elaborated, The art of medicine entails the skills and knowledge that a healer must cultivate. As healers, we must always remember our mission to save lives. Wherever and whenever someone is in need of treatment, we should extend our hands without hesitation. Finally, she bowed solemnly to the void and declared, Let the great Tao bear witness. Her words reverberated through the air, as if transcending time and space, reaching every corner of the primordial chaos. Upon her proclamation, a brilliant golden light erupted in the sky, causing the entire primordial realm to tremble. Countless virtues of the great Tao manifested in the heavens. Even the virtues of the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao became apparent, filling the expanse of the primordial sky. All 6 saints of the primordial realm were taken aback, with Jane and Juanti nearly in a frenzy, exclaiming, If these virtues were to be given to the West, how could the West not flourish? In the 8 scenic palaces of Kunlun Mountain, Laozi of Taching looked on in astonishment. The human race's medical path has even stirred the heavenly Tao and the earthly Dao in the Shouyang Palace. Nuwa's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Mu truly is my lucky star. The disciple he brought forth brings me such honor. Laughter resonated throughout the Shouyang Palace as Nuwa chuckled heartily. In the chaotic Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu wore an expression of disbelief, pondering, The human race is on the verge of breaking free from our control. The influence of this medical path truly so profound. Hongjun Daozu sought clarification from the heavenly Tao. It was revealed that the emergence of the medical path would indeed enrich the primordial realm, and the heavenly Tao would naturally bestow virtues. The rise of healers would significantly reduce the mortality rate of living beings, alleviating the burden on the underworld. Hence, the earthly Tao would also grant its virtues in the underworld. In the hall of Hutu, Hutu's bright eyes sparkled with delight as she mused, "My decision to collaborate with Nuwa was indeed wise." Besides the virtues of the heavenly Tao, the virtues of the great Tao and the earthly Tao each contributed a portion to Su Mu. He placed them all into the Tower of Creation. The virtues of the great Tao directly entered Xiao Yao's body, and she absorbed all of them. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow but subsequently relaxed, retrieving the 13 needles that a portion of the great Tao's virtues infused into the needles, transforming them into supreme, innate treasures. Xiao Yao understood that these virtues were a response from the great Tao to her endeavors. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she vowed to pass on the invaluable medical teachings to more aspiring healers, ensuring the medical path flourishes in the world. Just then, an endless tide of golden virtuous energy surged into Xiao Yao's body. This energy swiftly transformed into her cultivation, causing her aura to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, she broke through one bottleneck after another, stepping into the early stage of martial saint, Hun Yuan Golden Immortal. Su Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this scene. His mouth agape in astonishment. "Xiao Yao, you have actually become a virtue immortal." Xiao Yao looked bewildered and asked, "Senior brother, what is a virtue immortal? How did I suddenly become this virtue immortal?" Su Mu took a deep breath to steady his astonishment and explained, "Xiao Yao, a virtue immortal is an exceptionally rare existence. They cultivate through accumulating virtues, obtaining vast amounts of virtuous power by saving lives and acting justly, thereby enhancing their own cultivation and strength. Since you just absorbed a tremendous amount of great Tao's virtues, combined with your previous focus on healing, you have thus become a virtue immortal. Congratulations, Xiao Yao. You have entered an entirely new realm, and your future achievements are boundless." As Su Mu spoke, a glimmer of understanding crossed Xiao Yao's eyes. "Now I see. No wonder I felt a different kind of power within me. It's because I've become a virtue immortal." Gratefully, she glanced at Su Mu and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. But what distinguishes a virtue immortal? Is it merely about absorbing virtues for cultivation?" Su Mu smiled and nodded. "That is one aspect. Throughout the entire primordial realm, there are very few virtue immortals. This is partly because virtues are not easily acquired, and also because virtue immortals lack high combat power. They lack high combat power. No wonder there aren't many virtue immortals," Xiao Yao remarked. Su Mu elaborated. "Although virtue immortals may not possess high combat capabilities, no one in the primordial realm dares to take action against them for fear of being punished by the very virtues they embody." "I see. Then I shall pursue the path of a virtue immortal." That Su Mu smiled at Xiao Yao and said, "Xiao Yao, let me take you to Shoyang Mountain to formally become my disciple." "All right, senior brother, I nearly forgot about the important matter. Let us hurry," Xiao Yao exclaimed, excitedly slapping her forehead before eagerly taking Su Mu's hand and swiftly making their way to Shoyang Mountain. As Xiao Yao set off for Shoyang Mountain, all those whom she had healed bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Thank you, medical ancestor." The beings of the primordial realm, witnessing Xiao Yao establish the medical path, realized that in the future, when gravely injured, they need not await death, for healers would surely be able to save them, and they too bowed in reverence, declaring, "Medical ancestor." Xiao Yao was elated by the people's words, and at that moment, Su Mu received a system notification, indicating that rewards had been placed in the system space, which also brought him immense joy on their journey. The two exchanged laughter and conversation, creating a light and cheerful atmosphere in the Shoyang Palace. Nuwa, the holy mother of the human race and the leader of the human teachings, was the first to sense the rapid increase in the fortunes of humanity. She marveled internally, never expecting that this action would yield such a monumental impact. The medical path is indeed of such significance that even the heavenly and earthly Taoists bestow their virtues, Nuwa exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, she intended only to assist the human race in acquiring the ability to heal themselves. But she never anticipated such a profound response. As the fortunes of the human race surged, Nuwa felt her own strength growing. She had unexpectedly reached the third tier of the Hanyuan Daiyujin, her eyes gleaming with newfound confidence as she murmured to herself, "Now I'm quite certain I can successfully awaken the path of humanity." Meanwhile, within the 5 Zhuangguan at Wanshou Mountain, Zhang Yuanzi was earnestly persuading the lingering soul of Hong Yun. "Brother Hong Yun, with the fortunes of humanity exploding, your only hope lies in reincarnating as a human." He understood the predicament of Hong Yun's lingering soul, and the eruption of human fortunes might be the last chance for Hong Yun's revival. Hong Yun's lingering soul fell into silence. Seemingly contemplating Zhang Yuanzi's words, he recognized the truth in Zhang Yuanzi's statement. But reincarnating as a human meant relinquishing everything from his past and starting anew. Yet, faced with the decision of recultivating, Hong Yun was compelled to consider carefully. Ultimately, Hong Yun's lingering soul nodded slightly, indicating agreement with Zhang Yuanzi's suggestion. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Yuanzi slowly stated, "Since you have chosen to reincarnate as a human, you should inform Lady Nuwa of this matter, so she may understand the cause and effect." With that, he took Hong Yun's lingering soul and set off for Shouyang Mountain. As they journeyed, Zhang Yuanzi was filled with myriad emotions. In the days of yore, he encountered Hong Yun at the dawn of creation, where their kindred spirits forged a profound bond of friendship. Now, as misfortune befalls Hong Yun, though his heart aches, he comprehends that this is the cycle of heavenly law, beyond human compulsion, that he merely hopes for Hong Yun's smooth reincarnation, enabling him to once again pursue the great path. Meanwhile, Sumu and Xiaoyao have arrived at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. The scenery is enchanting, with clear waters and verdant hills, refreshing the spirit. Since Xiaoyao is visiting Shouyang Mountain for the first time, they ascend the mountain on foot. Sumu leads Xiaoyao along the winding path, and soon they reach Shouyang Palace. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Sumu takes the lead while Xiaoyao gazes around, noticing the solemn and majestic decor. With a cloud bed floating at the center, Nuwa sits upon it, emanating an aura of mystery that inspires deep reverence. Sumu steps forward, bows to Nuwa, and respectfully states, "Master, I have brought Xiaoyao." Nuwa smiles upon Sumu and replies, "Very well." She then turns her gaze to Xiaoyao. Sumu encourages Xiaoyao, "Do not be nervous. Go ahead." Xiaoyao nods, her demeanor becoming serious. She approaches Nuwa, kneels, and sincerely bows 3 times, saying, "Disciple." Xiaoyao pays homage to the master, wishing you eternal longevity and own need for such formalities. Rise, Nuwa replies in a deep voice. "Your willingness to take me as your disciple brings me great comfort. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I hope you will diligently cultivate your skills and not disappoint my expectations." Xiaoyao slowly stands, joy illuminating her face as she clasps her hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." Observing this, Sumu smiles and addresses Xiaoyao. "Congratulations, junior sister Xiaoyao. From henceforth, you shall be a member of our sect." With the addition of another disciple, Nuwa's heart swells with joy, and the strength of the human sect further solidifies. With a gleeful expression, she says to Jin Feng, swiftly summon Bei Xian, Sang Ling Zuzi, as well as Kong Xian and Da Peng. I wish to impart the teachings to them today. Jin Feng respectfully replies, "Yes, your highness," and promptly departs the Grand Hall to seek them out. Shortly thereafter, Jin Feng returns with the group. Nuwa gently gestures, and 8 cushions appear within the hall, inviting them to sit. Once everyone is settled, Nuwa begins to impart the path of cultivation. The teachings of a sage are unparalleled. The hall is instantly filled with resplendent light, and golden lotuses spring forth from the earth. Sumu and the others are entranced, occasionally posing questions, which Nuwa patiently addresses one by one. Thus, time passes imperceptibly. When the teachings conclude, everyone remains immersed in contemplation, as if time itself has halted. Their thoughts drift within the resonance of the Tao, unable to extricate themselves. After a considerable time, they gradually return to awareness, their eyes sparkling with excitement and insight. Some even involuntarily close their eyes, savoring the profound truths they have just absorbed, striving to etch the essence into their hearts. this moment. The entirety of Shouyang Palace seems to fall into a serene silence, leaving only those who have just emerged from the depths of the Tao, exchanging knowing smiles. Nuwa, observing the group, feels a surge of happiness and suddenly pauses, addressing Jin Feng. Guests approach from afar. Hasten to welcome them. Yes, Jin Feng affirms, turning to exit Shouyang Palace. Soon after, Xinyuanzai and the lingering soul of Hong Yun arrive at Shouyang Mountain, a sacred site of Nuwa, where the air is filled with spiritual energy. Xinyuanzai bows towards the mountain's peak, calling out, "Nuwa, I seek an audience." As his voice echoes, a radiant light suddenly envelopes the mountaintop. Moments later, a figure descends from the heavens. Jin Feng manifests before him. With a smile, she regards Xinyuanzai and states, "Great immortal Xinyuanzai, the mistress has sent me to welcome you. Please follow me to Shouyang Palace." Xinyuanzai follows Jin Feng into the palace, where he promptly bows to Nuwa, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to Mistress Nuwa." Nuwa responds, "What brings you, Xinyuanzai?" He explains the situation regarding Hong Yun's lingering soul in detail, and Nuwa nods slightly, showing understanding, and comfortingly says, "Hong Yun possesses deep karmic blessings. This reincarnation as a member of the human race may present a new opportunity. I shall observe his reincarnation and provide assistance at the appropriate moment." Hearing the exchange between Nuwa and Xinyuanzai, Sumu interjects, "Master, great immortal Xinyuanzai, Hong Yun's reincarnation opportunity lies ahead, but it is not yet time." His voice is steady and resolute, as if imbued with an inexplicable power. Nuwa and Xinyuanzai turn their attention to Sumu, surprised yet intrigued by his words. Sumu continues, "Hong Yun has led a life of virtue. His good deeds are etched into the fabric of existence, but he has a more favorable time for reincarnation, with specific opportunities aligned." His gaze reflects admiration and respect for Hong Yun, hinting at his own plans. Nuwa nods slightly, acknowledging Sumu's perspective, knowing his integrity would never harm Hong Yun. Xinyuanzai falls into contemplation, reflecting on the validity of Sumu's assertions. He is astonished by Sumu's immense merit and fortune, and after careful consideration, he increasingly feels that following Sumu's guidance poses no risk. Ultimately, he consents, agreeing that the timing of Hong Yun's reincarnation shall be arranged by Sumu. However, Xinyuanzai suddenly recalls a concern: his connection with Hong Yun. Nuwa and Sumu is not particularly deep. Thus, the identity of Hong Yun's reincarnated self may be difficult to ascertain. Consequently, Xinyuanzai continues, "Nuwa, I wish to join the human race, but I seek your approval." Nuwa, taken aback by his request, replies, "It would be a blessing for the human sect to have you join." Moreover, she states solemnly, "In my capacity as the leader of the human sect, I hereby appoint Xinyuanzai as the vice leader." As her words resonate, Xinyuanzai feels a surge of powerful fortune flow into him. "Is the fortune of the human sect truly this abundant?" he exclaims in astonishment, realizing that without first-hand experience, one cannot comprehend the vastness of the human sect's fortune. Sumu steps forward, stating, "We pay our respects to the vice leader." The others follow suit, echoing, "We pay our respects to the vice leader." "Wonderful, wonderful!" Xinyuanzai exclaims with excitement. He then adds, "Master, I shall return to Wuzhuang Temple for cultivation." "Very well," Nuwa nods. "Sumo, when the time comes for Hong Yun's reincarnation, summon me from Wuzhuang Temple." With that, Xinyuanzai departs Shouyang Mountain with the lingering soul of Hong Yun. Nuwa encourages the rest, "Now, go forth and cultivate." Before they leave, Xiaoyao speaks up, "Master, I have a matter to request your approval on." Nuwa inquires, "What is it?" Xiaoyao replies, "Master, regarding the healing of the injured, I fear I cannot manage it alone. I wish to establish a medical academy to cultivate more healers. Please grant your consent." Nuwa responds, "This is a commendable endeavor. Proceed with it, and let your senior brother assist you." "Thank you, Master," Xiaoyao exclaims with joy. They then begin to discuss the various aspects of the academy together. They first contemplate the name of the academy, aiming for a title that is both poetic and meaningful, reflecting the institution's character while leaving a lasting impression. After much deliberation, they ultimately decide to name the academy Xinglin. This name is rich in connotation, symbolizing the birth of countless shining stars upon this land, with students who will shine brightly like brilliant celestial bodies. These diligent scholars will thrive here, becoming the pillars of the human race, bearing the responsibility of building and serving their people. Next, they discuss the Academy's educational mission, unanimously agreeing that it should emphasize practical teaching, allowing students to enhance their skills through hands-on experience while learning theoretical knowledge. Finally, they explore the Academy's developmental direction. They believe that the targets of the Academy's admissions should not be limited to the human race alone, but should encompass the myriad beings of the primordial era. Concurrently, the Academy ought to enhance its faculty development, attracting more distinguished mentors to join and thereby elevating the quality of education. After thorough discussions, they officially established the Medical Academy of the human race, known as Xinglin Academy, in the ancestral land of humanity. Xinglin Academy welcomed numerous disciples, imparting the art of medicine. Their reputation gradually spread, drawing countless aspiring medical practitioners seeking knowledge. Under the meticulous guidance of Xiaoyao and Sumo, batches of exceptional healers flourished, carrying the spirit of Xiaoyao's medical philosophy as they ventured forth to heal the wounded and save lives. The world became a better place due to their existence. Both Sumo and Xiaoyao were filled with excitement, witnessing the fruits of their labor yield remarkable results in the realm of humanity. After years of field investigation and practical experience, Yu ultimately devised an effective method for flood control. He adopted a strategy primarily focused on diversion, supplemented by blockage, employing techniques such as channel excavation and dam construction to guide the floodwaters in an orderly manner into the sea, thus effectively resolving the flooding issues. With the flood problems addressed, Yu gazed upon the present-day human tribes, and new thoughts began to form in his mind. He recognized that although humanity had escaped the threat of floods, the various tribes were excessively dispersed, lacking effective organization and management. Furthermore, the absence of clear territorial divisions led to unequal resource distribution, exacerbating conflicts. Consequently, Yu resolved to undertake a comprehensive redefinition of the human territories. This notion was not a mere whim, but rather a decision reached after profound contemplation. That Yu understood that only through reasonable territorial delineation could the strength of humanity be better integrated, fostering mutual development. Simultaneously, it would help avert internal conflicts arising from resource competition, ensuring unity and stability among the human race. In the meantime, he commenced preparations for a detailed plan. This plan required careful consideration and meticulous planning, as it would impact the fate of the entire world. He was acutely aware of the immense responsibility he bore, yet he firmly believed that only through such efforts could peace and prosperity be achieved. Yu first conducted a comprehensive survey and assessment of the existing human habitats, understanding the topography, climate, and resources of each region. Subsequently, based on this information, combined with the population distribution and future developmental needs of humanity, he formulated a reasonable territorial division scheme. This plan not only took into account the current realities, but also looked towards long-term development, aiming to create a harmonious and prosperous living environment for humanity. The delineated human territory was vast, with its eastern boundary extending to the shores of the Eastern Sea, where the waves surged and crashed against the coast, forming a magnificent scenery. The southern boundary reached the foot of the immortal volcano in the south, a mysterious and imposing peak that evoked endless imagination and awe. The western boundary stretched to the foot of the western Shumi Mountain, a majestic range towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. Finally, the northern boundary reached the northern underworld sea, where the cold winds howled and the icy waters imparted a sense of tranquility and depth. This expansive human territory was replete with various natural landscapes and resources, providing an ideal environment for humanity to settle, prosper, and thrive. Next, Yu summoned the leaders of various tribes to articulate his plan and solicit their opinions and suggestions. After a vigorous discussion, the tribal leaders ultimately reached consensus, agreeing to implement Yu's territorial division scheme. Thereafter, Yu led the assembly in embarking on the long and arduous task. They traversed mountains and rivers, meticulously surveying every inch of land within the human territory. During this process, Yu fully utilized his wisdom and leadership skills, coordinating various forces and resolving numerous challenging issues as the human race established their territory. The eastern, southern, and northern boundaries were confirmed. However, the western boundary faced obstacles. When the disciples of the Western sect attempted to secure the Western territory for humanity, they were met with resistance from the disciples of the Western sect, who drove all human beings from the West away. They dared not kill or convert them, for they were aware of the tale of Nuwa subduing the three purities. This matter reached Yu's ears, yet he found himself at a loss for solutions, and thus notified the ancestral land. In the hall of the human emperor, all the high-ranking officials of the human race were present, their expressions somber as they listened to Yu's report. Before Fushi could speak, Xianyuan interjected, "This Western sect dares to hinder us. We shall send our army to confront them directly." Shinong echoed, "Indeed, if we do not take action against the Western sect for such provocations, other forces will undoubtedly follow suit." Upon hearing Shinong's words, the assembly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Fushi turned to Sumu and inquired, "Sumu, what is your perspective on this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Sumu nodded in assent. Recognizing that this undertaking was not merely an act of vengeance against the Western sect, but a demonstration of the power and authority of the human race to all the myriad beings of the primordial era. Only by establishing that humanity was not to be trifled with could they ensure fewer obstacles in their future endeavors. Thus, the high-ranking officials of the human race expressed their determination to march against the Western sect together. They believed that as long as they stood united, humanity would surely overcome any challenges. Fushi led a host of formidable figures, including Shinong, Xianyuan, Zhuanshu, Daiku, Yao, and Shun, along with the literary ancestor Cangjia and the martial ancestor Sumo. Embarking on their journey, leaving the three ancestors of Suiren to guard the ancestral land. Meanwhile, Beixian, as Yu's master, naturally accompanied them as well. This moment, the herald had completed gathering the troops, awaiting departure, as Fushi and the others emerged from the hall of the human emperor. They immediately spotted Lingzuzi. Upon seeing Fushi, Lingzuzi rushed forward to cling to his leg, pleading with a charming innocence, "Great lord, take me along." Fushi gazed down at the adorable little creature, thinking this must be a child longing for adventure. Although filled with exasperation, he could not resist her pleading gaze and finally nodded in agreement. "Very well. You may accompany us." Hearing this, Lingzuzi's face lit up with uncontainable joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, great lord." The assembly then set forth towards the western Shumi mountain, with the human army marching robustly under the guidance of the esteemed leaders, determined to teach the Western sect a profound lesson. The mobilization of the human race soon captured the attention of numerous powerful beings and cultivators throughout the primordial world. What could the human race be planning? Even the high-ranking officials were taking action. Indeed, their direction seemed to lead towards Shumi Mountain. This Shumi Mountain was a sanctuary for saints. Did the human race not fear offending the saints with such grand displays? What is there to fear? The human race also possesses saints. Nuwa is a figure who can contend with the three purities, and besides, the West has only two saints. Hush, speak with caution. To speak recklessly about saints is to court disaster. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, unwilling to utter another word. After all, the majesty of the saints was not something to be trifled with. Contemplating this, the thoughts of the powerful beings in the primordial world gradually subsided. They understood that this matter might incite a tremendous upheaval, yet they felt powerless to intervene, left to silently observe the unfolding events and await the ultimate outcome. At this juncture, the human army had arrived at the foot of Shumi Mountain. However, within the temple atop the mountain, Jane and Junti were immersed in their own self-satisfaction. Junti, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "Brother, in this primordial world, aside from our Western sect, who else dares to obstruct the human race's advance?" Following this incident, many beings will surely flock to our Western sect. Jin, however, frowned, his expression troubled as he replied, "Junior brother, I cannot shake this lingering feeling of unease." Just as Junti was about to offer consolation, a young acolyte burst into the hall, panic-stricken. "Not good, not good," the young acolyte exclaimed urgently. Junti shot him a glare, admonishing, "What is the matter? Speak with composure. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the young acolyte finally spoke. Great Master, Second Master, the three sovereigns, the two ancestors, and the four emperors of humanity are leading their army to our doorstep. What? What did you say? Who is coming? Junti's eyes widened in shock. Confusion etched across his face. Jane swiftly turned to gaze outside Shumi Mountain, only to see a vast throng of human soldiers amassed below. Suddenly, his expression darkened with profound sorrow, and he anxiously addressed his junior disciple. Junior, they have truly come to our doorstep. Juin and Junti hastily descended from the mountains, gazing at Fushi and inquiring, Fushi, what is your intention? Fushi, with a grim countenance, replied, We have encountered the two revered sages. The assembly performed a respectful bow, for they were indeed sages, and such decorum was necessary to avoid giving them any grounds for reproach. Fushi continued, What is the purpose of your actions, esteemed sages? Unprovoked, you have harmed our kin and disrupted our efforts to establish our territory. He felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction, for these individuals were his subjects, and it was only natural for him to seek an explanation for their injuries. Before Juin could concoct an excuse, a youthful voice interjected, Indeed, do you dare meddle in our affairs? Are you not afraid that Our Lady will punish you? The words dripped with provocation and disdain, causing Juin and Junti's expressions to shift. Junti scanned the crowd, searching for the audacious speaker, and upon spotting Lingzuzi, he exclaimed in ire, Which child dares to speak so boldly to the sages? His gaze bore an air of authority, as if he intended to reprimand this ignorant child. Fushi, having recognized Lingzuzi's words, attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late. He swiftly declared, Sages, please temper your anger. This is but a child under my sister's tutelage. Lacking in discernment, that I beseech you to spare Lingzuzi for the sake of my sister. He understood the necessity of safeguarding Lingzuzi from harm. With unwavering determination, he turned to Juin and Junti, his expression solemn as he proclaimed, Esteemed sages, our people have endured countless trials and tribulations to establish this vast and boundless territory. This land embodies the dreams and hopes of our kin through the generations, that we cherish it as our very lives and harbor no intentions of altering its fate. Our arduous journey to this place is solely for this purpose. Our position is transparent and without concealment. This moment, I wish to ascertain your stance on this matter. Juin and Junti stood upon the clouds, their gazes flickering with contemplation and calculation. Junti, observing the arrogant figures below, felt a surge of indignation and could not help but convey to Juin via thought, Elder brother, these individuals are utterly outrageous. A mere handful of quasi-saints dare to so brazenly threaten us. The sages, that I propose we take decisive action and teach them a severe lesson, instilling in them a sense of reverence. As he spoke, Junti's eyes fell on a particular child amidst the crowd, his expression darkening with a fierce glint, especially that impudent child who dares to show disrespect. I must impart a profound lesson upon him that he shall never forget. However, upon hearing Junti's words, Juin furrowed his brow slightly and replied through thought, Junior, we must not act recklessly. Although we indeed do not fear them, let us not forget the presence of Nuwa. Even the three pure ones are no match for her. Should we provoke her ire, we may find ourselves in dire straits. It is my belief that we should acquiesce to cede the base of Mount Shumi to the human race, thus averting unnecessary conflict. Junti's face betrayed his unwillingness as he countered, Elder brother, are we to retreat in such a manner? If this were to spread, our reputation in the primordial realm would be irrevocably tarnished. How shall we maintain our standing among the celestial beings thereafter? Juin shook his head, speaking earnestly, Junior, do not act in haste. Even if Nuwa does not intervene, consider the individuals who have come forth from the human race, particularly Fushi and his companions, whose strength cannot be underestimated. Do you believe we can subdue them all swiftly? Moreover, even if we were to triumph, we would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, perhaps even grievous consequences that we must weigh the cost carefully. After contemplating Juin's words, Junti fell silent, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he sighed and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well. Elder brother, since you have spoken thus, let us proceed as you suggest. Yet, This resentment weighs heavily upon my heart. Zhuyin addressed Fuxi, saying, Emperor Fuxi, we may concede the foothills of Mount Shumi to the human race, but you must allow the Western teachings to propagate among your people as long as your actions remain reasonable. We can acquiesce. With that, Fuxi led the human race back to their ancestral lands. With the formidable obstruction of the Western teachings removed, the officials of the human race proceeded smoothly, unimpeded in their endeavors, swiftly establishing the vast Western territories. After enduring several years of harsh seasons and countless cycles of day and night, the human race, united in purpose, dedicated immense effort and toil, ultimately achieving the successful redefinition of their entire domain. This historic initiative held profound significance, marking the human race's transition into a new phase of development. Upon completing the territorial delineation, you divided the human territories into 9 provinces that he subsequently issued an important directive to his subordinates to extensively gather copper resources within the human domain and utilize this copper to forge the 9 tripods. Placing one in each province, the leaders of various tribes promptly issued orders for copper extraction. They diligently searched for copper mines, extracting and refining vast quantities of metal. Craftsmen then began to transform this copper into exquisite tripod-shaped vessels, each meticulously designed and engraved, showcasing unique styles and artistic value. These tripods bore the names of the mountains and rivers of the 9 provinces, as well as depictions of the 9-province map, signifying that all under heaven belonged to the human race, embodying their ambition and grandeur. During the casting of the 9 tripods, you, adhering to the new regional delineation plan, ensured that the various tribes embarked on their respective journeys to the 9 provinces in an orderly fashion, heading toward their designated lands. Although the journey was fraught with hardships, the people were filled with hope and anticipation for their new lives, their steps resolute and vigorous. Upon reaching their destination, they set up camp and began constructing their homes, embarking on a new chapter in their lives. The repercussions of this redefinition of the 9 provinces were immensely far-reaching. First, it significantly improved the previously harsh living conditions of the human race, allowing them to enjoy a more temperate climate and fertile land. Second, it fostered extensive communication and deep cooperation among different tribes. Previously, due to geographical constraints, interactions between tribes were scarce, leaving them relatively unfamiliar with one another. Now, with the new delineation, they found themselves in close proximity, their interactions growing increasingly frequent, and exchanges in culture, technology, and other areas deepening. This newfound communication and cooperation acted as a powerful adhesive, further enhancing the cohesion of the human race, transforming them into a united and formidable nation that on this fresh land, the human race harnessed their intelligence, actively exploring ways to better utilize the precious resources bestowed upon them by nature. They cultivated wasteland, constructed irrigation systems, planted crops, and raised livestock, employing a series of effective measures to vigorously promote the flourishing development of human society's economy. Simultaneously, you, a wise and astute leader, recognized the principle that order is essential for harmony. He foresaw potential challenges and established a comprehensive and rigorous management system. This system encompassed various aspects, including politics, economy, military, and culture, clearly delineating the rights and responsibilities of individuals while regulating social conduct. That IT effectively maintained normal order within human society, ensuring long-term stability and harmonious development. Amidst this favorable development climate, the human race shone like a brilliant pearl, radiating dazzling light throughout the annals of history, gradually progressing toward a prosperous and glorious future. When the 9 tripods were finally completed, they became a monumental marvel in the history of the human race. These tripods were not merely symbols of territorial sovereignty, but also treasures of cultural heritage. They bore witness to the fruits of human ingenuity and aspirations for a brighter future that YU proclaimed to the world, holding a grand ceremony to place the 9 tripods upon the 9 provinces. As the tripods were successfully positioned, the fortunes of the human race surged forth, infusing the 9 tripods with vitality. They radiated light, transforming into a colossal barrier, safeguarding the human territories within the 9 provinces. Fortunes flourished, and from that moment on, Peace reigned, and the people thrived. The 9 tripods became emblematic of power, and Yu's deeds were celebrated throughout the ages. The people are filled with reverence and gratitude towards Yu, whom they honor with the title Great. Yu did. As time has passed, the human race has emerged as one of the most formidable races on this continent, leaving their footprints across the land and creating a magnificent civilization. In the subsequent years, Yu, with his exceptional leadership and wisdom, successfully established the first great dynasty in human history, the Xia dynasty. The capital of the Xia dynasty was set in Yangsheng, and its founding marked the dawn of a new era for human society. Under Yu's governance, the Xia dynasty gradually flourished. Agricultural production received significant attention and improvement as people began to master more advanced farming techniques, expanding arable land and greatly increasing grain yield, thus ensuring the sustenance of the populace. Simultaneously, handicrafts thrived, giving birth to exquisite pottery, bronze artifacts, and other crafts that showcased the exceptional craftsmanship of the time. Politically, the Xia dynasty established a relatively comprehensive system of governance. The central authority appointed officials such as the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, while local territories were divided into various feudal states, enhancing management and control through the feudal lords. Legal codes emerged to regulate people's conduct, maintaining societal order. The military strength was a crucial safeguard for the consolidation of power in the Xia dynasty. Yu placed great emphasis on military development, cultivating a formidable armed force capable of repelling external invasions and effectively suppressing potential internal rebellions. In summary, the establishment of the Xia dynasty holds immense significance for humanity. It laid the foundational framework for future dynasties, paving the way for the inheritance and development of human civilization, becoming a brilliant gem in the long river of Chinese history. On Mount Shiryang, shrouded in mist, a tranquil cave dwells where Sumu practices this moment. Sumu stands before the cave, gazing towards the distant capital of the human race, his eyes filled with worried eye in the far-off human capital. Yu is diligently attending to the complex affairs of state that he stands tall, his countenance resolute, though a hint of fatigue is evident. Sumu is acutely aware that Yu's return to power will inevitably trigger a series of chain reactions. Since the dawn of creation, Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, has governed the workings of the heavenly path. Now that Yu has become the leader of the human race, it will undoubtedly disturb the interests of certain factions. With Hongjun's methods, he will not remain indifferent. It is only a matter of time before those heavenly sages are dispatched to the human realm, attempting to suppress the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Contemplating this, Sumu's heart tightens. Although humanity has gradually risen, they still appear somewhat weak in the face of the formidable heavenly sages. The impending confrontation undoubtedly poses a colossal test for the human race. However, despite being filled with anxiety and apprehension, Sumu understands that retreat is not an option for humanity. They must courageously embrace the challenge, fighting valiantly for the survival and development of their kin. Sumu rose and made his way to the ancestral land of the humans. Seeking out Fushi and the others, he looked at Fushi with hopeful eyes and inquired, "Elder Master, how prepared are you with the formation for our upcoming endeavor?" "This is crucial to the success of our mission. Elder brother, we have nearly completed the formation," Songjie replied, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had meticulously studied the upper clear formation technique and made astonishing discoveries. Hearing this, Sumu hurried to Songjie's side, his face alight with excitement. "Really? That is from the upper clear formation technique. Pray tell, what formidable formation is it?" Songjie took a deep breath, calming himself, and slowly began. "I have uncovered an immensely powerful formation known as the Hongmeng derivative formation. This formation is said to possess boundless power and transformation, capable of generating various wondrous forces, both offensive and defensive." "Ah, that name sounds magnificent," Sumu exclaimed, his face brimming with joy as he leaned closer, eagerly asking, "Is this formation difficult to execute? Can we succeed?" Yet at that moment, Fushi hesitated, his expression turning grave. However, Fushi paused for a moment. Deciding to voice his concerns, the deployment of this formation will require a substantial amount of spiritual energy and resources, and it carries inherent risks. The consequences of failure could be dire. Just then, Shinnong, with a solemn expression, interjected regarding resources through Great Yu's redefinition of the 9 provinces and the careful cultivation and development of certain mountain ranges, we have indeed acquired a considerable amount of resources. However, we still face some deficiency in spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Sumu, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a surge of inspiration, pondering, what a serendipitous turn of events. My original intent in refining the 9-turn golden elixir was to enhance the strength of humanity. Once the overall power of the human race is bolstered, the resulting spiritual energy will naturally increase. With this thought, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sumu's eyes. Elder Master, and all of you, please behold this. Sumu spoke with a grave expression as he approached an ancient, fragrant sandalwood table. Calmly, he extended his right hand, as if performing a magic trick, revealing the exquisitely refined 9-turn scarlet gourd, which resembled a brilliant ruby, emanating a mysterious and alluring glow. Sumu gently removed the stopper from the gourd, his actions delicate and practiced. As if afraid to awaken the treasures within, he then slowly tilted the gourd, and one by one, smooth, round 9-turn golden elixirs, shimmering with a golden hue, rolled out like pearls, cascading onto the table. Initially, the onlookers wore expressions of confusion, unsure of what Sumu wished to show them. However, once the 9-turn golden elixirs were fully revealed, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The entire table of 9-turn golden elixirs sparkled like brilliant stars in the night sky, each exuding an intoxicating fragrance. The aroma, akin to ethereal mist, wafted into their nostrils, refreshing their spirits, as if every pore in their bodies opened to fully savor this divine gift from the celestial realm. Swearin was the first to regain his composure, gazing at Sumu in disbelief. His voice trembling as he asked, "Sumu, how could there be so many 9-turn golden elixirs?" His words were filled with astonishment and confusion. Xian Yuan, too, was left speechless, having roughly counted the number of elixirs on the table. Unable to contain his exclamation, there must be at least over 200. After saying this, he looked at Sumu with admiration and awe. The others, realizing the gravity of the situation, gathered around Sumu, giving him a thumbs up and expressing their admiration. They pondered to themselves, while it is true that Ta Ching Laozu is a revered sage, one can only surmise that his success rate in refining the 9-turn golden elixir could not possibly reach such astonishing heights. Who would have thought that our own brother, distant nephew, would possess such remarkable prowess, far beyond imagination? Sumo felt fortunate, having diligently refined the elixirs upon returning from Wanshou Mountain, producing over 100. Elder Master, please take charge of these 9-turn golden elixirs, Sumu said to Fushi. After handing over the elixirs, Sumu wasted no time and turned to set off again, hastening towards Wanshou Mountain. After a flurry of travel, Sumu finally arrived once more at the mysterious and solemn Wuzhuang Temple. He recalled his first visit to Wuzhuang Temple, when he felt so small and fragile, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. He could only hope for the protection of the great Xinyuanzi to find a glimmer of survival in this perilous world. However, upon his second visit, the circumstances had changed this time. He had important matters to attend to. Delivering the remnant soul of Hongyan It was precisely due to this fortuitous encounter that he forged a deep bond with the great Xinyuanzi. Yet, as time flowed on, this marked his third visit to Wuzhuang Temple. Now, Xinyuanzi had ascended to the role of vice leader of the human sect. Reflecting on this, Sumu couldn't help but feel indignant for this once mighty being who had once shaken the primordial world. In the past, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun were renowned figures, both celebrated throughout the primordial realm, possessing exceptional abilities. They were gifted and capable, destined to successfully attain the Tao of primordial unity and achieve the supreme path. Alas, as the saying goes, the tall tree stands out in the forest, and the wind must surely break it. It is precisely due to their formidable strength, which is sufficient to demonstrate the essence of the primordial unity, that they have inadvertently drawn the apprehension of the venerable Hongjun Daozu. Among them, the unfortunate Hongyun Laozu fell victim to Hongjun Daozu's schemes, ultimately meeting a tragic end of death and annihilation, while the illustrious Xinyuanzi was ensnared by the machinations of Junti, being compelled to lower his status and forge a brotherly bond with Sun Wukong. thereby severing his originally boundless path of enlightenment. Every time these thoughts crossed Su Mu's mind, an indescribable surge of anger and sorrow welled up within him. Upon entering the Taoist temple, Su Mu immediately spotted Xinyuanzi seated serenely upon a meditation cushion. He hastily stepped forward, respectfully bowing in greeting. Once the formalities were observed, Su Mu's expression turned grave as he began to recount in detail the dire situation and numerous hardships that humanity was about to face. Xinyuanzi nodded slightly after listening to Su Mu's account, affirming that as the esteemed vice leader of the human sect, he ought to contribute his humble efforts to the rise and fall of humanity. However, he noted that the time was not yet ripe. When the decree to confer upon you was issued, he would personally venture to assist humanity with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's heart soared with joy, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. Just as Su Mu was about to take his leave, Xinyuanzi unexpectedly rose and walked toward the inner chamber. Moments later, he emerged holding a treasure box filled with ginseng fruits. With a smile, he presented the box to Su Mu, saying, "These ginseng fruits are treasures I have cherished for many years. I now entrust them to you to take back to the ancestral land of humanity, hoping they may benefit our kin." Elated, Su Mu accepted the box with heartfelt thanks and departed from Wuzhuang Temple, hastening back to the ancestral land of humanity. Upon his arrival, when Fushi and the others beheld Su Mu's figure, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces, and they exclaimed in unison, "What brings you here again?" Su Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment at their words. His face flushed slightly as he scratched his head and replied, Do you not wish for my presence?" His gaze swept over the crowd, and he could not help but feel puzzled at that moment. Sanjay stepped forward to smooth things over, awkwardly smiling as he said, No, that's not it. It's just that we are quite surprised. Master brother, you just left, and yet you have returned so swiftly." Upon hearing this, Su Mu's taut nerves relaxed somewhat, and he smiled broadly, declaring, "Haha, I have returned this time with important matters to attend to." With that, he mysteriously produced an exquisite box from his robe and carefully opened the lid, revealing countless ginseng fruits exuding an enticing fragrance. Su Mu presented the box before everyone, beaming with pride as he proclaimed, "Behold, this is the marvelous gift I have brought for you." However, upon seeing the ginseng fruits, the crowd was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless as silence enveloped the scene. Sangha widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at his master brother, his voice trembling with excitement as he remarked, "Master brother, you are truly remarkable. You were gone for but a short while and have returned with such a wealth of precious resources that I am in complete awe of you." As he spoke, he enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration and envy. "You all carry on with your cultivation. I shall take my leave," Su Mu stated before turning to depart. After leaving the ancestral land of humanity, Su Mu returned to his cave dwelling on Shouyang Mountain. He sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath to steady himself, then carefully retrieved a delicate jade vial from his robe. Upon opening the cap, a rich, sanguine aroma instantly filled the air. Inside the vial were 5 droplets of crystalline liquid, shimmering like rubies, Pangu's essence. Gazing at the Pangu essence in his hand, determination flickered in Su Mu's eyes. He gently picked up 1 drop and placed it in his mouth. The moment the Pangu essence touched his tongue, it transformed into a torrent of searing energy, surging down his throat and flooding into his body. Su Mu dared not delay, immediately sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, and commencing the cultivation technique to fully refine this drop of Pangu essence. The 9 turns divine art swirled within him like a vortex. Su Mu focused intently on guiding the flow of energy, striving to absorb the invaluable Pangu essence. The first drop, radiant as a ruby, merged into his meridians, bringing with it a wave of scorching pain. Yet Su Mu gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and with unwavering resolve and a thirst for power, he gradually absorbed it completely. However, upon fully assimilating the first drop of Pangu essence, Su Mu sensed that he was still a fraction short of breaking through. Thus, without hesitation, he retrieved another drop of Pangu essence, cautiously placing it in his mouth, then closed his eyes once more, accelerating the refinement process with the 9 turns divine art. as the second drop entered. It erupted into a torrent of overwhelming energy, crashing into Su Mu's body like a tidal wave. He felt as if his entire being was on the verge of bursting, a searing pain enveloping him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet Su Mu understood that he could not falter at this moment. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He bore the pain, channeling all his spirit energy to contain this wild force, and gradually guided it according to the principles of the nine turns divine art. Time passed slowly. Beads of sweat formed on Su Mu's forehead, soaking his garments, just as he felt he could no longer endure. The drop of Pangu essence began to slowly merge with his own spirit energy. As the fusion deepened, Su Mu could distinctly feel his cultivation level incrementally rising, the joy of this enhancement gradually eclipsing the physical pain. Ultimately, after a lengthy and arduous refinement process, Su Mu successfully absorbed the second drop of Pangu essence, transforming it into his own power. Concurrently, his cultivation level underwent a significant qualitative leap, soaring toward a higher realm like a bird breaking through numerous barriers. At last, after enduring a prolonged and challenging journey of cultivation, Su Mu achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. In that moment, he stood quietly, acutely aware of the surging power within him and the resilience of his body akin to solid rock. Su Mu could distinctly sense that every muscle in his body was imbued with explosive strength, ready to rend the very fabric of space. Each bone had become as hard as tempered steel, capable of withstanding immense pressure. Moreover, his meridians were wide and unobstructed, allowing his true energy to flow freely without obstruction. Given the strength of his body, Su Mu was absolutely confident that he could withstand the full force of an attack from First Heaven Saint. This confidence was not born of arrogance, but rather grounded in a precise understanding and assessment of his own capabilities. Reflecting on this, Su Mu could not help but feel a surge of emotion, such as the might of the nine turns divine art. The nine turns divine art is an extraordinarily profound technique. Cultivated by the Panga deity, its difficulty to master is truly astonishing. Yet once perfected, the rewards are immeasurable. Now, through his innate talent and relentless efforts, Su Mu had finally elevated this divine art to a new realm. With this breakthrough, Su Mu's grasp on the grand endeavor of revitalizing humanity had strengthened further. He had long been dedicated to promoting the resurgence and rise of humanity, pouring countless efforts and sweat into this cause. At this moment, he understood that he was one step closer to his goal. As long as he continued steadfastly along this path, he believed that one day humanity would once again shine brilliantly, standing tall amidst the heavens and the earth. Finally, the moment had arrived for you to complete his meritorious deeds and perform the grand ceremony at Mount Tai. This time, unlike previous occasions, the primordial powers had all gathered their divine thoughts here, eager to witness the heights humanity could achieve. In the underworld, an eerie darkness enveloped the surroundings, permeating the air with a chilling aura. Before the hall of Hutu, Jufeng led a throng of followers, all gathered together. Each face radiated an uncontrollable excitement, as if harboring a monumental secret. They whispered among themselves, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. From their expressions and demeanor, it was apparent that they had an inkling of the impending events. Yet the specifics eluded their grasp. This enigmatic atmosphere shrouded the entire hall of Hutu, infusing it with tension and anticipation. Hutu's expression turned grave as she remarked, "Now, humanity is on the verge of resurrection. A matter of utmost significance for all beings in the world. We bear a heavy responsibility, and it is imperative that we exert our utmost efforts to assist humanity in the grand endeavor of humanitarian revival. Only by intertwining humanity with the essence of the earth, uniting our strengths, can we hope to counter the supreme force of the heavenly path. It is crucial to understand that aiding humanity is tantamount to aiding ourselves." Her gaze resolute, she scanned the crowd before continuing, "There is no time to lose. Let us proceed together to the Ghost Gate." With that, Hutu's figure shimmered and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Ghost Gate, while the others swiftly followed in her wake. Clad in a flowing black robe, Hutu led the deities of the underworld with a solemn demeanor, gradually arriving before the western ghost gate. Once they halted, their collective gaze settled upon a mysterious barrier before the gate. A complex array of emotions flickered in Hotu's eyes: deep-seated unwillingness, uncontainable anger, and boundless regret intermingled within her. She silently chastised herself, lamenting that she should never have ventured to Zhixiao Palace to listen to Hongjuan's teachings, hoping that the Tao ancestor would reveal to the witch clan the path to attain their primordial spirits. It was precisely due to that decision that her beloved brothers and sisters faced tremendous calamity, while the detestable Hongjun reaped the witch clan's precious fortune in vain. The mere thought of this tightened Hotu's fists involuntarily, her nails digging deeply into her palms, as if this physical pain could alleviate the turmoil within her heart. Ever since she was ensnared in the underworld by the combined forces of Hongjun and the inscrutable heavenly path, an endless tide of suffering and self-reproach had engulfed her, leaving her in a state of despair. In her beautiful yet sorrowful eyes lay a profound sense of regret and guilt. She incessantly interrogated her conscience, replaying her earlier decision over and over again. She was acutely aware that it was her stubbornness to seek out the legendary Zhixiao Palace to hear the teachings of the Tao ancestor that had brought about this cataclysmic disaster for the witch clan. Each recollection pierced her heart like a sharp dagger, mercilessly inflicting pain. She could almost visualize her kin struggling amidst the flames of war, their anguished cries echoing in the air. She could feel their desperate gazes piercing through the heavy mist, directed squarely at her. Those once vibrant faces had now transformed into wispy phantoms, drifting aimlessly in the underworld. Hota believed that all of this was her fault, had it not been for her obstinate actions. The witch clan might not have met such a tragic fate. The weight of this guilt nearly rendered her breathless. Yet, she also understood that her current regrets were of no consequence, until the arrival of Qiyu, whose rugged yet heroic visage was alight with uncontainable excitement. He held tightly in his hands a treasure radiating a mysterious glow, formed from the divine essence of Nuwa, as if it were the most precious entity in existence. Without hesitation, Qiyu presented this object into Hotu's slender and fair palm. In that instant, Hotu comprehended Nuwa's scheme. The collaboration between Nuwa and herself was officially declared. From that moment on, Hotu had remained in quiet anticipation, like a patient hunter, silently awaiting this crucial moment to arrive. This very juncture, the long-awaited flame of expectation ignited within her heart, now roaring fiercely, impossible to suppress. Not only Hotu herself, but even the myriad beings in the underworld could hardly conceal their inner excitement. Their heartbeats thudded like war drums, every breath filled with tension and anticipation. For if they could successfully thwart Hongjuan's actions against Nuwa, then Nuwa would have an excellent chance to awaken humanity. Thus, their meticulously crafted scheme would successfully outmaneuver the lofty figure who claimed to be the Tao ancestor. "Let us act," Hotu exclaimed, her voice resonating like thunder across the skies. And no sooner had her words echoed than she surged into action, the overwhelming power of the earthly essence erupting from her, resembling a roaring dragon, launching a full-force assault against the heavenly path's confinement. In the midst of chaos, the ancient and enigmatic Zhixiao Palace stood silently. Suddenly, the previously closed eyes of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, akin to one in slumber, flew open in astonishment, his voice betraying disbelief as he exclaimed, "You actually..." However, at that moment, Hongjun had no time for further words, for he keenly sensed the heavenly path seal being assailed and weakened by an immense force. This realization caused his complexion to shift dramatically, a wave of profound unease swelling within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Hongjun flickered and stepped forth, vanishing from Zhixiao Palace in an instant. The next moment he materialized in the underworld. With swift movements, he waved his hands, unleashing torrents of light imbued with infinite arcane principles, converging towards the heavenly path seal, attempting to fortify the precarious confinement. Upon seeing the Tao ancestor Hongjun, Hotu radiated a formidable aura, her face etched with fury and resolve. Clearly, she harbored no intention of retreating in the face of Hongjuan's arrival. Instead, she intensified her assault on the heavenly sealed in that fleeting moment, Hong Jun felt an overwhelming pressure surging forth like an unstoppable tide, rendering him nearly breathless. Confronted with such immense strain, he could only muster all his strength to summon the mysterious and potent power of the heavenly path. Swiftly forming hand seals, he chanted incantations, radiant colors emanating from him in waves, continuously infusing the seal before him. Huto, do not defy the will of heaven. Would it not be better for you to remain obediently in the underworld? Reflect carefully upon your witch clan. Hongjuan's expression was stern, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. His gaze bore into Hutu, as if he could see through the depths of her thoughts. Yet, Hutu remained utterly unmoved. She stood tall, unwavering in her resolve, her eyes brimming with determination and defiance. Aware that he could not depart from this place in the immediate moment, Hongjun transmitted a message to the 5 saints, instructing them to assist the human sovereigns once they had returned to their rightful positions. High upon the majestic Kunlun mountain, the 3 pure ones were engaged in their solitary cultivation within their respective abodes. Suddenly, a voice from Hongjun reverberated in their ears like thunder. Upon receiving this message, Taiji Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan could not help but display their excitement. For them, receiving the Tao ancestor summons to undertake a task was undoubtedly a great honor and opportunity. However, Tong Tian Daoist, standing to the side, wore an expression of reluctance. Furrowing his brow, he addressed his 2 elder brothers. Elder brother, second brother, we are the authentic lineage of Pangu. We bear the grand achievement of opening the heavens and shaping the earth. How can we engage in such a degrading endeavor? Upon hearing this, Taiji Laojuan's expression darkened as he responded gravely. Third brother, cease your nonsensical words. The master's command is not to be disobeyed, since the Tao ancestor has issued his decree. We must comply and act. With that, Taiji Laojun unceremoniously seized Tong Tian and sped towards the realm of humanity. Meanwhile, on the distant Shumi mountain, Jane and Juni, who also received Hongjuan's summons, exhibited extreme excitement. Their eyes sparkled with greedy light, as if they could already envision an infinitely bright future. This is truly a divinely bestowed opportunity. Jane chuckled. Long as we follow the Tao ancestors' directives and successfully seal the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The fortune of humanity will be ours to command. Junti nodded vigorously in agreement. What my elder brother says is indeed true. At that time, our Western teachings will surely flourish, becoming the foremost among all sects. Thus, with hearts filled with anticipation and ambition, the 2 set forth towards humanity. Upon the majestic peak of Mount Tai, with a vast expanse of human territory converged, all the prominent figures of humanity gathered solemnly. They stood in grave silence, awaiting a ceremony of immense significance. This grand event was personally decreed by the martial ancestor of humanity, Sumu. The decision to have Sumu preside over this consecration was twofold. First, you had made indelible contributions to the development of humanity. He had devoted himself tirelessly to managing the rampant floods, rescuing countless common folk from their dire straits, thus allowing humanity to live in peace and thrive. Second, Sumu was present at this location that it would seem rather inappropriate to have Jinfeng oversee such an important occasion. With steady hands, Sumu held the Kongtong Seal, his voice resonating like a mighty bell as he proclaimed, "You labored tirelessly to manage the floods for the benefit of the people." He established nations, meticulously crafted the 9 tripods, and divided the world into 9 provinces. His achievements are remarkable, and his virtues are commendable, deserving to be chosen as the great emperor of humanity. As soon as the words of Sumu fell, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Everyone looked up, only to witness an immensely colossal cloud of merit gold materializing in the sky. This golden cloud resembled a magnificent mountain of gold, radiating dazzling hues that illuminated the entire world. When this astonishing cloud of merit appeared, the mighty beings of the primordial world were left utterly astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Look, the 5th emperor of the human race has bestowed such an abundance of merit, nearly rivaling that of the ancient 3 sovereigns. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it was simply unbelievable. How could this have been achieved? Others echoed in agreement, their faces painted with incredulity. I speculate it may be due to the recent flood, After all, both Yao and Shun dealt with floods in the past, though without significant effect. Amidst this fervent discussion, both Gongdi Yu and Beixian unexpectedly attained supreme merit. Beixian calmly and cautiously stowed away this invaluable merit, as if it were the rarest treasure in existence. Meanwhile, Yu unhesitatingly chose to absorb the merit directly, in an instant. A vast and overwhelming energy surged into his body like a roaring torrent. With the continuous influx of this potent energy, Yu's aura began to rise exponentially. Already possessing extraordinary strength, he now shone like a brilliant star, emanating a dazzling radiance that captivated all who beheld it. Finally, as all the merit was fully absorbed, Yu's cultivation swiftly broke through its bottleneck, propelling him into the early stage of the primordial golden immortal realm. From that moment onward, all 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of human history were finally in their rightful places. It felt as though destiny had orchestrated this moment. As if it were preordained, in that instant, a vast and boundless aura surged forth from the depths of the expansive land where the human race resided. The luminous brilliance shot up to the heavens, casting a golden glow over the entire sky. The once tranquil and harmonious land of the 9 provinces transformed in the blink of an eye into an endless ocean of gold. The resplendent golden light surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping outwards in every direction that moment. The entire primordial world seemed to tremble in response to this sudden upheaval of the human race. From the hidden mystical beasts among the towering mountains to the ancient demons sleeping in the deep caverns, from the galloping herds of steeds across the vast plains to the playful aquatic beings in the expansive lakes. Countless beings felt this earth-shattering power emanating from humanity simultaneously. They either stood in terror or filled with awe, halting their actions to gaze at the land of the 9 provinces enveloped in golden light. Their hearts brimming with fear of the unknown and confusion about the future of Kishang Mountain. As the fortunes of the human race flourished, Nuwa sensed it immediately, for the aura of Shoyang Palace had already liquefied. Rising from her seat, she exited the grand hall, for the moment had come for her to take action. The 3 purities, Jing and Junti, had already arrived in that instant. The serene and peaceful summit of Mount Tai was suddenly engulfed in tumultuous clouds. Countless rays of dawn-like light filled the sky, as if the entire horizon had been transformed into a vibrant tapestry. Simultaneously, a myriad of resplendent petals cascaded down like raindrops, dazzling the eyes and overwhelming the senses. Beneath the earth, golden lotuses continuously emerged, radiating a pure and mysterious glow. Amidst this breathtaking spectacle, 5 towering figures gradually materialized. They exuded an immense pressure and sacred aura. The 5 saints had descended. The first to speak was Ta Ching Laozi, his expression grave as he prepared to say, "The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity must go to Fire Cloud Cave to suppress the fortunes of the human race." However, just as the words were on his lips, he recalled the current might of the human race, which was not to be underestimated. After a moment of contemplation, he rephrased, "The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors should enter the ancestral land of humanity to suppress its fortunes. They must not emerge unless faced with a catastrophic calamity." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded slightly in agreement. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "Indeed, humanity must adhere to the will of the heavenly Tao." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the heavens and instilling a sense of reverence in those who heard it. Fushi stepped forward with a solemn expression, his resolute gaze fixed ahead. He proclaimed, "Why must humanity heed the commands of you, the saints of the heavenly Tao? Look at our race now. Our fortune rises like the sun at dawn, flourishing upward with such a prosperous momentum. Why must the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors suppress it?" Beside him, the yellow Emperor Xuanyuan's face was equally filled with indignation as he fervently echoed, "Indeed, the notion of suppressing the fortunes of humanity is utter nonsense. It is evident that you, the saints of the heavenly Tao, fear us growing too powerful, thus scheming to suppress us." As he spoke, his voice thundered, as if the entire world could hear his fury and resentment. Words are futile. Below the primordial realm lies the governance of the heavenly Tao. You need only comply. Do not attempt to resist or face the consequences. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes widened in anger, his voice booming like a great bell. The words carrying an overwhelming pressure directed at the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors below. Having said this, Yuanshi Tianzuan ceased his discourse. The radiant light enveloped him as an immense surge of saintly power erupted forth, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that surged toward the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors with thunderous might. This strike held unfathomable power, distorting the space it traversed, seemingly capable of crushing all obstacles in its path. However, at that moment, a voice brimming with boundless murderous intent suddenly resonated from the distant horizon. The sound was akin to a thunderous clap, reverberating throughout the cosmos, shattering the attack unleashed by Yuanshi Tianzuan into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. Yuanshi, how dare you possess such audacity? How could you act against humanity without regard for my existence? As the voice faded, a graceful figure appeared in an instant, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. This was Nuwa, adorned in a flowing azure robe, her garments billowing like those of celestial maiden deity that moment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a fierce resolve, her brows furrowed in determination as she fixed her gaze upon Yuanshi Tianzuan, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Upon witnessing Nuwa's arrival, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure, coldly asserting, Nuwa, you have finally arrived. Today's events pertain to the orthodox heavenly Tao. And even with your presence, you cannot thwart my intentions. Meanwhile, Ta-Ching Laozi's countenance darkened as he muttered to himself, Nuwa's strength has indeed increased. It seems this endeavor will not be easily achieved. As the many humans perched atop Mount Tai witnessed Nuwa's descent, they fell to their knees in reverence, collectively exclaiming, we pay our respects to the Holy Mother. Thank you for saving our lives. If you ensure strike were to land, the entirety of Mount Tai would likely crumble, and Nuwa gently waved her hand, signaling the crowd to rise and refrain from formalities, before turning her gaze back to Yuanshi Tianzuan, her eyes blazing with intensity as she coldly declared, Yuanshi Tianzuan, cease your nonsensical claims. Back in the day, when you and I clashed, you were already defeated. How dare you provoke me again? Do you truly believe I would not strike you down? Hearing Nuwa reference their past, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Yuanshi Tianzuan's face, yet he quickly responded defiantly, Nuwa, times have changed, and the will of the heavenly Tao cannot be defied. If you insist on protecting humanity, you will be openly defying the heavenly Tao, and do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. There is no need for further discussion. Humanity shall never acquiesce to your unreasonable demands. Depart at once. Nuwa's brows furrowed, her eyes radiating authority as she chided those before her. Her ethereal beauty was marred by a frostiness that rendered her gaze too sharp to confront. Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his attention to the composed Ta-Ching Laozi beside him, his expression troubled as he inquired, Elder brother, given the current situation, what should we do? Ta-Ching Laozi stroked his white beard, his expression grave as he replied, there is no other recourse. We must all act together to decisively suppress the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The fortunes of humanity must be firmly in our grasp. Agreed, Jean and Jinti replied in unison, their eyes glimmering with determination, while Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded in solemn agreement. However, at that moment, the group found themselves awaiting a response from Tong Tian, which remained conspicuously absent. Tai-Ching Laozu turned to face Tong Tian Jiaozhu and spoke with profound sincerity. Third brother, this matter is the will of heaven and also a command from our master. You dare to defy it. Do not hesitate any longer. Join us in our endeavor. Tong Tian Jiaozhu's expression darkened. Despite his myriad of reservations, he ultimately could not go against the master's decree and could only grit his teeth and reply, very well, his voice laden with resignation and reluctance. The 5 saints launched their attacks simultaneously, creating a scene of unparalleled intensity. Tai-Ching Laozu lightly waved his sleeve, and the Taiji diagram in his hand ascended slowly into the air, radiating a dazzling light. As he intoned his incantation, a powerful force of yin and yang surged forth from the Taiji diagram. transforming into a colossal black and white dragon that lunged ferociously towards Nuwa. The intertwining forces of yin and yang fused together, brimming with infinite mysteries and power. Meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance grew grave as he raised the Panga banner high. In an instant, the banner billowed in the wind, emanating an aura that set hearts racing. Countless strands of chaotic sword chi shot forth from the banner, rushing towards Nuwa like a tempest. These sword energies were exceedingly sharp, tearing through the void as if they sought to shatter everything into oblivion. On another front, the two leaders of the Western teachings, Jin and Zhuanti, were equally unwilling to yield. Jin clasped his hands together, reciting scriptures as a magnificent Jain treasure banner materialized from thin air. The banner, resplendent in golden hues and adorned with various exotic gemstones, emitted a brilliant Buddhist light. It descended upon Nuwa with the force of a mountain. Zhuanti, wielding the seven treasures' exquisite tree, waved it gently, unleashing a torrent of seven-colored divine light. This radiant light, as beautiful as a rainbow, concealed within it a terrifying lethality. It surged towards Nuwa with lightning speed, as if intent on engulfing her in a sea of brilliant light. It last. After a moment's hesitation, Tongtian Jiaozhu resolved himself. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his treasured Qingping sword. The sword transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Nuwa. Although this sword chi seemed less grandiose than the attacks of the other saints, its contained sword intent was razor-sharp, deserving of utmost respect. Mu took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Deputy Master, please cooperate with Master Bo and the others to set up the formation. We must ensure that the Zhuanti saint is blocked. I will do my utmost to hold back the Jain saint." His gaze was unwavering, revealing a resolute determination. "Very well. That Zhuanti is merely at the first level of sainthood. United in purpose and action, we shall certainly succeed in stopping him," responded Zenyuanzi confidently, exuding a powerful aura as though brimming with faith in the battle ahead. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Nuwa's brow furrowed with concern, softly calling out, "Su Mu." Her eyes were filled with care and worry. Su Mu turned to Nuwa, his expression steadfast as he reassured her, "Teacher, there is no need for such anxiety. I am fully confident in my ability to withstand the Jain saint. Please rest assured." Nuwa slightly nodded, yet her heart remained uneasy as she cautioned, "Be exceedingly careful. Do not let your guard down." With that, she was the first to summon the seven radiant divine swords, which glimmered brilliantly, slicing through the air towards the Sanqing. Simultaneously, Fuxi and the others coordinated closely with Zenyuanzi, swiftly setting up the Hongmeng derivation formation. They formed seals with their hands and chanted incantations as mysterious runes flew from their hands, merging into the surrounding space. The human race acted with remarkable decisiveness and boldness, following the rehearsed plan with unerring precision. Each person fulfilled their role. Some channeled spiritual energy, while others manipulated magical treasures. The scene was tense yet orderly. Such audacious actions from the human race left the powerful beings of the primordial world utterly astonished. Did the human race truly dare to strike? It was simply unimaginable. They had only Nuwa as their saint. Where did their courage stem from? At this moment, Nuwa was already locked in a fierce battle with the Sanqing. The moment they clashed, even the residual waves from their collision left the five observing saints in shock. Nuwa had already reached the realm of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, in the distant western gate of hell. A cataclysmic confrontation unfolded. Hutu was strenuously resisting the onslaught of Hongjun Daozu. Yet, even Hongjun Daozu was struck with disbelief. His eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "No wonder my path to unity failed." It turns out that this woman Nuwa was meddling behind the scenes. At this moment, Hongjun Daozu's heart was filled with fury and resentment. Were it not for the need to divert attention to Seal Hutu, he would have flown to Nuwa's side without hesitation, delivering a slap to her as an outlet for his pent-up rage. However, the reality did not permit such actions, and thus he could only unleash his wrath upon Hutu. Feeling the overwhelming pressure and fury emanating from Hongjun Daozu, Hutu felt as though a mountain weighed heavily upon her. She gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength to resist, yet her efforts seemed minuscule and futile against his terrifying power. Unperturbed by the astonishment of others, Nuwa deftly altered her hand seals, wielding the divine swords with immense might, unleashing a torrential assault upon the Sanqing. The path of the divine swords shattered the void, chaos spilling forth, an awe-inspiring display of power. Meanwhile, Zhuanti cast a disdainful glance over the human formation, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. Zenyuanzi, without attaining sainthood, you are but an insignificant ant. He then swung the seven treasures' exquisite tree with great force, unleashing a dazzling divine light that struck the Hongmeng derivation formation with ferocity. Following this, he turned to rush to assist his fellow disciple. However, just then, a calm voice from behind Zenyuanzi rang out. "Zhuanti Saint, where do you think you're going?" Zhuanti paused, momentarily taken aback, responding instinctively, "Do you think you insignificant ants can withstand my strike?" Yet, as he turned to assess the situation before him, he was left utterly stunned. He had anticipated that his blow would decimate the human formation. Yet what lay before him was an intact array, seemingly unaffected by his previous attack. How is this possible? Zhuanti's expression morphed into one of shock and fury, his eyes wide as he fixated on the array. The fact that a mere human race could easily repel the strike of a dignified saint left him humiliated, igniting a blaze of anger within him. Nearby, Jean witnessed Zhuanti's actions and could only shake his head in resignation, a look of disbelief crossing his face, just as Jean was intently observing Zhuanti. An unexpected sensation gripped his heart, as if an invisible force had seized hold of it in an instant. An intense sense of danger surged within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean instinctively turned his head. That very moment, a razor-sharp axe light streaked towards him like lightning, accompanied by a piercing whistle, brushing past his cheek in the blink of an eye. The gust from the axe light sliced through the air like a blade, leaving a faint sting upon his face. What is this? Jean's eyes widened in shock and confusion. He had never anticipated such a sudden and ferocious attack. In that instant, he was completely taken aback, his mind blank, unable to formulate any effective response to the droplet of brilliant golden saintly blood, akin to a meteor shimmering with mysterious light, slowly dripped from Jean's solemn visage. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze shooting towards the direction of the incoming assault. In an ephemeral moment, his gaze intersected with Su Mu's, with a countenance marked by fury. Jane bellowed, "Su Mu, you possess an audacity most brazen, daring to inflict harm upon a sage." Yet before his wrathful words could fully escape his lips, his eyes inadvertently swept over the axe that Su Mu gripped tightly in his hand. Instantly, the fiery anger in Jane's eyes transformed into an unparalleled softness, even tinged with a barely perceptible greed. He spoke with urgent insistence. "Su Mu, swiftly surrender the axe you hold. As long as you comply, I shall forgive your insolent affront against the sage." These words, the assembled crowd erupted in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly confounded. What on earth was transpiring with the sage Jean just moments ago? He had been a tempest of rage, and now he seemed utterly unperturbed. One voice, filled with confusion, murmured, "Look at the weapon in the hands of the martial ancestor." Another exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. All eyes turned towards the axe in Su Mu's possession. Once they discerned its true nature, they were left agape, rendered speechless for a long while. It was no wonder Jane's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. It turned out to be a primordial treasure. Finally, someone regained their composure, muttering to themselves. Indeed, primordial treasures are exceedingly rare throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang, their numbers few and far between. The three pure ones in Nuwa, among other formidable beings, each possess their own primordial treasures, while the two sages of the West have yet to acquire one. And encountering such a treasure before their eyes, it was no surprise that Jien had lost his composure. Another voice echoed in agreement. In an instant, the powerful beings of Hongwang found their thoughts invigorated once more, a cacophony of discussions erupting all around. Meanwhile, Su Mu gripped the axe tightly, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Jean. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the vast and overwhelming magical power within him. Radiance shimmered around him, and the tumultuous energy surged like a tide, converging relentlessly upon the primordial axe he held. As the power flowed into it, the axe burst forth with blinding brilliance, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality itself. In that moment, Jain calmly regarded Sun Mu's ferocious strike. Yet his expression bore no trace of alarm. Instead, he appeared remarkably, yet, ultimately, he could only let out a helpless sigh, slowly extending his hands while murmuring incantations. In an instant, for dazzling beams of sword light surged skyward from his being, embodying the formidable power of the four swords of the immortal extermination. The extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword, as the Grand Master of Heaven continuously altered his incantations. The four swords of the immortal extermination spun rapidly in the air, gradually coalescing into a magnificent and menacing sword formation. The immortal extermination sword array, just as Nuwa found herself ensnared in peril. Surrounded by that terrifying array, a figure streaked in like lightning, vanishing into the formation in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sun Mu. Sun Mu, how could you recklessly barge in here? Nuwa exclaimed anxiously. This array is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could result in utter destruction. You must leave at once. Her exquisite visage was marred by concern, wishing fervently to expel Sun Mu from this perilous formation. However, Sun Mu, with unwavering determination, replied, Master, there is no need for worry. We shall proceed according to the plan we discussed earlier. His gaze was sharp and resolute, exuding immense confidence and tenacity. Very well, Nuwa sighed softly, her face still betraying an unmistakable worry. She continued to murmur, although my heart is still laden with anxiety. Fortunately, I have previously conferred with Sun Mu regarding our countermeasures. We resolved to harness the power of merit to unravel this formidable and fearsome immortal extermination sword array. Her eyes steeled, as if a glimmer of hope pierced through the thick fog of despair. I could see that moment. Laozi of Taiping stood outside the array, sneering as he spoke. Nuwa, you are now ensnared within this immortal extermination sword array, unable to escape. This array can only be dismantled through the combined might of the four saints. I am eager to see how you intend to extricate yourself. Nuwa, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of frost as she declared fiercely, Taiping, do not be so arrogant. Once I shatter this sword array, the first to be slain shall be you. Immediately, Nuwa raised her voice. Taiping, do you not realize that the reason this immortal extermination sword array is so potent is that it utilizes boundless malevolent energy as its guiding force, allowing it to condense into unparalleled sword chi? Yet without this malevolent energy, this so-called immortal extermination sword array is merely a fade, easily dismantled with a flick of the finger. Laozi of Taiping felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. Turning to his brother, Tong Tian, and inquired, Third brother, is what Nuwa claims true? Tong Tian nodded slightly, responding, Indeed, Sister Nuwa speaks rightly. This immortal extermination sword array is indeed centered around malevolent energy. If we can eliminate that energy, the array will naturally fall apart. After Nuwa solemnly articulated her thoughts, without a trace of hesitation, she waved her jade hand, and a radiant light flashed as the legendary red embroidered ball appeared in her grasp. Subsequently, Nuwa began reciting incantations, and a mysterious yet powerful force surged from her, infusing the red embroidered ball. As she acted, the ball began to radiate a blinding brilliance, akin to a resplendent sun. Suddenly, the red embroidered ball trembled violently, unleashing the boundless merit contained within like a deluge bursting forth from a dam. This merit transformed into golden torrents, charging forth against the pervasive malevolent energy with overwhelming force. In an instant, the heavens resounded with a cataclysmic roar as the merit and malevolent energy collided, intertwining to form a dazzling and brilliant mist. Under the onslaught of the merit, the once surging malevolent energy dissipated swiftly like smoke scattered by a tempest. Within moments, a vast quantity of malevolent energy was thoroughly extinguished, vanishing without a trace. At this juncture, the immortal extermination sword array was greatly affected. With the significant reduction of malevolent energy, the array's power diminished abruptly, and the previously fierce sword chi dulled considerably. Witnessing this, Tong Tian's heart ached. His eyes widened in disbelief and fury. It must be noted that the malevolent energy had taken him countless years to meticulously refine. Now, seeing it so easily obliterated by more than half, how could he not feel profound sorrow? The other four saints were equally astonished, wondering how it could be so effortless. Meanwhile, Hong Jun, who had been silently observing, felt a pang of dread. Should the immortal extermination sword array be dismantled, it would pose a significant challenge for the celestial Tao saints to suppress the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity. Realizing this, Hong Jun dared not hesitate further and turned his gaze skyward, calling out to the unseen celestial Tao. Celestial Tao, given the present circumstances, will you not intervene? If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors cannot be suppressed, the human path may awaken, thereby encroaching upon your authority. The celestial Tao seemed to sense Hong Jun's urgency, remaining silent for a moment before finally reaching a decision. Suddenly, a peculiar ripple appeared in the sky, and an overwhelming force descended, enveloping the red embroidered ball. Under the influence of this celestial Tao power, the merit continuously released from the red embroidered ball appeared to freeze, solidifying in place, and unable to continue consuming the surrounding malevolent energy. Nuwa furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes wide with alarm as she shouted, "Celestial Tao, how dare you?" Before she could finish, she swiftly turned to Su Mu, her face etched with urgency, asking, "What shall we do now?" In the face of such an urgent predicament, Su Mu remained remarkably composed. As if everything had unfolded according to his expectations, he calmly retrieved from his bosom a treasure emanating a resplendent light. The supreme primordial merit divine treasure. The Tower of Creation, in an instant, the Tower of Creation burst forth with myriad rays of brilliance, dazzling to the eye and difficult to behold. The essence of the celestial Tao, Earth Tao, and great Tao merit surged forth from within like a torrential flood, exuding an immense and boundless might. This merit rapidly spread, colliding fiercely with the rampant malevolent energy surrounding them. A cacophony of crackling sounds resonated, akin to the thunderous roar of a tempest, as the malevolent energy was dissolved and purified by the merit, transforming into wisps of azure smoke that dissipated into nothingness. "Master, the time has come," Su Mu proclaimed loudly, casting a resolute glance at Nuwa. With that, he darted forth like an arrow released from a bow towards the extermination sword. Simultaneously, he swung the chaos axe in his hand, unleashing a razor-sharp arc of light that sliced directly towards the extermination sword. A crisp sound echoed as the extermination sword emitted a mournful cry before plummeting to the ground, allowing Su Mu to seize it tightly in his grasp. Without pausing, he pivoted and sprinted towards the slaughter sword. Meanwhile, Nuwa was equally resolute. With her graceful form and agile movements, she successfully acquired the trap sword and was now hastening towards the location of the absolute sword. At that moment, Tong Tian was exerting all his strength to wield the immensely powerful formation, his expression grave as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Yet despite his utmost efforts, he found it increasingly difficult to master this intricate and potent array. Concurrently, Laozi of Taiping and Yuan Shitian Zun did not hesitate to lend their aid, casting forth radiant beams of light that intertwined and fused with the formation controlled by Tong Tian. Even the observing saints, Jin and Zhuan-Ti, joined the fray, utilizing their profound magical powers to assist in stabilizing the array. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a kaleidoscope of brilliant lights and powerful energy fluctuations. However, an air of despair lingered. Due to the absence of the crucial malevolent energy as support, no matter how fervently they manipulated the array, it could never unleash its full potential. All their efforts seemed futile, akin to a solitary boat in a tempest, at risk of being capsized at any moment. Finally, through their combined efforts, Su Mu and Nuwa simultaneously seized the slaughter sword and the absolute sword. Thus, The formidable immortal extermination sword array was declared dismantled. The three pure ones and Jin Junti stood stupefied, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the array, reputed to require the collaboration of 4 saints to dismantle, had been so effortlessly breached by Su Mu and Nuwa. As the crowd grappled with a whirlwind of emotions, shock, confusion, and disbelief. A sudden flash of 7 mysterious blades, radiating endless pressure, surged forth like lightning towards Laozi of Taiping. The swiftness of this unexpected assault left all in astonishment. Meanwhile, the Chaos Axe, wielding the might to annihilate the heavens, descended with tremendous force towards Jiayin. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, both Ta Ching Laozi and Jiayin were visibly shaken, an unspoken thought emerging in their minds. This is the end. In that fleeting moment, the once resplendent Tiandi Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda suddenly dimmed, as if it had lost all its power and vitality. Meanwhile, the 7 heavenly radiance divine blades, with an unstoppable force, brutally cleaved Ta Ching Laozi in 2, blood splattered, a sight too gruesome to behold. Coincidentally, the situation for Jiayin was no better. The 12-petal merit golden lotus, which had always radiated a holy brilliance beneath him, now appeared lifeless and dull. Immediately, the Hunyuan axe mercilessly severed Jiayin in half, his body collapsing into a pool of blood. Witnessing this, Su Mu did not hesitate to wave his hand, swiftly collecting the 12-petal merit golden lotus into his possession. Upon seeing this scene, Nuwa hesitated briefly before mirroring Su Mu's actions, employing her powers to also retrieve the Tiandi Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. Across the vast and boundless primordial world, an overwhelming sense of sorrow and grief permeated the air, as if the entire world was weeping. The once sapphire blue sky was now shrouded in a thick layer of crimson, and the torrential rain that fell was no longer crystalline droplets, but rather glaring streams of blood. Each drop that fell struck the earth like a hammer, splattering heart-wrenching blood flowers in its wake. The cause of this turmoil was none other than the fall of the 2 exalted saints, who had gazed down upon all living beings. They had once been the indisputable rulers of this realm, possessing the power to move mountains and fill seas with but a gesture, able to shift the very winds and clouds with a mere thought. Yet today, these godlike beings were slain, fading quietly from existence. Following the cataclysmic battle that resulted in the demise of Ta Ching Laozi and Jiayin, the entire universe seemed to tremble. The remaining Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu, and Junti Daoist stood frozen in place, their faces etched with terror, their bodies trembling involuntarily, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. How is this possible? Junti Daoist's eyes widened, his mouth agape, yet he struggled to articulate a coherent thought. The visage that once radiated wisdom and confidence was now marred by utter bewilderment, as if he could not fathom the brutal reality that even saints could be slain. All along, they believed that achieving the status of a saint would grant them immortality, transcending the cycles of life and death. However, to witness 2 saints fall in such fierce combat, their life essence dissipating in an instant, shattered their faith completely. Yuanshi Tianzuan's complexion turned pale as paper, his lips quivering slightly, his eyes reflecting deep-seated fear and disbelief. He murmured to himself, "What on earth is happening? Have we completely misunderstood the path of the saints? Why would even saints suffer such misfortune?" Tong Tian, gripping his treasured artifact tightly, felt his arm tremble slightly from the tension that he stared blankly ahead, the harrowing images of the previous battle flashing through his mind, pondering how he would respond if he were to face such a dire predicament. In that moment, the 3 surviving saints found themselves engulfed in an unprecedented panic, re-evaluating the paths they had pursued, contemplating the countless unknown dangers that awaited them in this unpredictable world. That it was only when the figures of Ta Ching Laozi and Jiayin reemerged in the vast expanse that they finally breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally beginning to relax. "Senior brother, what calamity did you and senior brother Ta Ching encounter?" Junti inquired, his face awash with confusion, his gaze darting anxiously between the 2. Jiayin recalled the moment of his demise, a shiver of dread coursing through him as he stammered, We indeed perished, but miraculously, we were revived within the realm of heavenly laws. With that, he raised a hand to wipe the beads of sweat forming on his brow. Meanwhile, Ta Ching Lao Zi wore a grim expression, his eyes flickering with an elusive light. He furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. After a long moment, he slowly spoke. I have a persistent feeling that something of great significance has slipped away from me, though I cannot ascertain precisely what it is. His words were laced with worry and unease. Master, the 5 saints are utterly exhausted and devoid of the strength to fight. Now is the time for us to awaken the path of humanity. Su Mu's eyes sparkled with fervor and anticipation as he eagerly spoke to Nuwa. Her heart, also aflame with excitement, felt a tide of joy wash over her. She understood that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Fushi, standing nearby, nodded gravely, affirming, Sister, there is no need for hesitation. Let us commence at once. Taking a deep breath, Nuwa slowly lifted her head, gazing up at the heavens, her clear and resolute voice ringing out. The great Tao is supreme. Today I, Nuwa, intend to establish the path of humanity to mend the deficiencies of the primordial world. The path of humanity is the way of all living beings. Now, let the path of humanity be established. As her words echoed, the people of the human race responded in unison, each one calling out in fervent support. The Swearing clan stands here, the Chao clan stands here, the Z clan stands here, sincerely beseeching the arrival of the path of humanity. Their voices harmonized, filled with hope and longing for the future. The human Su Mu, with reverence in his heart, called out for the path of humanity. Su Mu's passionate declaration resonated through the skies. The human Song Jia implored for the protection of the path of humanity for our clan. Song Jia's heartfelt voice reverberated in the air. The human Xiaoyao vowed to contribute to the path of humanity. Xiaoyao's melody is called Drifted Away with the Wind. The human Fushi, Shinnong, Xianyuan, Zhuanshu, Daiku, Yao Shanyu, all together earnestly called for the path of humanity. These distinguished leaders of the human race shouted in unison, their voices powerful and overwhelming. Finally, all the people of the human race cried out in unison, We beseech the path of humanity. This thunderous chorus reverberated like the might of a tempest, shaking the entire primordial world. It traversed mountains and rivers, echoing across every inch of land, as if to proclaim that the human race was embarking on a new journey, welcoming a glorious era of their own. Boom, boom, accompanied by the resounding echoes of earth-shattering roars, the entire primordial world began to tremble violently. The once tranquil sky was suddenly torn apart, a dazzling light erupting from the depths of chaos beyond the primordial realm, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour of myriad merits, cascading like a torrential rain. These merits surged like a golden torrent, flooding into the primordial world, warping the very fabric of space as they flowed. In the blink of an eye, they blanketed the entire primordial land, if cloaked in a thick golden garment. This ancient and enigmatic land has been adorned. The magnitude of the bestowed merits is simply beyond imagination, far surpassing any previous occasion. The path of great virtue is impartial and selfless. He understands profoundly the extraordinary significance of humanity's emergence in the primordial world, as it serves as the key to the advancement and progress of the world. Hence, he generously bestows such abundant rewards. Amidst this boundless sea of merits, a mysterious and formidable force suddenly descends from the heavens, hurtling directly towards Shoyang Mountain. This force, akin to a radiant meteor streaking across the firmament, vanishes instantaneously at the summit of Shoyang Mountain. Simultaneously, along with this enigmatic power, the fortunes of humanity also descend, intertwining to create a wondrous transformation. In an instant, the peak of Shoyang Mountain radiates with magnificent brilliance, and a grand and awe-inspiring Tao palace rises majestically from the earth. This palace shimmers with resplendent light, ensconced in swirling clouds and mists, accompanied by ethereal melodies that evoke a sense of reverence. Upon closer inspection, a plaque hangs above the main entrance of the palace, inscribed with the 4 characters Hall of Humanity in a dynamic and vigorous calligraphy, exuding an air of supreme authority. With the emergence of the Hall of Humanity, the once fluctuating merits gradually come to rest. However, they do not dissipate. Rather, they divide themselves into 4 portions according to some mysterious principle. The largest portion, comprising approximately 70%, flies straight towards the goddess Nuwa. The remaining 3 portions, each accounting for 10%, descend upon the 6 ancestors of humanity, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and numerous ordinary human beings, after successfully absorbing the great merits. Nuwa's cultivation surges dramatically, akin to a rocket, instantly reaching the 7th heaven of the primordial golden immortal. Although she remains in the 7th heaven, her astonishing combat prowess rivals that of a saint in the 9th heaven. If not surpassing it is important to note that this power stems from the supreme strength granted by the laws of the universe. Concurrently, the 3 esteemed sages of humanity, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, also experienced significant breakthroughs in their cultivation after absorbing the great merits, successfully transcending to the initial realm of the primordial golden immortal. However, as this is not a time of calamity, the effectiveness of enhancing their cultivation through the power of merits is relatively limited, resulting in modest progress. Meanwhile, Somu chooses not to utilize this invaluable merit for his own cultivation. Instead, he unhesitatingly reinserts it into the exquisite innate treasure, the Tower of Transformation. For Sangya, he cleverly incorporates all the great merits into the 3,000 characters. At this moment, these originally enigmatic characters radiate a brilliance comparable to that of innate treasures. With grand ambition, Sangya intends to meticulously forge an immensely powerful formation using these miraculous 3,000 characters. Likewise, Xiaoyao absorbs the great merits into herself, propelling her cultivation to the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. Turning our gaze to the 3 sovereigns, Emperor Fuxi of heaven, Emperor Shenong of earth, and Emperor Xianyuan of humanity. Due to their cultivation having reached a bottleneck, they find it difficult to achieve substantial enhancement. Reluctantly, they must carefully store this portion of great merits within their treasured Tao artifacts for future use. The 5 emperors also seize this rare opportunity, decisively absorbing the great merits and transforming them into their own cultivation strength. Thus, the 5 emperors surge forward, ascending from the initial realm of the primordial golden immortal to the remarkable pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. Finally, the ordinary citizens of humanity, after absorbing the great merits, also reap considerable benefits. Each individual becomes robust and spirited, as if infused with boundless vitality and vigor. The entire clan radiates an atmosphere of thriving prosperity. Nuwa naturally emerges as the spokesperson for humanity, a result that is widely anticipated. Once this matter settles, Nuwa will formally reside in the mysterious and solemn hall of humanity atop Shoyang Mountain. As humanity gradually awakens from slumber, the formidable beings, including Hutu, cease their attempts to break the seal. Hutu is acutely aware that this moment is not the ideal time to shatter the seal. Should she insist on forcibly breaking it, the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor Hongjun will undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts to suppress her. Moreover, the nascent power of humanity is still feeble and cannot provide effective support to Hutu. At this moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun's expression is as dark as water, his heart heavy with burdens. After all, in the current primordial world, the simultaneous emergence of heaven, earth, and humanity will inevitably diminish the previously supreme authority of the heavenly Tao. As the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao, he naturally bears the brunt of this significant impact. After prolonged contemplation, Tao ancestor Hongjun ultimately decides to ascend to the summit of Mount Tai. Upon his arrival, the 5 saints, already waiting there, respectfully greet him in unison. "We welcome our teacher." Nuwa stands tall, resembling a pine tree, her countenance betraying no hint of deference. Instead, her brow furrows, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Deep within, she harbors resentment towards Hongjun, believing him to be unfair and biased, shamelessly obstructing her establishment of humanity. The people of humanity, witnessing their revered mother not bowing to Hongjun, naturally follow suit, standing with heads held high, devoid of any intention to pay respects. However, Hongjun appears unfazed by it all, His visit is evidently for a purpose beyond this. He slowly speaks, Nuwa, now that you have reattained the position of the primordial golden immortal, it is time to relinquish the primordial purple energy. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's countenance becomes exceedingly complex. She silently gazes at Hongjun, her eyes filled with a multitude of ineffable emotions. Time seems to freeze at this moment. After a long while, Nuwa finally speaks, her voice clear and resolute. With the Tao above, today, I, Nuwa, willingly return the primordial purple energy and sever all ties with Tao ancestor Hongjun. With that, Nuwa gracefully sweeps her long sleeves, and a purple light bursts forth from within her, soaring directly towards Hongjun. Tao ancestor Hongjun's expression remains tranquil as water, his deep-set eyes glimmering with mysterious light. When he gently receives the invaluable primordial purple energy, the surrounding atmosphere feels as though it has solidified. Yet he utters not a word, merely turning away, his figure fading like an ethereal shadow, drifting towards the distant and enigmatic palace of chaos. Meanwhile, the 5 saints exchange glances, each feeling a shiver down their spine. They are acutely aware that it is unwise to linger in this place, and without a moment's delay, they employ their divine powers. Transforming into streaks of light, swiftly departing from the summit of Mount Tai, each heading towards their own cultivation sanctuaries, Nuwa, graceful and ethereal, moves like a celestial maiden. She lightly treads towards the hall of humanity. Along the way, a gentle breeze caresses her silken hair, enhancing her otherworldly beauty. The 3 ancestors and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, bearing solemn expressions, hurry back to the ancestral land of humanity. The foundation for the continuation of their civilization, as for Songjia and Xiaoyao, they closely follow behind Samu. The 3 of them embark on their journey home, ultimately arriving at the serene and harmonious Shoyang Mountain. Samu enters his cave, gently closing the stone door, then slowly sits cross-legged on the stone bed. He lightly closes his eyes, falling into deep contemplation. Various thoughts race through his mind. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, will the next calamity be the Fengshen tribulation? What tremendous upheaval will this calamity bring to the world? How shall I seek my own breakthroughs and growth amidst this chaotic era? Upon reaching this point, Samu takes a deep breath, opening his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within. Enough of this, he muses, I should go for a walk, pondering as I roam, for reading myriad tomes is no substitute for traversing vast lands. Frowning slightly, he murmurs to himself. He slowly rises, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, then resolutely departs from Shoyang Mountain, setting forth into the boundless and unfathomable primordial land. Meanwhile, far atop Kunlun Mountain, Taiching Laozu's face is filled with anger and indignation. I was the first disciple to be taken under the teacher's wing, the esteemed elder brother of the Xianmen, yet why am I constantly suppressed by Nuwa? This is truly intolerable, he muttered indignantly to himself, while the primordial Lord of Heaven, equally vexed, attributed the failure of their recent endeavor to the celestial master. Third brother, how could the sword array of the extermination of immortals be so easily breached? The primordial Lord of Heaven glared, his face a mask of fury as he interrogated the celestial master. Upon hearing this, the celestial master revealed a semblance of helplessness on his countenance and hastily replied, Second brother, you were present and witnessed it yourself. The merits accumulated by Nuwa are exceedingly profound. Her formidable power was capable of severing malevolent energies, and thus, the sword array of the extermination of immortals was dismantled. This cannot be blamed on me. Third brother, are you aware of the immense power of the sword array of the extermination of immortals? It requires for experts of equal caliber to collaborate in order to breach it. Yet now, Nuwa alone has managed to shatter this grand formation. Is it not due to the incompetence of her disciples, those beasts with fur and horns, born in dampness, that they failed to concentrate on their cultivation of this array? The primordial Lord of Heaven regarded the celestial master with disdain, mocking him coldly. Upon hearing this, the celestial master became infuriated, his face flushing red as he shouted, Second brother, what nonsense are you uttering? This matter has nothing to do with my disciples. Furthermore, what do you mean by beasts with fur and horns, born in dampness? How can you so slander my apprentices? The primordial Lord of Heaven, however, persisted. Humph, am I mistaken? Do you not realize what kind of disciples you've taken under your wing? They're solely fixated on the pursuit of magical power, neglecting the cultivation of their own virtues, rendered speechless by the primordial Lord's words. The celestial master, though seething with anger, found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Thus, he could only cast a pleading glance toward the Grand Supreme Elder, filled with hope, and implored, "Elder brother, please adjudicate this matter for us." Yet at that moment, the Grand Supreme Elder was in a foul mood. Unwilling to involve himself in the fray between brothers, he chose to ignore the celestial master's plea, remaining silent. Seeing this, the primordial Lord of Heaven swiftly interjected. "Third brother, elder brother has already tacitly acknowledged this matter. You still hold a differing opinion." He spoke triumphantly, casting a smug glance at the celestial master. At this juncture, the Grand Supreme Elder appeared perplexed, silently pondering, when did I tacitly acknowledge anything? But alas, let them bicker as they please. With that, he merely shook his head lightly, choosing not to speak further. The celestial master trembled with rage, pointing at the primordial Lord and the Grand Supreme Elder, about to continue his argument, when suddenly, a piercing wail echoed through the air. "Master, you must stand up for your disciple." The voice was filled with sorrow and anguish. The three clear ones turned to see a throng of individuals escorting a figure slowly approaching. As they drew near, everyone was taken aback to discover that the one in the center was none other than the true one of the Tai, now sporting an enormous pig's head. A sight both comically absurd and pitiable. Upon witnessing this scene, the primordial Lord of Heaven furrowed his brow, displeasure evident on his face as he solemnly inquired, "Tai, how did you come to be in such a state?" The true one of the Tai hastily approached the primordial Lord, kneeling with a thud and lamenting, "Master, it was the wicked hands of Zhao Gongming and his cohorts. Today, while I was out, I unfortunately encountered their ambush. Their assault was exceedingly brutal, leaving me in this pitiful condition. Please, Master, seek justice for your disciple." Tears streamed down his face, rendering him a sorrowful sight. "Nonsense. You were the one who first spoke ill of us. Hurling insults, you, lacking in skill, could not best us, yet you foolishly sought reinforcements for revenge, only to find yourself still outmatched." Zhao Gongming retorted with righteous indignation. At this moment, the celestial master turned his gaze toward Zhao Gongming, perplexed, and asked, "Gongming, what exactly transpired? What did they say?" Zhao Gongming promptly bowed to the celestial master, explaining, "Master, the situation is as follows. That Tai, unaware of his own limitations, brazenly provoked us, continuously deriding us as beasts with fur and horns. Born in dampness, which was utterly intolerable, thus prompting us to teach him a lesson. Beside him, Bixiao quickly chimed in, "Master, they have not been brazen for the first time. They have often mocked us in the past." Upon hearing this, the primordial Lord of Heaven snorted derisively, his expression darkening as he addressed the celestial master. "Humph, celestial master, look at your disciples, who spend their days solely focused on cultivating magical power, entirely neglecting the cultivation of virtue. Such disregard for camaraderie has resulted in Tai's deplorable state, which is truly outrageous." The celestial master, incensed by the primordial Lord's remarks, immediately countered, "Second brother, you cannot say that. It is evident that your disciples lack skill and strength, leading to this unfortunate outcome." For a moment, the primordial Lord of Heaven found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After a brief pause, he turned to the Grand Supreme Elder, lamenting, "Elder brother, behold, the celestial master has grown increasingly disrespectful, disregarding even me, his second brother, as if I were inconsequential that I can scarcely reprimand him. Third brother, you ought to rein in your disciples a bit. They should refrain from constant fighting. Such behavior is truly inappropriate." The Grand Supreme Elder responded gravely. Hearing this, the celestial master erupted in fury, eyes wide with outrage. "Elder brother, what do you mean by that? It is clearly second brother's fault. Why do you cast blame upon me?" The celestial master, seething with resentment, reflected upon past grievances whenever he and the primordial Lord of Heaven disagreed. The elder brother would unconditionally side with the second brother, providing him with unwavering support, while chastising the celestial master. This perceived injustice had occurred more than once or twice, and the more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. Elder brother, how can you be so unjust? Why do you always side with second brother? Am I not worthy of being regarded as your own brother? Do you still consider me your kin? Unable to contain his anger any longer, the celestial master shouted at the Grand Supreme Elder, "Since you both deem my disciples inferior to yours, then very well, I shall take my disciples and depart from here. From this day forth, we shall part ways." Before he could finish his sentence, the celestial master flung his sleeve and stormed away from Kunlun Mountain, accompanied by his irate disciples. The towering figure of the celestial master gradually receded into the distance. Disappearing beyond the horizon, the Grand Supreme Elder sighed softly. He then spoke in a measured tone. "Second brother, I too must take my leave. Henceforth, the management of Kunlun Mountain shall fall to you." With that, he gently waved his sleeve, transforming into a streak of light that vanished in an instant, leaving only a gentle breeze sweeping over the peak of Kunlun Mountain. "Elder brother, even you?" the primordial Lord of Heaven murmured in frustration, watching the direction of the Grand Supreme Elder's departure. Subsequently, his expression darkened, filled with anger and resentment, as he stormed toward the Jade Void Palace. As he walked, the primordial Lord of Heaven pondered why both of his elder brothers had chosen to distance themselves from him, why they were always at odds with his opinions. Contemplating this, he quickened his pace, wishing to return to the palace and enter seclusion for cultivation, striving to enhance his abilities and earn the respect of others. Meanwhile, the celestial master led his disciples on a quest for a new place of cultivation. They traversed mountains and valleys, fording rivers and navigating through numerous hardships. Yet the celestial master remained resolute. Unwavering in his determination, he firmly believed that through relentless perseverance, he would undoubtedly discover a location rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. Wandering through the vast and mysterious primordial world, Sumu was captivated by the majestic scenery of this ancient land. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared not far ahead, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the celestial master and his entourage. A wave of confusion washed over Sumu. What brings the celestial master here? What could be the purpose of their visit? Could it be that the legendary three clear ones have split? Filled with curiosity and intrigue, Sumu fixed his gaze on the celestial master and the others. After steadying himself, he hurried forward, respectfully bowing to the celestial master and proclaiming loudly, "I pay my respects to the celestial sage." At this moment, the Tongtian teacher also directed his gaze towards Sumu, his expression revealing a hint of complexity, as though he were grappling with some internal struggle. This turmoil stemmed from the fact that not long ago, he had been compelled to take action against the human race. Although it was not his intention, the deed had nonetheless been done. A faint smile forced its way on a Tongtian's face as he kindly inquired, "Nephew Sumu, may I ask what your purpose is in this journey?" With a slight bow, Sumu replied, "In response to your esteemed presence, revered Tongtian saint, I merely wish to traverse the vastness and marvel at the wonders of this primordial world. Might I inquire about your intended destination?" Upon hearing Sumu's question, Tongtian did not hesitate to respond candidly. Sumu, upon reflection, mused to himself, "It appears my suspicions were correct. The Sanqing have indeed parted ways." With this thought in mind, Sumu suggested, "Revered Tongtian saint, in my humble opinion, you might consider exploring the boundless ocean. Perhaps you will uncover unexpected treasures." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Tongtian's eyes, and he warmly invited, "Oh, what you say, dear nephew Sumu, is most reasonable. In that case, why not accompany us? It would be beneficial for mutual support." Without hesitation, Sumu nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, I shall rely on your guidance, revered Tongtian saint." Thus, the group set forth together towards the ocean. Tongtian and his companions had been searching the vast and boundless sea for what felt like an eternity, braving the winds and waves along the way. They had endured countless tempests, yet they remained undeterred in their quest for the fabled mysterious land. Just as fatigue began to settle upon them, a colossal island suddenly emerged before them. This island resembled a brilliant pearl embedded within the azure ocean, radiating an enchanting and mysterious glow. The island's expanse was beyond imagination. appearing as a realm detached from the mundane world. Mist swirled about, revealing lush forests, cascading waterfalls, and pavilions harmoniously arranged throughout the landscape. The mysterious luminescence emanated from these sights, enveloping the entire island in an ethereal atmosphere. As Tong Tian gazed upon this wondrous island, a profound and inexplicable feeling surged within him. He sensed a unique connection to the island, an affinity that was elusive yet convinced him that it would yield unforeseen rewards. Without hesitation, Tong Tian unleashed his formidable powers to attempt to breach the protective barrier surrounding the island. As Tong Tian's incantations flowed, vibrant beams of light shot forth from his hands, striking the barrier with great force. A deep rumble resonated, and the protective array began to tremble violently before gradually revealing a portal. Eagerly, Tong Tian and the others soared through it, and upon witnessing the island's interior, they could not help but exclaim in awe. The scenery within was breathtaking, infused with rich spiritual energy that invigorated the soul with every breath. Amidst the mountains, exotic flowers and plants vied for attention, while rare birds and beasts roamed freely. Waterfalls cascaded like silver ribbons into crystal-clear lakes, sending up sprays of water. The pavilions and structures were masterpieces of architecture, with every detail showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Tong Tian could not restrain his admiration, exclaiming, "What a paradise for immortals! This place is truly a dream come true for cultivators." The others nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with surprise and excitement. "Ha ha! From this day forth, this island shall be known as Golden Aojiao Island," Tong Tian proclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the island. Standing at the highest point, he surveyed the vibrant and picturesque land, his heart brimming with joy. "From now on, we shall devote ourselves to cultivation here. Please make your preparations swiftly," Tong Tian declared, his fists clenched, eyes gleaming with determination. This Golden Aojiao Island, rich in spiritual energy and strategically located, was undoubtedly a prime sanctuary for cultivation. To discover such a treasure as a place for his Tao practice was truly a stroke of fortune for Tong Tian. At this moment, Sumu approached with a smile, bowing respectfully as he addressed Tong Tian. "Revered Tong Tian Saint, congratulations on finding this ideal sanctuary. However, as you have just arrived, I imagine there are many matters to attend to. So, I shall not intrude further and will take my leave." "Very well, dear nephew Sumu. Do remember to visit again," Tong Tian replied with a smile. Though Nuwa had severed her ties with Hong Jun, Tong Tian still wished to maintain a good relationship with her, as he regarded her not only as kind-hearted, but also as a powerful ally, a rare friend indeed. Tong Tian thought to himself that Nuwa was truly an exceptional person, perhaps even better than his elder brother Taishang Laojun and his second brother Yuanshi Tianzun. She treated others with such warmth and never displayed arrogance. Her wisdom and abilities were well acknowledged, having accomplished the remarkable feat of creating humanity. With this in mind, Tong Tian felt a deep admiration for Nuwa. "I shall certainly visit again," Sumu replied with a smile, turning to depart from Golden Aojiao Island. His figure gradually receded until it vanished at the horizon's edge. After leaving, Sumu did not linger, but promptly turned towards Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. Along the way, his thoughts surged as he contemplated what to say when he met with Zhen Yuanzi. Finally, Sumu arrived at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his attire before stepping into the temple. Upon entering, Sumu quickly spotted Zhen Yuanzi seated in the main hall. Not daring to be neglectful, he hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully before Zhen Yuanzi, and spoke clearly, "I pay my respects to the Vice Master." Zhen Yuanzi opened his eyes slightly, focusing on Sumu with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to rise. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Sumu. You have come to see me. I presume there is an important matter to discuss?" Standing upright, Sumu regarded Zhen Yuanzi with solemnity and gradually spoke. "In response to your inquiry, Vice Master, I have indeed come to convey a matter of utmost significance. I have stumbled upon a path that may lead to enlightenment. I wonder if you would be inclined to explore this path." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of excitement. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide with anticipation as he eagerly pressed. "What? A path to enlightenment? Is this true?" Vice Master, you may consider visiting the underworld. Everything will become clear then, Sumu replied earnestly. Zenyuanzi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a moment, he slowly nodded in agreement, realizing that for any cultivator, the pursuit of enlightenment was the ultimate goal, and they would not easily dismiss any potential opportunity. Thus, Sumu and Zenyuanzi set forth together, making their way to the underworld. Upon their arrival, the Earth Mother sensed their presence immediately. Not only that, but even the enigmatic pathways of the underworld conveyed an unmistakable signal to her. The Earth Mother's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization as she contemplated. It seems the moment has finally arrived for me to leave this place. Simultaneously, Zenyuanzi felt a resonance within him, clearly sensing that the fruit of enlightenment he had long sought was hidden within the underworld. Before long, Sumu and Zenyuanzi reached the Hall of Tranquility. They straightened their clothes and respectfully bowed to the Earth Mother, saying, "We pay our respects to the Earth Mother." Seated in the hall, the Earth Mother regarded the two with calm eyes and spoke softly. "I'm already aware of the purpose of your visit. Xinyun, do you wish to undertake a role within the underworld?" "Yes, I am willing," Zenyuanzi replied. Zenyuanzi replied with unwavering determination, his resolute gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all obstacles, revealing an unparalleled resolve and courage. Standing tall like a pine tree, he exuded an aura of formidable power. Hutu slowly rose, her movements graceful and solemn, each subtle gesture imbued with an indescribable majesty. She regarded Zenyuanzi and spoke softly. "Today, I decree Zenyuanzi as the master of the Tao of the Six Paths." As her words fell, the entire underworld seemed to tremble, an invisible force enveloping Zenyuanzi. With Hutu's bestowal, Zenyuanzi felt the fortune of the underworld surge towards him like a tidal wave, continuously endowing him with its power. This immense fortune was vast and profound, containing boundless mysterious energy that made Zenyuanzi's body quiver slightly. Hutu raised her hand and gently waved, and instantly a colossal vortex appeared in the void. This vortex resembled a portal to an unknown world, emanating a heart-stirring aura. Turning to Zenyuanzi, Hutu softly said, "Taoist friend Zenyuanzi, I have opened the cycle of reincarnation for you. Please proceed. May your journey be smooth, and may you achieve success swiftly." "Thank you, Lady Hutu." Zenyuanzi deeply bowed to Hutu, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Then, filled with excitement, he took measured steps toward the vortex. Upon stepping into the vortex, he felt a flash of light before vanishing from his original spot. Upon entering the space of the Tao of reincarnation, Zenyuanzi immediately sensed the distinction of this place from the outside world. The spiritual energy here was so dense, it was almost tangible. Enveloped in mysterious laws of power, he inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming comfort, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. Zenyuanzi understood that cultivating here would yield results far beyond his efforts. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate in silence. After Hutu sent Zenyuanzi into the cycle of reincarnation, she turned to Sumu beside her and inquired, "Sumu, is there any method to swiftly enhance the strength of the underworld?" Hutu's expression was slightly grave, for she was acutely aware that although she had reached the 9th level of the underworld, the power required for further elevation was lacking to enhance the strength of the underworld. Alternative methods must be sought. Sumu pondered for a moment before responding, "My lady, it may be possible to seek out ancient relics or mysterious treasures to acquire formidable power, thereby enhancing the strength of the underworld. However, these places are often fraught with danger, filled with various unknown challenges and trials. Additionally, the strength of the underworld can be enhanced through the evolution of saints. There should be 6 saints within the underworld, each corresponding to one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Thus, the power of the underworld will be significantly augmented," Sumu earnestly suggested. Hearing this, Hutu's expression dimmed, and she sighed. Evolving saints is no simple task. The opportunities, fortune, and effort required are beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Yet Sumu smiled gently, offering reassurance. "My lady, do not fret. That sect leader has already begun to comprehend the Tao of reincarnation. Surely he will yield results soon. Moreover, the ancestor of the Blood Sea and underworld is remarkable. He single-handedly founded the Azura clan, which has profound connections to the six paths of reincarnation. If the ancestor of the Blood Sea can become the master of the Azura path, it will undoubtedly benefit the strength of the underworld immensely. Indeed, how could I forget the ancestor of the Blood Sea? Su-mu, you must make a trip to discuss related matters with him. Hutu said solemnly to Su-mu. Su-mu nodded slightly, acknowledging the importance of the task, and replied, "Understood. I will promptly communicate with the ancestor of the Blood as soon as he finished speaking." Su-mu's figure flickered and vanished in an instant, racing towards the abode of the ancestor of the Blood Sea. Before long, Su-mu arrived at the domain of the ancestor of the Blood Sea. Looking up, he saw countless Azuras created by the ancestor of the Blood Sea. The male Azuras appeared grotesque and terrifying, while the females were strikingly beautiful, creating a stark contrast. As Su-mu halted, his gaze falling upon an exceptionally beautiful Azura woman. He addressed her. "The Eastern Ghost Emperor of the Underworld seeks an audience with the ancestor of the Blood Sea. I kindly ask you to relay this message." Upon hearing his voice, the Azura woman turned to look at him. Initially taken aback, clearly surprised to see Su-mu there, she quickly regained her composure and respectfully replied, "Certainly, esteemed sir. Please wait a moment while I inform the ancestor of that moment." The surrounding Azuras cast curious glances at Su-mu, aware that he was no ordinary figure. He was not only the Eastern Ghost Emperor of the Underworld, but also the esteemed master of humanity, renowned as the martial ancestor of the human race. His reputation resounding far and wide, and his strength unfathomable. At that moment, the ancestor of the Blood Sea sat idle in the hall, staring blankly ahead. Consumed by lethargy, he was utterly disinterested in cultivation. The reasons for his despondency were twofold. Firstly, he had painstakingly created the Azura clan by emulating the methods of Nuwa, and although the Tao had granted him merit for this, it was far from sufficient to elevate him to the status of a saint. Each time he dwelled on this, a profound sense of defeat and disappointment welled up within him. Secondly, it was due to Hutu establishing the underworld, which had appropriated a significant portion of his domain in the Blood Sea of the underworld. Even more infuriating was the fact that Hutu had achieved the status of a saint through the establishment of the underworld. Had he known of such an opportunity earlier, he would undoubtedly have been the one to attain sainthood. As these thoughts consumed him, regret and anguish intertwined, making him feel as if he had missed an unparalleled chance. Just as the ancestor of the Blood Sea was mired in endless regret, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside the hall. Shortly thereafter, an Azura woman hurriedly entered, respectfully bowing to the ancestor before stating, "Ancestor, the Eastern Ghost Emperor of the Underworld has come to pay you a visit." "Oh, it is the Rakshasi. Who did you say has arrived?" the ancestor of the Blood Sea asked casually, fiddling with a treasure in his hand. The Rakshasi woman bowed again and softly reiterated, "Ancestor, it is the Eastern Ghost Emperor." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Blood Sea furrowed his brow, seemingly still lost in thought. He asked in confusion, "Eastern Ghost Emperor? Who might that be? Why can't I recall?" At that moment, the Azura woman beside him quickly interjected, "Ancestor, this Eastern Ghost Emperor is no ordinary figure. He is the renowned martial ancestor Su-mu of the human race." "What?" "It is him." The ancestor of the Blood Sea was taken aback, his previously languid demeanor transforming into one of seriousness. "Why didn't you inform me earlier? He is someone who can slay saints. Quickly, invite him in without delay." With that, the ancestor of the Blood Sea hastily rose, adjusted his robes, and instructed the Rakshasi, "Never mind. I shall personally go to welcome him. This will show our respect for Master Su-mu." Thus, the ancestor of the Blood Sea hurriedly walked toward the door, contemplating how to converse with Master Su-mu upon their meeting. As Su-mu's figure came into view, a broad smile instantly illuminated the ancestor of the Blood Sea's face. "I had no idea the martial ancestor of the human race graced us with his presence. I'm truly remiss in my welcome. I hope the martial ancestor will not take offense," he said, slightly bowing in apology. No harm done. Ancestor of the Blood Sea. No need for such formalities." Su-mu laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Come. Let's enter the hall and converse." The ancestor of the Blood Sea warmly invited, leading the way with Su-mu closely following behind. Shortly, they stepped into the grand and solemn hall. Upon entering, the ancestor of the blood sea eagerly commanded, "Bring forth the finest tea for our esteemed guest." In a swift motion, several attendants, bearing exquisite tea sets, approached Su Mu with great reverence, gently placing the teacups before him and filling them with steaming, aromatic tea. Once Su Mu had gracefully taken his seat, the venerable ancestor of the River of Souls fixed a penetrating gaze upon him, inquiring with curiosity, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit today?" "Martial ancestor, if there is any assistance I can offer, please do not hesitate to express it." With a subtle smile, Su Mu replied in a measured tone, "Esteemed ancestor of the river, I must confess that I have come at the behest of the underworld to pay you a visit." Upon hearing the term underworld, the ancestor's brow furrowed slightly, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he queried, "The underworld? How curious. What could they possibly want from me?" Lifting his teacup, Su Mu took a delicate sip before responding leisurely. "You may be unaware, ancestor, but my purpose here is to present you with an extraordinary opportunity." To these words, the ancestor paused momentarily. His interest piqued as he gazed at Su Mu and pressed further. Oh, what kind of opportunity could warrant a personal visit from the martial ancestor? Despite his growing curiosity, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, for with his current cultivation and standing, ordinary matters seldom stirred any significant emotion within him. "Ancestor, are you familiar with the concept of the 6 paths of reincarnation?" Su Mu inquired, his eyes fixed intently on the enigmatic and powerful figure before him. "Naturally, I am acquainted with it. The 6 paths of reincarnation consist of the upper 3, the heavenly path, the human path, and the Asura path, while the lower 3 include the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. What prompts you to bring this up, young friend?" The ancestor responded with calmness, though a flicker of curiosity danced in his eyes. "What are your thoughts on the Asura path?" Su Mu continued, evading a direct answer to the ancestor's question. Upon hearing the mention of the Asura path once again, the ancestor fell into deep contemplation, murmuring to himself, "Asura path, Asura path, Asura path." As his mutterings grew more frequent, his previously tranquil expression gradually transformed into one of excitement. "Martial ancestor, could it be that the Asura path represents my opportunity to attain enlightenment?" The ancestor exclaimed, suddenly lifting his head with fervor. "Indeed, however, whether you can grasp this opportunity ultimately depends on your own choices, ancestor," Su Mu replied with a smile, nodding slowly. Upon hearing this, the ancestor instantly grasped the underlying meaning of Su Mu's words. To genuinely tread the path of enlightenment, one must surely align oneself with the underworld. With this realization, the ancestor's hesitation vanished, and he fixed a determined gaze upon Su Mu, declaring, "I wish to join the underworld." At this moment, Su Mu continued to observe the ancestor with a serene smile, his demeanor suggesting that he had everything well within his control. "Ancestor, how about accompanying me to the underworld to meet Lady Hutu?" Su Mu proposed respectfully. "Excellent," came the enthusiastic reply. Thus, the two rose together, their steps resolute as they made their way toward the underworld. Upon arriving at the Hall of Tranquility, Lady Hutu first offered Su Mu a gentle smile before giving a thumbs up, clearly expressing her high regard for his capabilities. However, at that moment, the ancestor of the River of Souls was entirely focused on bowing to Lady Hutu. Oblivious to this detail, he clasped his hands in salute and earnestly proclaimed, "I, the River of Souls, pay my respects to Lady Hutu." In response, Lady Hutu smiled warmly and said, "Friend River of Souls, please rise. I trust Su Mu has informed you of the pertinent matters." The ancestor nodded slightly, replying sincerely, "Indeed, after careful consideration, I am willing to dedicate myself to the underworld and serve it faithfully." Hearing this, a look of satisfaction spread across Lady Hutu's face as she declared, "Excellent. Today, I hereby appoint the ancestor of the River of Souls as the master of the Asura path." With a gentle wave of her hand, a mysterious light shimmered forth, instantly revealing the entrance to the sacred realm of the master of the Asura path, as she softly encouraged, "Friend River of Souls, please enter swiftly. This place will aid you in comprehending the profound truths of the Great Way." "Thank you, Lady Hutu." The ancestor of the River of Souls joyfully expressed his gratitude before stepping confidently into the mysterious entrance. Watching him disappear from view, Lady Hutu turned her attention to Su Mu. Speaking earnestly, Su Mu, as long as Xinyuanzi and the ancestor of the River of Souls can successfully attain enlightenment, they will surely secure the position of Saint of the Underworld, greatly enhancing our strength. Indeed, my lady, Su Mu affirmed with unwavering conviction, his gaze ablaze with determination, as if he could already envision the dawn of victory. When the time is ripe, the human path and the underworld shall unite in solidarity. And we will undoubtedly be able to contend with the lofty heavenly path that my lady, if I am not mistaken, to achieve the status of Saint of the Underworld, one would likely require the assistance of the primordial purple energy. Correct? Yet, I wonder if the Underworld has already given birth to such energy. Su Mu inquired with curiosity at Katia's words. Lady Hutu's lips curled into a gentle smile as she replied softly, "Follow me." Without hesitation, Su Mu trailed closely behind her, delving deeper until they reached the very depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Here, an atmosphere thick with mystery enveloped them, invoking a sense of reverence. As Su Mu gazed ahead, he beheld an immense yellow lotus, towering like a small mountain. The lotus was surrounded by an ethereal, golden aura emanating from the power of the underworld, shrouded in a dreamlike mist. At that moment, Su Mu suddenly noticed 2 violet beams of light gently hovering above the lotus, filling him with overwhelming joy as he exclaimed, "Primordial purple energy! There are already 2 strands," observing Su Mu's exuberance. Lady Hutun nodded with satisfaction and replied, "Indeed, that is primordial purple energy. This indicates that the underworld is gradually growing stronger." Overcome with excitement, Su Mu bowed respectfully to Lady Hutu and said, "My lady, if that is the case, I shall await your favorable news." With that, he performed another bow and turned to leave. "Very well." Lady Hutu responded softly as Su Mu receded into the distance. She remained standing, her gaze fixed upon the lotus that symbolized the hope of the underworld, her eyes lingering for a long while. Su Mu deftly returned to his tranquil and profound cave dwelling, where he settled onto his mat, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, preparing to embark on a new journey of cultivation. This time, he resolved to delve deeply into the understanding of the laws of power, which were critical for his future path. Initially, Su Mu had intended to focus solely on the laws of power, as strength had always been his pursuit and area of expertise. However, after careful contemplation, he felt that restricting himself to a single law was overly narrow. The myriad laws of the world each contained boundless mysteries and powers. Perhaps at a crucial moment, other laws might yield unexpected benefits. Thus, Su Mu made a firm decision to not only master the laws of power, but also to explore various other laws. With this thought in mind, he slowly opened his eyes, waved his right hand gently, and a mysterious, glowing chaos pearl materialized before him. This chaos pearl, crafted by the wondrous system, was truly a premium product. Once it appeared in the system's space, it had already been completely refined. Consequently, Su Mu possessed absolute control over this chaos pearl, allowing him to utilize its power at will. However, despite the pearl's refinement, the myriad secrets and treasures hidden within awaited Su Mu's personal exploration and discovery. In an instant, Su Mu's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he entered the depths of the chaos pearl. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a rich and chaotic aura. This place, rather than being a mere space, resembled a self-contained small world, with a hazy gray atmosphere surrounding him, as if the entire world were shrouded in a thick layer of mist, rendering its true visage nearly imperceptible. When Su Mu's feet firmly touched the ground, he was astonished to discover that the previously monotonous and gray-hued world had, almost imperceptibly, revealed a striking shade of green. What could this be? Su Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at that spot of green, involuntarily murmuring to himself, "Could this be the essence of the legendary laws of creation? How had I never perceived this before?" Furrowing his brow, he fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that this realm of the chaos pearl manifests its form and characteristics according to the principles I have grasped? It is well known that the teachings of humanity were established by my master. Thus, The majority of humanity's disciples are devoted to cultivating that wondrous power of creation. With this thought, an overwhelming joy illuminated Su Mu's face, as if he had glimpsed a radiant path leading to immense powered ha. Truly, heaven is on my side. It is said that within the Chaos Pearl lies an astounding 3,000 different laws. If I diligently and persistently cultivate these laws, then the world within the Chaos Pearl will inevitably flourish, becoming increasingly vibrant and resplendent. The more he contemplated, the more excitement surged within Su Mu, igniting a fierce determination in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mu promptly decided to sit cross-legged on the spot, regulating his breath and entering a state of profound tranquility for cultivation. To invigorate this world with abundant vitality and boundless energy, he first directed his focus towards the comprehension of the wood law. With his eyes tightly shut, he endeavored to perceive the faint yet undeniably present would attribute spiritual energy in the surrounding air. Seeking to capture its underlying patterns and mysteries, as time ticked away, Su Mu's state of mind grew increasingly calm, akin to still water. His understanding of the wood law deepened significantly as he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the cultivation of the wood law. An unexpected phenomenon unfolded. The once desolate and lifeless world began to sprout tender green plants. Initially, only a sprinkling of green adorned the land. However, as time passed, more and more greenery spread forth, resembling a vibrant painting gradually unfolding. Simultaneously, amidst this lush greenery, a young sapling quietly broke through the soil. It appeared so fragile and diminutive, seemingly capable of being easily toppled by a gentle breeze. Yet, as Su Mu's comprehension of the wood law deepened, miracles once again transpired. Those initially insignificant plants began to grow at a visibly rapid pace, extending their branches and leaves, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The small sapling, too, refused to be outdone, desperately anchoring itself deep within the earth, drawing nourishment, growing stronger with each passing day. Finally, one day, Su Mu achieved a breakthrough in his understanding of the wood law, reaching a state of consummation. The moment he opened his eyes, a brand new world brimming with boundless vitality and vigor unfolded before him. Lush greenery covered every inch of land. Flowers competed in splendor, exuding enchanting fragrances. The once inconspicuous sapling had now transformed into a towering tree that pierced the clouds. Its robust trunk required several people to encircle, and its dense canopy resembled a colossal green umbrella, providing a cool sanctuary for the beings below. Su Mu beheld this scene. A satisfied smile graced his face. He nodded slightly, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Subsequently, he gradually rose, stretching his somewhat stiff body, then gently twisting his waist to loosen his muscles and joints. After a lengthy period of cultivation, he felt as though his body had been a machine long dormant, now revitalized with formidable power. Following a brief rest, Su Mu, with no hint of complacency, immediately immersed himself in a new cultivation endeavor. This time choosing the gold as his understanding of the gold law deepened. Wondrous changes once again unfolded in this world. Various metallic minerals began to emerge from the earth, shimmering gold mines, radiant silver mines, as well as copper, iron, and other precious mineral resources. They sparkled under the sunlight, seemingly flaunting the boundless power embedded within the gold law. In the ensuing days, Su Mu devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of various laws. He then selected the water law for his practice, and as he delved into the mysteries of the water law, the surrounding environment underwent a marvelous transformation. The once tranquil lake's surface began to ripple, as if imbued with limitless vitality and energy. As his comprehension of the water law deepened, fine rain began to fall from the sky, nourishing all living things on earth. Next, Su Mu shifted his focus to the earth law. As he concentrated on his cultivation, the ground beneath him began to tremble slightly, hills rising from the earth, and the vast plains became adorned with lush grass, showcasing a scene teeming with life. The power of the earth law fortified the land, providing a solid foundation for existence. When Su Mu finally embarked on the journey of cultivating the fire law, the entire world was instantly enveloped in blazing flames. He summoned the true fire of the sun, flames soaring into the sky, twisting and dancing like fiery dragons. The intense heat made the air feel as though it were on the verge of igniting, presenting a spectacular sight of fiery red. However, Su Mu was not daunted by this terrifying scene. Instead, with unwavering determination and exceptional insight, he gradually delved deeper into the essence of the fire law. After a lengthy and arduous endeavor, Su Mu ultimately succeeded in comprehending all 5 elemental laws that in that moment. He felt an unparalleled surge of power welling within him, his strength experiencing an unprecedented enhancement. This qualitative leap filled him with exhilaration, brimming with confidence and anticipation. Amidst the boundless chaos, the Purple Sky Palace gradually emerged. This moment, the atmosphere within the Purple Sky Palace was thick with tension, almost suffocating. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, sat upon a cloud bed. His eyes, once deep and mysterious, now appeared dark and turbulent. The aura emanating from him was chaotic, clearly indicating a significant upheaval. This being, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the Tao integration realm, had now descended, and the situation was deteriorating further. What troubled him even more was that as humanity gradually awakened from slumber, the Earth Tao also began to recover, growing stronger. Although this change appeared minuscule for now, it was enough to raise alarms regarding the balance of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. After all, any enhancement of the Earth Tao could impact the supreme heavenly Tao, gradually overshadowing it. This was undoubtedly a dire omen. Hongjun pondered grimly, furrowing his brows tightly. He understood, well, that if measures were not promptly taken to curb the growth of the Earth Tao and restore the balance of the Tao integration, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Thus, after considerable contemplation, he resolved to cultivate another saint to complete the Tao integration. Hao Qian hastened to the Purple Sky Palace to meet me. A voice of immense authority resonated from Hongjun, transforming into layers of Tao sounds that pierced the chaotic void, racing straight towards the Lingxiao Palace in the 33 heavens. Upon hearing this familiar, yet commanding summons, Hao Qian, who was busily attending to various matters within the Lingxiao Palace, felt his heart tremble. He dared not delay for an instant, promptly responding with utmost respect. "Yes, my lord, I shall go at once." With that, Hao Qian set aside his tasks, his figure flickering as he transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the Purple Sky Palace. Along the way, his mood grew increasingly heavy, for he was acutely aware that since becoming the Heavenly Emperor, the Tao ancestor had scarcely summoned him. This urgent call undoubtedly signified an extremely grave matter. Upon arriving at the Purple Sky Palace, Hao Qian immediately bowed, uttering, "I pay my respects to my lord." Hao Qian, the Earth Tao shows signs of revival. The Heavenly Tao is weakening. We must find a person to attain sainthood and replenish the Heavenly Tao. Hongjun stated slowly, gazing at Hao Qian. Upon hearing this, Hao Qian's heart jolted. He understood that this was a monumental responsibility, but also a rare opportunity. "Thank you, my lord." Hao Qian pledged not to disappoint. Hao Qian prostrated in gratitude. Hongjun nodded slightly. Then with a wave of his hand, a stream of purple energy flew from his palm, entering Hao Qian's body. As the primordial purple energy coursed through him, Hao Qian felt his comprehension of the Tao become remarkably easier. From now on, you must swiftly comprehend the primordial purple energy and strive to attain sainthood at the earliest opportunity. Hongjun Daozu spoke. Hao Qian, feeling the immense power of the primordial purple energy surging within him, flashed a determined glance. He was acutely aware of the grave responsibilities that accompanied becoming a saint of the Heavenly Tao, and the road ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, he was prepared to fight for the preservation of the Heavenly Tao. Hao Qian had been contemplating requesting assistance from Daozu to bolster the strength of the Heavenly Court. After all, in this vast and boundless world of Hongguang, the 5 teachings stood together, with the human teaching having dispatched some of its kind to offer aid. Yet the other 4 teachings had turned a deaf ear to his entreaties. Now, although he was on the verge of attaining sainthood, Hao Qian felt that it was still necessary to broach this matter at an opportune moment. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, Hongjun Daozu preemptively addressed him. "Hao Qian, Your thoughts are clear to me. I will make appropriate arrangements. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin was momentarily taken aback, and then a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face as he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Master, in that case, I shall take my leave and await your instructions in the heavenly court. With that, Hao Yin turned with a heart full of joy, his steps noticeably lighter than before, returning to the Lingxiao Palace of the heavenly court. Hao Yin wore a joyful expression, his steps light and buoyant, as an overwhelming sense of elation surged within him. For he understood that this opportunity to attain the Tao signified the commencement of a new journey in cultivation. With the prospect of achieving the supreme position of a saint, observing Hao Yin's unusually jubilant demeanor, Yao Qi, who had been attentively watching him, curiously inquired, "Senior brother, what has brought you such happiness?" Her gaze brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. Recognizing Yao Qi as his ally, Hao Yin did not hesitate to disclose the matter of Hongjun Daozu bestowing the primordial purple energy upon him. When Yao Qi heard this news, a tremor rippled through her heart. She pondered to herself, why would the great lord bestow such invaluable primordial purple energy upon Hao Yin? Why not reserve it for me? This seems rather biased. However, in the next instant, she reconsidered. After all, Hao Yin's cultivation was far superior to mine, and, as the emperor of Honghuang, he governed the myriad realms. Should he seize this opportunity to become a saint, it would significantly benefit me as well. The gains might even exceed those of my own ascension to sainthood. After reflecting on this, Yao Qi swiftly concealed her turbulent thoughts and smiled brightly. Congratulations, senior brother, on seizing this opportunity. I believe you will surely comprehend the primordial purple energy through your own strength and attain sainthood soon. Hao Yin clasped his hands in return, smiling warmly. Thank you for your kind words, junior sister. However, for the time being, I must enter seclusion to focus on understanding this primordial purple energy. I fear I will burden you with many affairs of the heavenly court. With that, he turned and made his way to his place of seclusion. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall manage the heavenly court in your absence. After Hao Yin departed, Yao Qi stood in place, musing. Now that senior brother Hao Yin has become a saint, the heavenly court can finally establish a firm foothold in this vast and boundless world of Honghuang. Recalling the past, although the human race had dispatched numerous cultivators to serve in the heavenly court, most of them had been of lowly power. Even today, the vast majority remained merely at the levels of celestial immortals and true immortals. For a grand force like the heavenly court, these capabilities were exceedingly insignificant, woefully inadequate to support the grandeur and prosperity of the entire court. Meanwhile, atop the majestic Shouyang Mountain, ever since Nuwa took residence in the human Tao Hall, the once bustling Shouyang Palace had gradually grown desolate, leaving behind an air of solitude. Only an occasional golden phoenix would come to tidy up, maintaining the palace's basic cleanliness in the human Tao Hall. During her leisure, Nuwa would impart profound teachings to her disciples. Beixian, Cangjia, Xiaoyao, Jin Feng, Kongxian, Dapeng, and Ling Zhuzi listened attentively, their expressions focused and devout. However, among these earnest disciples, Su Mu stood as an exception. He could not settle his mind to absorb Nuwa teachings, for his thoughts had already soared to the clouds. Preoccupied with some significant matters, Nuwa soon noticed Su Mu's distraction but chose not to interrupt immediately. She wished to discern what thoughts were occupying his mind. Thus, she continued her discourse on the Tao calmly, while discreetly observing Su Mu's every movement. The next calamity was approaching, and it was none other than the infamous Fengshen calamity. The matter of Fengshen was not merely a challenge posed by the heavenly Tao to the Jia sect. It concealed even deeper intentions aimed at suppressing the human race. At this moment, the previously silent Nuwa suddenly felt a stir within her heart. She had once again caught a glimpse of Su Mu's inner thoughts. This brought her immense joy. For each time she listened to Su Mu's musings, it meant she could foresee significant events that would unfold in the future. Now that the human Tao had been established, the situation had grown increasingly intricate to be by common logic. It seemed unlikely that King Wu of Zhou would again bow to the heavens. Yet, despite this, the intentions of the heavenly Tao remained evident, to find ways to weaken the formidable power possessed by the human Tao. If one could ascend the Fengshan list with their physical body rather than their true spirit, perhaps they could evade the various limitations imposed by the Fengshan list. After all, once one's true spirit was listed, it would be akin to being trapped in a cage, bound at every turn, whereas ascending with a physical body would not strip one of their freedom, nor subject them to the myriad restrictions of the Fengshan list. So it is, Nuwa mused, her exquisite features reflecting a look of realization. She had gained a considerable understanding of this calamity. The Fengshan list was presumably an object meant to bind cultivators, compelling their obedience. Nuwa softly murmured, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she contemplated the profound meanings and implications it entailed. I could see that moment. As Nuwa fell into deep thought, a mysterious and authoritative voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Nuwa, come to the Zhixiao Palace at once. This unexpected summons caused Nuwa's heart to tremble. She displayed a look of astonishment, murmuring to herself, "Why would Hongjun Daozu summon me at this moment?" In an instant, her mind brimmed with confusion and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Nuwa, who had been passionately imparting her teachings, abruptly halted, plunging the entire hall into silence. The audience gradually awakened from the enchanting sound of the Tao. Gazing at Nuwa in bewilderment, unsure as to why her discourse had come to an abrupt end. Though Su Mu could not hear Hongjun Daozu's transmission, he noticed the change in Nuwa's demeanor. Filling him with curiosity, he hurriedly approached and inquired, "Master, what has happened? Is everything all right?" Nuwa turned to look at Su Mu and replied softly, "It is a message from Hongjun Daozu, requesting me to go to the Zhixiao Palace." With that, her gaze drifted thoughtfully into the distance. Upon hearing this, a spark of insight flickered in Su Mu's mind as he speculated. Could it be that Daozu wishes to convene with the saints to sign the Fengshan list? Signing the Fengshan list? No matter. Since Su Mu was aware that one could ascend with their physical body, he surely understood the methods involved. Nuwa pondered silently. Her exquisite visage bore a slight frown, as if contemplating the hidden intricacies behind this matter. "You all should diligently cultivate and not squander your time. I must go to the Zhixiao Palace to discern Hongjun Daozu's intentions." With that, Nuwa lightly tapped her jade foot, her form vanishing like a wisp of smoke from the human Dao Hall. When she reappeared, she stood before the magnificent gates of the Zhixiao Palace. Looking up, she beheld the three purities, Jin and Zhuanti, 5 saints standing quietly in wait. Upon seeing Nuwa's arrival, they all clasped their hands in greeting, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to Nuwan Yang Yang." Nuwa felt a moment of astonishment, pondering, why would these 5 saints welcome me today? This is rather unexpected. In truth, these 5 saints were equally reluctant to act thus. However, since Hao Yin and Yao Qi had departed the Zhixiao Palace, no attendant had been present in the palace. Now, with Nuwa having become the spokesperson for the human Dao, her status had dramatically changed compared to the past. Consequently, Hongjun Daozu had specifically ordered the 5 saints to welcome Nuwa's arrival at the Zhixiao Palace. Nuwa gently parted her crimson lips, offering a soft response, and then gracefully moved forward, her enchanting figure accompanying the 5 saints as they stepped into the mysterious and solemn Purple Cloud's palace. Upon entering, the 5 saints eagerly bowed in reverence to Hongjun Daozu, who sat above, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects, Master." Hongjun Daozu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, followed by an effortless wave of his robe sleeve, which conjured a radiant light. In an instant, a soft and comfortable mat, exuding a faint aura, appeared nearby. "Nuwa, please take a seat," Hongjun Daozu said with a serene smile. It is worth noting that Nuwa had long severed her ties of mentorship with Hongjun Daozu. However, her cultivation level had now reached parity with the Daozu, compelling even Hongjun to accord her the respect and courtesy she deserved. Although the 5 saints were deeply displeased by Nuwa's preferential treatment, they understood that this was not the moment to express their discontent. Thus, they suppressed their unease and stood respectfully to the side, not daring to make a sound. At this juncture, Taiji Laozu stepped forward, bowing deeply as he inquired, "Master, what is the purpose of today's summons?" His gaze was filled with curiosity and anticipation, fixed intently on Hongjun Daozu. With a grave expression, Hongjun Daozu replied. It is due to the lack of formidable individuals in the heavenly court. Previously, while assisting the Emperor of Humanity, Guangchengzi and others inadvertently committed a grave transgression, which has precipitated this vast calamity. As he spoke, the atmosphere within the Purple Cloud's palace suddenly grew tense, as if a cataclysmic storm were imminent. What? Another calamity? Upon hearing this, Junti could no longer contain her astonishment and urgently inquired. Taiji Laozu slightly turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at Junti, his eyes revealing a profound contempt and a hint of barely concealed displeasure. He mused to himself, "Humph. As a dignified sage, how can one be so fearful of a calamity? What is there to be so alarmed about?" Furthermore, Nuwa has already become the representative of humanity, aligning herself with the mortal realm. As the foremost disciple of the Xianmen, it is only fitting that I speak first. I have yet to utter a word, yet you rush forth with such impatience. With that thought, Taiji Laozu's expression darkened further. At that moment, the previously silent Hongjun slowly spoke. The heavenly Tao has decreed that the heavenly court must possess 365 righteous deities. Hence, the heavenly Tao has manifested the list of deities. Anyone involved in this calamity shall have their true spirit inscribed upon the list and be subject to its regulation and the control of the divine whip. Thus, this calamity is indeed a calamity of the deification. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere grew solemn, and all present continued to listen attentively. After a brief pause, Hongjun continued. This calamity is of great significance. It necessitates the united effort of the 5 teachings to resolve. Therefore, the 5 teachings must collectively affix their signatures to the list of deities. Upon finishing, he waved his sleeve lightly, and a list of deities, shimmering with mysterious light, appeared before the 5 saints. Junti gazed gravely at the list, radiating a mysterious glow. Her face etched with bitterness and helplessness. Slowly, she spoke. We in the West are truly at our wits' end. The Western lands are barren, lacking in resources. Even my disciples are few and pitiful. Therefore, let the esteemed one sign this list. My brother speaks the truth. Our Western teachings cannot afford such burdens, James said, extending his hands to firmly push the list towards Taiji Laozu. Taiji Laozu calmly observed the list of deities being pushed towards him, his expression remaining as serene as still water, as he understood that he had only one favored disciple, Xuandu, who bore the weight of carrying on the orthodox teachings of Taoism, and thus had no cause for concern. Consequently, he shook his head gently and replied resolutely, Our Taoist lineage is passed solely to Xuandu. Therefore, I cannot sign this list. With that, Taiji Laozu leisurely pushed the list of deities aside. Yuan Shi Tianzun flinched as the list approached him, his expression contorting in distress as he inwardly lamented, Why has my elder brother tossed this hot potato to me? He hastily exclaimed, All my disciples are blessed, possessing great understanding, and are gifted individuals. How could they possibly ascend this list of deities? Absolutely not. Before he could finish, he unhesitatingly pushed the list directly towards Tongtian Jiaozhu, adding, The disciples of thee are nothing but beasts with fur and horns, born of dampened eggs, and they ought to ascend this list. That is their rightful place. Yuan Shi, how could you act in such a manner? Tongtian Jiaozhu was seething with rage, his eyes wide as he fixed an intense glare at Yuan Shi Tianzun, exuding an aura that was both intimidating and unsettling. Yuan Shi Tianzun had audaciously demeaned his disciples before so many onlookers, which Tongtian could not endure. Yuan Shi, did you not hear what the master said? This calamity arose because your disciples, such as Guangchengzi, committed grave transgressions leading to such disaster. In my view, it is you who ought to sign this list of deities. Tongtian Jiaozhu's ire escalated as he spoke. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. His voice thundered like a storm, resonating through the air and causing those nearby to wince. Upon hearing Tongtian Jiaozhu's words, Junti felt a surge of delight and quickly echoed. What Tongtian Jiaozhu says is absolutely correct. This calamity indeed arose from your disciples in the Chan sect, and thus the responsibility ought to rest upon you. As he spoke, he stealthily observed the changing expressions of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taiji Laozu. Jin, noticing the shift, promptly chimed in, nodding in agreement. My brother is entirely correct. This matter has nothing to do with our Western teachings. After saying this, he quietly stood aside, awaiting the responses of the others. At that moment, Yuan Shitian Zun snorted coldly, his expression grave as he retorted, "Humph, do not speak nonsense. Those disciples are merely focused on cultivating their powers, neglecting the refinement of their character. Thus, they deserve to ascend the list of deities." His gaze was sharp as a sword, piercing through Tongtian Jiaozhu and the others. Upon hearing Yuan Shitian Zun's words, Junti's heart stirred. Reflecting on it, she found truth in his assertion, while the disciples possessed profound cultivation. Many were indeed arrogant and dismissive, particularly towards the disciples of the Western teachings. With this thought, she promptly voiced her agreement. What my senior brother Yuan Shi says is indeed correct. These disciples are excessively unruly and should rightly face punishment. Jing, maintaining his composed demeanor, continued, "What my brother says is indeed true." Thus, the five of them exchanged words, each holding steadfast to their positions, leading to a chaotic scene. The Purple Cloud's palace erupted into tumult, with various shouts and debates filling the air. The five saints engaged in a fierce dispute over the responsibility for this calamity, their faces flushed with emotion, unable to reach a resolution. Amidst this heavy atmosphere, which seemed thick enough to produce water, Nuwa suddenly shattered the silence, softly stating, "If you all do not wish to sign, then I shall proceed first." Before her words had fully dissipated, she waved her jade hand, and the list of deities flew before her as if it possessed sentience. Then she lifted her brush, and the tip flowed across the list like clouds drifting effortlessly, inscribing her name with ease. The five saints stood dumbfounded at the sight. Even the enigmatic Hong Jun Daozu was momentarily taken aback, as a shared thought surfaced in the minds of the six. What is happening? How could she so easily send her disciples away? Hong Jun Daozu was the first to regain his composure. He steadied himself and spoke solemnly. "Since Nuwa Dao friend is already signed, you should not hesitate any longer. Sign quickly." However, despite their unwillingness, the five saints found themselves with no choice. Taiji Laozu gazed at the list of deities before him, his brow furrowed as he contemplated. With only Xuandu as his sole disciple, he could not bear to send him to the list. After much deliberation, he reluctantly inscribed the name of his esteemed disciple, Taishang Laojun. Yuan Shitian Zun also displayed a pained expression. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately wrote down the names of a few of his less significant disciples, then passed the list to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Tongtian Jiaozhu received the list with a long sigh, mimicking the previous actions by recording the names of a few inconsequential disciples. When it came to Jin and Juni, the scene fell into a stalemate. The two exchanged glances, each bearing expressions of profound distress. They were utterly unwilling to inscribe the name of any disciple upon this divine list. After all, the Western sect is already sparse in numbers. These disciples have been painstakingly brought over from the East through the arduous efforts of Junti. As the two sensed the penetrating gaze of Hong Jun Daozu upon them, a shiver coursed through their hearts. Yet, gritting their teeth, they steeled themselves and picked up the pen, slowly inscribing the first name. However, when they prepared to write the second name, the pen in their hands felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Refusing to descend any further, each name inscribed was a profound torment for them, as if their hearts were being mercilessly sliced open, blood gushing forth. Witnessing this, Junti threw down the pen in exasperation, abandoning the endeavor, and turned to cling to Hong Jun Daozu's leg like a child, weeping profusely. "Master, we truly cannot continue writing. Consider this, the disciples we have in the Western sect have been cultivated through immense hardship and effort by both myself and my senior brother. I implore you, Master, to show us mercy and have compassion for our Western sect." Hong Jun Daozu looked down at the tear-streaked and woeful face of Junti, then surveyed the expressions of the other four saints. He observed their faces were equally marked by reluctance and helplessness. With a soft sigh, he waved his hand and said, very well. Since you find this so difficult, there is no need to sign any further. For this divine calamity, let fate take its course. Each shall follow their destiny." Upon hearing these words from Hong Jun Daozu, the five saints collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally loosening. At this moment, Yuan Shirtanzun stepped forward respectfully and inquired, "Master, might I ask when this divine calamity shall officially commence?" Hongjun Daozu gently stroked his beard and replied, "When the one destined by heaven appears in the world. That shall mark the arrival of the time to appoint the divine." The gathered saints exchanged glances, involuntarily murmuring those 4 words, as if they sought to engrave them deep within their souls. Their gazes met, filled with both confusion and anticipation. At this juncture, Taiching Laozi stepped forward and, after respectfully bowing to the imposing figure of Hongjun Daozu, seated upon the cloud, asked, "Master, what characteristics shall this destined individual possess? Please enlighten us." Hongjun Daozu slightly nodded, his eyes, deep as the cosmos, gazing down upon the assembly. He spoke softly. "The destined individual bears the symbol of the flying bear. As decreed by the heavens, you need only seek out the one who embodies the flying bear." Having spoken, he waved his sleeve lightly, and the divine list transformed into a fleeting light, vanishing from sight. After concluding this, Hongjun Daozu turned his gaze to the elegant and beautiful Nuwa, speaking earnestly, "Nuwa, though this calamity is closely tied to the fate of humanity, it is not appropriate for us, given our status, to intervene recklessly." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's beautiful eyes flickered as she exchanged a glance with Hongjun Daozu, then nodded slowly. "Very well." Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a celestial sound, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. After this, the saints rose and departed from the Zixiao Palace, their figures gradually fading beyond the palace doors, leaving behind a serene silence. Once Nuwa returned to the Hall of Humanity and rested briefly. She promptly gathered the disciples of the human sect. Everyone assembled, their expressions focused, awaiting Nuwa's address. Nuwa recounted the events that transpired in the Zixiao Palace in detail, her voice clear and steady, as if each word contained boundless significance. The assembly listened intently, anxious not to miss any detail. After Nuwa finished, Su Mu stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute, and spoke. "Master, in my humble opinion, the other saints will certainly be reluctant to allow their disciples to serve in the heavenly court. Why not take the initiative? This may yet yield some merit." Nuwa nodded slightly, expressing her agreement with Su Mu's perspective, and then said, "Very well, Su Mu, lead your junior brothers and sisters swiftly to the heavenly court." "As you command," Su Mu replied, turning to his fellow disciples, proclaiming, "Everyone, follow me." With that, he stepped out of the Hall of Humanity, leading the group toward the heavenly court. This party consisted of 7 individuals, and they traveled with great speed, soon arriving at the majestic heavenly court. From a distance, the heavenly court appeared grand and imposing, its pavilions and towers harmoniously arranged amidst swirling clouds, resembling a realm of immortals. The group was ushered into the Yaoqi, where Su Mu stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute, and respectfully addressed the Yaoqi. "Your Highness, my master Nuwa has learned that the heavenly court is currently in need of assistance, and has sent us to help." Upon seeing Su Mu, Yaoqi was taken aback. She vividly remembered Su Mu, especially the terrifying power he exhibited when he defeated the saint, a memory that still haunted her. At that moment, she mistakenly believed that Su Mu had indeed attained the status of a saint. However, upon a closer examination, she realized he was merely at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, and thus understood that he must have employed some special means to temporarily wield saint-like strength. Yaoqi quickly responded, "Oh my, I cannot thank Lady Nuwa enough. Please, take a seat and rest for a moment. I shall fetch my senior brother." With that, she summoned a few agile and attentive maidens, instructing them to swiftly present delectable celestial fruits to entertain the esteemed guests. Once everything was arranged, she hurriedly turned and made her way towards the secluded chamber of Haotian. In no time, she arrived at the closed stone door of Haotian. After pausing, she cleared her throat and respectfully called out, "Senior brother." At that moment, Haotian was deeply engrossed in his secluded cultivation. Upon hearing the familiar call from outside, he instinctively furrowed his brow. When he recognized that it was Yaoqi, his expression darkened slightly, and he replied in a low voice, "Junior sister, I am currently at a crucial juncture in my retreat. You may handle all matters of the heavenly court, he continued. I have reached a critical point in my breakthrough, and it is imperative that I am not disturbed. However, Yaoqi did not relent, immediately continuing. Senior brother, the situation is exceptional. Sumu has brought many disciples of the human sect to the heavenly court. What? Upon hearing Sumu's name, Hao Yian's previously impatient demeanor shifted dramatically. It was well known that Sumu was no ordinary individual, and with Nuwa, a figure of great esteem, supporting him, Hao Yian understood that this matter could not be taken lightly. Thus, despite his reluctance, he sighed and slowly rose to open the stone door. Subsequently, Hao Yian followed closely behind his junior sister, hastening to Yaoqi's domain. Upon seeing the group, Hao Yian quickly donned a smile, cupping his fists in a bow. I sincerely apologize. I was in seclusion and did not expect your esteemed visit. However, now that I am aware of your presence, I would not dare delay any further. I have come immediately to greet you all. The attendees promptly rose, each bearing a respectful demeanor, clearly wishing to extend due courtesy to Hao Tang as Sumu stepped forward, taking the lead, and with hands clasped, bowed deeply, exclaiming, Sumu pays his respects to the great heavenly sovereign. His voice resonated throughout the hall. Everyone, please take your seats. With such deference shown, Hao Yian was overjoyed, hastily gesturing for them to sit. His previously stern countenance now wore a warm and amiable smile. Once everyone was seated, Sumu spoke again. We have come today to pay our respects to the great heavenly sovereign. As we have matters to request, we all wish to seek employment within the heavenly court, and we hope the great heavenly sovereign will grant us this favor. With that, Sumu gazed earnestly at Hao Yian, eagerly awaiting his response. Hearing this, Hao Yian initially appeared taken aback, followed by a look of delight, and without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Of course, you all are capable individuals. If you can remain in the heavenly court to serve, it would indeed be my honor. I shall ensure suitable positions for you. Hao Tan, with a solemn countenance, sat regally upon the throne of the heavenly emperor, his authoritative gaze slowly sweeping over the multitude below. Once the attention of all was firmly fixed upon him, he inhaled deeply and, in a voice resonant and dignified, proclaimed, Today I, Hao Tian, in the name of the primordial great celestial being, shall undertake the sacred duty of bestowing divine titles. In accordance with the exceptional abilities and remarkable contributions exhibited by each of you, I hereby decree the following appointments. He raised his hand slightly, directing his finger toward Sumu, and declared in a booming voice, Sumu, heed the decree. Your extraordinary talent and mastery of wood-based sorcery, alongside your contributions to the martial path of humanity, have earned you the title of Emperor Qinghua of the Eastern Extremity, the guardian of the growth of all flora in the East, and protector of all living beings. May you uphold the virtue of justice and fulfill your mission with honor. Next, his gaze shifted to Xiao Yao, and he spoke gently. Xiao Yao, receive the command. Your gentle and benevolent nature, coupled with your profound knowledge of healing arts, has led you to save countless lives, rendering you immeasurable merit. Thus, I bestow upon you the title of Emperor Changsheng of the Southern Pole, overseeing matters of longevity and wellness in the South, granting you an ageless form to ensure the health of the populace. Subsequently, Hao Tian turned his attention to Tsang Jie, solemnly announcing, Tsang Jie, esteemed sage, you are the ancient wise one who crafted written language, igniting the light of civilization. Henceforth, I appoint you as Emperor Gocheng of the Western Extremity, governing the celestial stars of the West and overseeing the moral compass of the realm. May your keen intellect illuminate worldly affairs and maintain the order of heaven and earth. His gaze then fell upon Bei Xian, and he proclaimed loudly, Bei Xian, you are valiant and fearless. I hereby declare you Emperor Zui of the Northern Pole, tasked with guarding the North and repelling malevolent forces. Continue to embody the spirit of bravery, ensuring the tranquility of our celestial domain. After a brief pause, he addressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian, your martial prowess is unparalleled, and your divine abilities are vast. Thus, I appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Army, commanding the celestial troops to quell rebellion and uphold the dignity of our realm. Next, he turned to Ling Zhuzi and said, Ling Zhuzi, you are wise and astute, with boundless potential. You are hereby appointed as the great deity of the three altars, aiding our generals in battle and vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits. Finally, he cast his gaze upon the golden-winged rock, declaring, Great rock, your swiftness is unmatched and your strength formidable. You are appointed as the rock marshal, responsible for patrolling the celestial realms to ensure the safety of our heavenly territory. As the resonant voice of Hao Tian echoed through the heavens, the entire celestial domain seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. The assembly felt a profound aura emanating from the heavens, coalescing upon the newly appointed figures, rendering their forms increasingly majestic and divine. With the conferral ceremony concluded, the heavenly emperor wasted no time and hastened to retreat for cultivation. Meanwhile, Su Mu and the others, having received their titles, made their way to their respective abodes, preparing to formally commence their duties and responsibilities. They all understood that only through diligent and dedicated effort could they accumulate sufficient merit. In the eastern precinct of the Celestial Palace, within the abode of Emperor Qinghua, Su Mu focused intently as he retrieved a delicately crafted communication treasure resembling a seashell from his bosom. Gazing at this wondrous artifact, he murmured a brief yet significant phrase before carefully stowing it away, then immersing himself wholly in the pressing affairs of governance. Simultaneously, in the mysterious and profound realm of the underworld's cycle of reincarnation, Zhang Yunzi, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. With swift precision, he reached into his garment and produced a shell similar to the one in Su Mu's possession, which now shimmered faintly with a golden hue. Is this not the communication treasure that Su Mu gifted me? Does he have urgent news to convey? Zhang Yunzi pondered aloud. Without hesitation, he infused the shell with a thread of faint yet pure magical energy. Instantly, Su Mu's voice resonated clearly from within. Deputy Master, the time is ripe. We may now arrange for the senior Hongyun to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunzi's heart jolted, his expression one of astonishment. The time has indeed come, he mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation before swiftly forming hand seals to unravel the mysteries at play. However, as he delved deeper into calculations, his countenance grew increasingly grave, ultimately leading him to exclaim, Does Su Mu intend to? Realizing the urgency, Zhang Yunzi cast aside any hesitation and decisively utilized his divine powers to usher Hongyun into the path of reincarnation, ensuring her smooth rebirth. On the vast and boundless expanse of the mortal realm, it was the era of the 16th ruler of the Xia dynasty, Jia. Since ascending the throne, Jia had wholly rejected the benevolent governance of his father. Becoming increasingly arrogant and conceited, he was not only cruel and tyrannical, devoid of moral compass, but also indulged in lavish excess. Turning a blind eye to the suffering of the common folk, he remained deaf to the earnest counsel of his loyal ministers, consumed only by the pursuit of pleasure and unrestrained excess. Jia's numerous transgressions ultimately incited widespread discontent among the various lords, who rallied under the banner of righteousness to form a coalition against this incompetent tyrant. Among the many lords participating in the rebellion was a noblewoman named Jiandi. Having been confined to her home due to the prolonged strife of war, she found herself increasingly restless. One day, unable to contain her inner turmoil any longer, Jiandi seized an opportune moment to discreetly slip out of her home with her trusted maid, intending to explore the world and ease her long-suppressed emotions. The two companions laughed and chatted as they unwittingly arrived at the foot of a small hill named Xianxiu. Just as they prepared to venture further, a deafening sound suddenly erupted above them. Jiandi instinctively looked up, and upon doing so, her complexion paled in terror. High in the sky, an enormous bee was locked in a fierce battle with a resplendent peacock of colossal size. The two adversaries exchanged blows, neither willing to yield as the conflict intensified. Jiandi stood in stunned amazement at this astonishing spectacle. The giant bee seized its moment, launching a rapid and aggressive attack, plunging its sharp stinger deep into the body of the vibrant peacock. With a piercing scream, a feather from the peacock fell, plummeting like a bolt of lightning towards the ground, fate intervened as the feather landed directly into Jiandi's outstretched hand. Yet, unexpectedly, as the feather touched her palm, it transformed as if enchanted into a translucent, egg-shaped object in the blink of an eye. This dazzling and exquisite peacock was none other than the renowned Kongxian. The massive and ferocious bee was one of the demon race's formidable beings. Qin Yuan, during this tumultuous time for humanity, the emergence of these two powerful entities was no coincidence. Qin Yuan, taking advantage of the chaos within the human realm, sought human prey, indulging in a bloodbath. Just as Qin Yuan reveled in this gruesome feast, Kongxian fortuitously passed by. With his keen, hawk-like eyes, Kongxian first glanced at the mysterious egg in Jiandi's hand before coldly fixing his gaze on the fleeing Qin Yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled his magnificent wings, dashing towards Qin Yuan like a streak of lightning. In an instant, a fierce tempest erupted, and the two titans clashed in a breathtaking battle. Meanwhile, Jiandi, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the egg in her hands, examining it from every angle. She alternated between bringing it closer for a thorough inspection and cautiously holding it to her nose for a gentle whiff. Just as she placed the egg to her nose, an astonishing event occurred. The egg, as if imbued with life, suddenly darted into Jiandi's mouth with lightning speed. "Ah!" her maid gasped in horror, her face pale as she screamed. Instinctively, she reached out to retrieve the egg from Jiandi's mouth, but it was too late. The egg slipped down Jiandi's throat like a loach into water, vanishing in an instant. The maid, panic-stricken, gripped Jiandi tightly, and together they stumbled home in a frenzy. Upon arrival, the maid urgently sought out a healer, desperate to uncover what had transpired within her mistress's body. Yet, in stark contrast to the maid's frantic demeanor, Jiandi remained remarkably calm and composed. She gently patted the maid's hand, offering reassurance. "Do not fear. There is no need for such alarm. The colorful peacock belongs to the Phoenix clan, which has always been regarded as the guardian beast of humankind. They will undoubtedly not bring harm to me, so rest assured." Having said this, Jiandi revealed a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the bizarre events that had just transpired. "Miss, it would be prudent to have a healer examine you. It would bring you peace of mind," suggested her maid. The healer arrived promptly, first taking Jiandi's pulse, then rising to address her. "Congratulations, miss, you are with child." Jiandi, maid. A year later, Jiandi successfully gave birth, naming her son Q. At the age of 16, she was both learned and skilled in martial arts. Inheriting the positions of his grandfather and the Marquis, he led troops to defeat Jia, bringing an end to the Xia dynasty and establishing the Shang dynasty. After founding the Shang dynasty, Qi worked diligently to stabilize the realm. Understanding that the populace had suffered greatly from the ravages of war and was in dire need of recuperation. Consequently, Qi implemented a series of benevolent policies, reducing burdens and taxes while encouraging agriculture and sericulture, leading the nation towards prosperity. While governing the country, Qi did not forget the teachings of his mother, Jiandi. He recognized that the establishment of the Shang dynasty was due to the protection of the Phoenix clan, a favor that must be remembered. To express his gratitude, Qi decreed the construction of numerous temples dedicated to the Phoenix throughout the land, honoring the divine likeness of the Phoenix as a sign of respect. During significant festivals, he would personally visit to offer sacrifices, praying for the Phoenix's blessings on the Shang dynasty for favorable weather and peace among the people. Through Qi's tireless efforts, the Shang dynasty flourished into a powerful and prosperous nation, where the people lived in peace and harmony. As a result, Qi gained the love and support of the populace, becoming a revered ruler in history. As time gently flowed by, during the reign of Emperor Yi, the realm enjoyed peace and prosperity. However, Emperor Yi had a beloved son named Dixon. This child was exceptionally gifted, displaying remarkable strength and courage from a young age, as if he were a warrior sent by the heavens. Dixon possessed a profound passion and talent for martial arts. Diligently training to hone his skills, as he matured, his strength grew immensely, allowing him to effortlessly lift colossal stones. Whenever the nation faced external threats or rebellions, Dixon would bravely step forward, leading the army into battle, and with his unparalleled divine strength, He repeatedly vanquished foes, earning great military accolades for Emperor He. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Zhen Yuanzi watched these events unfold. A faint smile gracing his lips, simultaneously in the distant west stood the majestic and solemn Mount Shumi, home to the Western congregation. Atop the mountain, Zhuan Tidao Run gazed towards the vast eastern lands. His eyes reflecting an endless envy, he beheld the flourishing lives of humankind, blessed with abundant fortune, igniting within him a yearning desire. Just as Zhuan Tidao Run was lost in admiration, a strange thread of calamity energy, like a ghost, stealthily infiltrated his being. This thread was imbued with malevolence and destructive power, instantly disturbing Zhuan Tidao Ren's tranquil state of mind, and no longer able to focus on his cultivation. A singular thought consumed him, to ascend to the heavenly court. Thus, without hesitation, Zhuan Tidao Ren abandoned his practice, transforming into a beam of light as he sped towards the heavenly court. Upon arrival at the Lingxiao Palace, he found it eerily deserted, as if forgotten by time. Just then, Zhuan Ti appeared within the grand hall, his expression as stern as water, exuding an aura of formidable power. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, the massive dragon coiled around the pillars of the Lingxiao Palace sprang into action, soaring into the air as if commanded. This dragon, immense in size, shimmered with dazzling scales, spewing forth torrents of flames, an awe-inspiring sight. Ti opened its gaping maw and inhaled forcefully, causing a resplendent pearl within the hall to shoot into its belly like a meteor, without a moment's pause. The dragon twisted its body and sped towards the lower realms. Just as this unfolded, Yao Ji, the sister of the Jade Emperor, happened to enter the Lingxiao Palace and witnessed the scene. Startled, her beautiful eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "You audacious beast, do not escape." With a flash, she darted after the fleeing dragon like a streak of lightning. Yao Ji pursued the dragon with agility, swiftly catching up. Without hesitation, she unleashed her formidable skills, engaging the dragon in a breathtaking battle. The clash reverberated through the heavens and earth, the sounds of their fierce confrontation echoing all around. The strength of both Yao Ji and the dragon was evenly matched, each refusing to yield. Yao Ji wielded her magical artifact, its brilliance flickering with every swing, while the dragon utilized its immense size and sharp claws to mount relentless assaults. Their fierce struggle intensified, causing the surrounding mountains and trees to shatter and collapse under the weight of their overwhelming power. At that moment, the three-headed dragon opened its massive maw, and 3 dazzling dragon pearls gradually emerged. These pearls radiated a chilling power, their brilliance blinding as they hurtled towards Yao Ji. Instantly engulfed by this overwhelming force, Yao Ji felt as though an immense mountain pressed down upon her, rendering her immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the three-headed dragon extended its sharp claws, striking towards Yao Ji's heart with lightning speed. A dull thud resounded as the dragon's claws shattered her heart. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding clouds crimson. Yao Ji let out a pained scream, her delicate form collapsing like a kite with severed strings, plummeting to the ground. The three-headed dragon, observing Yao Ji's faint breaths, deemed her fate sealed. Without lingering, it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing swiftly into the horizon. That moment, a scholar named Yang Tianyu, holding a scroll and leading a donkey, happened to pass by. He inadvertently caught sight of Yao Ji lying in a pool of blood. Alarmed, he rushed forward in haste to assess the situation. Yao Ji's complexion was as pale as paper, her breath faint, her garments soaked in blood, presenting a pitiful sight. Yang Tianyu, filled with anxiety, asked, "Miss, how could you sustain such grave injuries? I may be of humble talent, yet I wish to offer my meager help to save your life. Is there any way I can assist?" Yao Ji pondered internally, reluctant to let this mortal intervene. After all, he was but a mere human. If he were to save her, it could bring unforeseen peril upon him. Yet, considering the still fleeing three-headed dragon, she recognized the urgency of the moment and found herself in a dilemma. Finally, Yao Ji gently parted her lips and spoke softly, "There's indeed a way to save my life. But I wonder if you're willing to try." Yang Tianyu, upon hearing this, eagerly inquired. What is this method? Speak freely. Yao Ji gazed intently at Yang Tianyu, articulating each word with clarity. You must offer half of your heart to me. Yang Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, half a heart? Can a heart truly be divided thus? However, upon beholding Yao Ji's breathtaking beauty, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, he felt it would be a lamentable loss if she were to perish. As a mere destitute scholar, even if he were to lose his life, it seemed of little consequence. After contemplating, Yang Tianyu resolutely nodded. Very well, I am willing. But how shall I offer this heart to you? Though uncertainty lingered in his words, his gaze remained unwavering. Yao Ji, pale and trembling, grit her teeth and summoned the last vestige of her magical power. Struggling to cast her spell, a faint glow emanated from her hand, shooting directly towards Yang Tianyu's heart. In an instant, Yang Tianyu's heart was cleaved in twain by this force. Yaoji, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly extended her hand and carefully extracted one half of the heart, placing it into the cavity where her own heart resided. As the fragment of the heart entered Yaoji's body, a warm current surged through her, alleviating the frailty that had previously engulfed her. However, such a monumental act proved to be an unbearable burden for Yang Tianyu, who felt darkness envelop him, causing him to faint immediately. Upon obtaining this half-heart, Yaoji, although only managing to acquire a meager portion of magical power, found it sufficient to mend her grievous injuries. She concentrated her spirit, harnessing the newly acquired power to begin the restoration of her damaged meridians and wound. In a short span, the ghastly scars adorning Yaoji's body gradually vanished, and her breath became considerably steadier. Sensing a revival in her condition, Yaoji resolved to take to the clouds in pursuit of the three-headed dragon, lest it wreak further havoc. Thus, she inhaled deeply and leaped, intending to ascend to the clouds. Yet in that very instant, she unexpectedly lost her balance and plummeted back to the ground. Yaoji exclaimed in astonishment, her heart brimming with confusion. What was happening? Had my magical power truly vanished? She hurriedly glanced down at Yang Tianyu, still sprawled on the ground in unconsciousness, murmuring to herself, could it be because his heart has yet to fully merge with mine? It seems I must temporarily abandon the pursuit and wait for my power to slowly recover. With this thought, Yaoji approached Yang Tianyu, crouched beside him, gently shaking his shoulder while softly calling out, young master, please awaken." Under Yaoji's gentle prodding, Yang Tianyu felt as though his head was spinning in disarray, a disconcerting sensation overwhelming him. After a considerable interval, he gradually regained his senses and laboriously opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Yaoji before him, a look of surprise illuminated his face as he spoke in a trembling voice. "Miss, are you well? This is wonderful. I cannot believe I am still alive. Indeed, young master, I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention. Had it not been for your swift aid, I fear I would have met my demise." Yaoji expressed her heartfelt gratitude, performing a graceful bow. Her figure was enchanting, her features exquisite. Though slightly haggard from her injuries, her natural beauty remained unmistakable. "You flatter yourself. Mississippi, it is my honor to save such a kind and beautiful person." Yang Tianyu replied with a gentle smile, his voice soft. "Might I inquire as to where you reside? What circumstances led you to be alone and in such a perilous state?" Yaoji cast her gaze downward, a flicker of sorrow and helplessness crossing her eyes as she began to speak. "Young master, you may not be aware, but I was traveling with my family when, regrettably, we became separated. Shortly thereafter, I fell victim to an attack by a ferocious beast, resulting in these grievous injuries and leaving me here. I am most fortunate for your rescue. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." With a gentle sigh, Yaoji expressed her lament. Upon hearing her tale, Yang Tianyu felt a surge of compassion and quickly reassured her. "Do not be overly troubled, dear lady. Since you currently have no safe refuge, why not accompany me home? It is hardly safe for a lady to be alone in these surroundings." After a brief moment of hesitation, Yaoji nodded in agreement, replying, "Then I shall trouble you, young master." Thus, Yaoji followed Yang Tianyu back to his home at Guinjinko. In the days that followed, Yaoji discreetly sought the whereabouts of the elusive three-headed dragon while focusing on her recovery. During this time spent together, the bond between Yaoji and Yang Tianyu deepened. They strolled along the mountain paths, relishing the beauty of spring blossoms and autumn moons. They gathered around the hearth, sharing laughter and stories. Unbeknownst to them, their hearts drew ever closer, and a profound affection began to blossom between them. Time passed swiftly, and on a fair and sunny day, Yaoji and Yang Tianyu joyfully united in matrimony. Becoming a loving couple, shortly after their wedding, Yaoji bore 3 delightful children. The eldest, Yang Jiao, the second, Yang Jian, and the youngest daughter, Yang Chan. The family thrived in harmony, leading a blissful life. Meanwhile, in the celestial palace of the Qinghua Emperor, Sumu busied himself with various affairs of the heavenly realm, yet he never lost sight of the happenings in the mortal world. Upon learning that Yaoji had successfully given birth to Yang Jian and the others, a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured to himself, "At last, the moment has arrived." With a wave of his hand, a beam of spiritual light soared into the palace of the Chongqing Emperor. Sumu darted forth like a flash of lightning, swiftly departing the celestial realm. Simultaneously, in the Western blissful world, the Taoist Zhuan, utilizing his formidable powers, discerned that Yaoji had indeed given birth to 3 sons. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to employ his means to relay this news to Hao Yin. Upon receiving this information, Hao Yin, the Supreme Emperor, erupted in fury, his previously placid demeanor contorted by rage to him. It was an egregious affront to discover that his own sister, Yaoji, had engaged in relations with a mortal man and bore children. Such actions were a grave desecration of the dignity of the heavenly realm and a significant blow to its reputation. Consequently, he unhesitatingly commanded Marshal Tianpeng to lead a host of celestial soldiers to capture Yaoji and her offspring, though he understood that he could easily dispatch Kong Xian or the Rock to carry out this task. Both held prominent positions within the heavenly court. Yet he found himself unable to command them at will, constrained by the intricate web of relationships and interests that bound them. Thus, after careful deliberation, he ultimately decided to entrust the mission to Marshal Tianpeng. Upon receiving the order, Marshal Tianpeng acted without delay, swiftly assembling his forces and setting forth towards the mortal realm. In no time, they arrived above the home of Yang Tianyu. At that moment, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were joyfully playing in the courtyard, while their younger sister Yang Chan sat quietly on the steps, her gaze fixed on her brother's merriment. Suddenly, the bright sunlight was obscured by a vast shadow, plunging the entire courtyard into darkness. Sensing the disturbance, Yang Chan lifted her head, and the sight before her filled her with terror, prompting her to wail loudly. "Elder brother, second brother, look quickly," she cried, trembling as she pointed towards the sky. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian turned to follow her finger, only to behold a multitude of celestial soldiers descending like a dark cloud, with the formidable Marshal Tianpeng at their helm. The 2 brothers rushed to Yang Chan's side, shielding her protectively. That moment, urgent footsteps echoed from within the house. It was Yang Tianyu and Yaoji, having heard Yang Chan's cries, rushing out in haste. "What is the matter, Chaner? What has happened?" Yaoji inquired anxiously. However, when her gaze fell upon Marshal Tianpeng and the celestial soldiers, her complexion drained of color, leaving her pale as death. Yaoji understood that trouble was at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly turned and entrusted her 3 children to Yang Tianyu, urgently imploring, "Husband, the situation is dire. You must flee with the children at once. You must protect them." Before she could finish, tears streamed down her cheeks. "My lady, what is happening? Who are these people? What do they seek?" Yang Tianyu queried, his face a mask of confusion. His brow furrowed, and his eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. "Do not linger with questions. We must leave this place immediately," Yaoji urged, her expression frantic as she answered Yang Tianyu's inquiries while pushing them away towards safety. Although Yang Tianyu's heart brimmed with questions, the urgency in Yaoji's demeanor left him with no choice but to nod in acquiescence, hastily leading the children away. However, just as they turned to depart, Marshal Tianpeng raised his hand and commanded the celestial soldiers behind him, "Quickly pursue Yang Tianyu and the others. They must not escape." Seeing the celestial soldiers advancing towards Yang Tianyu and his children, Yaoji's heart raced with desperation. Without a second thought, she dashed forward to intercept them. Yet, to her surprise, Marshal Tianpeng stepped in her path. Princess Yaoji, the Heavenly Lord is already aware of your situation here and is gravely enraged. I implore you to return with me to the Heavenly Court to prevent matters from escalating further. Marshal Tianpeng stated with a grave expression. Tianpeng, stand aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yaoji retorted fiercely. Yaoji, consumed by urgency, reprimanded with a visage of distress. Observing that Tianpeng showed no inclination to yield, Yaoji resolutely ceased her hesitation, letting out a commanding cry as her delicate hand was raised. A fierce beam of light surged forth, aimed directly at Tianpeng. Simultaneously, the heavenly soldiers moved swiftly, soon overtaking Yang Tianyu and his 3 children. Each soldier bore a ferocious expression, mercilessly unleashing a formidable divine power upon them. In an instant, a dazzling array of lights flickered, the atmosphere overwhelming, as if intent on engulfing Yang Tianyu and his kin entirely. Yang Tianyu spread his arms wide, standing resolute as an indomitable mountain, unwaveringly shielding the 3 children behind him. His resolute countenance reflected an unwavering determination, as if he had already steeled himself for a fight to the finish with the enemy. Meanwhile, standing behind him, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan were stricken with terror, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They tightly shut their eyes, too afraid to witness the dreadful fate that loomed, silently praying for divine intervention to see them through this calamity. As time ticked away, the anticipated lethal blow remained absent. After a considerable pause, the children gradually sensed that their surroundings seemed unchanged. They cautiously opened their tightly shut eyes upon beholding the scene before them. They were utterly astonished to find 2 figures had appeared before them. The man exuded an air of striking handsomeness, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, radiating an extraordinary elegance. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure graceful, akin to a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. The once formidable heavenly soldiers, upon seeing these 2 individuals, immediately displayed reverence, kneeling on one knee in salute, collectively exclaiming, "We pay homage to the great Emperor Qinghua. We pay homage to the great Emperor Changsheng." These 2 were Su Mu and Xiao Yao, who had promptly set off upon receiving Su Mu's summons to Guangdongkou. As Su Mu addressed the soldiers, "You may all withdraw. We shall handle the matters here." His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. The heavenly soldiers, upon hearing this, did not dare to disobey, rising swiftly as if granted a reprieve, not even daring to glance back. Yang Tianyu gazed at the 2 celestial beings before him, his heart brimming with gratitude. As they turned, he could not contain his joy, exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, martial ancestor and medical ancestor, for your salvation. Were it not for your timely intervention, my children and I would surely have perished this day." Upon hearing their father's words, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan also displayed expressions of elation, having grown up listening to their father's legendary tales of the martial ancestor and medical ancestor, understanding the immense contributions these celestial beings had made to humanity. Despite Yang Tianyu lacking martial prowess himself, this did not diminish his reverence and admiration for the martial ancestor and medical ancestor. "Martial ancestor, please save my wife." Yang Tianyu, his face streaked with tears, knelt down, grasping Su Mu's garment tightly, pleading desperately. His formerly steadfast visage was now etched with despair and helplessness, his voice hoarse from overwhelming urgency. "Very well," Su Mu replied, his gaze unwavering, without a hint of hesitation. The individuals behind him swiftly turned to follow Su Mu back to Guangjiankou. Upon entering the courtyard, the sight that greeted them was shocking. Yao Ji lay on the cold ground, her once beautiful visage as pale as parchment, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of her mouth. Her garments were tattered, her body marred with wounds, clearly having sustained grave injuries. "Princess Yao Ji, I beg your pardon," Tianpeng said, his expression devoid of emotion, as he reached for a gleaming golden rope, preparing to bind her. "No, release my wife, mother." Yang Tianyu, his eldest son Yang Jian, and his 2 younger sons cried out in unison, their voices strained. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, The four of them rushed toward Yao Ji like arrows loose from a bow, immediately positioning themselves in front of her. Yao Ji struggled to lift her head, gazing upon her husband and children who had suddenly appeared, her heart filled with worry and terror. Trembling, she parted her lips, summoning her last ounce of strength to utter, "Why? Why have you returned? Did I not instruct you to leave swiftly? Go!" Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the ground. "Why, lady? Do not fear. Salvation is at hand." Yang Tanyu, suppressing his inner sorrow, forced a smile to reassure Yao Ji. Yet, Yao Ji merely shook her head, offering a bitter smile as she replied, "Who? Is there truly anyone capable of saving us?" Her eyes conveyed profound despair, as if she had already foreseen a tragic end. Just as Tian Peng was about to strike at Yang Tianyu and the others, a soft voice interjected, "Tian Peng, hold." Tian Peng turned toward the voice, only to see Su Mu leisurely stepping through the doorway. Upon witnessing Su Mu's arrival, Tian Peng's face registered surprise, and he clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring, "Great Emperor Qinghua, what brings you here?" Su Mu's expression remained calm, his gaze steady upon Tian Peng as he replied softly, "You need not concern yourself with Princess Yao Ji's affairs. Allow me to handle them." Hearing this, Tian Peng pondered briefly before responding, "If that is the case, then I shall take my leave to report to the Jade Emperor in heaven." Having said this, he stepped upon a swirling cloud and vanished into the horizon in an instant, as Su Mu then gradually approached Yao Ji. He extended his right index finger, gently touching Yao Ji, and a brilliant azure light shot forth like lightning, directly entering her body. In an instant, Yao Ji's pallid complexion began to regain color, and her injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace. Once her wounds were mended, Yao Ji slowly rose, her face radiating gratitude. She bowed deeply to Su Mu, her voice soft yet resolute. "Thank you, great Emperor Qinghua, for your timely rescue. This kindness I shall never forget." Next, Yao Ji turned her gaze toward Yang Chan, softly instructing, "Chan'er, please lead great Emperor Qinghua and great Emperor Chengshang to the hall for a brief respite. Remember to prepare some fine tea for our esteemed guests, so they may refresh themselves." Yang Chan nodded obediently, her melodious voice responding, "Yes, mother, rest assured." With that, she smiled and gestured to Su Mu and Xiao Yao, inviting them to accompany her to the hall. Su Mu and Xiao Yao followed Yang Chan's lead into the hall, which was elegantly and tastefully decorated, the furnishings arranged in neat order. Yang Chan warmly invited the two to take a seat and swiftly brought forth fragrant tea. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall felt somewhat tranquil. Xiao Yao took a delicate sip of tea, then curiously turned to Su Mu, asking, "Master brother, did you summon me here for a particular reason?" Su Mu smiled gently, replying leisurely, "Sister, perhaps you should observe Miss Yang Chan closely. What do you think of her?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze toward Yang Chan, who stood quietly nearby at tea that moment. Yang Chan was also gazing at Xiao Yao, her bright, star-like eyes sparkling with curiosity and hope. Xiao Yao, feeling the intensity of Yang Chan's gaze, was taken aback, and thus queried, "Sister Yang Chan, why do you look at me so?" Yang Chan nodded slightly, saying, "I have grown up hearing the legendary tales of the medical ancestor. My father often shared the marvelous stories of the martial ancestor and medical ancestor with us. I hold deep admiration for the medical ancestor, whose miraculous healing skills bring the suffering back to life. It is truly awe-inspiring." Hearing Yang Chan's words, Xiao Yao was profoundly moved, pondering, "I did not expect this young girl to possess such a deep well of compassion." She then turned her gaze towards Su Mu, softly inquiring, "Master brother, do you intend for me to accept her as my disciple?" Upon hearing this, Yang Chan's starry eyes brightened even more, filled with anticipation as she looked towards Su Mu, seemingly awaiting an affirmative answer. Indeed, as Su Mu asserted confidently, tea that moment, Yao Ji and her three companions, who had just finished tidying the courtyard, entered the hall. As soon as they stepped inside, they overheard Su Mu's words, and joy illuminated their faces, particularly Yao Ji, who beamed with a radiant smile, gazing at Xiao Yao alongside the others, as if all were eagerly anticipating her nod of approval. "Very well, Yang Chan, do you wish to take me as your master?" Xiao Yao inquired softly, her gaze warm and inviting as she regarded Yang Chan upon hearing this. Yang Chan's heart surged with elation, and her delicate features blossomed into a brilliant smile. Without hesitation, she knelt, placing her hands on the ground in a respectful gesture of apprenticeship, and exclaimed loudly, "Disciple Yang Chan pays her respects to the master. To be favored by you and accepted as a disciple is indeed a stroke of immense fortune in my life. Rise. Yang Chan, we shall postpone the formalities of apprenticeship until I find a suitable moment." Xiao Yao replied with a gentle nod, gesturing for Yang Chan to stand. Overjoyed, Yang Chan rose and stood aside, while the rest of the Yang family beamed with delight at this moment. The 5 members of the Yang family wore expressions of uncontainable joy. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, witnessing their sister's successful apprenticeship, felt equally happy, but their expressions were tinged with envy. After all, becoming a disciple of the revered ancestor of human medicine was undoubtedly an unparalleled honor, just as the 2 brothers were privately envying her. Su Mu's voice suddenly rang out, "Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, do you both wish to take me as your master?" Stunned at first, they quickly regained their composure, trembling with excitement, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, they knelt as Yang Chan had, bowing their heads in reverence and calling out in unison, "Disciple Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, pays respects to the master. We are grateful for your favor and wish to be your disciples." "Very well. You may rise that we shall arrange the formalities of apprenticeship at a more fitting time." Su Mu replied with satisfaction, smiling as he encouraged them to stand. Su Mu and Xiao Yao found a tranquil spot at Guanjianku, where they settled down and began to impart their knowledge to the 3 Yang siblings. Xiao Yao shared her medical knowledge and the 13 needles of creation with Yang Chan, while Su Mu taught the 9 transformations divine technique to Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Each morning, they would practice their techniques under the rising sun, and in the afternoons, they would delve into the mysteries of the universe and the path of celestial arts. The 3 Yang siblings displayed remarkable diligence and rapid progress. Meanwhile, far above in the heavenly realm, at the gates of Hao Yian's secluded chamber, Marshal Tianpeng was respectfully reporting to him about Yao Jian. He recounted every detail he had learned to Hao Yian. After listening to the report, Hao Yian fell silent, lost in profound contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, "You may withdraw for now, that I shall make a decision regarding this matter upon my return from seclusion." Marshal Tianpeng complied and departed. Yet Hao Yian remained undistracted. For him, the most pressing concern was to continue unraveling the enigmatic Hongmeng purple qi. Only by comprehending its intricate mysteries could he attain the status of a sage and acquire supreme power and glory. As for why Su Mu intervened to prevent the capture of Yao Ji and the slaying of her offspring, these questions lingered in Hao Yian's mind, but in light of his greater ambition for sagehood, they had to be temporarily set aside. When he achieved his goals, he would seek out Su Mu for clear answers. Ti Guanjianku. Time flowed swiftly like a fleeting shadow, and the once youthful Yang Jiao and Yang Jian had matured into tall and handsome young men. Yang Jiao was now 19, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of confidence. Yang Jian at 18 was strikingly handsome and graceful, and their younger sister, Yang Chan, had blossomed into a graceful maiden of 17. One day, Su Mu approached Yang Jian and addressed Yang Jiao, who was diligently practicing nearby, saying, "I have an important matter that requires Yang Jian's company. You must continue your training here diligently and not slack off." Hearing this, Yang Jiao promptly set down his weapon and respectfully replied, "Yes, master. I shall adhere to your teachings and focus on my training." Having spoken, he watched as Su Mu and Yang Jian walked away. Su Mu and Yang Jian hurriedly made their way to a desolate village that appeared rather forlorn. Observing the dilapidated state of the village, overgrown with weeds, Yang Jian could not help but wonder aloud to Su Mu, "Master, what has transpired in this village? Why has it fallen into such disrepair?" Su Mu's expression grew grave as he responded, "This village was once a tranquil and harmonious place. Unfortunately, its inhabitants fell victim to the ravages of demons, who devoured them entirely. Over time, the village became desolate and lifeless, resulting in its current state." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian was consumed with rage, his fists clenched as he gritted his teeth. "These demons are utterly cruel and detestable. "Fear not, master. I shall capture this malevolent creature today and avenge the innocent lives lost." Su Mu led Yang Jian on a pursuit, eventually uncovering the whereabouts of the three-headed flood dragon. Upon their arrival, they were met with a horrifying sight. The three-headed flood dragon was poised to devour a group of innocent villagers. In a flash, Yang Jian leaped forward without hesitation, determined to prevent this gruesome scene from unfolding. It is worth noting that Yang Jian was no ordinary individual. He had diligently practiced the 9 transformations divine technique and benefited greatly from Su Mu's patient guidance. He had now reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor, golden immortal, realm. In contrast, the three-headed flood dragon was merely at the initial stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. Originally wreaking havoc, the three-headed flood dragon was infuriated to see someone daring to obstruct its path. However, upon recognizing that the intruder was Yang Jian, it felt an unexpected calm wash over it. After all, on the surface, Yang Jian's cultivation appeared to be slightly inferior. Ignorant child, you, a mere peaked golden immortal, dare to challenge me. You are simply courting disaster. The three-headed flood dragon scoffed derisively, mocking Yang Jian. In response to the dragon's arrogant taunts, Yang Jian seethed with indignation. Bold demon, how dare you openly harm the human race in broad daylight? Today, I shall ensure you face justice. Although Yang Jian possessed the strength to handle the three-headed flood dragon with ease, this was his first foray into actual combat, and lacking sufficient experience, he initially found himself at a disadvantage. However, as each moment passed, Yang Jian gradually adapted to the rhythm of battle, becoming increasingly adept in his combat techniques and steadily gaining experience. Meanwhile, the three-headed flood dragon began to feel overwhelmed, the pressure mounting. Realizing Yang Jian's formidable prowess, the three-headed flood dragon harbored thoughts of retreat. After all, were not all humans practitioners of the renowned Jinwu scripture created by the great sage Nuwa? Yet, despite having trained in such a technique, others had not exhibited exceptional strength. However, this young man before was different. His power was astonishingly terrifying, leaving the dragon perplexed. With my abilities, it seems difficult to contend against him that a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. Retreating is the most prudent course of action. The three-headed flood dragon mused, feeling a deep sense of vexation as it vigilantly watched Yang Jian, ready to flee at a moment's notice. However, Yang Jian, being inexperienced in battle, failed to perceive the dragon's intentions and remained unsuspecting. Just then, the three-headed flood dragon seized upon a moment of weakness from Yang Jian, transforming into a shadow and escaping at lightning speed. Yang Jian watched helplessly as the three-headed flood dragon slipped away, filled with regret and self-reproach for allowing this vile creature to escape. That moment of frustration, he was astonished to see the three-headed flood dragon inexplicably reappear before him. Yang Jian stared in disbelief at the creature, unable to contain his curiosity. "Why have you returned?" The three-headed flood dragon wore a similarly perplexed expression, scratching its head as it replied, "I don't know. What is happening? I clearly fled far away." It too was filled with confusion and bewilderment, unable to comprehend why it had inexplicably returned to this spot. Could some mysterious force be at play? Just then, Su Mu approached slowly, each step seemingly exuding an intangible pressure. Upon stopping, Yang Jian quickly performed a respectful gesture and called out, "I pay my respects to you, master." Hearing Yang Jian's address, the three-headed flood dragon was taken aback. It thought to itself, "Master, this youth is so formidable. Then his master must be even more powerful and terrifying." Upon contemplating this, the terror within the three-headed Jiao was magnified manifold, and the last vestiges of hope that lingered in its heart were utterly obliterated. The three-headed Jiao could no longer consider anything else. With a resounding plop, it knelt to the ground, repeatedly bowing its head in supplication, exclaiming, "My lord, little Jiao recognizes its errors. Please, show mercy and spare my life." Su Mu's countenance was as dark as water, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the three-headed Jiao, coldly commanding, "Surrender your true spirit mark." Upon hearing this, the three-headed Jiao's face contorted with difficulty. After much hesitation, it stammered, This, clearly, It was profoundly reluctant to relinquish its true spirit mark. However, Su Mu would not grant the three-headed Jiao excessive time or opportunity for contemplation. With a disdainful snort, he swiftly approached the creature, his right hand darting forth like lightning to grasp the crown of its head, a surge of formidable power instantly flooding into it. The three-headed Jiao was seized by a sudden, excruciating pain in its head, and shortly after, a faint glow began to rise from its forehead, its true spirit mark. Su Mu seized the mark firmly in his grasp. Then, with a wave of his arm, an enigmatic light flashed, and the three-headed Jiao's form rapidly transformed in the blink of an eye. It metamorphosed into a uniquely shaped polearm. The weapon's blade was trident-shaped at the front, sharp on both sides, glimmering with a chilling light. The length of the handle was astonishing, extending to the chest of Yang Jian, exuding an imposing presence. Yang Jian, from this moment forth, this three-pronged, double-edged halberd shall be your divine weapon, Su Mu proclaimed with a smile. His eyes filled with expectation and encouragement for his disciple. Thank you, Master, for this treasure, Yang Jian replied, his heart brimming with joy, his face illuminated by an uncontrollable delight. Su Mu, accompanied by Yang Jian, began their journey homeward. Making their way towards Guanjiaoko, Yang Jian, with his heroic stature, bore the magnificent three-pronged halberd upon his shoulder, resembling a war god descended upon the mortal realm. As they entered the courtyard, Yang Tianyu and others, hearing the commotion, rushed out to greet them. Yang Jian strode in with his head held high, his three-pronged halberd shimmering dazzlingly in the sunlight. Father, mother, and my elder brother and younger sister, come quickly and behold this new weapon I have acquired. Is it not particularly striking? Yang Jian boasted to his family, his eyes alight with pride. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their faces registering astonishment. Especially Yang Chan, who hastily approached Yang Jian. Her curiosity piqued as she gently touched the gleaming three-pronged halberd, exclaiming, "Second brother, from whence did you procure such a formidable weapon? It is utterly magnificent." Yang Jian smiled slightly, but did not respond to his sister's inquiry. Instead, he suddenly called out, "Three-headed Jiao, reveal yourself." As soon as the words left his mouth, a deep roar echoed, and a colossal three-headed Jiao materialized before them. Its massive body was covered in tough scales, its three heads fierce and terrifying, exhaling torrents of blazing flames. Upon seeing the three-headed Jiao, Yao Ji turned pale with fright, swiftly spreading her arms to shield Yang Jian and the others behind her. Yet, Yang Jian stood unafraid. He gently pushed Yao Ji aside, reassuring her with a smile. "Mother, do not fear. This is merely the manifestation of my weapon. It has recognized its master and will not harm us in the slightest." With that, he turned to the three-headed Jiao, and in the exchange of glances, a tacit understanding seemed to form. The enormous body of the three-headed Jiao suddenly collapsed, heavily bowing to the ground, its three fearsome heads drooping as if stripped of all pride and majesty, submissively pressing against the cold earth, thus expressing its complete surrender to the onlookers. Yao Ji, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but widen her beautiful eyes in astonishment, her lips parting as she murmured, "This three-headed Jiao, which I have sought for so long, has unexpectedly been found by Jianer. Moreover, it has now transformed into a divine weapon. Indeed, fate is capricious, and the workings of destiny are remarkable." As she spoke, her gaze turned to Yang Jian, her eyes filled with affection and admiration. Gently caressing Yang Jian's shoulder, Yao Ji softly praised, "Jianer, you are truly remarkable." However, Yang Jian humbly shook his head, clarifying, "Mother, it is not I who has subdued the three-headed Jiao, but rather my master who has subdued it." Upon hearing this, Yao Ji understood, smiling as she nodded, indicating her comprehension of the situation at that moment. Yang Jian cautiously retrieved a dragon pearl radiating a mysterious glow from his bosom, presenting it to Yao Ji with both hands, saying, "Mother, please take a look at this treasure we obtained from the three-headed Jiao." Yao Ji received the dragon pearl with great delight, for she had descended to the mortal realm precisely for this treasure. After pondering for a long while, she decided to present the precious dragon pearl to Su Mu. Turning to him with a smile, she said, Emperor Qinghua, since you personally subdued the three-headed Jiao, this dragon pearl rightfully belongs to you. Su Mu graciously accepted the dragon pearl without hesitation. Unexpectedly, he placed the dragon pearl gently on Yang Jian's forehead. In an instant, the pearl seemed to be drawn by an overwhelming force, swiftly merging with Yang Jian's forehead. At that moment, Yang Jian was engulfed by a wave of excruciating pain that swept through his entire being, and he instinctively clutched his head, emitting a pained groan. Except for Xiaoyao, the others, including Yang Tianyu, were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock as they cast worried glances at Su Mu. Yet, Su Mu maintained his composure, waving his hand to reassure them. Do not panic. Everyone, it is merely a momentary discomfort. It will pass shortly, as all eyes were fixed on him. A mysterious eye slowly emerged upon Yang Jian's broad and resolute forehead. First, the eye was faint, shimmering with a dim, azure light, reminiscent of a star on the verge of extinguishing in the night sky. However, as time elapsed, the light intensified, becoming impossible to ignore. The entire assembly was captivated by this extraordinary sight, collectively holding their breath, wide-eyed, anxiously focusing on the eye on Yang Jian's forehead, fearful of missing any subtle changes. The atmosphere grew exceptionally tense, as if the very air had solidified. In that moment, the light suddenly flashed like lightning, illuminating the surroundings. Subsequently, Yang Jian slowly opened the eye that had remained shut. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from his gaze, akin to the radiant dawn, blindingly brilliant. Simultaneously, his eyes emanated a transcendent aura, an essence that seemed to rise above the mundane world, as if it could perceive the fundamental nature and laws of all things. This is the celestial eye. Yao Ji, standing nearby, was the first to regain her senses, her face aglow with astonishment as she exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. The others, upon hearing her, awoke from their stupor, their faces reflecting disbelief as they rejoiced. Yang Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to explore the wondrous abilities bestowed upon him by the celestial. He focused intently, casting his gaze toward the distant horizon. Moments later, a remarkably clear image began to materialize in his mind. Scenes from 1,000 miles away, mountains, rivers, forests, grasslands, and even the bustling figures of people, all lay before his eyes. This unprecedented visual experience stirred within Yang Jian a profound sense of awe and exhilaration. Thank you, Master. Yang Jian turned to Su Mu, his heart filled with gratitude, his eyes slightly misty. Su Mu nodded with a smile, his gaze brimming with satisfaction and hope. Yang Jian, the capabilities contained within your celestial eye far exceed your imagination. Not only can it effortlessly discern the good and evil of all things, but even those demons that lurk in the shadows, adept at disguise, cannot escape its scrutiny. More importantly, the celestial eye possesses formidable offensive power. When you concentrate your energy, the force it releases will instill terror in your enemies. Upon hearing the words of Su Mu, Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with an even brighter light that in an instant. A dazzling beam of radiance erupted from the celestial eye on his forehead, as if the entire universe trembled in response. From this moment forth, Yang Jian truly mastered this unparalleled celestial eye, becoming the one and only master of this mysterious power. As his proficiency in wielding the celestial eye increased, Yang Jian's own strength surged upward like a rocket. Before long, he successfully broke through his limitations, elevating his cultivation to the initial stage of the martial sovereign, Tai, Golden Immortal, realm. This qualitative leap brought about a transformative change in his physical strength, magical reserves, and combat skills. The Yang Jian of today had undergone a complete metamorphosis. No matter how formidable the adversary or how perilous the situation, he faced them with composure and poise. Yet, for Yang Jian, this was merely the beginning to end the lengthy and uncertain years to come. He would undoubtedly leverage this exceptional advantage to leave a vivid mark in the perilous and thorny world of the primordial wilderness, rife with crises and challenges. Countless astonishing legendary tales would unfold with him as the protagonist, and his name would be forever etched in the annals of history, shining brilliantly In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, a monumental shift in power occurred within the human-populated Chaoga city. The once reigning Emperor Di passed away due to a grievous illness, plunging the nation into chaos and unrest. Subsequently, the young Emperor Exine ascended to the throne. However, despite his remarkable military achievements, his youth and lack of political experience and prestige led many high-ranking ministers to express strong doubts regarding his succession. They preferred the elder and more composed eldest son, Wei Ziqi, to inherit the throne. Yet, this matter was soon known to the immortal Zhen Yuanzi, residing far away in the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Upon learning the news, Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback, musing, "How can this be allowed? If Emperor Exine does not ascend, how can my friend Hong Yun smoothly attain his path to enlightenment?" With this thought, he rose decisively, preparing to lend his assistance. "Fear not, my dear brother Hong Yun. I shall go forth to aid you." With that, Zhen Yuanzi swiftly made his way toward the door. I could see that moment. The diligent Qing Feng and Ming Wei, 2 young acolytes busy within the temple, noticed their esteemed master's sudden rush to depart and were filled with curiosity. They hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Master, where are you off to?" Zhen Yuanzi paused briefly, turned to the 2 acolytes, and earnestly instructed, "I must step out to attend to pressing matters. You 2 must diligently guard the ginseng fruit tree. Do not show even the slightest negligence." After stating this, he did not linger, and in a flash, vanished from sight. Before long, Zhen Yuanzi arrived at Chaoga City. Utilizing his profound mystical powers and exceptional wisdom, he quickly distinguished himself within the court, earning the trust and reliance of Emperor Exine. Ultimately, with Zhen Yuanzi's full support, Emperor Exine gradually stabilized his reign, and the court slowly returned to its former order. Xiaoyao gazed upon the majestic and grandiose Chaoga City, her heart filled with myriad reflections. She turned to her companion and softly sighed. "Master brother, the vice leader's profound affection for Senior Hong Yun is truly moving." Su Mu nodded slightly in agreement. His deep-set eyes recalled the past, and he sincerely remarked, "Indeed, the vice leader, in a bid to provide more comprehensive protection for Senior Hong Yun, resolutely bid farewell to the underworld the moment Emperor Exine was born. Since then, he has kept a vigilant watch over Emperor Exine's growth, not daring to show the slightest negligence at this juncture." Su Mu paused briefly, then added, "Now that Emperor Exine has just ascended to the throne and his foundation is still shaky." Upon hearing this news, the vice leader was immediately filled with urgency and rushed to the scene. This concern is truly rare in the world. Xiaoyao seemed to wish to say more, but at that moment, a powerful and vast sacred might, as immense as the ocean, surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the surroundings. This saintly power weighed heavily upon the entire vast primordial wilderness, causing countless weaker beings to tremble in fear, unable to withstand it, and they involuntarily prostrated themselves on the ground in reverence. However, just as humanity was about to bow in submission, a radiant beam of light suddenly shot forth from Shouyang Mountain. This luminescence streaked across the night sky like the most brilliant star, instantly illuminating the entire 9 provinces. In that fleeting moment, the oppressive force felt by the human race vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyao's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "It must be the master coming to our aid." Su Mu, however, remained unfocused on this spectacle, his keen and piercing gaze directed toward the direction of the heavenly court. He pondered to himself, "I never expected that Hao Yan has successfully become a saint. This means that Hong Jun Daozu may be able to rejoin the Tao." With this thought, Su Mu couldn't help but furrow his brow, a sense of urgency welling up within him. "Junior sister, the situation has changed. We must return to the heavenly court at once." Su Mu turned to his sister, urgency evident in his voice. "Understood, master brother," she replied without hesitation. With that, Su Mu and Xiaoyao transformed into 2 streaks of light, racing toward the heavenly court. Atop the heavenly court, Hao Yan was brimming with joy, having finally realized his dream of becoming a saint after enduring countless hardships. Standing beside him, Yao Qi could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Congratulations, master brother, on achieving sainthood today." From this day forth, our heavenly court shall truly rise and become one of the most formidable powers in the primordial world. Yet just as Hao Qian basked in this immense joy, a mysterious transmission suddenly reached his ear. The voice was filled with authority, unmistakably belonging to Hongjun Daozu. Hao Qian, swiftly order all those of the human race and those with divine positions within the human sect to depart from the heavenly court. From now on, all divine positions within the heavenly court must be listed on the investiture of the gods and conferred through it. Upon hearing this, Hao Qian's smile instantly froze, replaced by a grave expression. Expelling the human race and the human sect from the heavenly court? Hao Qian's brow furrowed, his face etched with hesitation. He muttered to himself, "What should I do? If I go through with this, won't I offend Lady Nuwa terribly? She possesses the might to slay saints. Moreover, Su Mu was equally capable of such feats, although he was unaware of why Su Mu had now ascended to the primordial golden immortal realm. He could not guarantee that he could defeat him. With these thoughts, Hao Qian felt a wave of headache wash over him. After all, both Lady Nuwa and Su Mu were entities he could not afford to provoke. However, if he disregarded the command of the esteemed one, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. After much deliberation, Hao Qian finally made up his mind, gritting his teeth as he said, "Very well, I shall heed the esteemed one's orders. After all, if anything goes awry, the esteemed one will bear the brunt of it." With his decision made, Hao Qian immediately began to make arrangements. He first dispatched his subordinates to disperse those from the human race who had previously joined the heavenly court. As for the members of the human sect, he deemed it more prudent to handle them personally. Thus, he hastily issued a decree, summoning the various great emperors, the heavenly court's grand marshal, the great Peng marshal, and the 3 ultra-divine beings to the Lingxiao palace for a discussion of urgent matters. Just as Su Mu and Xiaoyao arrived at the heavenly court, Hao Qian's orders echoed in their ears. The two swiftly made their way toward the Lingxiao palace. Upon stepping through the palace doors, Su Mu immediately spotted familiar figures, including Bei Xian and others. His heart trembled slightly, without needing to think too much. He could surmise the reason for this gathering. Most likely, it was the order from Hongjun Daozu for them to leave the heavenly court. I could see that moment. Hao Qian sat regally upon his lofty throne. Once everyone had gathered, he wasted no time and stated bluntly, "Esteemed immortals, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The reason for summoning you all here is to fulfill the Daozu's command. The Daozu has decreed that from now on, all personnel of the heavenly court must be listed on the investiture of the gods. Only those whose names are on the list shall be eligible for corresponding divine positions. Therefore, I hope you all can understand and depart from the heavenly court as soon as possible." I offer my sincerest apologies on behalf of the heavenly court. Upon finishing his words, Hao Qian's face revealed a profound expression of remorse. Upon hearing this news, the assembled crowd could not help but display expressions of difficulty. Although they harbored grievances within, the fact that this was a decree personally issued by the esteemed Hongjun Daozu left them no choice but to accept this harsh reality in silence. With no other recourse, they resigned themselves to the situation. Su Mu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Great heavenly sovereign, your words carry great weight. Since this is the decree of the Dao ancestor, we shall, of course, adhere to the law without hesitation. Let us part ways today, and should fate allow, we hope for your continued guidance in the future." Having said this, he turned and walked towards the door, with Xiaoyao and the others following suit. Watching their gradually receding figures, Hao Qian sighed deeply. "Very well, should the opportunity arise, the heavenly court will always welcome you back to serve again." However, this statement echoed in the vast hall, sounding utterly feeble and powerless. After leaving the heavenly court, Su Mu, with a grave expression, called out towards the distance, "Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, hurry and take Yang Chan with you to Shouyang Mountain. There must be no mistakes." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing through the skies and directly reaching the residents of Yang Tianyu in Guanati that moment. Yang Jiao and the other 2, who were practicing in the courtyard, suddenly heard this thunderous transmission. They were taken aback, immediately halting their actions and rushing inside. Upon entering the house, they saw Yao Ji seated at a table, mending clothes, while Yang Tianyu was organizing scrolls beside her. Yang Jiao hurriedly approached his parents, speaking urgently. Father, mother, we have just received a message from our teacher, instructing us to set off immediately for Shouyang Mountain. Upon hearing this, Yao Ji set aside her needlework, stood up, and looked at Yang Jiao with great concern, earnestly advising, Jiaoer, along with Jinner and Chaner, you must heed your teacher's guidance during your journey to Shouyang Mountain. Do not act recklessly, understand? Yang Tanyu also stepped forward, gently patting Yang Jiao's shoulder and affirming, Indeed, children, your teacher possesses immense powers and profound knowledge. Follow them diligently in your studies and cultivation, and you shall surely achieve great success in the future. At that time, should the opportunity arise, do your utmost to assist your teacher. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan replied in unison. Father, mother, rest assured, we will certainly abide by your teachings and diligently follow our teacher's guidance. Living up to your expectations. Once their words were spoken, the three swiftly began to organize their respective bags and gear, their movements practiced and swift. Once everything was prepared, they set forth with resolute steps, embarking on the lengthy journey to Shouyang Mountain, filled with uncertainties and challenges. Along the way, they traversed dense forests, rugged mountain paths, and rushing rivers. Except for Yang Jian, the other two had never ventured beyond the familiar lands of Guanjiao. Their understanding of the outside world was limited, and they were even unaware of the exact location of Shouyang Mountain, only possessing a rough idea of its direction. Yet, this distant and unknown journey did not instill fear within them. On the contrary, regardless of how treacherous the road ahead might be or the hardships they might encounter, these three brave souls remained resolute, fueled by a high-spirited determination and an indomitable spirit, advancing step by step towards their goal. Fortunately, midway through their journey, they were discovered by Su Mu and his companions, who guided them along. Why this time? The three were already exhausted, their bodies covered in dust, and their faces glistening with sweat. However, they had no time to rest, closely following Su Mu and the others. Observing that their cultivation was too low and their energy depleted, Su Mu cast a spell to assist them on their journey. Upon arriving at Shouyang Mountain, they heard the voice of Nuwa, which resonated like celestial music, clearly communicating each word. Hastened to the Hall of Humanity. Realizing it was their teacher's summons, they dared not delay. Swiftly employing their powers to dash towards the Hall of Humanity, in no time, they reached the hall. As they stepped through the door, they beheld Nuwa seated upon a lofty throne, accompanied by the Golden Phoenix. To either side below, the Deputy Master Xinyuanzi sat, alongside an unfamiliar man. The crowd promptly bowed and greeted in unison. We pay our respects to our teacher, lady, and acknowledge the Deputy Master. Nuwa slightly nodded in acknowledgement, and Deputy Master Xinyuanzi smiled and returned the gesture. Nuwa then began, Allow me to introduce someone to you. This person is named Xingzhou, one of the first batch of human beings to enter the heavenly court. Since his arrival, he has served as the Star Lord within the court. Xingzhou is not only diligent and responsible in his duties, but has also exerted great effort in his cultivation, never once showing a hint of laxity. Consequently, after prolonged hard work and practice, he has successfully advanced to the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. After a brief pause, Nuwa continued, I see that Xingzhou possesses outstanding talent and pure character, making him a worthy disciple. Thus, I have taken him under my wing. From this day forth, Xingzhou shall be your fifth junior brother. As Nuwa's voice faded, Xingzhou stepped forward and respectfully addressed them. Greetings. Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, as a newcomer, if I commit any improprieties in the future, I humbly ask for your guidance and understanding. The others responded with smiles and nods, saying in unison, Junior, Brother Xingzhou. There is no need for such formalities. Have achieved the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal at such a young age is truly impressive. At that moment, the atmosphere became exceedingly harmonious, filled with joyful laughter. Nuwa timely remarked, You must have speculated about the purpose of my gathering you here. Indeed, as you surmise, a calamity is about to descend upon the world. The mention of the list of deities you just heard is pivotal to this calamity, which is known as the deification calamity. Before she could finish her sentence, Bei Xian could no longer contain his excitement and eagerly interjected. Deification? What is the scale of this calamity, and why must there be deification? As he spoke, he gestured animatedly with his hands, clearly agitated. Xiaoyao, witnessing this, chided gently. Second senior brother, why are you so overly excited? Bei Xian, not turning back, replied with conviction. Junior sister, you do not understand. Within calamities often lie countless opportunities. If one can seize these chances, they may ascend to great heights and achieve the supreme path. With that, his gaze fixed intently on Nuwa, as if seeking additional information about the deification calamity. Nuwa solemnly responded, this calamity is unlike any before it. The most significant difference lies in the fact that the souls of those unfortunate to perish will not, as in the past, return to the underworld. Instead, their true spirits will ascend to the list of deities. This so-called true spirit is akin to a person's consciousness being drawn into the list of deities. Once a true spirit is inscribed upon the list, barring the dire circumstance of being utterly obliterated, it shall remain forever bound and governed by the list of deities. Upon hearing this, Bei Xian's expression shifted to one of horror. They must inscribe their true spirits upon the list. One must understand that true spirits are far more fragile than souls. How can one possibly continue their cultivation under such circumstances? We absolutely cannot allow ourselves to be inscribed upon the list. His face was filled with anxiety and apprehension. Xiaoyao, seeing his distress, quickly reassured him. Second senior brother, there is no need for excessive worry. Our teacher will surely protect us for being inscribed upon the list. With our teacher's protection, we will be safe. Her tone was gentle yet resolute, attempting to soothe Bei Xian's troubled heart. Next, Song Jie chimed in. Indeed, second senior brother, our teacher will certainly lend us assistance. Moreover, we have our senior brother, who possesses immense power, capable of slaying even sages, and will undoubtedly safeguard us all. With that, he cast a reassuring glance at Bei Xian, hoping to provide him with some comfort. Nuwa, with a serious demeanor, spoke once more. After careful consideration, I have decided to establish the position of Supreme Elder within the human sect, along with the Elder Hall. This position of Supreme Elder shall be held by only one individual, and that individual shall be none other than myself. As for the number of elders, there shall be no restrictions, and it will be determined based on actual circumstances. She surveyed the crowd before emphasizing, you must remember that whether it be the Supreme Elder, the various elders, the Master, the Deputy Master, or every disciple of the human sect, the foremost duty shall always be to safeguard the human sect and protect the interests of the human race. Personal gains must never come at the expense of the collective interests of the sect and the race. At this moment, Nuwa's gaze fell upon Sumu, and she spoke softly, Sumu, from this day forth, you shall officially assume the esteemed position of the master of the human teaching. I hope you can shoulder this significant responsibility, leading everyone to work together diligently, so that our human teaching may flourish increasingly. You, my dear brothers and sisters, must also support one another, offering assistance, and work in unison to propel the human teaching forward. Subsequently, Nuwa turned her attention to Zenyuanzi, smiling as she said, Jin, from now on, you shall be the grand elder of our human teaching. I am confident that with your abilities and wisdom, you will contribute immensely to the development of the human teaching, that I hope you will spare no effort in assisting the master and in managing the affairs of the human teaching. Zenyuanzi bowed slightly, his expression respectful as he replied, Nuwa, I shall exert myself to the utmost in aiding Master Sumu to promote the vigorous development of the human teaching, and I will not disappoint your and the master's expectations. However, Sumu displayed a look of hesitation, and after a moment pause, he spoke, Master, should you not reconsider this decision? To appoint me as the master of the human teaching without further deliberation fills me with trepidation. Nuwa, her countenance grave, responded firmly, there is no need for concern, Sumu. From this day forth, you are the rightful master of the human teaching. The impending calamity of the Fengshan will be entrusted to your capable hands. Should you encounter any formidable challenges during this period, feel free to seek my counsel. Upon hearing this, Sumu realized he could not decline and reluctantly nodded in acceptance. Very well, since you trust me so, I shall give my all and live up to your expectations at this moment. Everyone present bowed in unison to Sumu, exclaiming in chorus, "We pay our respects to the master of the teaching." Their voices resonated harmoniously, echoing through the heavens. Sumu quickly waved his hands to signal them to rise, saying aloud, "There is no need for such formalities. Please stand." His gaze gradually swept over the crowd, contemplating the heavy responsibilities and mission that lay ahead. With a slight bow, Sumu addressed Nuwa. "The Elder Palace at Shoyang is splendid. In the days to come, the elders of the human teaching will surely make great progress in their cultivation here. As for deliberations in my Qinglian cave heaven, I have no objections, and I shall abide by your arrangements." His tone was respectful and submissive. Nuwa nodded gently, expressing her satisfaction, and said softly, "That is excellent. I have no further instructions for you. You may all proceed to cultivate." With that, the crowd bowed and took their leave from the Hall of Humanity. Each individual displayed their unique abilities, transforming into streams of light as they returned to their respective sanctuaries. Only Xinyuanzi was different. After exiting the Hall of Humanity, he hastily made his way toward the direction of Chaoga City in the primordial 9 regions. Indeed, since the Hall of Humanity had been established on Shoyang Mountain, this place had become a realm unto itself. Although it still appeared within the primordial continent, it had effectively become independent of it. For this reason, Xinyuanzi's return to Chaoga City took considerable time. Even with his profound cultivation, earlier, when Nuwa publicly announced Sumu's appointment as the master of the human teaching, she had utilized the immense power of the human way to disseminate this news throughout the entire primordial world. Yet, Hongjun Daozu, residing deep within the chaos of the Zhixiao Palace, remained utterly unconcerned. After all, in his view, since Nuwa had become the spokesperson of the human way, it seemed rather inappropriate for her to concurrently hold the position of master of the human teaching. However, the two sages from the Western world had thoughts that diverged greatly from the rest. With a dissatisfied expression, remarked, "Junior brother, tell me, what virtues or capabilities does Sumu possess to warrant the title of master of the human teaching? He is not even considered a saint." Upon hearing this, Junti hastily urged, "Senior brother, please choose your words carefully. Do not speak so indiscreetly." As he spoke, Junti was so exasperated that he almost wished to cover Jean's incessantly complaining mouth. Yet Jean remained unfazed, continuing to retort, "Am I not speaking the truth? Sumu is merely a primordial golden immortal. To this point." Junti sighed helplessly, reminding him, "Senior brother, have you forgotten about the axe Sumu wields?" "The axe? What axe?" Jean was momentarily taken aback before swallowing hard as the terrifying image of Sumu wielding that axe flashed in his mind. Suddenly realizing something, Jean's complexion changed dramatically, and he quickly amended, No, in my opinion. Sumu is indeed the most suitable choice for the position of master of the human teaching." The thought of Sumu's terrifying strength made Jean shudder, and he dared not utter another word against him. After all, the traumatic experience of being slain by Sumu still haunted him, the fear of life and death lingering in his heart. Regardless of the mysterious methods Sumu had employed, the fact that he could slay him was indisputable. Since that fateful encounter with Sumu, Jean had always felt as if he had lost something vitally important. This sensation was subtle and difficult to articulate, as if a shroud of mist enveloped him, preventing him from perceiving the truth. Despite exhausting his mind in contemplation and exploration, he could never pinpoint precisely what he had lost. Meanwhile, atop the distant Yujing Mountain, a magnificent 8-scenery palace stood tall, serving as the new sanctuary for Taiji Laozu. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, Taiji Laozu found himself without a place to go in desperation. He sought refuge in the Zhixiao Palace amidst the chaos. When Hongjun Daozu learned of Taiji Laozu's intentions, he felt a wave of frustration. Although the Sanqing had successfully established their separate identities through his careful planning and deliberate guidance, the actual situation fell far short of his expectations. His original plan had been for the Sanqing to each occupy a prominent mountain and blessed land. Yet he had not anticipated that Shoyang Mountain would be claimed by Nuwa. Now, Taiji Laozu was setting his sights on his Yujing Mountain. Faced with Taiji Laozu's persistent entreaties, Hongjun Daozu ultimately had no choice but to relent, willingly ceding Yujing Mountain to Taiji Laozu. How unexpected! Taiji Laozu mused, a smug expression on his face, that Sumu has transformed into the master of the human teaching, Nuwa, though I may not be your match. Dealing with a mere Sumu is well within my capabilities. How dare he challenge me? The moment an opportunity arises, I shall ensure that I orchestrate a proper reckoning with your human teaching. So you may learn of my prowess. Ha! Taiji Laozu chuckled in delight, secretly plotting how to create trouble for the human teaching, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of soon being able to act against them. At that moment, far away in the Kunlun Mountains Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzun was engrossed in his meditation. Upon hearing that Nuwa had appointed Sumu as the master of the human teaching, a hint of disdain crossed his face. With a cold snort, he remarked, Nuwa has committed such a foolish act, appointing Sumu, who is merely at the level of a primordial golden immortal, to lead the human teaching. This is utterly ridiculous, with his meager cultivation. How could he possibly guide the human teaching effectively? It seems the human teaching is doomed. It is hardly worth my concern. Yuanshi Tianzun was highly dissatisfied with Nuwa's decision, believing it to be a sign of her self-downgrade. However, amidst the chorus of dissenting voices, one individual held a markedly different perspective, Tontian Jiao Master. With shining eyes, he unabashedly praised, "Excellent, simply splendid. Sumu ascending to the position of master of the human teaching is truly deserved. After all, he has a glorious record of slaying saints. How could such a figure be average? With such a leader, the human teaching is bound to rise and shine." Tontian Jiao Master had always admired those with formidable strength who dared to challenge authority. Thus, he expressed immense support and admiration for Sumu's ascension to the role of master of the human teaching. Naturally, Sumu was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the sages. Upon exiting the Hall of Humanity, he strode with light-hearted steps, intending to return to his cave dwelling. Just then, a clear and melodious voice called out from behind, "Master brother, please wait a moment." Hearing this, Sumu halted and turned to see Xiaoyao, clad in a pink dress, hurriedly approaching him. "May I inquire what my junior sister desires?" Sumu asked with a warm smile. Xiaoyao reached Sumu's side, slightly out of breath as she said, "Master brother, I am currently troubled by what kind of treasure I should bestow upon Yang Chan. I truly cannot think of a suitable gift." A hint of worry crossed her face as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Sumu confidently patted his chest and said, "This matter is not difficult. I can certainly lend you a hand." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed, "Is that true? How wonderful! But we must choose something suitable for a girl." With her lively eyes twinkling, she looked at Sumu with eager anticipation. "Naturally, it shall be as you wish, my younger sister," Sumu replied as he turned and made his way toward his cave dwelling, with Xiaoyao hurriedly following behind. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Sumu's abode, enveloped in swirling mists, resembling an ethereal paradise. Upon entering, Xiaoyao could hardly contain her excitement and began to search eagerly around. She glanced here and there, turning the entire dwelling upside down. Yet after much effort, she found nothing. "Senior brother, there is simply no treasure here," Xiaoyao complained, hands on her hips, her lips pouting in displeasure. Observing her reaction, Sumu smiled gently and reminded her, "Sister, have you perhaps forgotten the name of my abode? Isn't Qinglian Dantian related to lotus flowers?" Xiaoyao initially paused, then suddenly enlightened, dashed over to the nearby lotus pond. Wow, this pond full of lotus flowers is simply stunning. She marveled at the vibrant blossoms competing for attention. Unable to restrain her curiosity, these lotuses are so extraordinary. Could they be some powerful treasure? With a soft smile, Sumo began to explain, "This pond's lotuses have been meticulously cultivated from various precious lotus seeds. Look, the blue lotus is from the creation seed of the Qinglian that my master nurtured. However, it seems my master did not care for it well and gifted it to me. The white lotus, on the other hand, was grown from seeds I obtained from the Jingshi Balian. As for the red one, I painstakingly acquired those seeds from the ancestor of the Mingi, and the purple lotus, that was generously bestowed by the Empress of the Earth. Lastly, behold this golden lotus. I received its seed from the 12th grade merit golden lotus at the hands of Jing. But do not misunderstand. I did not take them by force. They were obtained through proper means. There are only these 5 types of lotuses in total, As he finished speaking, Sumu gently pointed at the blue lotus, causing countless blue petals to detach from the stem and float gracefully into the air. The petals, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, danced and twirled before swiftly converging, transforming into an exquisite lotus lamp that emanated a soft blue glow. Sumu cradled the gently glowing lotus lamp in his hands and turned to the elegant Xiaoyao beside him, softly saying, "Sister, please infuse your own magical power into this lamp." His gaze was filled with expectation and trust. "Certainly," Xiaoyao replied without hesitation. She pressed her palms together, closed her eyes, and summoned the unique energy she had acquired from healing patients. As her intent flowed, a gentle and warm light emerged from her palms, like a trickling stream, continually infusing the blue lotus lamp before her. In an instant, the lamp, which had only emitted a faint blue light, suddenly radiated brilliantly, resembling a resplendent pearl, illuminating every corner around them. The light shimmered like rippling waves at times and danced like colorful clouds at others, creating a breathtaking spectacle that left one entranced. "Wow, it's so beautiful," Xiaoyao exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Her eyes brimming with joy that moment. Sumu smiled and said, "Sister, now that this lamp has been transformed by your power, why don't you give it a name?" Xiaoyao paused for a moment. Then after some contemplation, replied, "How about calling it the Balian lamp? What do you think of this name, brother?" Upon hearing this, Suma nodded approvingly, exclaiming, "Balian lamp, a splendid name. It is profound and easy to pronounce. Moreover, from this day forth, this Balian lamp, empowered by your strength, shall only be wielded by those who possess a heart of compassion. I hope it will assist many in need in the future." With that, Sumu handed the Balian lamp to Xiaoyao. "Thank you, senior brother. I shall take the Balian lamp to Yangchan at once," Xiaoyao said joyfully, her beautiful face radiating sincerity and gratitude. "Very well. Off you go," Sumu replied with a smile, gesturing for Xiaoyao to depart. After receiving his approval, Xiaoyao cradled the Balian lamp in her hands and swiftly turned to head back to her own cave. Once she returned to her dwelling, Xiaoyao gently placed the Balian lamp on a stone table and quietly sat beside it, awaiting Yang Chan's arrival. Meanwhile, Yang Chan, having received word of this, was hastily making her way to Xiaoyao's cave. Shouyang Mountain showcased breathtaking scenery, with rolling hills and, at its midsection, the magnificent Shouyang Palace alongside the exquisite abodes of the master disciples. While at the foot of the mountain lay numerous caves belonging to the third-generation disciples or registered disciples. Before long, Yang Chan arrived at the entrance of Xiaoyao's cave. As soon as she stepped inside, a rich, refreshing aroma of medicinal herbs wafted toward her. Unable to resist, Yang Chan took a deep breath, savoring the invigorating scent, and curiously glanced around. Upon spotting Xiaoyao not far away, she hurried over, her face alight with surprise. "Master, how can there be so many rare medicinal herbs in your cave? The fragrance is truly revitalizing." Hearing Yang Chan's inquiry, Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile and explained, "Hee, have you forgotten that my cave is called by Cao Dongtian? Naturally, it is filled with various extraordinary herbs." With that, she rose to guide Yang Chan through her meticulously cultivated collection of herbs. Throughout the tour, Yang Chan remained completely engrossed, her clear, water-like eyes never straying from Xiaoyao, fearful of missing even the slightest key detail. Only after Xiaoyao had recounted the names of all the herbs and concluded her thorough explanation did this enlightening session draw to a temporary close. At this point, Xiaoyao gracefully turned and returned to the stone bed made of blue stone, elegantly sitting cross-legged. Meanwhile, Yang Chan maintained a respectful and humble posture, standing quietly nearby, resembling a tall, unyielding pine tree. "Please sit. There is no need for such formality between us, as it is just the two of us here." Xiaoyao smiled warmly, nodding gently to indicate that Yang Chan could take a seat. Upon hearing this, Yang Chan first bowed respectfully, then cautiously settled onto a chair nearby. Once she was seated, Xiaoyao lightly raised her jade-like hand, slowly presenting the mysterious, glowing Balian lamp before Yang Chan. Yang Chan extended her hands, solemnly accepting the Balian lamp, then stood up and respectfully bowed deeply to Xiaoyao, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this treasure upon me." Her words were filled with heartfelt appreciation. "Yang Chan, this Balian lamp is an extraordinary treasure, possessing the miraculous ability to heal any ailment, and no matter how severe the injury, as long as one is under the illumination of the Balian lamp, they shall recover swiftly. Furthermore, it can aid the injured in quickly regaining their vitality and vigor. However, you must use this precious item judiciously and refrain from abusing its power," Xiaoyao advised earnestly, her gaze imbued with concern. Continuing, Xiaoyao added, "Moreover, this Balian lamp is not an object that just anyone can command. Only those with the power of compassion may wield it. Additionally, I have set a limitation and included a mantra for its use in the future. Should you wish to activate the Balian lamp, you must not only recite the mantra, but also draw upon the compassion within you to utilize it. Remember this well." With that, Xiaoyao regarded Yang Chan with a serious expression, ensuring that her words would be indelibly imprinted in Yang Chan's heart. In the Qinglian Dantian, a gentle breeze rustled through the greenery. Sumu stood there quietly, his gaze profound and solemn. After Xiaoyao departed, he raised his hand slightly and cast a spell, softly calling out, "Ling Zhuzi, hasten to see me." Shortly thereafter, a figure arrived like the wind. It was Ling Zhuzi. Curiosity adorned his face as he looked at Sumu and inquired, "Senior brother, what is it that you seek my presence for?" With a gentle smile, Sumu replied, "Ling Zhuzi, do you recall the time when you delineated the 9 provinces and you ventured to Mount Xiumi?" Ling Zhuzi nodded, a flicker of recollection crossing his eyes, and answered, "I do, senior brother. Quite a few things happened back then. But may I ask why you bring it up today?" With a serious expression, Sumu stated, "At that time, you inadvertently offended the Saint of Jin, thereby sowing the seeds of a karmic consequence. This karmic consequence is not easily dispelled. Thus, you must undergo tribulation, allowing the trials to purify this karmic entanglement." Upon hearing this, Ling Zhuzi's eyes widened in sheer terror as he exclaimed, "Ah, must I truly face tribulation? Could it not be exceedingly perilous, Master Brother?" The thought of the myriad challenges that lay ahead instilled a sense of dread within Ling Zhuzi's heart. Sumu gently patted Ling Zhuzi's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fear not. Simply embrace the tribulation. Once you have entered it, I shall approach the Grand Elder to request that he take you as his disciple. With the Grand Elder's protection, you shall certainly be safeguarded." Ling Zhuzi, upon hearing these words, felt his previously anxious heart settle somewhat, and a look of joy graced his face as he eagerly replied, "If that is the case, then that is truly splendid. With the Grand Elder's blessings, I am naturally willing to face the tribulation." Sumu nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave the cave, stating, "Now that the decision is made, let us hasten to depart. I will escort you to the reincarnation passage, and then I shall seek out the Grand Elder." Ling Zhuzi, not daring to linger, closely followed Sumu as they made their way towards the realm of reincarnation. Along the journey, both remained silent, the atmosphere tinged with solemnity. Upon reaching the underworld, Sumu guided Ling Zhuzi towards the location of the 6 paths of reincarnation. With a brilliant flash of light, Ling Zhuzi was successfully ushered into the 6 paths, embarking on a new journey of life. Sumu lingered not, turning promptly to set forth towards Chaoga City. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the imperial teacher's residence within Chaoga City. This grand estate exuded an air of magnificence, reflecting the unparalleled status of its master. Upon entering, he discovered that Zhen Yunzi and Di Xen had been awaiting him for some time. Zhen Yuanzi, in the public eye, now served as Di Xen's mentor. Speaking of Di Xen, he possessed a remarkable history. When he ascended to the realm of the martial emperor Jin Xian, memories of the past surged forth like a tidal wave. From that point onward, he and Zhen Yuanzi devoted themselves to profound cultivation, continuously enhancing their strength. However, in this life, Hong Yin no longer embodied the gentle, harmless persona of Yer. Instead, he transformed into Di Xen, a sovereign commanding the world, a ruler. He was decisive in matters of life and death, administering rewards and punishments with clarity, earning the deep affection of the populace. Sumu entered the hall and immediately spotted Jin Yuanzi and Di Xen. He swiftly approached, performing a respectful salute to Zhen Yuanzi, exclaiming, "Grand Elder." Zhen Yuanzi, in response, smiled and returned the gesture, saying, "Greetings, sect leader." Subsequently, Su Mu's gaze shifted to DXN, where a complex expression crossed his face as he inquired, "Should I address you as Senior Hong Yun, or as the human emperor DXN?" Upon hearing this, DXN erupted into hearty laughter, responding with boldness, "In this life, I am DXN." Su Mu nodded slightly. Acknowledging DXN's sentiments, he understood well that Hong Yun had resolved to tread a path distinctly his own. "Please take a seat," Zhen Yunzi said with a smile, his tone gentle. "I suspect you have pressing matters to discuss during your visit to Chaoga. Might I inquire as to the nature of these matters?" Su Mu's expression turned grave as he replied, "Grand Elder, to speak candidly, Ling Zhuzi has already plunged into the cycle of reincarnation to cleanse his karmic ties. Based on my calculations, it will not be long before he is reborn. Therefore, I implore you, Grand Elder, to accept him as your disciple and to guide him diligently. He must not repeat his past mischief and recklessness." Zhang Ti nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. "Rest assured, I shall keep this matter firmly in mind. When Ling Zhuzi is reborn, I will certainly take him under my wing and nurture him with care." With Zhang Yunzi's affirmative response, Su Mu felt a measure of relief, though his expression soon turned troubled as he continued, "Grand Elder, there is indeed another matter requiring your assistance." Zhen Yunzi waved his hand decisively. Responding with enthusiasm, "Speak freely, sect leader. There is no need for such formality." Thus, Su Mu composed himself and spoke with clarity. "It concerns the calamity of this era. The harbinger of disaster manifests as a flying bear, and it is likely comprised of two entities. One is a member of the human race, named Jiangxia. The other is a leopard demon, known as Shun Gongbao. Considering your current cultivation in the 9 provinces, you will undoubtedly sense the whereabouts of these harbingers with utmost swiftness. Therefore, I earnestly request that you incorporate them into the human sect so that we may better confront the impending tribulation." After reflecting on Su Mu's words, Zhang Yunzi nodded solemnly and assured him, "Very well. Sect leader, you may rest easy that I shall exert every effort to closely monitor the 9 provinces and locate their movements. Should I detect anything, I will act without delay." "Good. Then I shall take my leave." Su Mu rose slowly. Standing tall like a pine, his garments fluttering in the breeze, he strode calmly out of the imperial teacher's residence, his figure gradually fading as he disappeared into the bustling streets of Chaoga City. DXN stood silently, his gaze fixated on the direction in which Su Mu had departed, lingering for a long while before turning to Zhen Yuanzi, softly remarking, "Brother, this Su Mu sect leader bears an immense burden. Having just ascended to the position, he is already tirelessly working for the future of the human sect." Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly in agreement. "Indeed, it is a fortunate blessing for Nuwa Daoists to have such an exceptional disciple, and we're equally fortunate to have a dedicated leader like Su Mu in the human sect." After leaving Chaoga City, Su Mu hastened without pause towards the eastern sea's Guishu. Throughout the journey, his thoughts remained preoccupied with a singular matter: finding a suitable weapon for Yang Jiao. After careful consideration, he resolved to forge a remarkably sharp axe for Yang Jiao. However, to create such a formidable weapon, the rare material known as primordial black iron, aged for millions of years, was indispensable. Thus, he had no choice but to delve into the enigmatic depths of the ocean, seeking this precious ore. Eventually, Su Mu arrived at the fabled land of Gisu. It was a realm of tranquility, resembling a gaping abyss. As he gazed ahead, a massive dragon head emerged in the distance, so lifelike that it seemed poised to awaken at any moment. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Su Mu clasped his hands in salute, exclaiming, "Senior Zhu Long." At that moment, the previously closed eyes of Zhu Long flung open, emanating 2 beams of cold light that a look of astonishment washed over his face as he exclaimed, "Sect leader Su Mu." Within Zhu Long's heart, tumultuous waves surged, akin to a stormy sea stirred by fierce winds. His eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the suddenly materialized Su Mu, filled with astonishment and confusion. Why had Su Mu appeared here at this moment like a specter, with his formidable perceptive abilities? How had he failed to sense Su Mu's arrival? What could possibly be the reason? Taking a deep breath to quell his shock and disarray, Zhu Long swiftly transformed into human form. He adjusted his slightly disheveled attire, striving to present an air of calm composure. Yet his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his underlying anxiety. Steeling himself, Zhu Long inquired, "Sect leader Su Mu, may I ask what brings you to the realm of Guishu?" Su Mu, his gaze unwavering, replied, "I have come seeking primordial black iron, having heard that it may exist within Guishu, hence my visit for exploration." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhu Long's eyes, and he promptly responded, "Primordial black iron. Our dragon clan's treasury happens to possess some." Su Mu's expression instantly brightened with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, "Is that true? That is simply splendid, Senior Zhu Long. Please lead me to the treasury at once." Zhu Long smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, then please follow me." With that, he turned and strode towards the crystal palace of the Eastern Sea, with Su Mu closely trailing behind. The two moved swiftly, and before long,